Hey honey, yes, I'm at the bus station right now. I don't think I'll make it back in time for dinner. Yeah, the coach is delayed. Sigh, it's normal. They say the coaches here are often late. It's a small place, so that's just how it is. Anyway, you and Nan go ahead and eat first. I'll probably be back very late. No, don't save anything for me. Once I get home, I'll just cook myself some noodles. After hanging up the call with his wife, Yuan looked around the rundown country bus station, feeling utterly helpless. Though it was called a bus station, it was nothing more than a shabby little room. There were not many people waiting, barely a dozen in total, just enough to fill a coach. Sue, I have a feeling we're not getting back today, someone muttered. Looking out at the empty concrete square outside, Yuan frowned and said, don't talk nonsense. Relax, we'll definitely get back today. The coach is just delayed. It'll be here soon. Oh. Beside him, the young nurse Yu pouted unhappily. She was not using her phone because the battery was nearly dead, and though she wanted to charge it, she could not find a power outlet. Everyone in the station appeared increasingly impatient. They had already been waiting for about 2 hours, watching the sun slowly slide westward from its zenith. Still, there was no sign of the coach. If not for the treacherous mountain road beyond, they would have left on foot long ago instead of waiting until now. Yuan stepped outside the station, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. When he opened it, there were only 2 left. He took one, lit it, and drew on it, slowly exhaling thin streams of smoke. With a dull thud, someone suddenly collapsed to the floor inside the station. The people nearby hurried over to check on him. Hey, are you alright? How did you fall? The man struggled shakily to his feet. His face was deathly pale, his lips tinged purple. At a glance, he clearly did not look well. He waved his hand feebly. I'm fine, I just caught a cold. My head feels a bit dizzy. A cold? Then why don't you sit down? Do you have any medicine? The man shook his head. I've got some. Hold on, I'll get it for you, another man said. The middle-aged man speaking took out a box of cold capsules, pried out 2 pills, then pulled a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and handed it to him. Here, take the medicine first. The sick man accepted the capsules, then took the bottle of water with its cap already twisted open. Just as he was about to pop the pills into his mouth, his wrist was suddenly gripped and held fast, unable to move. The people nearby all turned to look at the person who had stopped him from taking the medicine. What are you doing? The middle-aged man who had provided the medicine demanded irritably. Yuan ignored the complaint and focused on carefully examining the pale man before him. Don't take that cold medicine yet. Let me examine you first. Examine me. Who are you, a doctor? The middle-aged man beside them challenged. Yes, I'm a doctor. Yuan gestured to the young nurse Yu at his side. Stethoscope. Oh right, Yu exclaimed, hurriedly fishing the stethoscope out of her backpack. Seeing this, the middle-aged man chuckled. So you really are a doctor. Yuan put on the stethoscope and pressed the diaphragm against the man's chest. All right, take a deep breath. Obediently, the patient began to breathe deeply, very slowly, and coughed when exhaling. After listening for quite a while, Yuan removed the stethoscope and by habit asked, What's your name? Wang Fei. Yuan instinctively wanted to look at a medical record, but realizing there was none, he instead asked, Has your heart ever had any problems before? Wang Fei shook his head. No. I've always been healthy. I exercise regularly. My heart has never had any issues ever since I was a child. Yet Yuan felt something was very wrong. Wang Fei's heartbeat produced a murmur when pumping blood, which strongly suggested a problem with his heart valves. His pallid face and bluish lips indicated that his heart's blood supply was already compromised. Given his current condition, his heart must have suffered damage at some point. Yet he insisted it had not. Yuan asked again, Are you sure? Your heart is already showing signs of a problem. I don't yet know exactly what it is. You absolutely need to go to a hospital for a thorough examination. So I need you to tell me the truth. Wang Fei grew anxious. I am telling the truth. Doctor, my heart really has never had any problems. Just a few days ago, I was still running. 5 kilometers is nothing for me. Yuan nodded. All right, I hear you. For now, lie down somewhere flat and try not to move. I'll inform the hospital and see if they can send an ambulance to pick you up. Wang Fei, somewhat reassured, nodded. Glancing around and finding nowhere suitable to lie down, he simply took off his jacket, spread it on the floor, and lay down on it. As he lay back, he asked, Doctor, is my heart really in trouble? Yuan replied, All I can tell you is that I heard something abnormal. There is indeed a problem. Your current symptoms also point to an issue with your heart. As for the exact cause, we can only determine it after hospital tests. Try not to worry too much, alright? Okay. With the doctor's reassurance, Wang Fei relaxed slightly. Yuan dialed the hospital's internal line. However, after a long series of busy tones, no one answered. He turned to Yu. Try calling our colleagues at the hospital. I can't get through from my phone. Alright. Yu took out her phone with its low battery, dialed the numbers of several fellow nurses from her intake batch, but not a single person picked up. No one's answering, she reported after several attempts. Call 120, Yuan said. Okay. Yu dialed 120 again, but this time, there was simply no signal. Still won't go through. Yuan tried several times himself, but he could not reach 120 either. That was highly abnormal. The emergency line never goes down and has staff on call 24 hours a day. Yet now no one was answering, which was deeply unsettling. Su, if we can't get through on the phone and the coach never comes, will that man die if we keep waiting? Lu Yu asked. Su Yuan thought carefully, then replied, no. His problem is impaired cardiac blood supply. As long as he doesn't move around, he should be fine. Doctor, come quickly, he's not going to make it. The middle-aged man from before suddenly ran out shouting in panic. Su Yuan glanced at Lu Yu in speechless frustration, wondering if she had jinxed it. Hurrying back into the station, he saw Wang Fei lying on the floor in the throes of a seizure. Lu Yu, help me. Okay. Su Yuan swiftly turned Wang Fei onto his side to prevent vomit from entering his airway. Once a seizure starts, it can only run its course, and Su Yuan had no medication on hand. This was all he could do. The surrounding passengers all rose to their feet, forming a circle and watching as Su Yuan and Lu Yu worked to save the man. Some even took out their phones to record the scene. They were a perfect crowd of onlookers. After a short while, Wang Fei's seizure subsided and his body stopped trembling. However, Wang Fei now seemed entirely different. He opened his mouth, emitting harsh growling sounds from deep in his throat. Assuming he was in pain, Su Yuan supported him, easing him back onto the floor, and tried to soothe him. Hold on. The coach will be here soon. Then you can get to the hospital. With a sudden howl, Wang Fei opened his mouth wide, thick, white foam spilling out as the sound from his throat grew chillingly strange. Dr. Sui seems really off, Liu said. Looking into Wang Fei's eyes, Su Yuan saw that they had changed. His pupils had dilated completely. What was happening? Cold sweat broke out on Su Yuan's forehead. He had only ever seen pupils dilated like that in one kind of person, the dead. Just as he struggled to make sense of it, Wang Fei suddenly lunged upright, grabbed Lu Yu's arm, and sank his teeth into her. Aunt! Lu Yu cried out in pain. Su Yuan hastily pried Wang Fei's jaws open, then shoved him hard. Wang Fei's head slammed against the floor, and he passed out on the spot. Looking down at Lu Yu's arm, Su Yuan saw flesh and blood torn open, a clear chunk bitten away. Lu Yu's shriek echoed through the entire bus station. Dr. Su, it hurts. Hiss. Lu Yu's tears streamed down her face as she stared at the bloody mess on her upper arm, unsure what to do except cry. Su Yuan held her arm, examining it. Fortunately, it was only a bite that had torn off a layer of skin. The wound was not large and did not damage any blood vessels, otherwise stopping the bleeding would have been a major problem. Let me disinfect it for you. Bear with it. Su Yuan looked into her eyes as he pulled out an alcohol cotton pad from the medical kit. The advantage of a business trip to the countryside was that the medical kit was fully stocked with alcohol pads ready for use, eliminating the need to prepare them himself. Lu Yu gritted her teeth and turned her head away, not daring to look. Su Yuan began disinfecting and cleaning the wound. During this time, Lu Yu cried loudly. The people around were stunned, many came over to gawk. If Su Yuan had not scolded them, they might have leaned in to see what the muscles inside the wound looked like. After cleaning the wound, applying the dressing, and wrapping it with gauze, the girl's face turned pale. Her white blouse was soaked with sweat, faintly revealing the black vest underneath. Su Yuan comforted her. After we go back, he'll contact a dermatologist to do a stretch procedure for you. Then the wound scar won't be so big. Don't worry, the expenses will be fully reimbursed. Thank you, Dr. Su. As soon as Lu Yu spoke, tears streamed down again. Su Yuan took a bottle of water from his backpack. Drink some water. You've been crying for so long, I'm afraid you'll get dehydrated. Lu Yu took the open water bottle and drank in large gulps. The station remained as usual. A dozen or so people were scattered around, chatting idly. The bus still hadn't arrived. Who knew when it would come? The man who had previously given Wang Fei cold medicine walked over and asked with a smile, Doctor, do you think that young man over there is all right now? I asked my friend old Su to keep an eye on him. Su Yuan glanced at Wang Fei lying on the ground. Beside him, a father and daughter were watching over him and had even draped a coat over him. He then asked the middle-aged man, Are you a friend of Wang Fei? The middle-aged man quickly shook his head and waved his hands. No, I don't know him. I'm just a mechanic, a college student, and I don't have anything in common. I was just concerned. Su Yuan nodded and was about to ask the middle-aged man his name when he noticed that Wang Fei lying on the ground showed signs of waking up. Old Su and his daughter, who were beside him, quickly said, Young man, how are you? Wang Fei slowly woke up, but his eyes were void of any light, pitch black. Instead, his nose twitched as if he were sniffing something. Ow. He opened his bloody mouth and let out a guttural roar from his throat. At this moment, it was clear to see that the flesh from Lu Yu's arm was still in his mouth. Hey, he really woke up? Doctor, come see up. Suddenly, another scream echoed through the station. Su Yuan stared at the scene before him, a strange terror rising in his heart, his scalp tingling. Just now he had witnessed Wang Fei like a wild beast pounce on old Su without any humanity. Old Su, caught off guard, was bitten on the neck by Wang Fei. With a splash, the carotid artery in old Zu's neck ruptured, blood gushing out instantly, staining the concrete floor red. The little girl stood aside, eyes wide, utterly terrified. Old Su. The middle-aged man, seeing his friend being bitten, was paralyzed with fear. Su Yuan quickly reacted, Help. Oh. The middle-aged man hastily followed. Su Yuan rushed behind Wang Fei, grabbed his jaw, and pulled hard, tearing him away from old Zu's neck, his hand covered in blood. Ow. Wang Fei let out a beastly roar from his throat. Most importantly, Su Yuan realized that this guy had immense strength. He was now behind Wang Fei, using his arm to lock around his neck and arms. Normally a person would have lost all strength to resist in such a hold, but this guy's strength was astonishing. He broke free easily and lunged to bite Su Yuan's hand. Had he not dodged quickly, he would have been bitten. Help! Find a rope to tie him up. Su Yuan gritted his teeth, holding on to Wang Fei, and shouted to the dazed middle-aged man. The man snapped back to reality, and upon hearing rope, he immediately pulled out a nylon rope from his bag. Will this work? Yes. The two worked together to tie up the biting Wang Fei with the nylon rope. To prevent him from breaking free with his strength, Su Yuan instructed the middle-aged man to wrap several more loops and also tied him to a supporting pillar in the station. After finishing, Su Yuan was out of breath from exhaustion. In contrast, the middle-aged man seemed fine. Then the man remembered his friend and urgently called out, Doctor, don't sit down. Come quick and check on my friend. He's bleeding a lot. Su Yuan caught his breath, glanced at Wang Fei, who was still roaring like a beast, then went to the middle-aged man's friend. Old Su, how are you? The man asked. Su Yuan knelt beside Old Su, saw the blood gushing from his neck like a fountain, and pressed down hard with his hand, then turned his head and shouted, Lu Yu. Bring the medical kit. Lu Yu staggered over, her forehead covered in sweat. The people around were all watching in silence. This time, they dared not come closer. The scene was too bloody and terrifying. Su Yuan said, Take out all the usable gauze and dressings. Lu Yu saw Old Zu's condition and exclaimed this. The carotid artery is ruptured. The middle-aged man upon hearing this panicked. Doctor, don't scare me. Has Old Su really ruptured his artery? No. Old Su can't die. His wife is pregnant with their second child. Su Yuan shot a glance at Lu Yu, silently scolding her for saying the wrong thing at such a time. Lu Yu realized her mistake. While continuing to apply pressure to stop the bleeding, Su Yuan said, Quickly contact the hospital. Everyone try to get in touch with the hospital. He must get to a hospital. Hearing this, many of the people around pulled out their phones and started calling. But I can't get through. Can you? I can't either. What should we do? This man is about to die. Try outside. Can you get through outside? No signal. Doctor, none of us can make a call. Su Yuan shouted. Then go and find a place with signal. Look for a landline. Go to the village, find someone with a landline. Okay. Someone ran out of the station. Su Yuan looked at the dying Old Su and said, Old Su, hang in there, you hear me. An ambulance will come soon. Hang on. The gauze pressed on Old Zu's neck was already soaked through with blood in just a few seconds. He added more layers, but they all turned red. Old Zu's mouth moved as if trying to say something, his finger pointing to the side. What are you trying to say? Su Yuan followed his finger and saw the little girl, Old Zu's daughter. Your daughter? You. When Su Yuan turned back to look at Old Su, he found that Old Zu's pupils had dilated, his breathing had stopped, and his heart had ceased. He was dead. Gazing at the blood on his hands and the sight of Old Su lying dead before him, a wave of helplessness surged from the depths of his heart. This was not the first time ever since he graduated from medical school and entered the hospital, progressing from residency to a full-fledged attending surgeon, he had witnessed too many lives slip away from his grasp. Logically, humans are creatures of habit, and as a doctor he should have grown accustomed to death. Yet when faced with a living person dying right before his eyes, he simply could not get used to it. The middle-aged man, noticing his hesitation, urgently asked, Why did you stop? Save him quickly. He's dead. Su Yuan said, helplessly preparing to stand up. But the middle-aged man seized his blood-stained hand and pressed it back onto Old Su's neck, sobbing, He can't die? I told you he can't die. His wife is pregnant with their second child. He has to go back. He can't die. Su Yuan gritted his teeth as a surge of rage flared in his chest. He slapped away the man's hand, grabbed him by the collar, and was about to vent his fury. But when he saw the tears in the man's eyes and his legs giving way, the anger within him dissipated by half. Taking a deep breath, he said, Look, clearly he's dead. I can't save him. The aorta is ruptured, there's nothing I can do. But you're a doctor, the middle-aged man cried out. Su Yuan did not know how to answer. Yes, he was a doctor, but he was only a doctor, not a god, just a human. At that moment, the entire station fell silent, leaving only the man's sobs. A few female college students also wept, wiping their tears, feeling deeply distressed. Suddenly, Wang Fei, tied to the load-bearing pillar, let out a roar, drawing everyone's attention. Su Yuan turned to look at the biter. All of this had been caused by him. The middle-aged man also noticed Wang Fei's roar, his bloodshot eyes blazing with fury as he charged forward. It's all your fault. All because of you. Su Yuan quickly grabbed him around the waist to stop him. Don't do anything reckless. Let me go. I want to avenge Old Su. It's because of this kid that Old Su died. Su Yuan held on tightly, but the man was strong, and Su Yuan, who had long lacked exercise, could barely restrain him. At that moment, the people around finally came to help hold him back. At last, someone stepped in. But then Lu Yu noticed that Old Su, who had been lying dead on the ground, suddenly twitched. His lips moved, and a muffled roar came from his throat. Because his throat was filled with blood, the sound expelled blood from his mouth. She was stunned. Wasn't Old Su dead? How could he be alive again? She immediately shouted, Dr. Su, look. Stop fighting, he's come back to life. Lu Yu's words made everyone in the station pause in shock. Come back to life. The middle-aged man froze, stopped, and turned around. He saw old Su, who had closed his eyes, opening them again. Old Su, you're alive. The man rushed over. But when Su Yuan saw the revived old Su and noticed the lightless eyes, his heart jolted and goosebumps rose all over his body. The moment old Su opened his mouth and let out a roar from his throat, Su Yuan realized something was wrong. He quickly grabbed the middle-aged man who was about to approach and shouted, no. Everyone move back. Lu Yu, get back. Lu Yu was startled and hurriedly stepped back. The crowd dared not advance and retreated, watching old Su, drenched in blood, slowly stand up in the center. Blood was still streaming from his neck. How could he stand? The onlookers did not understand. Faced with this eerie sight, they all backed away. Someone muttered, could this be a zombie? Su Yuan's gaze remained fixed on old Su, alert. While everyone else retreated, only one person moved forward, old Su's daughter. Seeing her father stand up, she ran to him. Daddy. Old Su let out a roar, sensing his daughter's presence, and lunged directly at her. Su Yuan knew it was bad. Releasing the middle-aged man, he dashed forward. Fortunately, he was close enough. He grabbed the little girl and rolled on the blood-soaked ground to the side. Old Su missed and fell onto the concrete floor. The middle-aged man wanted to help him, but Su Yuan yelled, don't touch him. The man froze. But then old Su got up again, saw the nearest person, the middle-aged man, and lunged at him. Old Su, what's wrong with you? Don't bite. The man panicked and shoved old Su away, barely avoiding being bitten. But old Su refused to relent, lunging again as if trying to bite. Su Yuan handed the little girl to a female college student and turned back to face old Su, shouting, is there any nylon rope left? Yes, in my bag. Go get it quickly. Tie him up too. Su Yuan ordered. But, the middle-aged man was flustered. Old Su was his friend. He didn't know if what he was doing was right or wrong. Don't but me. Hurry up. Su Yuan shouted helplessly. Before the man could act, someone else took another rope from his bag. Together they tied old Su to a nearby chair very tightly, leaving him no chance to break free. Finally done. Su Yuan was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Lu Yu came over and asked Dr. Su, wasn't he dead? How did he come back to life? Su Yuan was equally baffled. Why would a dead person suddenly revive and start biting people like a zombie? He looked at old Su and Wang Fei tied to the pillar. Both were emitting strange, beast-like roars. Give me the stethoscope. Oh, Lu Yu handed it to him habitually. Su Yuan put it on and listened to old Su's chest. The result, no heartbeat, no breath. The middle-aged man asked anxiously, how is he? Is there still hope for old Su? Su Yuan shook his head, he's dead. The man grew angry, what nonsense are you talking? Old Su is alive. Su Yuan ignored him, went to Wang Fei, and listened as well. The same, no heartbeat, no breath. Both of them were dead. Yet they were still alive. Why? Su Yuan could not explain this phenomenon with his current knowledge. Could it really be zombies? Could they actually have turned into zombies? Someone nearby suddenly said. Su Yuan frowned. Hey kid, don't talk nonsense, you hear? Old Su can't be a zombie. The middle-aged man scolded. The college student retorted, I'm not talking nonsense. Isn't that how it is in American TV shows? A person dies, becomes a zombie, and after biting someone, that person becomes a zombie too. Everything that happened matches exactly. You all saw it, old Su was clearly dead, but he came back to life, and the moment he did, he wanted to bite like a zombie. What else could he be? Noticing Lu Yu's face growing pale, Su Yuan immediately snapped, shut up. The college student was startled by Su Yuan's furious roar. Under his angry gaze, the student dared not meet his eyes, turned his head away, and lowered it, though he still muttered under his breath, I was just saying. I didn't say anything wrong. A few other college students looked at Su Yuan with a mix of disdain and fear. The others around remained silent, watching coldly. Lu Yu trembled, her head bowed, lips cracked and dry. Her pale fingers clutched the gauze on her arm, causing excruciating pain. Su Yuan glared at the group of college students, the authority of his doctor identity, keeping them from daring to speak out of turn. The middle-aged man also glared at them, huffing angrily, his finger pointing incessantly, his eyes slightly reddened. After all, old Zu's current state did indeed resemble the zombies from movies. Su Yuan put his arm around Lu Ye's shoulder and led her to the doorway, speaking softly. Don't worry, don't be afraid. It's just a bite. Once we get back, a tetanus shot will be fine. Lu Yu kept her head down, softly uttering, but still trembling with fear. Su Yuan continued to comfort her. You've been interning at the hospital for 3 months now, you should understand these things. Trust me, I'm here. No need to be afraid. Her tone became a bit more resolute. Su Yuan turned his head, frowning deeply as he looked at old Su tied to the chair and Wang Fei tied to the load-bearing pillar. He could be certain. Both of them were truly dead. Yet now they had come alive, in a peculiar way, aggressive and biting. Rabies. Su Yuan murmured to himself. He refused to believe that the two before him were the so-called zombies. This defied medical common sense. As a doctor, he could not consider their condition from a fantastical perspective. If it's not rabies, then what is it? Su Yuan dared not think further. If it truly was an infectious disease, Everyone in the station would likely be doomed. The most important thing now was to contact the hospital, have them send an ambulance and the CDC to control the scene. But the problem was that the phone simply wouldn't connect and messages sent to others went unanswered. Normally this shouldn't happen. The hospital's line was supposed to be answered 247. Unless something had gone wrong at the hospital itself. Ding. Just then his phone rang in his pocket. Ding ding ding. Several more notification sounds followed. He pulled it out and saw it was a message from his wife. Have you come back yet? What's going on outside? There are sirens everywhere, seems like something's happened. Do you know? Someone seems to be biting people in the neighborhood. Why aren't you answering? Are you at the hospital? Reply when you see this. The child and I are a bit scared. The messages ended there. Seeing these words especially, someone seems to be biting people in the neighborhood. Su Yuan's heart tightened with anxiety. Could this be happening in the city too? Panicked, he immediately called his wife. Hello honey, how are you? And Nan. When are you coming back? His wife's voice sounded flustered. Su Yuan said, I'm stuck here now and the bus still hasn't arrived. Don't panic. Tell me first what's going on outside. His wife replied, there are so many ambulances and police cars going off, and it sounds like the air raid siren went off too. I even saw someone biting people on the lawn downstairs covered in blood. They've all been taken away by ambulances now. Su Yuan was stunned for a moment, his gaze falling on old Su and Wang Fei. He said, honey, listen to me. From now on, don't go out. Don't open the door for anyone, even if they say they're from the community. Don't even answer. Understand? I understand, but what in the world is happening? Old Su and Wang Fei were opening their mouths, letting out constant roars, seeming increasingly agitated. Su Yuan frowned and said, I can't be sure yet. Just do as I say. Stay home with Nan for the next few days. No matter what, don't go out. Mama, listen to you. Su Yuan said, I'll hang up now. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. The call ended, and the earpiece fell silent. Now that this was happening, even in the city, it seemed to have spread. The most important thing now was to get back, go to the hospital, and figure out what was going on. Otherwise, blindly guessing would only make the fear worse. A hypothesis formed in Su Yuan's mind. If it really was that, then what the college student had said earlier might be. Hey, look online. The news is exploding, one of the college students suddenly shouted. The people around immediately pulled out their phones to check the news, and murmurs broke out. Damn, could this really be zombies? Even in the city. Don't talk nonsense. The doctor already said it's not zombies. But look at all these messages online. It's happening in many provinces and cities. It's already spread everywhere. The college student said smugly, see, I told you it was zombies. That doctor didn't believe me. Su Yuan frowned. He also pulled out his phone and checked. At noon, there was no news online at all. Now it had all erupted at once. Judging by the trend, this could lead to huge trouble. The middle-aged man leaned in, staring at the messages on Su Yuan's phone, and asked, Doctor, what the hell is going on? Su Yuan shook his head. I don't know yet either. The middle-aged man said anxiously, looking at old Zu's condition, it's not really turning into a zombie like they say online, is it? Su Yuan was speechless. How could he explain? After all, old Su and Wang Fei's condition was indeed identical to the zombies in movies and TV shows. If he directly denied it, the middle-aged man probably wouldn't believe him either. Hey, I can't get online anymore. Can you guys still connect? Someone mentioned. Yeah, I could just a moment ago, but now I can't. That's strange. Maybe the signal is being jammed. That's possible. Su Yuan also noticed he couldn't get online. He didn't know much about this. If the signal really was being jammed, it could at least reduce some panic. The chaotic information online now could easily mislead them and cause greater panic. Cutting off the flow entirely, leaving them in the dark, was the best course of action for now. The bus is here. Come out everyone, the bus is here. Suddenly someone shouted from outside. The dozen or so people in the station were drawn by the shout and looked toward the straight road outside the station. They could clearly see a blue bus approaching, moving at a moderate speed, roughly 60 to 70 kilometers per hour. Smiles appeared on many faces in the station. The arrival of the bus meant they could finally leave this broken-down station and head into the city. But Su Yuan stood at the doorway, squinting to look closely. He noticed that inside the bus many people were shifting, unnaturally pressed together, with blood smeared across the inside of the front windshield. The driver was slumped motionless over the steering wheel. Moreover, as the bus approached, it showed no sign of slowing down. Su Yuan's face instantly turned pale, his hair standing on end, and cold sweat poured out. Run! Get out of here! He shouted immediately. Run! Get out of here now! Su Yuan grabbed Lu Yu and dashed back into the station. The bystanders paid him no heed, puzzled by his shouts. Yet as the bus approached, some noticed its ominous demeanor and began to retreat, their faces gradually contorting with fear. The bus hurtled forward at 60 or 70 miles per hour, showing no sign of deceleration as it barreled straight into the station's concrete plaza. Crucially, at that moment, the bus did not stop. It continued at its original speed, crashing into the station's entrance. The shabby rural station had only a single layer of rusty iron railings at the gate, a flimsy barrier meant to manage queues during crowded times. The moment the bus slammed into them, the corroded, rusted railings snapped instantly. The bus jolted violently with a thunderous crash. It smashed through the station entrance, directly colliding with a central load-bearing pillar. Wang Fei, who had been tied to that pillar, was struck heating. Her body was crushed by the bus front, flesh and blood splattering everywhere, her head deformed, flattened against the pillar, brains splashing in all directions. With a cacophony of shattering glass, the bus windshield and side grille windows exploded into countless tiny shards that scattered around. The station's occupants, unable to dodge in time, were pelted by the fragments. Fortunately, bus glass is specially tempered. The small shards had no sharp edges, causing only minor cuts upon impact. Su Yuan shielded Lu Yu in his arms, his cheek cut by glass, shards, blood trickling down. Screams and cries of agony echoed around. Many retreated, distancing themselves from the bus that had suddenly crashed in. Now silence fell as the dozen or so people in the station stared in shock at those inside the bus. What are those things in the bus? Someone asked, voice trembling. The middle-aged man, carrying his belongings while holding old Zu's daughter in his arms, stepped back beside Su Yuan, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at the bus, now clearing of dust. He swallowed hard and asked, "Tell me, doctor, what's wrong with these people in the bus? How come some of them don't even have faces anymore?" Su Yuan's mouth twitched. When the middle-aged man said, "no faces," he meant it literally. The skin of their faces seemed to have been torn off, revealing red fascia and bones beneath, with two terrifying eyeballs exposed. Besides that, there were those missing arms dragging, half a limb jostled by the surrounding zombies. Others had their abdomens hollowed out, intestines spilling out as blood continuously dripped through the broken grill windows onto the station floor. This busload of people resembled specters like the zombies from movies, roaring and utterly frenzied. Zombies. Real zombies. This whole bus is full of zombies. At that moment, a college student nearby shouted in alarm. His three companions began to panic alongside him. Su Yuan had no idea what had happened to the people on this bus, but their current state was indeed indistinguishable from the zombies in American films and TV shows. Back when he watched those shows, he always thought the characters were foolish. Zombies moved so slowly, how could they fail to escape? But now, facing a real horde of zombies, Su Yuan felt genuine terror. He didn't know if he could make it out of here alive. Thud! Suddenly a zombie was pushed out of the bus side window by others inside. It fell face first onto the concrete floor, its feet still dangling from the window. The entire station fell into dead silence, all eyes fixed on the face-planted zombie. Ow! A hoarse growl emanated from its throat. It used its hands to push itself up, its feet dropping from the bus with a heavy thud. It felt no pain. Staggering to its feet, its abdomen half hollowed out, its body leaned to the left like a patient with polio, stumbling awkwardly forward. Those nearby quickly retreated, afraid of being targeted. The zombie's head tilted askew, its lifeless eyes fixed on Su Yuan and his group. Why is it looking our way? One of the female college students to Su Yuan's right said, her voice quivering. Don't pull me. How should I know? The boy beside her seemed to be her boyfriend. Chill. Both of you shut up. Zombies track by sound, don't you know? Another college student hiding behind Su Yuan warned them. The couple immediately fell silent. But the zombie seemed to have heard their voices. That shifted its steps and began moving toward them. Su Yuan felt his scalp tingle. Why was it really coming this way? Thud. At that moment, more zombies tumbled out from the crowded bus. This was like a dam bursting open. A dozen zombies poured out through the windows. Regardless of how narrow the opening was, they all squeezed out if they could. The living people in the station witnessing this were frozen in terror, utterly clueless about what to do next. The nearest to the bus was an old man. When the bus crashed in, it knocked over his sack, spilling all the apples he had been collecting. He was still picking them up with no one warning him to retreat. The old man saw footsteps approaching. Looking up, he beheld a skinless red head, as if seeing a ghost. He fell to the ground in fright, and that fall rendered his frail, old bones immobile. Ouch! He groaned, clutching his back in pain. Then a hand reached out. Instinctively, the old man extended his own hand, expecting to be pulled up. But the skinless zombie grabbed his thin, withered arm, bent down, opened its mouth, and bit down. Up. The old man's eyes widened in agony. He forgot his back pain and tried to push the zombie away, but his aged limbs lacked the strength. The zombie paid no heed, its jaw tightened, tearing off a strip of flesh. Bright red blood spurted from the old man's veins. The old man's screams attracted other nearby zombies. They swarmed him in a frenzy, biting, tearing, and ripping. Blood flowed across the concrete floor. The old man's cries gradually faded among the horde, and soon there was silence. The surrounding crowd witnessed this scene in stark reality. A woman, unable to contain her terror, let out a piercing scream. That scream jolted Su Yuan out of his daze. He stared at the scene before him with no intention of going to the rescue. Even though he had once taken an oath, he wasn't about to lose his life in such a moment. Leave this place. I have to get out of this hellhole. That was the only thought in Su Yuan's mind now. The key question was how to escape. Su Yuan looked around. The main entrance was blocked by a bus, and zombies were climbing down from it one by one. Anyone who approached would surely die. As for the windows around, they were all fitted with metal security bars, making it impossible to get out, unless he smashed them open with brute force. But that would take time, and by then the zombies might already be behind him greeting him. Finally, Su Yuan's gaze fell on the ticket office. It was empty. The key was that the door was unlocked. When Su Yuan had come to buy tickets earlier, he had seen the ticket seller rush out to use the restroom, pushing the door open. "Follow me." Su Yuan pulled Lu Yu and cautiously ran toward the ticket office. A middle-aged man nearby carrying a little girl saw their actions and hurriedly followed. "Hey Kuziang, look at that, doctor. They're running," one of the college couple students said to her companion. Kuziang, the same college student who had earlier claimed Old Su and Wang Fei were zombies, turned his head and saw the doctor heading toward the ticket office. He quickly said, "Let's go. Follow them." The 3 college students also ran toward the ticket office. As for the others in the station, some saw Su Yuan and his group fleeing and wanted to follow, but zombies blocked their path. Some as the zombies approached were so terrified that they wet themselves, the foul liquid streaming down their legs, stinking up the floor. But the zombies paid no heed. They opened their mouths and bit down. The entire station became a symphony of screams and cries, a deathly melody. After Su Yuan and the others hid in the ticket office, Kuziang, who entered last, turned and locked the door, refusing to let anyone else in, not even the living. Su Yuan observed his action, frowning slightly, but did not stop him. Under the current circumstances, locking the door was the best choice. They collapsed to the ground, catching their breath. But just then, bang, the door was suddenly struck. Terrified, they all froze as if paralyzed, unable to move. Soon sounds came from outside the door. "Why is it locked? Open the door. Open it. Let me in. Please let me. Ow. Don't bite me." Hiss. The pounding on the door shook everyone's heart, but then the arrival of zombies silenced the one knocking. Listening to the sound of zombies tearing flesh outside, everyone's eyes were vacant. At that moment they had lost all emotion, their scalps numb. Su Yuan took a few seconds to snap out of it, then gasped for breath. The tension had nearly made him forget to breathe. There was no time for guilt. Recalling what he needed to do, he quickly stood up and scanned the entire ticket office, hoping to find a window. But after looking around, he was stunned. There was no window in the ticket office. The only opening was the counter facing the station hall. He stood in the ticket office, a look of utter disbelief on his face. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, looking at the station hall beyond the counter. This was a dead end. Kuziang also came to his senses, glanced around, and his face was filled with despair. "It's over. This is completely over." "Why?" his classmate asked, utterly bewildered, clearly having given up thinking. Kuziang explained, "Look at this damn place yourself. Not even a window. We're totally trapped here." The couple looked around. It was a fully enclosed room with nothing but an air conditioner mounted on the wall and a few filing cabinets. Truly not a single window. "Then what do we do? Are we going to die here?" "I don't want to die." The girl buried herself in her boyfriend's arms, tears streaming. No one could answer her. Everyone in the room was terrified. Except for Su Yuan, the others were slumped on the ground, too scared to stand. Su Yuan looked through the ticket window at the station hall. The blue bus was still blocking the entrance, and 2/3 of the zombies had already crawled out. The dozen or so living people in the station were now dead, becoming the zombies' midday meal. Whether any of those people had managed to escape, Su Yuan didn't know. They now faced a grim problem: how to leave the station. The ticket office had no windows, so there was no way out from there. To get out, they had to go through the main entrance. But the station hall was full of zombies, and the bus was blocking the way. They were caught between a rock and a hard place. Su Yuan slowly sat down, took out his phone to check on his family, but found no signal. Just as had expected, the signal had been gone since before the bus arrived. The ticket office was eerily quiet. Despair was written on everyone's face. Half an hour passed. No one spoke. Everything had happened so fast that they couldn't process it. Even now, they still couldn't accept what was in the station hall. Zombies. It was too hard to digest. Around 4 in the afternoon, the sun was setting. The middle-aged man looked at Su Yuan sitting beside him and asked the doctor, Su Yuan turned. The man asked hesitantly, "Those people outside, are they all dead?" Su Yuan didn't know how to answer. He noticed that Kuziang and the other 2 college students were also staring at him, as if seeking an answer from him. After all, the only one who had dared to stand up and look outside was the doctor. The rest lacked even the courage to stand. Su Yuan said, "They're all dead." The middle-aged man's face fell. So Old Su is really dead. As he spoke, he glanced at the little girl asleep on his lap. Su Yuan observed their expressions and felt it necessary to change the subject, otherwise this group would surely break down. They had no professional training, and faced with such a crisis, their psychological defenses wouldn't hold, especially for college students. Once they collapsed, it could lead to serious consequences. "What's your name?" Su Yuan asked. The middle-aged man was taken aback, then replied, "Me. Pei Xiaodong." Su Yuan nodded. "I heard you say earlier that you fix cars. Is it at a 4S dealership?" Pei Xiaodong nodded. "Yeah, I fix cars at a 4S shop. I'm pretty good. I have 3 apprentices under me. But those 3 brats aren't ambitious. They think the work is too hard and want to learn hairdressing instead." Su Yuan nodded. "Oh, you didn't let them? They wouldn't dare? I brought those 3 little rascals from the village. Tell me, with so many cars in the city, now there'll be even more in the future. Car repair is what? How do you say it? Essential demand." Su Yuan chimed in. "Exactly, essential demand." Pei Xiangdong said, alas, originally I planned to have a proper talk with those 3 little rascals when I returned, but given the current situation, I wonder if they are still alive. Su Yuan comforted, maybe they are still alive. Pei Xiangdong smiled, true, those 3 lads aren't stupid, they're just lazy. Maybe they are still alive. As he spoke, the smile that had just appeared on his face vanished again. He lowered his head, pursed his lips, and tears welled up in his eyes. Old Su. How could old Su be dead? Su Yuan patted his shoulder, letting him cry it out slowly. It was normal for a grown man to cry, especially at a time like this. One had to let the emotions out, otherwise suppressing them would lead to trouble. In the other corner, the 3 college students were chatting among themselves. Their voices were not loud, but in the cramped ticket office, every word could be heard clearly. They were talking about the zombies. Su Yuan couldn't be bothered to listen to such nonsense. He glanced at Lu Yu, who was leaning against him without moving. Her face was pale, and her forehead covered in cold sweat. He grasped her hand, it was frighteningly cold. Lu Yu's bangs were soaked with sweat clinging together. She habitually brushed her hair aside and asked weakly, Dr. Su, am I going to die? I feel like I'm burning up. It's so uncomfortable. Su Yuan touched her forehead, it was indeed very hot. At this rate she would eventually be in trouble, but he still comforted her, don't think nonsense. Trust me, it's going to be fine. You might have a bacterial infection in your wound. Take some medicine and you'll get better. He took 2 pills of antibiotics and antipyretics from his medical kit, then poured some water from the nearby dispenser. Without any questions, Lu Yu obediently swallowed the antipyretics and continued to rest against Su Yuan. Perhaps due to the placebo effect, her complexion became much ruddier. Just then Su Yuan noticed that the 3 college students on the other side were now staring at him and Lu Yu. Their expressions were hostile, and it was unclear what they intended to do. The 3 college students then noticed Su Yuan's puzzled gaze. The couple among them quickly turned away. Only Ku Xiang, half-crouching, shuffled closer, glanced at Lu Yu, and said to Su Yuan, Doctor, let me ask you, can we get out of here now? Su Yuan frowned, not understanding the purpose of his question. He could only say, isn't that obvious? If they could get out, why would they be wasting time here? Ku Xiang curled his lips, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. He tried to calm himself, and said, I have a plan. Su Yuan was surprised. What plan, eh? Ku Xiang glanced at Lu Yu's arm, and whispered, she was bitten by a zombie, just now, right? Su Yuan had some guesses and asked, what do you want to do? Ku Xiang leaned in, speaking softly into Su Yuan's ear, Dr. Su, don't bother denying it. I saw it clearly. She's obviously on her last legs. According to the plot in American TV shows, she's about to turn into a zombie. Su Yuan frowned. Why are you saying this? Didn't you say you have a way to get us out? Ku Xiang still spoke quietly, afraid of being overheard. Of course I have a way, but it requires your cooperation, Dr. Su. Cooperation? Tell me, how do I cooperate? If they could really leave this wretched station, Su Yuan would certainly be willing to cooperate, but he feared that Ku Xiang's method was simply unreliable and it would all be in vain. Ku Xiang said, I don't know if you've watched the American TV show The Walking Dead, Dr. Su. There's a scene where the protagonists cut open a zombie's stomach and smear its guts and blood all over themselves so they can blend in with the zombie horde without being detected. As long as they don't make a sound, they can get out. Dr. Su, I think we can try it, right? Su Yuan frowned and refuted, no. Ku Xiang was taken aback. Why not? Su Yuan said seriously, the method in The Walking Dead assumes that the zombies still have a sense of smell. They smelled the blood on the protagonists, which is why they could walk among the zombies. But our situation now is not a TV show. Can you guarantee that the zombies outside also rely on smell and hearing? Ku Xiang opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Panic appeared in his eyes. He looked at Lu Yu and frowned. But this is the only way. How do you know it won't work without trying? Su Yuan sneered and asked a fatal question. Of course we can try, but who will go? You. If it fails, you'll be eaten by those zombies outside. Are you willing? Ku Xiang was immediately speechless. It wasn't that Su Yuan looked down on him, but Ku Xiang's way of thinking was fundamentally flawed. His knowledge of zombies came from American TV shows. That itself was a very unreliable situation. At that moment, the female student behind him couldn't stand it anymore and retorted, we don't need to go out. That woman next to you has already been bitten by a zombie. She'll definitely turn into one soon. We can just use her to test it. Su Yuan knew what they were planning. From the moment Ku Xiang mentioned The Walking Dead, he had understood what the 3 college students had been discussing. He wasn't angry, either, just asked how. Kill her. Then dig out her internal organs and smear them on ourselves. Who will do it? You. Ku Xiang and the other 2 were speechless. The zombies earlier had already scared them so much that their legs were weak and trembling. They couldn't even stand up now. Now asking them to kill someone. How could they dare? Su Yuan's body remained tense, ready to knock out Ku Xiang if he dared to make a move. Ku Xiang stared at Lu Yu and said firmly, this is the last resort. She hasn't turned into a zombie yet. Once she turns, well, I'll die. Killing her now is better than letting her eat us later. As he spoke, a ceramic fruit knife appeared in his hand. Su Yuan frowned deeply and without a second thought instinctively kicked him. Ku Xiang lost his balance, fell backward, and the ceramic knife dropped to the floor. Pei Xiangdong reached out, grabbed it, and took hold of the knife. Give me the knife. Ku Ziyang shouted in desperation. Su Yuan's head buzzed at the sound. He directly slapped the guy across the face and covered his mouth, raging. Do you want to die? I'm warning you, if you dare shout again, I'll kill you with your own knife. Don't think I'm joking. I'm a doctor, and I've had more than a dozen patients die under my hands over the years. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Ku Ziyang, a college student who had never experienced such intimidation, instantly showed fear in his eyes, his whole body trembling. Then a smell of urine wafted over. He was so frightened that he wet his pants. Wetting oneself was an utterly humiliating affair, especially for a spirited college student like Ku Ziyang. After Su Yuan released him, the young man scurried away, huddling alone in a corner, too ashamed to meet anyone's gaze. The pungent stench of urine clung to him, yet there was nothing he could do. Seeing that Ku had calmed down, Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, though his expression remained stern, his eyes still carrying a trace of the earlier ferocity that kept the other couple of college students from daring to speak. In recent years, as tensions between doctors and patients had escalated, Su Yuan, on the advice of a close friend, had taken up physical exercise and learned self-defense techniques. Although he appeared lean, his years of frontline work standing at the operating table every day endowed him with a stamina that these students accustomed only to holing up in their dorms playing games could not match. Pei Xiangdong held the ceramic knife in his hand and said, Actually, I do have a way to get us out, but it's quite troublesome and might make a fair bit of noise. Su Yuan looked at him, reached out, and took the ceramic knife from his hand. What's the plan? He asked. Pei Xiangdong pointed at the wall of the ticket office. We break through this wall. I've checked. It's just a single layer of brick with some plaster on the outside, nothing more. Besides, this station is old. There's probably not even rebar inside. It won't be hard to smash. Su Yuan studied Pei Xiangdong's earnest gaze and asked again, Are you sure it'll work? Pei Xiangdong nodded firmly. Absolutely. The only issue is the noise. You said we can't make too much sound, so I didn't bring it up earlier. Su Yuan stood up, glanced at the wall, then turned to look back at the zombies roaming the station hall. The sky outside was already fading into dusk, its dim light casting a pall over everything. The ticket office, with its lights off, was gradually sinking into darkness. Su Yuan pondered for a long moment. Will it definitely make a lot of noise? He asked. Of course, Pei Xiangdong replied with certainty. How can you break a wall without making a racket? Su Yuan habitually searched for a foolproof plan, just as he did when performing surgery. A single mistake could mean a life slipping away. The situation now was no different. The noise from breaking the wall would surely attract the zombies, and the fear was that the door to the ticket office would be forced open by them before the wall could be breached. That would spell death for everyone. Su Yuan asked, Is there any way to open this wall without making a sound? Pei Xiangdong looked utterly baffled. Was such a method even possible? His eyes were still red from crying earlier. Rubbing them, he bent down to search through his toolbox and pulled out a scraping knife. How about this? He offered. What's that? Su Yuan squinted in the dim light, trying to make out the object in the other man's hand. It was something completely outside his knowledge. It's a blade for scraping off wall plaster. Tough enough. When I was renovating my old house, hiring workers was too expensive, so I did it all myself, scraping plaster, mixing cement. Simple stuff. I was thinking maybe we start by scraping off the outer layer of cement plaster. That won't make much noise and is easy enough. Then we loosen the cement in the brick joints and knock the bricks out one by one. What do you think? That way the noise stays minimal. Pei Xiangdong suggested a rather clever method to Su Yuan. Not fully understanding, Su Yuan asked, Is it reliable? Absolutely reliable. Pei Xiangdong said with confidence. Then let's do it. Su Yuan decided. Since Pei Xiangdong was the expert in this area, his plan was likely sound. The key point was that they had to leave. If they remained trapped here, they would starve to death long before the zombies got them. Since death was inevitable, either way they might as well smash their way out. Pei Xiangdong approached the back wall, carrying the scraping knife and a rubber mallet. He placed the blade of the scraping knife vertically against the wall and struck the handle with the rubber mallet, producing a series of dull thuds. The noise was not loud. Su Yuan took a moment to check the station hall through the ticket window. The zombies showed no reaction. Keep going, he urged. Pei Xiangdong continued. Thud, thud, thud. The outer paint soon peeled away, revealing the cement beneath. He struck harder, and perhaps because this rundown little station was indeed ancient, the cement was extremely brittle. A single blow sent a large crack splitting through it, exposing the surface beneath the paint. Pei Xiangdong exclaimed in surprise, It's working. This is definitely going to work. Though Su Yuan was no expert, the sight of the crack in the wall convinced him that they could indeed escape this way. The two college students, a couple, also snapped out of their stupor and came over. The young man asked, Can we really get out? Pei Xiangdong nodded. Yes, as long as we're careful and take the bricks out one by one. I'm too slow on my own. You all need to help. Okay. What do we do? The young man said eagerly. With a way out now within reach, they were naturally motivated. Su Yuan didn't say anything to them, but helped Pei Xiangdong gather the cement fragments that had fallen from the wall, placing them on the ground to avoid noise. Everything now had to be kept as quiet as possible. With the help of the young couple, the work sped up considerably. Soon a section of the wall about half a person's height and one person's width was cleared, revealing the dark, bluish-gray bricks beneath. These are blue bricks. This station really is old, Pei Xiangdong remarked. Su Yuan took a look. Indeed, they were blue bricks. What's next, he asked. Pei Xiangdong glanced at Su Yuan and the two students, then turned back to rummage through his toolbox. He pulled out 2 files and handed them to Su Yuan and the young man. Dr. Suin. My name is Tang Fei and she's Gu Jingmon, the young man said with a sheepish grin. Pei Xiangdong passed them the files. You two just keep scraping at the cement in the brick joints. As for the girl, you can catch the bricks when they come loose. Oh, okay. Gu Jingman nodded, not daring to argue. Let's begin, Su Yuan said. He crouched down in front of the brick wall, making room for Pei Xiangdong and Tang Fei, and began scraping vigorously at the cement in a brick joint before him. A soft scratching sound filled the air as the cement crumbled out like sand. It was loose, very loose indeed. Before long, the blue brick in front of Su Yuan began to wobble. He tried to pull it out, but couldn't. Pei Xiangdong came over. Let me handle it. Su Yuan let go. Pei Xiangdong struck the brick a couple of times with his hammer, loosening the end, then grabbed it, wiggled it free, and pulled it out. Seeing the first brick removed, Tang Fei's eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace. In the corner, Ku Xiang watched the 4 people by the wall, his gaze falling on the unconscious Lu Yu. Feeling the dampness in his crotch, he clenched his fists and pressed his lips together tightly. The shame of having wet himself gnawed at him, refusing to let go. Though they had said nothing, he could still read the contempt in their eyes. This matter would not end here. More than an hour later, the 4 of them carefully dug a hole in the wall tall enough for a person to crawl through. Now there was another problem in front of them. Outside was pitch black. Were there any zombies? Now the entire station was eerily quiet. Even the zombies in the waiting hall had stopped growling. The 4 exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. The hole had been dug, but should they go out now? What if there were zombies everywhere outside? Wouldn't they be walking right into the lion's den? Pei Xiangdong said, how about I go scout ahead? Su Yuan quickly stopped him, panicked. No. This is not urgent. They exchanged glances. Su Yuan looked at them and said, let's tidy up first. Tonight we'll stay here and not go out. We'll leave when it's light tomorrow. Tang Fei was shocked. Leave tomorrow. But the hole is open. What if zombies come in? Su Yuan retorted. What if there are no zombies? Tonight we'll take turns keeping watch, rest first, and leave when it's light tomorrow. Otherwise, would you dare go out in this pitch darkness? Tang Fei hurriedly shook his head. No. Pei Xiangdong then said, Dr. Su makes sense. Wait till daylight when we can see clearly. No one objected further. Tang Fei hurriedly shook his head. No. Pei Xiangdong then said, Dr. Su makes sense. Wait till daylight when we can see clearly. No one objected further. They peacefully arranged the night watch schedule. Pei Xiangdong and Gu Jingman would keep the first half of the night, Su Yuan and Tang Fei the second half. As for Ku Xiang, who had wet his pants and was hiding in the corner, no one bothered him. Ignoring him now was the best way to protect his self-esteem. The night was deep and quiet. Actually, it was quite hard to endure. In the past, they had phones, computers, and TV to pass the time at night, playing a few rounds of Honor of Kings or League of Legends, and it would already be midnight. But now it was uncomfortable. They dared not speak loudly for fear of attracting the zombies outside, so they could only sit in the dark staring at each other, unable to see anyone. Su Yuan was still holding the unconscious Lu Yu. Her breathing was now steady with no signs of turning into a zombie. Su Yuan thought carefully. The bite wound on her arm had been treated earlier, so it shouldn't cause her to become a zombie. As long as she was fine by tomorrow morning, she would definitely be okay. He glanced at his watch. It was only 8:30 p.m., still early for sleep. Uncle Pei, where's my dad? Su Yi, old Zu's daughter, asked with her clear bright eyes. Her voice was not loud, as if she understood that the current situation didn't allow for loud talking. Pei Xiangdong, a grown man, didn't know what to do when he heard the child's question. He had never encountered such a situation and didn't know how to explain. His already red eyes became redder. Su Yuan reached out and gently placed his hand on the girl's head, speaking softly. Your dad. He's gone to a very, very far place and can't come back for now. Su Yi turned her head, her clear eyes filled with doubt, and asked, You're lying. Su Yuan was stunned. Su Yi pouted and said, Just now my dad was right beside me. I saw everything you did. Is my dad already gone? Su Yuan's eyes widened, speechless. Were children these days so mature? Su Yi said, I'm already 5 years old. I know people die. When my grandparents died, I was right there. My dad said the same thing then, that they went to a faraway place, but I knew they were dead. Uncle, tell me, is my dad dead too? I promise I won't cry. Su Yuan's heart ached at the child's strength. He could only nod and say, Your dad. He is indeed dead. Su Yi's face instantly fell, utterly aggrieved. Tears welled up in her eyes. She wanted to keep her promise not to cry, but the tears betrayed her and streamed down. She turned around and threw herself into Pei Xiangdong's arms, sobbing incessantly. But she knew she couldn't make a sound, so she could only keep crying silently, not daring to let out a sob. Pei Xiangdong couldn't help but slapped Su Yuan's arm and whispered angrily, Why did you tell her that? Su Yuan could only give an awkward, bitter smile. He had lost his composure earlier thinking the child could really handle it, but now he realized. A 5-year-old girl, how could she bear such a thing? Before long, Gu Jingman also began to sob quietly. She hid in her boyfriend Tang Fei's arms, not daring to cry aloud. In an instant the dark room was filled with a sorrowful atmosphere. Actually, without asking, they could all guess what everyone was thinking. In this small shabby station, besides themselves, everyone else had turned into zombies and died. What about outside? The city? Other cities? Could it be the same? Their own families and loved ones? Could they have turned into zombies too? Thinking of this, they might not even be able to see their parents and loved ones for the last time. Grief welled up and tears swirled in their eyes. Su Yuan let out a long sigh. He only hoped his wife would stay at home and wait for him to return no matter what happened outside, and not leave the house. That was the safest way. Half an hour later, the sobbing in the room gradually subsided. Tang Fei couldn't bear the dark silence and asked, "Could it be that we are the last living people in the world?" Pei Xiangdong also sighed, "Probably. I never thought I'd be a grown man in his 30s, and at the end of the world, I haven't even gotten a wife. What a failure." Gu Jingman said, "I want to go home." Tang Fei said, "Me too. Tomorrow when we get out, we'll head home. We'll take you home." "Okay." Su Yuan remained silent. This was the moment for them to ease their panic. Having some hope was good, at least to keep them from letting their minds wander. The worst thing would be to have no thoughts at all, and yet let the mind wander wildly. The consequences would be unimaginable. Many psychological disorders come from that. He too had expectations. He looked forward to returning to Linzhou City and seeing his wife and child. Gu Jingman said, "I want to go home." Tang Fei said, "Me too. Tomorrow when we get out, we'll head home. We'll take you home." "Okay." Su Yuan remained silent. This was the moment for them to ease their panic. Having some hope was good, at least to keep them from letting their mind. Resting with eyes closed was also a very good way to recover. The night was very still. Everything outside the hole was quiet except for the night breeze. Before lying down, Su Yuan deliberately glanced at Kuziyang in the corner. He had already fallen asleep, breathing steadily. Su Yuan's face was a canvas of question marks. He walked over to glance at the concrete ground beneath the window, swallowed hard, and asked Pei Xiangdong, "Are you serious?" Pei Xiangdong nodded earnestly. "And then we can use a little past 2 in the morning." Su Yuan, half asleep, sensed a figure passing before him. As a doctor accustomed to frequent night shifts, his sleep was light. The slightest disturbance would rouse him. Just like now, awakened by the movement before him, he habitually opened his eyes. He saw Kuziyang standing before him with an unfriendly look in his eyes. Instinctively he asked, "What do you think you're doing?" Kuziyang froze, a flicker of panic in his eyes, then hastily retreated back to his corner, remaining silent, as if nothing had happened. Su Yuan frowned, his gaze fixed on Kuziyang in the corner. This guy had suddenly come to his side, surely with ill intent, only to be caught before making a move. What would he have done if I had woken up a moment later? Su Yuan dared not dwell on the thought. "What's up? What's up?" At that moment, Pei Xiangdong, hearing the commotion behind him, turned and asked. Su Yuan waved his hand. "Nothing. Is it time yet?" Pei Xiangdong checked his watch. "Not yet. Get some more sleep." Su Yuan shook his head. "No, I can't sleep. Let me take over instead. I'm used to night shifts anyway." Pei Xiangdong felt a bit awkward, and simply told the yawning Gu Jingman to go rest first. He seemed to sense something, took out a small notebook and wrote a line. "What happened?" Yes, he wrote the word "happened" incorrectly. Su Yuan stared at it for a long moment. Then picking up a pen, he wrote back, "The student who wet himself came up to me just now as if he was about to do something. Anyway, we need to be vigilant." "Good." Pei Xiangdong wrote that single character. The two men sat by the hole in the wall, blowing in the cold wind, facing each other in silence. The night was tranquil, eerily so. They said nothing more, each lost in their own thoughts, quietly staring into space under the starless sky. Around 3 in the morning, Tang Fei stirred awake and let out a big yawn. "How is it my turn?" Su Yuan said to the yawning Pei Xiangdong beside him. "Go to sleep." All right. Pei Xiangdong took 2 steps, leaned against the wall, and within 3 seconds was fast asleep. Dawn. The faint pale light of morning appeared in the east, and the gentle rays slowly dispelled the darkness, bringing light to this land shrouded in gloom. The zombies in the waiting hall seemed to sense the light, as well, starting to howl, their roars sounding terrifying to the ears. Su Yuan felt the warmth of sunlight on his face, his eyes narrowing as he looked around. It was an empty stretch of wasteland, no zombies, no people, perfectly safe. He patted Tang Fei, who was sleeping soundly against the wall. "Wake up. Dad, don't bother me, I'm sleepy." Before he could finish his sleep talk, he snapped his eyes open and looked at Su Yuan. Did I just fall asleep?" "Yes, you fell asleep 10 minutes into your watch at 3 and slept till now." Su Yuan didn't say that out loud. He just yawned, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Go wake everyone up. It's time to move." Oh. Tang Fei rubbed his tired eyes and woke up his girlfriend and Kuziyang. Pei Xiangdong had already woken up on his own. Su Yuan went over to check on Lu Yu. Her face was still pale and her body was limp, but her forehead was no longer hot. The fever had clearly broken. "Lu Yu," Su Yuan called softly. "Moi." Lu Yu replied weakly. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. At least this girl was still alive and hadn't turned into a zombie. This night had been truly nerve-wracking. He couldn't sleep in the first half because he was worried about Lu Yu suddenly turning, so he just rested with his eyes closed. In the second half, he was even more alert since everyone else was asleep, and he was the only one on watch. He had to be cautious. Sunlight gradually illuminated the entire room. The group was dazed upon waking, still immersed in drowsiness. But when the zombies' roars came from the station hall, everyone snapped to attention, remembering the events of the previous day. They had only narrowly escaped death. They were not truly safe. Su Yuan couldn't help but yawn, looking at them with tear-filled eyes. He said, "Gather your belongings. It's best to have something in your hands for defense. If you see a zombie, hit it." Tang Fei interjected. Su Yuan looked at him speechlessly and said, "Just avoid it. Don't go looking for death, understand?" Oh. Tang Fei gave an awkward smile. Su Yuan said, "As we discussed yesterday, old Pei, you lead the way out of here." Pei Xiangdong nodded. "We're heading to Linzhou, right?" "Yes, to Linzhou city center." Pei Xiangdong frowned and said, "If we go on foot, it'll take 2 days to get there." Su Yuan said, "Let's not worry about that for now. We have to get out of here first. Never mind what's happening in the city. We must leave this village today." There wasn't much else to say. They crawled out of the hole in the wall, moving cautiously, not making a sound. No zombies around. That was a good thing. Pei Xiangdong carried the little girl Su Yuyi on his back, who was quiet and listless, leading the way. The 3 college students walked in the middle. Su Yuan brought up the rear with Lu Yu. His main purpose was to keep an eye on Ku Ziyang in case he did anything reckless. Pei Xiangdong led them east for a long distance before turning south, since the only road out of the village was to the south with woods on either side. Going through the woods was too dangerous. The main road was safer. An hour and a half later they reached the asphalt road. Lu Yu had little strength, so Su Yuan carried her the whole way. Pei Xiangdong, with Su Yi perched on his neck, looked around, stopped, and turned around. "Dr. Su, how about we take a break? We've been walking for over an hour, and I'm tired." Su Yuan was also quite tired. He nodded. "All right, let's rest for half an hour before setting off again." After setting Lu Yu down, Su Yuan sat on the ground massaging his legs, and said to them, "If you're tired, sit down and rub your legs, or walking later will be very uncomfortable." The 3 college students sat down and began to massage their legs. Pei Xiangdong didn't mind. He wasn't really tired, just hungry. But they only had tools on them, nothing to eat. "Uncle Pei, I'm hungry," Su Yuyi said, clutching her growling stomach with a pitiful look. Come, big brother has some food here." Tang Fei smiled, took a pack of sausages from his backpack, opened it, and shared them with everyone. Pei Xiangdong said thank you. Su Yuan also said his thanks. Lu Yu couldn't eat anything and just shook her head. Tang Fei said, "I have more here. If you need some, just ask." Pei Xiangdong grinned. "Give me some more." Tang Fei handed him the backpack directly. Pei Xiangdong didn't stand on ceremony. He pulled out a box of condoms. After a glance, looking a bit embarrassed, he put it back and took out 2 more sausages before returning the backpack. During a break, Pei Xiangdong sat on the grass by the asphalt road talking about his dealings with Old Su. Old Su is a good man in every way. Easygoing, hardworking, and the top salesman at our 4S store. He never lacks money. I sometimes look out for him too. Whenever his clients come for maintenance, I handle it myself, never letting him down. This time I came to the countryside with him to buy some free-range chickens for his wife's postpartum recovery. But now the chickens are gone and Old Su is gone too. Dr. Su, tell me, what is his wife who is about to give birth supposed to do? Su Yuan didn't know what to say. The accident had happened so suddenly beyond anyone's anticipation. Pei Xiangdong looked at Su Yuan, pleading, "Dr. Su, when we get back, can we go to the hospital first to find Old Zu's wife? I'm really worried about her." Su Yuan didn't know how to respond. He didn't want to go to the hospital, he wanted to go home first. Old Su had his family, but Su Yuan had his own wife and child. They were waiting for him at home. Well, see, Su Yuan said, not closing the door entirely. The situation in downtown Linzhou was still unclear, and making hasty decisions now would be pointless. It was better to wait until they reached the city proper, hoping that the authorities there could contain the zombie outbreak. Only then would they have a glimmer of hope. But judging by what had happened at the small bus station earlier, containing the outbreak would not be easy. After half an hour of rest, the group set off again. Without a vehicle, their journey was arduous. 2 hours later, Gu Jingman's feet were blistered. Her boyfriend Tang Fei carried her on his back, gritting his teeth as they trudged forward. Su Yuan was also suffering. Every step felt like needles piercing the soles of his feet. They had now left the village and reached the national highway. They had hoped to catch a passing car on the highway, perhaps someone willing to give them a ride. But after more than 2 hours of walking, not a single vehicle had passed by, utterly exasperating. "I can't go on anymore, I'm exhausted." Tang Fei collapsed onto the concrete road, wiping sweat from his face, panting heavily. Su Yuan also wanted to stop and rest. But Pei Xiangdong urgently whispered, "Don't stop. Keep moving, still walking. Let's take a break." Tang Fei pleaded, his face grimacing. He truly couldn't go on any further, and his feet would be ruined. Su Yuan wiped the sweat from his face and said, "Maybe we should rest a bit." But before he could finish, Pei Xiangdong pointed to the far end of the highway and said, "Dr. Su, look over there. There are zombies. We can't stop now. Following Pei Xiangdong's fingers, Su Yuan saw several indistinct figures near the service area staggering toward them. Their movements and silhouettes unmistakably marked them as zombies. Left with no choice, Su Yuan forced himself to stand up, patted his trembling legs, and said, "Let's keep going." Tang Fei's face was filled with despair. He knew that even if he didn't want to move, the approaching zombies would force them to. At least Gu Jingman no longer needed to be carried, which lightened his load slightly. Pei Xiangdong said, "I know a place nearby where we can rest. It's not far, and there won't be anyone there." Su Yuan replied, "Let's go there then." Pei Xiangdong nodded, having intended to suggest it, and seek Su Yuan's approval. As for the opinions of the 3 college students, he didn't consider them. Tang Fei was on the verge of despair, pushing forward solely by willpower. Ku Ziyang, who had remained silent, was drenched in sweat, but he didn't complain. His gaze lingered on Su Yuan, the hidden emotions in his eyes unchanged. After another 10+ minutes of walking nearing noon, Tang Fei couldn't help asking, "How much farther? I can't take it anymore. If we keep going, I feel like I'm going to die." Pei Xiangdong didn't know how to answer. It wasn't far, but he wasn't sure exactly how much longer it would take. Su Yuan poured cold water on Tang Fei's complaints. "As long as you can still talk, you're not dead yet. Hang in there a little longer, we're almost there." After another 10 minutes, they gradually veered off the highway, surrounded by dense thickets and the murmur of a stream. We're here, Pei Xiangdong said excitedly. Tang Fei let out a bitter laugh finally. Su Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. They had traveled a long distance, and now they had finally arrived. Led by Pei Xiangdong, they pushed through a thicket and emerged onto an open gravel bank with a small stream flowing through its center. However, upon arriving, they were all stunned. On the gravel bank, 3 cars were parked, and there was movement inside them. Pei Xiangdong, walking in front, faltered, his eyes fixed intently on the vehicles ahead. Tang Fei and the others behind him were also frozen, wondering if they had walked into a trap. They couldn't tell whether the people inside the cars were human or zombies. "Dr. Su, can you see what's in the cars?" Su Yuan glanced at the surroundings. No blood, no signs of struggle, and knew without a doubt that the occupants were alive. Su Yuan slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, and casually greeted the people in the cars. At that moment, the occupants also relaxed, opened their doors, and stepped out. 2 men took the lead as they approached. One of them asked, "You scared me. Thought zombies were coming." Su Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief, a faint smile on his lips. "We thought the same." The other asked, "Did you escape from the city too?" Su Yuan was taken aback by the question, and a look of panic crept onto his face. The man's question seemed casual, but for Su Yuan it carried immense implications. These people who had gotten out of the cars had all escaped from downtown Linzhou. That meant the city had likely fallen. Pei Xiangdong shook his head and said, No, we escaped from the station in Beixiang and are heading to the city." The 2 men exchanged glances. "Surprised you're going to the city?" Pei Xiangdong nodded. "Yes, you came from the city, right? What's the situation there?" The man replied, "I'd advise you to drop that idea. Going to the city now is like asking for death. What is the city full of zombies too?" Pei Xiangdong was shocked. The 2 men nodded. Su Yuan leaned on a nearby tree trunk as he stood up and asked, "Can you tell us what's happening in downtown Linzhou now? It's very important to us, please. We're not entirely sure about the current situation in Linzhou city proper, but when we fled last night, the entire city was filled with zombies. On our way out, we didn't see a single living soul, only those wandering undead. You understand now." Su Yuan's face turned bleak upon hearing this answer. It was not what he had anticipated. Given Linzhou city's scale, it would take at least half a month for the zombies to spread completely. There should have been measures to resist them, requiring at least a month for the entire city to fall. Yet in just one day and one night, Linzhou city had already fallen. That left only one possibility: the zombies had appeared much earlier, but no one noticed or cared at first. This led to a massive outbreak all at once. Pulling his thoughts back, Su Yuan licked his dry lips and asked, "What about the hospital? Do you know anything about it?" The other person paused and said, "As for the hospital, I do know something." Su Yuan was slightly surprised. "What is it?" The other replied, "My wife broke her leg yesterday and went to the hospital. By then the entire first hospital was already sealed off. I peeked through the door and saw nothing but zombies inside. I reckon everyone there is beyond saving." "The first hospital, huh?" Su Yuan furrowed his brow. Linzhou city had 15 hospitals of various sizes. The first hospital was the primary affiliate of Linzhou University. Su Yuan worked at the second affiliated hospital, which was far away but close to his home. "Yeah, I went there, saw all the zombies, and didn't dare to check other hospitals. I figure they're all the same." "Why are you heading to a hospital?" the other inquired. Su Yuan looked at Pei Xiangdong. Old Zu's wife was about to give birth, so she must be at the Women's and Children's Hospital. As for the situation at the Women's and Children's Hospital, no one here knew. Pei Xiangdong said, "My friend's wife is at the Women's and Children's Hospital. Do you know anything about it?" The 2 men shook their heads. "We don't know about that. I recall it's quite far from my place." "You're not really planning to go, are you?" Su Yuan said, "That's the plan. He had to go to Linzhou city as his wife and child were still at home. He couldn't just abandon them." The 2 men exchanged glances. "Honestly, I really wouldn't advise going. The city is too dangerous now. You might not make it back." Su Yuan smiled and didn't continue the topic as it was pointless. He asked, do you have any water? We've been walking all morning. Yes, there's some in my car. I'll get it for you. After drinking, the group felt much better. The two groups then introduced themselves. The man who had described the city's situation was Xue Xiangming, and the other was Fan Diyu. They were master and apprentice, both working in bridge engineering. Su Yuan leaned against the car to rest while continuing to learn about Linzhou City from Xue Xiangming. He had to go to Linzhou City. Knowing more would help him avoid risks. After chatting for a while, Su Yuan asked, you said your wife broke her leg earlier. Has she been treated? Xue Xiangming shook his head helplessly. With the hospital in that state, there's nowhere to get treatment. Let me take a look, Su Yuan said. Do you know how to treat it? Su Yuan confessed, I'm a doctor. You're a doctor. Xue Xiangming exclaimed, a hint of excitement on his face. Wait for me, honey. Come over here quick. There's a doctor. What are you shouting for? Don't you know to keep your voice down? What if you attract the zombies? His wife Mumu scolded him. Sorry. Come over now, there's a doctor. Xue Xiaoming said excitedly. Where's the doctor? Mumu asked, puzzled as she approached. Su Yuan raised his hand. Me. That's right, it's him, Dr. Su Yuan. I just found out too. Su Yuan, can you treat my wife's fracture? Xue Xiaoming asked urgently. Let me see first. Su Yuan looked at Mumu's condition. Her left arm was hanging from her neck, with the sleeve looking very limp. He was a bit stunned. Was this a fracture? What do you think? Xue Xiaoming asked anxiously. Su Yuan glanced at him, said nothing, and instead asked Mumu, does it hurt now? Xue Xiaoming interrupted, of course it hurts. Su Yuan gave him an exasperated look. Mumu said, it's okay now, but I can't lift my arm at all. It hurts when I try. Su Yuan asked, how high can you lift it? Mumu tried, but her arm didn't move. Instead, she leaned sideways and said, only this high. Su Yuan looked at this and felt a bit helpless. That wasn't lifting at all, oh, she simply couldn't lift it. Without saying much, he pinched her fingers and asked, where exactly does it hurt? Just around the shoulder and arm. It hurts a lot when I lift. What about elsewhere? Your forearm, elbow, palm. Do they hurt? No. To be safe, Su Yuan said, move your fingers, wrist, and elbow. Mumu was a bit scared but complied. Afterward, she exclaimed in surprise, why doesn't it hurt anymore? I remember it hurt a lot before. Even moving my fingers was painful. As she moved, Su Yuan kept pressing her arm. She was still wearing a coat, and when he reached her shoulder, something fell off. Moi. Su Yuan removed the coat from her shoulder, and immediately saw that her shoulder had collapsed. It looked very narrow, forming a squared shoulder compared to the other side. Seeing this, Su Yuan smiled. Good news, it's not a fracture. It's just a dislocation. Really? Xue Xiaoming exclaimed excitedly. Does that mean my wife's arm doesn't need a cast? Mumu was a bit annoyed and slapped Xue Xiaoming. What are you so excited about? Can't you let the doctor finish speaking? Xue Xiaoming looked a bit awkward. Su Yuan said, no cast needed. Take off the coat, and he'll reset it for you. Although Su Yuan wasn't a specialized orthopedist, he had dealt with many dislocations during his emergency room shifts. He could just pop it back in. Xue Xiaoming helped his wife remove the coat, holding her arm. Su Yuan grasped her arm, swung it a couple of times to find the right position, and was about to exert force. Wait. Xue Xiaoming stopped him. Su Yuan and Mumu both looked at him. Will it hurt a lot? Su Yuan. Mumu. In the end, the arm was reset, but it still needed rest, and she should avoid moving it too much. Xue Xiaoming felt much relieved and was deeply grateful to Su Yuan. Around 3 in the afternoon, Pei Xiangdong came to ask when they could head to the city. Su Yuan had planned to say tomorrow. But at that moment, Tang Fei burst out from the woods, his face pale with terror. There are zombies coming. There's a zombie coming. Tang Fei's shout terrified the people on the stone beach. Faces changed in panic, everyone retreated, and some even opened car doors to hide inside, afraid of being attacked by the approaching zombie. Su Yuan went over and grabbed the panicked Tang Fei, glanced at the woods behind him, and asked, where's the zombie? Tang Fei looked back, his expression flustered. It's following behind. How many? Su Yuan asked. 1. Tang Fei held up one finger. Su Yuan was slightly surprised, frowned, and asked, are you sure there's only one zombie? Tang Fei nodded hurriedly. I'm sure I saw it when I was in the bathroom over there, but I didn't look carefully. You didn't look carefully, and you're sure? That's nonsense. So still no idea how many there are. Su Yuan looked at the woods, wondering whether to go in and check. Xue Xiaoming came over and asked, how about we find some people to go in and take a look? If there's only one, we can just take care of it. Su Yuan thought it made sense. All right, 2 from my side, and you find 1 more from yours. Grab some weapons and go check it out. Okay. Xue Xiaoming went back to call people. Su Yuan originally wanted to call Pei Xiangdong, but seeing him taking care of Su Yi, he didn't say anything. He grabbed Tang Fei, who was trying to leave. Don't think about leaving. You'll need to lead the way later. I have to go too. Tang Fei grimaced, very reluctant. Obviously, Su Yuan didn't give him a chance to argue. He took 2 files from Pei Xiangdong and handed one to Tang Fei. Pei Xiangdong came over and said, let me go too. Su Yuan smiled. No need, you stay here and keep an eye on things, especially that Kuziang. If he does anything reckless, hit him, don't hold back. There's only one zombie over there anyway. Can't the four of us grown men handle it? Okay. Pei Xiangdong glanced at Kuziyang, smiled, and showed great trust in Su Yuan. Let's go. Then Xue Xiangming came with his apprentice Fan Diyu carrying 2 short iron spades. Su Yuan looked at Tang Fei and said, lead the way. All right. Tang Fei looked helpless knowing he couldn't avoid it, so he obediently walked ahead to lead the way. This forest was not large. There were actually no vast forests around Linzhou City, as it was located in a coastal province in Jiangnan. Real estate developers had basically taken all the land that could be planned for development. As for this forest and stone beach, they were actually part of a nearby farmhouse resort. Tang Fei led them a short distance, then stopped, pointed at a figure not far away, and whispered, look over there, see it. In the woods, a somewhat dark figure appeared in the sight of the four. The figure stood crookedly, hands hanging down in the shadows, emitting growls from its throat. Due to the backlight, it was unclear what condition it was in. Su Yuan stared at the figure ahead, not daring to move rashly. Xue Xiaoming asked, what do we do? Make a move. Su Yuan said, don't rush yet. Check the surroundings to see if there are any other zombies in sight. The four looked around. The woods were empty, and no other zombies were visible. Tang Fei couldn't help swallowing the file in his hand, trembling constantly, sweat already on his forehead. Su Yuan understood his nervousness and said, let's go. Remember, surround it first, don't act rashly. If it attacks, retreat, don't fight Heaton, got it? The three nodded. They didn't dare to fight Heaton either. Su Yuan tightened his grip on the file. According to the tropes in movies and TV shows, only a headshot or stabbing a blade into the zombie's brain could kill it. But well, there was certainly no gun, and the only blade was the file in his hand. Su Yuan considered the upcoming action, feeling a bit intimidated because he wasn't sure if his idea was right or wrong. What if stabbing the file into the zombie's head did nothing? Let's give it a try. Su Yuan took a deep breath and kept walking forward. The four were now near the zombie. They could clearly see the male zombie's condition. His white shirt was completely stained red with blood, now turned black. Looking up, there was a clear, irregular wound on his neck, obviously bitten off by another zombie, bloody and mangled. Was he bitten to death? Xue Xiangming asked in confusion. Su Yuan said, no, his carotid artery was bitten through, he bled out. Then we roar. Before Xue Xiangming could finish, a sudden roar came from the zombie's throat. The previously still zombie was awakened by their words, staggering forward, arms stiffly raised, mouth opening and closing as if biting, eyes rolling blankly. Oh my god! Xue Xiangming was so startled he fell backward. Fortunately, they weren't too close to the zombie. He quickly scrambled up and hid behind Su Yuan, muttering, scared me to death. Su Yuan observed the zombie's movement, stiff body, slow motion feet dragging on the ground. He thought there was a chance. How do we kill it? Fan Diyu asked. Su Yuan said, let me try. You three slowly back away and lure it away little by little. They'll circle around to its back and try. Xue Xiangming was terrified by this idea. Better not. Let's just smash its head with the spade. Su Yuan didn't know how to refute that. Mainly Xue Xiangming's suggestion was not reliable. The hardness of the skull was beyond imagination. Smashing it with one spade blow was not that easy. It would be laborious and prone to accidents. Su Yuan said, let's do it my way. Xue Xiangming wanted to dissuade him, but Su Yuan had already run off. Su Yuan glanced at the surrounding woods, confirmed his route, and began to circle around. Soon he was behind the zombie. Xue Xiangming saw Su Yuan's figure and was quite worried, but he couldn't shout to stop him now. He could only slowly guide the zombie forward to buy time for Su Yuan. Su Yuan was also very nervous. He took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the file. He had estimated that the file was sharp enough to pierce the skin. So after a mental struggle, he moved quietly, approaching the zombie's back. The zombie didn't notice, still walking forward. A moment later, Su Yuan was behind the zombie. But just as he was about to act, the zombie suddenly stopped and turned to face Su Yuan, a pale face appearing before him. Su Yuan was startled. His hands reacted instinctively, thrusting the file upward. Before the zombie could open its mouth, the file pierced through its lower jaw, lodged in the upper jaw, locking the zombie's mouth shut, unable to open. The zombie didn't care. Seeing Su Yuan, it lunged forward, constantly trying to open its mouth, but couldn't. Su Yuan's footing was unsteady, and combined with panic, he stumbled and was pinned under the zombie. Dr. Su, Xue Xiangming, and the others were terrified at the sight. The moment Su Yuan hit the ground, stars exploded before his eyes, rendering him utterly immobile. To make matters worse, a zombie had pinned him down with an unbearably heavy weight. Fortunately, he had just used a file to clamp the zombie's mouth shut, so no matter how it thrashed, it couldn't bite him. Dr. Su, are you alright? Xue Xiangming and the others stood at a distance, too afraid to approach. Seeing Su Yuan crushed beneath the zombie, they assumed he was done for. Su Yuan snapped back to his senses, shoved the zombie off him, and ignoring the pain, scrambled to his feet. He snatched the shovel from Xue Xiangming's hand and brought it down on the zombie's head. Thud, thud, thud. It couldn't break through. At most it tore the skin, but it failed to shatter the zombie's skull. One reason was the skull's hardness, another was the shovel's short, light handle. Had it been one of those heavy, long-handled shovels used on construction sites, 3 strikes would have sufficed. Seeing the shovel was useless, Su Yuan snatched the file from Tang Fei's hand. Using the shovel, he flipped the zombie onto its stomach facing away from him. He planted a foot on its neck, pinched the file, and drove it into the base of the zombie's skull from behind. In an instant, the zombie, which had been writhing and snarling, fell still. It was truly dead. Su Yuan released his grip, gasped for air, stumbled back a few steps, and collapsed onto the muddy ground. Dr. Su, did it bite you? Xue Xiangming asked the question that weighed on all three of them. Seeing Su Yuan pinned under the zombie had terrified them. Su Yuan waved his hand and said, "No, damn it. That scared me to death." Good, that's a relief. We were scared to death too, Xue Xiangming said with a bitter laugh, sinking to the ground himself. Tang Fei and Fan Diu also breathed a sigh of relief and sat down against a tree. For grown men had nearly been scared to death by a single zombie. Xue Xiangming said, "Dr. Su, don't be so reckless next time. It's too dangerous. I'd rather die than do that again." Su Yuan scoffed at himself. It had been pure luck that had clamped the zombie's mouth with the file beforehand. Otherwise, one bite from that zombie, and his throat would have been torn open. Thinking back on his actions, he had panicked. The moment the zombie pinned him, his mind went blank, and he thought he was dead. He had been lucky. Yes, it could only be called luck. Any slip, and he would have truly died. Su Yuan lay on the muddy ground, feeling its chill. The relief of survival was far from pleasant. The terror lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. A cold sweat had broken out all over him in that instant, leaving his clothes damp and clinging uncomfortably. So my guess was right. These zombies, like in the movies and shows, can only be killed by destroying the brain. This hypothesis had to be confirmed. If the world had truly become a world of zombies, everything would be overturned and life would be completely different from before. Su Yuan dared not imagine what such a world would be like. He only hoped this was temporary. Perhaps after a while the zombies would vanish on their own and life would return to normal. He would go back to working at the hospital, and in a couple of years his son would start elementary school. Everything would continue as planned. But it was merely a wishful thought. Su Yuan caught his breath, sat up from the ground, and dusted off his clothes. He glanced at the dead zombie lying on the ground and said, "Let's go." Xue Xiangming and the other two followed Su Yuan's lead and left the woods. Not long after they left, a figure appeared at the spot. They looked at the dead zombie, then at the four retreating figures. Opening their backpack, they pulled out an object and curled their lips into a smirk. Su Yuan and the other three returned to the stone beach. Seeing the crowd before them, they felt a glimmer of hope, and all breathed a sigh of relief. Pei Xiangdong ran over and asked, "How did it go? Any trouble?" Su Yuan shook his head. "No, it's dealt with." Good. Here, have some water. They're cooking over there. We'll eat soon. Su Yuan had no appetite, but he knew he had to eat. He leaned against the car, lost in thought. He had never killed a person, but on the operating table, he had witnessed many deaths. His hands trembled slightly, and he kept reassuring himself, "Zombies aren't human. Zombies aren't human. Zombies are just corpses. What I killed was just a corpse." Before long, Pei Xiangdong called him for dinner. Su Yuan acknowledged, and as he stood up, noticed Ku Ziyang emerging from the woods. He paid him no mind, assuming he had gone to relieve himself. The group ate simply, instant noodles. Of the three cars that Xue Xiangming and his group had the most abundant supply was instant noodles. But after this meal, 2/3 of the noodles were gone. If they continued eating at this rate, all the food would be finished by evening. By tomorrow, they would have to go out to find more. It was a very real problem, and a very troublesome one. Around 3 in the afternoon, Su Yuan, Xue Xiangming, Pei Xiangdong, Fan Diu, and a few others gathered to discuss the next day's plans. It had been decided from the start that Su Yuan and Pei Xiangdong would go to Linzhou City Center the next day. They hadn't gone today because it was already late, and Su Yuan's group had been walking for hours and lacked the energy. They would have to wait until tomorrow. As for Xue Xiangming and his group, they planned to go out and find some food. This stone beach was a very secluded spot, rarely visited, which meant few zombies around. Staying here for now was the best option. They discussed for a while. Xue Xiangming said, "How about this? Tomorrow I'll go to the city center with Dr. Su. The rest of you leave a few here to guard the place, and the others can check the nearby farmhouses to see if they can scrounge up some food. I want to go to the city center too." Just then someone on the side spoke up. Su Yuan looked at him, remembering that this young man was called Xing Xiaojun, a student from Linzhou University, same school as Tang Fei and the others. "What for?" Xue Xiaoming asked. "To find my girlfriend," he said. "I told her to wait for me in the dormitory when I ran out last night. I have to go find her." "All right then, come along. Anyone else want to go to the city center?" The crowd fell silent. After all except for Su Yuan and Pei Xiangdong, they had all fled from the city center. They knew the environment there. Zombies everywhere, utterly terrifying. No one else. Then it'll be the four of, "I want to go too." Suddenly Ku Ziyang, who had been eavesdropping by the car, stepped forward to assert his presence. Su Yuan was taken aback when he heard Ku Ziyang's voice. This Ku Ziyang, who had been too scared to utter a single word after wetting himself, suddenly announced he wanted to go to the city center. Everyone turned to look at him, utterly bewildered. An awkward smile crept across Ku Ziyang's face as he offered a plausible explanation. I want to find my parents. Su Yuan didn't stop him. After all, he couldn't very well prevent the man from seeking his parents. Though there was friction between them, it was trivial. As long as Ku Ziyang didn't stir up any trouble, it would be fine. However, Tang Fei approached at that moment and asked, what are you all chatting about? Pei Xiangdong smiled and replied, we were discussing a trip to the city center. Are you coming? Tang Fei raised an eyebrow. Why would I go? Isn't the city center overrun with zombies? What's the point of going there? What old car are you going to? Ku Ziyang furrowed his brow, offering an awkward smile, but remaining silent. Pei Xiangdong said, yeah, this classmate of yours says he wants to go to the city center to find his parents. Tang Fei was astonished. Find his parents? Who? Old Kuyu. Ku Ziyang stared at him, his gaze sharp and warning him not to continue. But Tang Fei, oblivious, chuckled and said, if you want to find your parents, shouldn't you go back to your hometown in Jinling? What are you going to Linzhou City for? Those are two completely different directions. Ku Ziyang's mouth twitched, hatred burning in his eyes, as if to say, shut the hell up. The people sitting around were all taken aback by this. A university student whose hometown was in Jinling going to Linzhou City to find his parents. It just didn't add up. A wry smile tugged at Su Yuan's lips. Ku Ziyang had come over to lie, deliberately claiming he wanted to go to the city center for some hidden agenda. Pei Xiangdong asked bluntly, hey young man, what's your deal? Your hometown is in Jinling, so why are you saying you are going to find your parents in the city center? Spill it, what do you really want to do? Ku Ziyang, looking like someone whose lie had been exposed, tilted his head, hands on his hips, and snorted. Staring at Pei Xiangdong, he said with unearned confidence, can't I just want to go to the city center? No. Su Yuan cut him off before he could finish. Ku Ziyang felt as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat, an unbearable discomfort. Xue Xiangming and the others were slightly puzzled, unable to grasp the relationship between the Su Yuan before them and this university student. After a long moment, Ku Ziyang frowned and demanded, why not? Su Yuan stated firmly, it's simple. A car can only seat 4 people, and we need to bring back plenty of food and supplies. One more person means one less load of goods and an added risk. Besides, given your previous behavior, I don't want you with us. It's too dangerous. Is that explanation enough? Ku Ziyang was left speechless, unable to find a rebuttal. After all, he was just a university student who hadn't yet entered society, never having faced the harsh realities of the world. How could he possibly out-argue Su Yuan, a doctor who had weathered the complexities of doctor-patient relationships? Xue Xiangming, ever the bystander, was curious about what Ku Ziyang had done to provoke such strong aversion from Su Yuan. Ku Ziyang took a few steps back, opening and closing his mouth at a loss for words. Tang Fei patted his shoulder and advised, old Ku, just forget it. The city center is crawling with zombies. Why go? Shut up. Ku Ziyang shook off Tang Fei's hand and glared at him viciously. Then pointing at Su Yuan, he said, who the hell are you to stop me? Do you even know how that little nurse he has with him got the wound on her arm? She was bitten by a zombie. I saw it with my own eyes. Panic spread across everyone's faces as they turned to look at Lu Yu, who was resting in the car. Ku Ziyang sneered him, telling you shall turn into a zombie soon. If you don't kill her, you'll all die. I tried to eliminate that danger earlier, and you targeted me for it. Why? Su Yuan sat on the rocky shore, unmoving, his face calm and unruffled. Xue Xiangming asked anxiously, Dr. Su, is what he said true? Was that young girl really bitten by a zombie? Su Yuan stood up, raising a hand to stop Xue Xiangming from asking further. Are you done? He asked Ku Ziyang. Ku Ziyang sneered, no. They'll tell you why I want to go to the city center. I don't want to stay with someone like you. It's too dangerous. Who knows when he'll be bitten to death by the zombie you're keeping by your side. Su Yuan took a step forward. Ku Ziyang frowned and stepped back. What do you want? Su Yuan said, I don't want anything. I just want to ask you, do you know what Lu Ye's situation is? Ku Ziyang snarled, what else could it be? She's been bitten by a zombie. She'll turn into one sooner or later. By now people nearby had gathered to watch, confused about what was happening. Su Yi hid in Pei Xiangdong's arms, covering her ears, not daring to listen. Tang Fei wanted to step in and mediate for his classmate, but couldn't get a word in. Su Yuan continued, fine, so she'll turn into a zombie sooner or later. Then tell me, when exactly will she turn? What will happen when she does? When will her consciousness fade? Can you tell me accurately? Ku Ziyang frowned. How the hell would I know? I'm not a doctor. And you're a doctor, so do you know? Su Yuan shook his head. I don't know either. Then why the hell are you asking? Su Yuan said calmly, precisely because I don't know. I can't jump to conclusions. You keep insisting we should kill Lu Yu right now, and you even tried to last night, right? Ku Ziyang retorted, what's wrong with that? She'll turn into a zombie anyway. Killing her early would put her out of her misery. Su Yuan sneered, do you have anything else to say besides that same line? Lu Yu was indeed bitten by a zombie, that's true. But has she turned into one? No. Since she hasn't, why would you want to kill a living person? Because she'll turn into one sooner or later. Su Yuan finished the sentence for him, then curled his lip and growled in a low voice, do you think I need you to tell me that? I understand her condition better than anyone. Do you know why I have her stay in the car? It's to isolate her in case she turns and bites someone. Besides, even if she did turn into a zombie, would you dare to kill her? Ku Ziyang didn't dare. Su Yuan clearly saw through his thoughts. He was now clamoring to kill Lu Yu mainly because she was a helpless patient, not a zombie. Easy to kill, without much effort or risk of being bitten. But once she turned into a zombie, it wouldn't be so easy. His motive was largely to avenge the humiliation Su Yuan had inflicted on him earlier, not to truly eliminate a zombie. Killing a zombie was just a pretext. His real goal was to strike back at Su Yuan. But now his counterattack had become feeble and hollow. Su Yuan stared at him and continued, "Do you know why I won't let you go to the city center? Because I'm afraid. Do you even realize what's on your mind right now? You want to kill someone. I wouldn't dare stay with someone who harbors murderous intentions." Those words struck a nerve. Ku Ziyang's psychological defenses crumbled completely in that instant. He glared at Su Yuan through bloodshot eyes, veins bulging on his forehead, and suddenly pulled his hand from his pocket, lunging at Su Yuan's chest with a blade. Murder was always silent. No fool would shout, "Go to hell," before striking. That would only warn the victim to dodge. How utterly stupid. Ku Ziyang moved his knife without a sound. Su Yuan couldn't evade in time. Seeing the white ceramic blade, his only thought was, when did he sneak the knife back? Fortunately, Pei Xiangdong reacted swiftly, kicking Su Yuan aside just in time to save him from the strike. Though clumsy, the knife only tore through his coat. Pei Xiangdong's reflexes were sharp, likely honed by years of physical labor. Unfazed by the fruit knife, he kicked Ku Ziyang square in the chest. Ku Ziyang's frail frame stood in stark contrast. Such a kick would fell anyone, let alone an out-of-shape man like him. He crumpled to the ground, groaning in pain with a twisted face. Tang Fei stared in shock, exclaiming, "Holy shit." Rushing to Ku Ziyang's side, Tang Fei grabbed his arm and shouted at Pei Xiangdong, "Stop. Stop. Old Kes' health is bad. Any more, and something serious will happen. I apologize for him, sorry. He'll talk some sense into him. Get lost." Ku Ziyang shoved Tang Fei away, cursing as he scrambled to his feet, unwilling to abandon his attempt on Su Yuan's life. Tang Fei grabbed his arm to hold him back, exasperated. "Oh, come on. Old Ke, that's enough. Why are you still hung up on this now? What's the point of going to the city center? It's full of zombies, nothing worth seeing there." Ceramic knife in hand, Ku Ziyang found Tang Fei's voice grating. His eyes locked onto Su Yuan, blazing with fury. He swung his arm and snapped, "I told you to get lost, didn't you hear?" But mid-sentence he froze. He stared blankly as Tang Fei stumbled back, a crimson line appearing on his neck. Blood began to trickle down. Ku Ziyang glanced at the ceramic knife in his hand. It was stained red. In his struggle to break free from Tang Fei's grip, he had swung the knife. Tang Fei couldn't dodge in time, and the blade slashed across his throat. "Oh!" Gu Jingman screamed in panic, rushing over to her boyfriend. Su Yuan's scalp tingled at the sight. "Old Pei, tie this bastard up," he yelled. Pei Xiangdong wasted no time, kicking Ku Ziyang to the ground and knocking the ceramic knife away before binding him. Su Yuan rushed to Tang Fei's side. Tang Fei was clutching his bleeding throat, terrified. Blood soaked his hands and clothes. Gu Jingman stood frozen, helpless. Su Yuan reassured her, "Don't panic, okay? Neither of you panic. Gu Jingman, go get my medical kit." She was dazed hearing his words, but unable to move. "Go now?" Su Yuan roared. The shout jolted her awake, and she hurried off to find the kit. Su Yuan made him sit down. Though blood stained his hands and clothes, the bleeding seemed to have stopped. That was a good sign. It meant no major artery was severed, perhaps just the skin and trachea. If an artery had been cut, he'd be gushing blood with every heartbeat. A terrifying sight. In that case, no one could save him. But thankfully that wasn't the case. Fortunately, it wasn't. Soon the medical kit arrived, brought by Xue Xiangming, while Gu Jingman followed aimlessly. Su Yuan pulled out gauze and said, "Take your hands off." Tang Fei shook his head, afraid to let go, fearing it would be the end. Su Yuan urged, "Trust me. I'm here, no need to fear. Besides, if you keep pressing without disinfecting, you'll get infected." At the word infected, Tang Fei panicked and reluctantly lowered his hands. The wound on his neck wasn't bleeding much. After a quick examination, Su Yuan pressed gauze against it, making Tang Fei tremble in pain. "Bear with it, okay? Your trachea is cut, but the wound isn't deep. I just need to clean and stitch the skin. The trachea will heal in 5 to 6 days. The only downside is you can't speak." Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the wound wasn't deep. Given the current conditions, deeper would have been impossible to handle. "Old Xue, come help hold this." He glanced at Gu Jingman and decisively called on Xue Xiaoming. "Huh? Hold what?" Xue Xiaoming was confused. Su Yuan explained patiently, "Just hold the gauze I'm pressing. I need to prepare. Don't move." Old Xue's hands trembled. "I'm a bit nervous." "No need to be. Just hold still." Seeing the man's hesitation, Su Yuan grabbed his hand and pressed it onto the gauze. Tang Fei shuddered in pain again. What a mess. Xue Zhangming's face twisted in distress, eyes wide, body stiff. This was his first time witnessing such a scene, and he had no idea what to do. Su Yuan put on gloves, spotted anesthetic in the kit, and raised an eyebrow as he prepared. He readied the anesthetic sutures and tweezers, then took over the gauze from Xue Xiangming, who sighed in relief and stepped back, wiping cold sweat. He had feared he might mess something up. Su Yuan removed the gauze, the bleeding had stopped. He began cleaning the wound. This will sting a bit. Hold still, okay? If you move I might stitch crookedly and hit something else. I'll hurt more. Tang Fei closed his eyes, gritting his teeth, afraid to move. Su Yuan habitually used scare tactics on him, then injected the anesthetic. The injection was painful, but Tang Fei endured. Once the anesthetic took effect, Su Yuan started stitching. Tang Fei felt nothing in his throat now. Just numbness, as if it wasn't his own. The stitching was quick, done in a few strokes. After all, Tang Fei was a grown man. It was slightly rougher wound, wasn't a big deal given the circumstances. After applying gauze it was done. Su Yuan smiled. Alright, you're fine. Tang Fei looked surprised, his eyes asking, that's it. Su Yuan read his doubt. Lucky the wound wasn't deep. I could handle it. Any deeper, and I couldn't have saved you. Don't speak for the next half month until your throat stops hurting, got it? Tang Fei nodded, but his neck was stiff and wouldn't move. Su Yuan pointed at the dried blood on his clothes and neck. Have your girlfriend help you clean up. Tang Fei's wound had been treated. Now it was time to deal with Kuziang's problem. Leaving such an unstable element by their side was as dangerous as a ticking time bomb ready to explode at any moment. Su Yuan washed his bloodstained hands in the stream, but without soap they wouldn't come clean. It didn't matter much. He shook his hands dry and walked over to the car. Pei Xiangdong had bound Kuziang tightly, hands and feet completely immobilized, leaning against the tire. When Kuziang saw Su Yuan approaching, his eyes were filled with powerless rage. Su Yuan knew exactly what he was thinking. He crouched down and showed Kuziang the bloodstains on his hands that hadn't been washed off. This is the fresh blood from your classmate, Tang Fei's neck. Lucky for him the cut you gave him wasn't deep. I stitched him up and he'll be better in half a month. Kuziang's eyes relaxed a little. Su Yuan continued. I know you've been angry about what happened before, thinking it was all my fault. I don't blame you. Under those circumstances, everyone was at fault. It's only natural you wanted to kill me. But everything comes with a price, especially for adults. Tang Fei told me you're sophomores, so you must be 20 now. It's time to take responsibility for your actions. Panic appeared on Kuziang's face. What are you going to do? Su Yuan patted his shoulder. Relax him, not like you waving a knife around and hurting people, including yourself. You wanted to go to the city, right? They'll take you there tomorrow. As for whether you can survive once you're there, that's up to you. Kuziang understood what Su Yuan meant, and his eyes filled with terror. Knowing the outcome in advance was truly unsettling, but the worst part was that he couldn't change it. This wasn't the result he wanted. He had only wanted to fight for himself, to not have his fate controlled by those older than him, especially now. But the current result was far from what he had imagined. Su Yuan and the others continued to discuss what they needed to do in the city tomorrow. First they would go to the maternal and child health hospital to find old Zu's wife. Then conveniently Su Yuan would go home to find his wife and child. As for supplies, they made a list and would search for items accordingly. In the evening, Xue Xiangming pulled Su Yuan aside by the stream and asked, Dr. Su, are you really going to take that college student to the city tomorrow? Su Yuan nodded. What's the problem? Xue Xiangming's expression was awkward. No problem, but given his state, what if something goes wrong when we take him there? It's too dangerous. Su Yuan understood Xue Xiangming's concern. Ku Xiang's aggression today had left a deep impression on everyone, and they were all wary of him. The trip to the city was bound to be perilous. Having another unpredictable element would make it truly dangerous. Su Yuan, hands in his pockets, said firmly, nothing will go wrong. Just keep him tied up when we set out tomorrow. Besides, I don't plan on bringing him back. Is that really the right thing to do? Xue Xiangming's conscience troubled him. Su Yuan replied, it's not about right or wrong. Would you dare leave him here? Xue Xiangming quickly shook his head. No. The topic needed no further discussion. They began to plan their route for tomorrow. When Su Yuan worked at the hospital, he sometimes rode in the ambulances. He had been all over Linzhou City and was familiar with most places, but only the roads. What the buildings were like inside, he had no idea. Tomorrow they would have to enter a supermarket to find supplies. Whether it was dangerous or not, they would have to see. The main goal for tomorrow was still to go home and find his wife and child. The night was calm with no zombies. The next morning, Su Yuan woke up at dawn. He got out of the car and stretched, watching the faint morning light in the distance. He didn't deliberately wake the others who were still sleeping. Although he was eager to set off for the city, he had to let them rest first. Around 9 o'clock, everyone was awake, ready to go. 5 people got into the car with 4 inside. Xue Xiangming drove. Su Yuan sat in the passenger seat. Pei Xiangdong and the college student Xing Xiaozhen sat in the back. As for the tightly bound Kuziang, he was stuffed into the dark trunk. This was to prevent him from causing any trouble. No one objected to Kuziang being put in the trunk, not even Tang Fei. Tang Fei couldn't speak, but when he saw this, his eyes held only resignation. They were just dorm mates, not brothers willing to die for each other. Besides, he had almost died at Kuziang's hands yesterday. Before setting out, Pei Xiangdong entrusted little Su Yuyi to Mumu's care. Su Yuyi was very well behaved and didn't make a fuss. Su Yuan instructed Tang Fei, "He'll change the bandage on your neck when I get back. If all goes well, I might even get some dressings and anti-inflammatory medicine from the hospital. Then you'll recover faster." Tang Fei smiled in gratitude. Gu Jingman said thank you on his behalf. After saying goodbye, the group of 5 drove away from the gravel beach and onto the national highway. The journey was silent. Everyone looked grim. After all, whether they could return from this trip was uncertain. Su Yuan and his group had fled from the countryside. In the small broken-down station, they had experienced death and zombie attacks. Although they had a day and night of peace, they knew how terrifying the zombies were. Xue Xiangming and the others had fled Linzhou City overnight. The city's fall was unexpected, and returning now required immense courage. The tranquility of the gravel beach had given them time to recuperate and sort out what lay ahead. Now, feeling the wind whipping in through the car window, Su Yuan's heart was slightly uneasy. He checked his phone. There was still no signal. Hey, damn it. We're about to run out of gas. Xue Xiangming, who was driving, suddenly exclaimed. Su Yuan's mouth twitched. Don't joke around. Are we really out of gas? Xue Xiangming said, yeah, I forgot. I didn't fill up when I left Linzhou City. What do we do? A wave of helplessness washed over Su Yuan, leaving him speechless. He never expected their first problem after setting out would be the car running out of gas. What do we do? I reckon a few more kilometers, and this car will be done for. I remember there's no gas station on this road, Xue Xiangming said, his face awkward. He had forgotten to check before leaving, and now they were in a truly embarrassing predicament. They had been out for about 10 minutes, and turning back wasn't realistic either. Su Yuan didn't know what to do. Pei Xiangdong said, keep driving forward. But we're about to run out of gas. If we turn back now, we might still be able to switch cars. Pei Xiangdong said, listen to me, drive on. Xue Xiangming was momentarily at a loss for how to refute him. He glanced at Su Yuan, seeking his opinion. Su Yuan nodded. Let's go with old Pei. Fine, Xue Xiangming said, stepping on the accelerator and continuing forward. The road ahead was very clear, but the remaining driving range was visibly dropping. Before long, only 3 kilometers of fuel were left. Hey, we're almost out. Less than 3 kilometers left, and we're still going forward. Xue Xiangming said urgently. Keep driving, Pei Xiangdong said with a simple smile, not panicked at all, even seeming a bit secretly pleased. Su Yuan didn't understand what he was planning, but since he said to keep going, they would. They would cross the bridge when they came to it. Maybe Pei Xiangdong really had a way to solve the fuel problem. After all, Kuziyang was still locked in the trunk. If the car truly ran out of gas, they would have to get out and walk, which would be a miserable ordeal. For now, they could only trust that Pei Xiangdong had a plan. As the distance dwindled, only 1 kilometer of range remained. Pei Xiangdong spoke up then. See that left fork up ahead? Drive straight in. What's over there? Xue Xiangming asked curiously. You'll know when we get there, Pei Xiangdong said mysteriously. All right. Xue Xiangming didn't ask further. He turned the steering wheel and entered the fork. Then, in a flash, bang, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the car and was sent flying by the hood. Startled, Xue Xiangming slammed on the brakes. Xue Xiangming asked, stunned, did I just hit something? The other 3 in the car were equally bewildered. Xue Xiangming craned his neck to look ahead, but saw nothing. Could it have been a zombie? Xing Xiaozhen, who had been quiet, asked. Yeah, that's possible. Xue Xiangming began to console himself with this thought. Hitting a zombie was no big deal, but hitting a living person would be a serious problem. Su Yuan stuck his head out the window and looked around, but saw no figure. Let's not worry about what we hit. Drive on. Old Pei, are we almost at the place you mentioned? Almost. It's in a warehouse a few hundred meters ahead. Then I'll keep driving. Go ahead, Su Yuan said. Xue Xiangming stepped on the gas and continued forward. Su Yuan glanced at the rearview mirror, but saw nothing in it. They put the matter aside for now and drove deeper in. Before long, they saw a warehouse at the end of the path. The warehouse door was wide open, empty, and deserted. What is this place? Su Yuan asked. Pei Xiangdong smiled. It's a garage for modifying cars. Sometimes there are smuggled cars here, but not many. Mostly it's smuggled parts sold to people who like to mod their own rides. And the gas here is cheap. It's all smuggled in. Xue Xiaoming was shocked. Linzhou has a place like this. Pei Xiangdong got out of the car and said the people who know about this place are mostly car enthusiasts. It's non-profit, just a setup by some rich guys who love cars. I sometimes come here to help out and earn a bit. Su Yuan didn't know much about these things and wasn't interested. Seeing Pei Xiangdong walking alone into the warehouse, he warned, "Old Pei, be careful." Pei Xiangdong grinned. "Don't worry, I know this place like the back of my hand." All four got out of the car and looked around, but aside from Pei Xiangdong, Su Yuan and the others dared not stray far from the vehicle. Xing Xiaozhen glanced at the empty surroundings and wondered, there must have been people here before, right? Where did they all go? Su Yuan was pondering the same question. Xue Xiaoming said, maybe they went home. This is just a warehouse. No one would live here. Xing Xiaozhen asked doubtfully, what about the caretaker? He'd have to live here, wouldn't he? Xue Xiaoming didn't know how to answer. Soon Pei Xiangdong emerged from the warehouse carrying 2 cans of gasoline. Xue Xiaoming quickly opened the fuel cap, and Pei Xiangdong tipped a can in to pour. Glug, glug, glug. One can was emptied quickly, and he immediately started on the second. Xue Xiaoming smiled. This should be enough, right? Pei Xiangdong laughed. Not enough, nowhere near. He'll go grab 2 more cans to keep his backup. Good point, Xue Xiaoming said with a grin. After filling up, Pei Xiangdong ran back and grabbed 2 more cans of gas to store in the car. Shui Xiaoming chuckled. With these 2 cans as backup, we'll have enough for the other 2 cars back at Stone Beach. Pei Xiangdong dusted off his hands and smiled. Let's go. They all got back in the car. The ease of getting gas made them forget the earlier tension. Shui Xiangdong started the engine, turned the car around, and drove out of the warehouse area, heading back along the original path toward the national highway. But as they drove, a figure suddenly burst out from the thick roadside bushes and appeared right in front of the car. Screech. Shui Xiangdong slammed on the brakes in fright. The 4 in the car stared at the figure before the hood. Its clothes were tattered, covered in mud and dried black blood. Half its face was a mess of torn flesh, one eyeball bitten away, and the scalp was ripped open, revealing a reddish skull beneath. It was a zombie. Zombie. Shui Xiaoming yelped. The zombie faced the car, mouth agape, arms outstretched like a corpse, and shuffled toward them. But after 2 steps, its legs hit the bumper, and its whole body flopped onto the hood. Its head smacked against the metal, and the half-eaten eyeball fell out, sticking to the hood. Shui Xiangming's mouth twitched. Su Yuan was more shocked than Shui Xiangming, but he had seen zombies before and was somewhat used to it. That's Shaoli, the warehouse security guard, Pei Xiangdong said, recognizing the zombie outside. Everyone looked at him. Pei Xiangdong felt their stares. What are you all looking at me for? Shui Xiangming said bluntly. Since you know him, how about you go handle it? They all knew it was just a joke. But Pei Xiangdong's face turned serious, as if he took it literally. He opened the door and stepped out. Hey, I was joking. Don't. It's dangerous. Shui Xiangming regretted his words. Pei Xiangdong ignored him. He walked up to the zombie guard Xiao Li, and before the zombie could turn, he kicked it hard, sending it sprawling to the ground. Then he got back in the car and said, let's go. Shui Xiangming said nothing more and stepped on the gas, leaving the place. Back on the national highway, Su Yuan asked, was that Xiao Li your friend? Pei Xiangdong said, yes, Xiao Li is from my hometown. He heard I was doing all right here, so he came to me. I wanted him to be an apprentice at the 4S shop, but the boss said they had enough people. So I got him this security job here to learn some auto repair skills. Once he got good, he could find a mechanic job at a 4S shop. I never expected him to end up like this. Shui Xiaoming asked, was he the only one guarding this warehouse? Pei Xiangdong said, yeah, usually just him. No one ever comes to this warehouse anyway. It's so remote that even thieves don't bother. Su Yuan was surprised. Just him? Then how did he become a zombie? Who came here to bite him? This question plunged the 4 in the car into silence. An hour later, they arrived at the elevated highway entrance of Linzhou City. It was already completely jammed. The ramps were crowded with cars, many of which had crashed and were still burning. The most critical thing was, there were many zombies here. It was estimated that something had happened the night before last, turning many people into zombies. Now Su Yuan and the others sat in the car, gazing from afar at the ramp exit and the stumbling zombies approaching them. Shui Xiangming said helplessly, I told you not to take the elevated highway. Now the ramps are blocked, and there are so many zombies. We have to turn back. Taking the elevated highway was Pei Xiangdong's idea. Su Yuan didn't understand why either. Pei Xiangdong said he just wanted to see the situation on the elevated highway, and now he had. The zombies and the mass of cars told them this road is blocked. Let's go find another way, Su Yuan said. Shui Xiaoming began to turn around, spinning the wheel, and saying, then he'll take the road I used to escape from the city the night before last. Okay, Su Yuan nodded. Pei Xiangdong sat in the back seat in silence. Su Yuan glanced back, unsure of what he was thinking. Half an hour later, Shui Xiaoming, following his own method, reached the edge of Linzhou City. Su Yuan observed the surroundings. As the car drove deeper, they saw more zombies. The closer they got to Linzhou City, the more dangerous it became. Su Yuan said, let's find a safe place to park first. Shui Xiaoming was startled. Why? Su Yuan said, there are too many zombies here. Let's park further away and walk in together. Shui Xiangming's eyes widened. Walk in? Not that Dr. Su, the maternal and child health hospital, is over 10 kilometers away. Walking there would take forever. Su Yuan frowned. That was indeed a problem. Linzhou City was too vast, just one district would take them hours to cross. But driving in like this is too dangerous. The sound of the car engine would attract nearby zombies. If they entered the city, what would happen when all the zombies surrounded them? Su Yuan frowned. That was indeed a problem. Linzhou City was too vast, just one district would take them hours to cross. But driving in like this is too dangerous. The sound of the car engine would attract nearby zombies. Shui Xiaoming panicked and quickly turned the car around, driving towards a safer place in the distance. They arrived at a remote path with no zombies. He stopped and asked, we've stopped. Now what? Are we really walking in? Get out. They'll take you somewhere, Pei Xiangdong said as he opened the car door. After getting out, Su Yuan asked, where to? Pei Xiangdong said, the new energy vehicle market. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. New energy vehicles had no engines, they were all battery-powered, and ran quietly, which would attract fewer zombies. Shui Xiangming and Xing Xiaojun also got out of the car. Su Yuan pulled Ku Ziyang out of the trunk. Ku Ziyang glared at Su Yuan with hatred. His mouth was sealed with 2 layers of tape, and he could only let out muffled sounds, presumably cursing. His hands were tied behind his back, unable to break free, and his feet were also bound, rendering him immobile. Su Yuan untied the rope around his feet. The guy tried to run, but Su Yuan still held the rope. With a sharp pull, Ku Ziyang fell hard on his backside, wailing incessantly. Su Yuan walked up to him and said, "Don't think about running now. Be good or I'll throw you into a zombie horde." Ku Ziyang seemed frightened and calmed down. Su Yuan pulled him up from the ground and said to the three ahead, "Let's go." Pei Xiangdong led the way in silence towards the new energy vehicle market. On the way, Su Yuan glanced at his phone, which had little battery left and still no signal. Before long, they entered the city. The number of zombies on the outskirts wasn't as high as expected. They dared not speak, tiptoeing into the desolate city. The road ahead was bleak. A few cars were parked on the street, and 2 zombies roamed in the distance. Besides them, there were only 5 living people. Such a silent city was truly unsettling. A gray sky loomed overhead, threatening rain. A gentle breeze carried a faint stench of rot and blood. Unable to bear the silence where he could hear his own heartbeat, Xue Xiaoming whispered, "Do you think there are still living people here?" Su Yuan glanced at him, but ignored him. Now was really not the time to talk. Xing Xiaozhen replied, "Not sure, probably still some." Su Yuan frowned and glared back at them. The 2 quickly shut their mouths. Su Yuan dragged Ku Ziyang, following Pei Xiangdong. Watching this man in his 30s, he felt that Pei had been troubled since leaving the warehouse, but now was not the time to ask. He was probably worried about old Zu's wife. After all, in a place like the maternal and child health hospital, once a zombie outbreak occurred, survival was incredibly difficult, especially since old Zu's wife was pregnant. The chances of her escaping were slim. Just then they reached a corner. Pei Xiangdong stopped and turned back, saying, "The new energy vehicle market is around this corner. They'll go check it out first. If it's safe, we'll call you over." Su Yuan nodded. "Be careful." Pei Xiangdong grinned and turned into the corner. But he only took half a step before stopping, his body still half exposed to Su Yuan. Puzzled, Su Yuan carefully approached, peered around the corner from beside Pei, and felt his scalp tingle. On the other side of the road, a dense crowd of zombies was packed together. They were inexplicably gathered there, remaining eerily quiet. Perhaps something among them had attracted them. But none of that mattered now. Su Yuan patted Pei Xiangdong's shoulder. Pei turned around woodenly. "Go." Su Yuan mouthed silently, gesturing to retreat quickly. Pei nodded and followed, tiptoeing backward. They dared not make a sound, fearing they would attract the zombies' attention. But just then, ring, ring, ring. An untimely phone ringtone came from behind Su Yuan. His scalp tingled again as he turned around. Xue Xiaoming frantically pulled his phone from his pocket, saw the caller, and decisively hung up. His face was full of apology, on the verge of tears. Instantly the world fell silent. But this silence was the precursor to a storm. From the road around the corner, footsteps gradually approached and growls began to sound. Pei Xiangdong reacted fastest. "Run." Su Yuan tugged at Ku Ziyang's rope and followed Pei Xiangdong without a second thought. Xing Xiaozhen and Xue Xiaoming dared not hesitate. They bolted at full speed. Su Yuan glanced back and saw a horde of zombies chasing them relentlessly. What the hell was this? Why were these zombies moving so fast? The one they encountered in the woods earlier was sluggish and couldn't run at all. Now these. They were sprinting as if in a 100-meter dash. Are they on steroids? Su Yuan cursed, inwardly keeping pace with Pei Xiangdong. Ku Ziyang was just as fast as Su Yuan, who under such life-or-death circumstances no one dared to slack off. Pei Xiangdong led decisively, turning at every fork, without hesitation, clearly familiar with the area. Following him, Su Yuan soon found himself gasping for breath. But the zombie horde behind them hadn't been shaken off. Everyone's faces were twisted with strain. Having run nearly 200 meters, their strength was waning, yet the zombies, as if injected with adrenaline, showed no signs of slowing, and were drawing closer. Xue Xiaoming, bringing up the rear, was on the verge of collapse. At 34, he was just a year younger than Pei Xiangdong, but his job involved sitting in front of a computer drawing diagrams, and his stamina had long since declined. This frantic sprint was too much for him. The zombies were right behind him, about to grab his jacket. Pei Xiangdong made another turn, only to find a locked iron gate ahead, a dead end. But he didn't stop. He ran up and delivered a kick. With a loud bang, the iron gate flew open. He didn't bother checking if there were zombies inside. He rushed in and shouted, "Hurry." Xing Xiaozhen was the second through the gate, followed by Su Yuan, still pulling Ku Ziyang. Pei Xiangdong had already dashed out, charging at top speed. "Save me." Xue Xiaoming saw Pei Xiangdong as a lifeline, stretching out his hand and continuing to run, though his pace had slowed drastically. Pei Xiangdong had already dashed out, charging at top speed. "Save me." Xue Xiaoming saw Pei Xiangdong as a lifeline, stretching out his hand and continuing to run, though his pace had slowed drastically. The zombie horde was almost upon him. Pei Xiangdong kicked the zombie clinging to him, sending it tumbling. "Run." Right. Still in shock, Xue Xiaoming fled. Pei Xiangdong then pulled out a long wrench tucked at his waist and smashed it into the head of the nearest zombie. The zombie's skull caved in instantly, and it dropped dead. He fought them off one by one, retreating step by step. Seeing that Xue Xiaoming had escaped, he quickly turned and ran back through the iron gate. Su Yuan hurriedly tried to close it, but the latch had been broken by Pei Xiangdong's kick, making it impossible to lock. Just then the zombies outside slammed into the gate. Bang! Another deafening crash with immense force that nearly burst the door open. Su Yuan yelled, "Help me." Xing Xiaozhen rushed over to brace it. Pei Xiangdong scanned the area, spotted a discarded black leather sofa, and with great effort shoved it over. "Move aside." Su Yuan saw the sofa coming and gritted his teeth. "Can't move. If I do, the door will fly open. Just push it over." Pei Xiangdong understood and swung the sofa sideways, pushing it forward. Su Yuan said to Xing Xiaozhen, "Beside him on my command, we flip onto the sofa." "Got it." Xing Xiaozhen nodded. Pei Xiangdong shoved the sofa straight at the iron gate without hesitation. Flip. Su Yuan saw the distance was right, rolled backward, and tumbled onto the sofa. Xing Xiaozhen followed suit. At that moment the door no longer blocked, cracked open, and a grotesque zombie head squeezed through. Pei Xiangdong clenched his teeth and pushed with all his might. Bang! Crack! The zombie's neck was severed instantly by the door's edge. The head rolled onto the sofa, then tumbled to the floor, finally stopping at Xue Xiangming's feet. Xue Xiangming, lying on the ground gasping, caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. He turned his head casually, then froze. Trembling, he looked back at the gruesome zombie head, its mouth opening and closing, and let out a scream. But he quickly clamped his hand over his mouth and scrambled away. "Get this thing out of here." No one paid him any mind, they were all exhausted. A zombie had posed no real threat, so they left it alone. Still, Pei Xiangdong walked over, crushed the head with his wrench, and kicked it into a corner. Su Yuan sat heavily on the black leather sofa, listening to the zombies howling and pounding on the door behind him, utterly drained. He hadn't run like this in ages. Glancing around, he asked, "Where are we?" Pei Xiangdong grinned. "The smoking spot." "Huh." Su Yuan was taken aback. Pei Xiangdong pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, shook a few out, and offered them to Su Yuan, Xing Xiaozhen, and a still trembling, shell-shocked Xue Xiaoming. He lit one with a flick. "Don't worry, Dr. Su. This is the back area of the new energy vehicle market. I used to come here to smoke when I helped out. It's sealed off. No zombies." "Good." Su Yuan took a drag, inhaling deeply to steady his nerves. A cigarette later, 3 minutes had passed. Su Yuan caught his breath and walked over to Xue Xiaoming. "Old Xue, you okay?" "Huh." Xue Xiaoming stared blankly, badly shaken. "What did you say? Are you all right?" Xue Xiaoming nodded. "Yeah. I'm fine. Just scared, really." "Good. Once we get a car, we'll be safer." "Mum?" Xue Xiaoming nodded. Su Yuan returned to the sofa. "So the new energy vehicle market is just ahead." Pei Xiangdong said, "Yes, it's right up front." "Dr. Su will head to the maternity hospital afterward, right?" Su Yuan didn't answer. Instead, he pulled him aside into a corner and asked quietly, "Old Pei, be honest with me. Are you hiding something?" Pei Xiangdong's eyes darted away, and he gave an awkward laugh. "Not at all." Su Yuan pressed on, "Don't try to fool me. From yesterday and this morning before we set out, you've been off. And why did you insist on taking the overpass earlier only to find it blocked? What's going on?" The forced smile on Pei Xiangdong's face faded, replaced by a somber expression. "Dr. Su, I'm just feeling down." "About what?" Pei Xiangdong harbored secrets which boded ill for Su Yuan and his companions. If he acted out of selfish motives, doing something incomprehensible that led everyone to their doom, by then they wouldn't even have a chance to repent or cry foul. Su Yuan didn't want to see that happen. That morning, when Pei Xiangdong insisted on taking the elevated highway, it had already raised his suspicions. Now he had to ask the reason for such actions. Pei Xiangdong said in a trembling voice, "Going to the elevated highway this morning was just to see if I could find my apprentices. They called me the day before yesterday, saying they were going to help on the highway. That's why I wanted to take a look. Don't mind it, Dr. Su." So that was it. Su Yuan certainly didn't mind. Tears welled up in Pei Xiangdong's eyes. "Lin Zhou is already like this now, not a single living soul in sight. I'm terrified, truly terrified that my parents back home have. Su Yuan patted him on the shoulder. This matter was indeed heartbreaking. But it couldn't be changed. Pei Xiangdong's hometown was far from Linzhou. Even if he wanted to return, there was no way now. As for what would become of his hometown, no one knew. "Don't worry, there will be a way." Pei Xiangdong shook his head. "No, there won't. There won't be any way. My mother is in poor health. With this sudden disaster, she definitely won't make it." Su Yuan said, "Don't think wildly, and don't scare yourself. Rest assured, once things here are settled, I'll go with you to your hometown to find your parents. No matter what, whether alive or dead, we have to see for ourselves, right?" Pei Xiangdong nodded, but his spirits remained low. Su Yuan patted his broad, sturdy back and let him calm down alone in a corner. As for himself, he took a deep breath, looked at the iron door blocked by the sofa, his hands trembling incessantly. He clenched his fist, struggling to steady himself, and then remembered something. He hastily pulled out his phone, glanced at the battery. Only 15 left, and noticed 3 signal bars had appeared beside it. Slightly agitated, he quickly opened his contacts and dialed his wife's number. The line was busy. After a moment, a cold voice came through the receiver. "Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. Please try again later." "Can't get through." Su Yuan frowned. Why can't it go through? He didn't understand. If his wife and son were still at home, someone would surely answer the phone. But now panic seized him. In an instant, countless terrible outcomes sprang into his mind, making it hard to breathe. Impossible, impossible. Nothing will happen. I told her not to go out, as she definitely won't. Su Yuan gasped, gripping his phone tightly, refusing to believe the scenarios in his head. No, the call was just busy earlier. Maybe she didn't answer. Yes, try again. He dialed once more. After the phone rang for a long time, the same cold voice returned. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. He hung up and called again. When it didn't go through, he sent messages, texts, SMS, WeChat, QQ, all of them. But these messages vanished like stones dropped into the sea, with no response at all. Reply to me. Su Yuan stared at the phone, shouting anxiously. 10 minutes later, the screen, which had been lit all this time, went dark because the phone had run out of battery. He had been using this phone for nearly 3 years. The battery had long since aged and lost its former capacity. Despite the 15 shown earlier, it was all illusory. Now that the phone was dead, Su Yuan was utterly panicked. It was like a lighthouse going out ahead of him, leaving him directionless. His eyes reddened, caught between extreme panic and extreme calm. He knew he couldn't cry, but he also knew he was terrified. He stood up, turned around, walked to Pei Xiangdong's side, and grabbed him by the collar, saying, Old Pei, let's move. Seeing the bloodshot eyes of Su Yuan, Pei Xiangdong understood and nodded. Xing Xiaozhen had no objection. He got up from the sofa and followed. Xue Xiangming was a bit flustered. So soon? My legs are still weak. Can we rest a bit longer? Su Yuan shot him a glance, said nothing, and followed Pei Xiangdong with a stern face, dragging the still-bound Kuziang. What a mess. I shouldn't have come. Xue Xiangming sighed, helplessly got up from the ground, and staggered after them. Pei Xiangdong, holding a wrench, cautiously pushed open the stairwell door. It was pitch black inside. When he turned on the light, no one was there. Pei Xiangdong headed up the stairs, saying, They'll go check the warehouse upstairs first, Dr. Su, wait for me here. Su Yuan didn't object. Even if Pei Xiangdong ran into zombies up there, it would be safe. He bounded up the stairs, his footsteps echoing from above. Soon he came running down. Good news. The warehouse is clean. Let's go, Su Yuan said. Yeah. Pei Xiangdong twisted the doorknob to the warehouse. Inside was pitch black, but luckily power was still on. He flicked the light switch, illuminating the entire warehouse. Before them stood over a dozen brand new clean electric cars. Pei Xiangdong saw these vehicles and said, All these cars have power. Just pick one. Xue Xiangming then spoke up, I'm not driving. You guys drive if you want. The zombies outside are too terrifying and my legs are still weak. Su Yuan frowned, struggling to say, Old Pei, you drive. First go to the women's and children's hospital to find people, then to my place. Okay. Old Pei found a black SUV and got in. Su Yuan still arranged for Kuziang to be in the trunk, though this time, it was more spacious. They got in the car. After starting it, the vehicle made no sound at all. Pei Xiangdong then took out a small remote, aimed it at the warehouse door, and pressed a button. Wait. Don't open it yet. Su Yuan saw this and tried to stop him, but it was too late. The warehouse door rumbled open. Sunlight streamed in. Along with it came the surging crowd of zombies outside. The guttural roars from their throats were terrifying. Su Yuan, sitting in the car, saw this scene and twitched the corners of his mouth. Pei Xiangdong muttered, Sorry. Damn it. Xue Xiangming couldn't help cursing. As the warehouse door swung wide open, the zombies outside surged in. Pei Xiangdong wanted to step on the gas and charge out. But Su Yuan quickly stopped him, shook his head, and whispered, Don't rush. For now, none of us move, none of us make a sound. Old Pei, wait for my signal. Okay. Pei Xiangdong replied. The mob of zombies that had entered from outside didn't seem to notice their presence. After flooding in, they scattered around, wandering aimlessly deeper into the warehouse. Clearly they had no target, they had merely followed the flow. At that moment, all the zombies at the warehouse entrance had come inside, many of them scattered around the cars. Xue Xiangming and Xing Xiaozhen covered their mouths, not daring to move a muscle. Su Yuan's gaze was fixed on the warehouse entrance. Just as he was about to gesture to Pei Xiangdong to set off. Bang! 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 Suddenly a noise came from the trunk. It sent chills down the spines of the four people, and Su Yuan hastily turned his head to look. He saw Kuziang poking his head out from the trunk, kicking the rear window with his foot. The wandering zombies outside were immediately drawn by the commotion, all of them converging toward the back of the vehicle. Go! Hurry up and go! Su Yuan turned back and said to Pei Xiangdong. Pei Xiangdong floored the accelerator, and the car shot forward instantly. With no engine noise, only the hum of the electric motor, the entire vehicle sped out of the warehouse in a quiet and swift manner, leaving the surrounding zombies behind. Su Yuan let out a sigh of relief at this sight. In the trunk, Kuziang stopped kicking the rear window and fell silent. Having escaped the horde behind them, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, that scared me to death. Xue Xiangming clutched his seatbelt tightly, his face twitching with nerves, clearly so terrified he could no longer control his expression. Xing Xiaozhen held his head, utterly at a loss. Su Yuan's gaze turned sharp. Kuziang's actions just now seemed to be luring the zombies, deliberately drawing them toward the rear of the car, thereby allowing them to smoothly exit the warehouse. But that was merely speculation. Only Ku Ziyang himself knew his true intentions. Pei Xiangdong's driving was steady, and he was familiar with the routes around Linzhis border area. On the way to the maternity hospital, they inevitably encountered many zombies. Yet he swerved past each one, avoiding any contact with the zombies. Whenever they came across roads swarming with zombies, he simply took detours, unwilling to confront them head-on. Besides the zombies, many intersections were blocked by car accidents, presumably the result of people panicking during the initial outbreak, ignoring traffic lights, and fleeing in chaos. Xue Xiangming gazed out the window at the desolate city and sighed. It's only been 2 days. How did the entire city of Linzhou end up like this? Is there not a single living soul left? Xing Xiaozhen speculated. That can't be. Even with a large-scale outbreak, there must still be survivors. They're probably just too afraid to come out. That's possible. Su Yuan also felt that the zombie outbreak had been too sudden and too rapid, completely defying logic. But then again, zombies themselves were beyond rational explanation. Su Yuan decided not to dwell on it. Even if he figured it out, what could he do? Could it change the current situation? Obviously not. Xue Xiaoming asked Su Yuan a few more questions, and Su Yuan answered casually. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the back gate of the maternity hospital. As for why they didn't go to the front gate, it was because the front gate was blocked by vehicles, even clogging up the intersection. Many zombies were trapped between the cars, unable to move at all. Trying to enter through the front gate would be suicidal. The situation at the back gate wasn't much better, but at least there were fewer cars and fewer zombies. The group didn't rush to get out of the car. Instead, they first observed their surroundings. Before them lay an asphalt road lined with plane trees on both sides, with an ambulance, its doors wide open, lying across the back gate, blocking any vehicle trying to enter. The scene here made it clear what had happened on the day of the outbreak. But that was no longer of any consequence. A few zombies roamed the asphalt road, yet there wasn't a single zombie at the back gate of the hospital itself. Pei Xiangdong parked the car, pulled a blood-stained wrench from his pocket, and cautiously opened the door to get out. Su Yuan and Xing Xiaozhen got out together. Only Xue Xiangming remained in the car, refusing to come out. My legs are weak. You guys go ahead. I'll wait in the car, and keep an eye on that college student for you. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, but didn't press letting him stay in the car. He caught up with Xing Xiaozhen, and said, you should go back to the car, and keep watch too. Xing Xiaozhen glanced at the car, then at the hospital. You don't need help. Su Yuan smiled. Not for now. Just stay here and guard the place. All right. Xing Xiaozhen obediently stayed behind. Su Yuan had no objection to them staying. In fact, he was relieved, as they were unfamiliar with the hospital and might only cause trouble inside. Su Yuan had performed a joint surgery here before and roughly knew the layout. He walked up to Pei Xiangdong and asked, do you know which floor it's on? Pei Xiangdong replied, yes, the inpatient building, 3rd floor, room 305. Su Yuan recalled the layout of the 3rd floor and said, all right, I know where it is. The two reached the ambulance at the back gate. The rear door of the ambulance was open. Pei Xiangdong was the first to peer inside, but immediately turned his head away, his face contorted with distress. Su Yuan took a look and was slightly shocked. A deceased pregnant woman lay inside the ambulance, her head tilted to one side, her eyes staring out of the vehicle, already lifeless. Faced with such a gruesome scene, Su Yuan didn't want to linger. Let's go. The two entered the maternity hospital. The inpatient building was right by the back gate. This design was actually for the convenience of pregnant women, as many came directly to the inpatient building. There were few zombies near the back gate, which put the two somewhat at ease, but they remained vigilant as they approached the inpatient building's entrance. The door was wide open. Peering inside, it was dim, with lights flickering erratically at the end of the corridor, creating an eerie atmosphere. Near the entrance, Su Yuan noticed a pool of dried blood on the floor. Even Pei Xiangdong now hesitated. The hospital seemed utterly devoid of life, as if not a single living person remained inside. He tightened his grip on the wrench, feeling the chill. Dr. Su, are you familiar with this place? Roughly. Well, take the staff passageway. Fewer people use it, and even if there are zombies, there shouldn't be many. The Linzhou Maternity Hospital had a staff passageway specifically designed for doctors and staff to move between floors, since the public elevators often required long waits, time that patients couldn't afford. All right. Pei Xiangdong nodded. So, shall we go in? Su Yuan mustered his courage and stepped inside. Pei Xiangdong followed beside him, looking around to provide cover. Su Yuan oriented himself and, relying on his memory, headed toward the staff passageway. To reach the staff passageway, they had to cross the 1st floor lobby of the inpatient building. Before they even reached the lobby, Su Yuan heard growling coming from that direction. Zombies. Su Yuan opened his mouth, but made no sound, pointing toward the lobby to alert Pei Xiangdong. Pei Xiangdong nodded, took a look around, then raised his wrench and strode toward the lobby. He misunderstood, thinking Su Yuan wanted him to kill the zombies. No, come back. Su Yuan was stunned, and by the time he came to his senses and tried to stop him, it was too late. Pei Xiangdong charged forward, his wrench smashing into the head of a zombie in a pink nurse's uniform. With a dull thud, the nurse's skull cracked open, brains splattering everywhere. Su Yuan's mouth twitched at the sight. Truly reckless. But what followed put Su Yuan greatly at ease. To prevent the nurse from making too much noise, when falling, Pei Xiangdong caught her body after the blow and gently laid her on the ground. Fortunately, there were no other zombies nearby. Otherwise, his brisk long strides alone would have been enough to alert them. Su Yuan stood beside the corpse, glanced at the elevators on either side, and did not press the button. Who knew what might be lurking inside those elevators? The two made their way toward the staff passage. The situation inside the maternal and child health hospital was better than expected. Before entering, Su Yuan had even envisioned a fierce battle, having to maneuver through a horde of zombies, or even being surrounded and killed. But none of that happened. The staff passage was hidden behind a security door, primarily to prevent patients' families from discovering it, and using the elevator there to go upstairs. Su Yuan ultimately refrained from taking the staff elevator, fearing that zombies might emerge from it, a scenario he wished to avoid. He glanced at the stairwell of the staff passage, which was relatively clean, and said, "This way." They ascended the stairs, tiptoeing, afraid to make a sound. Fortunately, the stairwell was quiet with no zombies present. They easily reached the entrance to the third floor. However, before they could push open the security door to the third floor, they heard the guttural roars of zombies coming from within. This hesitation made Pei Xiangdong, who was about to open the door, pause. The two exchanged glances, both their eyes revealing fear. Su Yuan said, "From the sound of it, there might not be any survivors on the third floor." Pei Xiangdong gritted his teeth, torn and terrified. He cracked the security door open, just a sliver, trying to peer inside and assess the situation. But the moment he opened it, he saw a blood-red eye staring back at him from the gap. Bang! Startled, Pei Xiangdong slammed the door shut, stumbling back a few steps to lean against the wall, panting. That eye had nearly scared him to death. Even though he was bold and killed zombies without mercy, a scene like this, like turning a corner and meeting a ghost, was enough to unnerve anyone. Su Yuan frowned. The loud noise from the door closing would likely attract more zombies. "What did you see?" Pei Xiangdong swallowed hard. "A zombie." Su Yuan didn't bother asking further. The security door in front of them had already begun to shake. Bang! 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 The commotion had drawn more and more zombies to the door, slamming against it. If not for the lock, they would have already burst through. Seeing this, Pei Xiangdong said awkwardly, "I'm sorry." Su Yuan was exasperated. "What use is an apology to me? Get moving. We can't get in here. We'll go up through the family passage. The zombies are drawn here now, so it should be safer over there." Pei Xiangdong nodded without a word, fully cooperating. They went downstairs. The commotion on the third floor was loud. Fortunately, the first floor lobby was clear of zombies. They circled back to the lobby and began climbing the regular stairs. But as they reached the landing, both of them froze on the steps. On the landing lay a pregnant zombie with a swollen belly. Her legs were a bloody mess, reduced to skeletal frames with shreds of flesh hanging off them, clearly devoured by other zombies. Her hands were drenched in blood, suggesting she had crawled into the stairwell in her final moments. Having finished vomiting, Pei Xiangdong came to his senses. His eyes full of worry fixed on Su Yuan as he whispered, "Could old Zu's wife also be?" Su Yuan frowned. "Don't jump to conclusions. We'll only know if..." Su Yuan pulled a file from his waistband, walked behind the pregnant zombie, and thrust it into the back of her head. In an instant, she stopped moving, finally dead. He looked up at the second floor. The security door was ajar, and two zombies were pacing at the stairwell entrance. Having finished vomiting, Pei Xiangdong came to his senses. His eyes full of worry fixed on Su Yuan as he whispered, "Could old Zu's wife also be?" Su Yuan frowned. "Don't jump to conclusions. We'll only know if she's dead or alive after we see her. Let's go up first." Pei Xiangdong glanced at the two zombies at the second floor stairwell and charged up without a second thought. "Hey, don't be reckless." Su Yuan tried to stop him, but Pei Xiangdong took 3 strides, covering 12 steps in one go. His wrench swung up and down, and both zombies' heads burst open, brains splattering everywhere, even onto his face. Having done that, he paid no heed and dashed straight up to the third floor. Su Yuan hurried after him. As the two zombies crumpled to the ground, the wandering zombies inside the second floor, drawn by the noise, began shuffling toward the stairwell. A truly terrifying sight. Pei Xiangdong glanced at the two zombies at the second floor stairwell and charged up without a second thought. "Hey, don't be reckless." Su Yuan tried to stop him, but Pei Xiangdong took 3 strides, covering 12 steps in one go. His wrench swung up and down, and both zombies' heads burst open, brains splattering everywhere, even onto his face. To the ward area. After catching up to Pei Xiangdong, Su Yuan grabbed his arm and snapped, "Wait a minute." Pei Xiangdong stopped, not because Su Yuan held him back, but because of the sight before him. "Can't you just..." Su Yuan started to scold, but when he saw the scene, he was struck speechless. The floor of the ward area was covered in blood, with splatters on the walls as well. Numerous pregnant women's bodies lay on the ground, their bellies hollowed out, a bloody mess. Nearby, a pile of shredded flesh lay in the corner. Seeing the tissue within, Su Yuan knew exactly what it was. Not far away, a zombie was feasting on the internal organs of a corpse. All that remained of the body was a skeleton with scraps of flesh still clinging to it. The scene before them was like hell. The stench of blood mingled with the smell of disinfectant, filling the air with a pungent odor. Su Yuan asked quietly, "Is old Zu's wife here?" Pei Xiangdong, snapping out of his shock and terror, carefully scanned the surrounding bodies and zombies. Shaking his head, he replied, "No," Su Yuan said, "then she might be in room 305. But we can't get through." At that moment, the zombies in the ward area had noticed the two intruders. They turned and began running toward them. Yes, running. Pei Xiangdong raised his wrench ready to charge. But Su Yuan quickly pulled him back, retreating through the security door, slamming it shut and locking it. The zombies slammed against the door, but failed to break it open. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, then pointed at Pei Xiangdong and shouted angrily, "Are you insane? Didn't you see what was happening? Charging at so many zombies. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" "But old Zu's wife." Su Yuan grabbed him by the collar. "I don't care about old Zu's wife right now. Listen to me, you can't die, understand? Besides, we're already here. What difference will waiting a little longer make? If old Zu's wife is still alive, she won't die now. And if she's already dead, we can't save her. Do you get it?" Pei Xiangdong nodded reluctantly. Inside the car outside the women's and children's hospital, Xue Xiangming glanced at Xing Xiaojun, who was keeping watch outside, then at Ku Xiang, bound and motionless in the trunk. Seeing that neither of them was paying him any attention, he reached back to touch the nape of his neck. The moment his fingers grazed the wound, he gritted his teeth and sucked in a sharp breath. Withdrawing his hand, he looked at the fresh blood on his palm and let out a sigh. Wiping the blood on his pants, his gaze fell upon the French plane trees outside, and a bitter smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Xing Xiaojun kept a vigilant eye on their surroundings. In truth, he had no experience killing zombies. Seeing the undead lingering nearby, he dared not approach. Such a task was far too perilous, and it was better to play it safe. Yet after waiting 10 minutes outside, neither of the two who had gone in had emerged. A flicker of panic seized him. Could they have already died inside? They couldn't have, right? They're so capable, he mused, leaning against the car. Just then, turning his head, he caught sight of a familiar figure darting past a nearby intersection. He froze for a moment. That was a living person. Su Yuan and Pei Xiangdong stood before the security door. The zombies in the ward area, roused by the noise, had all crowded to the entrance. How much longer the lock could hold was uncertain. But for now, they couldn't get in. Pei Xiangdong was already flustered, even reckless. Through the glass of the security door, his eyes darted wildly. Su Yuan felt that if he weren't here, the man would have charged in to fight, heedless of his own life. What now? Su Yuan asked himself. They had to enter the ward area, otherwise Pei Xiangdong wouldn't give up. He had to see the person alive or find the body. Su Yuan scanned the stairwells on both floors, and his anxious expression eased as a plan formed in his mind. He looked around at a trash can for a moment, then tapped Pei Xiangdong on the shoulder. "I have an idea, but it's dangerous. You'll have to cooperate and follow my lead." "Can you do that?" "Yes," Pei Xiangdong agreed without hesitation. Su Yuan hurriedly picked up the trash can and ran upstairs, saying, "When I tell you to open the door, open it, and then run up here." Pei Xiangdong nodded, staying by the security door. Su Yuan craned his neck to look downstairs. If they did this, escaping the third floor later would be tough. But there was no other choice. So Su Yuan gave the order, "Open it." Pei Xiangdong instantly pressed the door handle and turned to sprint upstairs. The zombies in the ward burst out, smashing the security door open, both leaves slamming against the walls. Seeing the zombies pouring out, Su Yuan quickly hurled the trash can down the stairs below. Clang! A crisp, loud noise echoed from the lower stairwell. The zombies, blind and unable to discern direction, heard the commotion below and scrambled toward it. But unable to see, they surged onto the staircase in a chaotic mass. Those in front missed their step and tumbled down, followed by the rest, like penguins diving into water, rolling and falling down the stairs one after another. A smile curled at the corner of Su Yuan's mouth. The plan had worked. Now the security door was clear. "Go," Su Yuan commanded. Pei Xiangdong, with his robust frame, moved with surprising agility, dashing down the stairs and through the security door. Su Yuan quickly followed. The floor inside the ward area was still covered in blood, with many bodies lying about. None had turned into zombies yet, whether because it wasn't time or they were truly dead. Pei Xiangdong sprinted through the empty ward, but some slow-moving zombies from the earlier wave hadn't left, so they encountered them upon entering. Pei Xiangdong paid them no heed, kicking them aside, and continuing his search for room 305. Seeing him darting around like a headless fly, Su Yuan called out in a low voice, "This way." Pei Xiangdong quickly turned and followed. Su Yuan stood at the door of room 305, peering through the glass to see two figures pacing inside. He wanted to get a clearer look before entering, but as soon as Pei Xiangdong arrived and confirmed it was room 305, he twisted the handle and went straight in. "Don't." Su Yuan couldn't stop him. He rolled his eyes and had no choice but to follow. Once inside, Su Yuan confirmed it. There were 3 zombies in the room. No living person. Pei Xiangdong's gaze was fixed on one of them, a zombie with a pregnant belly and blood on its neck, and he stood frozen. Su Yuan sighed. "Looks like there's no hope. Let's go." Pei Xiangdong's hands clenched into fists. Su Yuan tugged his arm. "Old Pei, don't be like this. She's already dead. We need to get out of here now." The 3 zombies in the room were shambling toward them. Because they all had large pregnant bellies, they moved slowly. so Su Yuan and the others still had time to withdraw. But Pei Xiangdong stood his ground. Gripping his wrench tightly, he turned and swung at the heads of the two zombies beside him. In no time both fell to the ground. Seeing this, Su Yuan sighed, and quickly locked the ward door to prevent zombies outside from entering. Now only 2 people and 1 zombie remained in the room. That zombie was old Su's wife, the one Pei Xiangdong had been looking for. Pei Xiangdong walked toward old Su's wife. Su Yuan, feeling uneasy, kept a close watch. The zombie let out a guttural roar, reaching out with both hands, as if to grab someone, its mouth opening and closing stained with blood. Pei Xiangdong grabbed her hands, and she instinctively lunged to bite him. Old Pei! Su Yuan cried out in alarm. But Pei Xiangdong wasn't bitten. He shifted her body, and her mouth missed its mark. Then turning her around, and embracing her from behind, tears welling in his eyes, he said to Su Yuan, "Dr. Su, you do it. I can't bring myself to." Su Yuan understood. He nodded, took out a file, and thrust it into the back of the zombie's head. Instantly the flailing, ravenous zombie fell silent. "Thank you," Pei Xiangdong said, then lifted her and laid her on a nearby hospital bed. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. At least the trip hadn't been in vain. Now they knew the outcome. Instantly the flailing, ravenous zombie fell silent. "Thank you," Pei Xiangdong said, then lifted her and laid her on a nearby hospital bed. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. At least the trip hadn't been in vain. As the two stood in silence, a sudden noise came from the bathroom inside the room. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of knocking echoed out. The knocking from the toilet inside the room startled Su Yuan and Pei Xiangdong. Their hearts nearly stopped as they turned around, staring warily at the bathroom door. "Is there a living person out there?" A girl's voice came from the toilet, sounding extremely weak and feeble. Su Yuan and Pei Xiangdong exchanged a glance and replied, "Yes, we're alive." "Who are you?" Click. The bathroom door opened, and a young nurse in a pink uniform, her face pale, leaned against the doorframe. Looking at them as if seeing hope, she asked, "Are you here to rescue people?" Su Yuan walked over, crouched down, and checked her condition. There was no blood or bite marks. "We're here to find someone." "How long have you been hiding in the bathroom?" "Almost 3 days." The nurse said. Su Yuan nodded. No wonder she was so weak. 3 days without food, it was a miracle she had held on this long. The nurse asked weakly, "Have you dealt with those man-eating monsters outside?" Su Yuan didn't answer. To be safe, he asked, "Did they bite you?" The nurse shook her head. "No." "Good," Su Yuan sighed in relief. The nurse then asked, "Are you here to solve the trouble? Have you already taken care of those crazy biters outside? Do I need to be checked before I can go home?" Su Yuan was at a loss for words. He looked up at the bathroom inside the ward. It was windowless, a fully enclosed space. This little nurse knew nothing. "Do you not know what's happening outside?" Su Yuan asked. "What happened?" The nurse looked confused, completely unaware of what he meant. Su Yuan said, "A zombie crisis has erupted outside. The entire Linzhou city has fallen. Almost everywhere is full of zombies, those man-eating monsters you mentioned." The nurse shook her head, her lips twitching. "You're lying, you must be lying. It's all fake." Su Yuan said calmly, "I'm telling the truth. We're not here to solve anything. We just came to the maternal and child health hospital to find someone, but that person is already dead. We have to leave now because this hospital is crawling with zombies. The longer we stay, the more dangerous it gets." The nurse's eyes began to glaze over. She couldn't bring herself to believe what Su Yuan said. After all, only 3 days had passed. How could the world have ended? She couldn't accept it. Su Yuan said, "If you hadn't made a sound, we would have already left. I know you don't believe the world has ended, but that's the reality. I have no reason to lie to you." But how is that possible? How can there be zombies? They're only in movies." Su Yuan said, "I didn't believe it at first either, but the truth is right in front of you. You yourself said there are man-eating monsters outside. They are zombies." The nurse clutched her head and burst into tears. Su Yuan's head throbbed. He covered her mouth and said, "You can't cry now. If the sound draws more zombies to the door, we won't be able to leave." The nurse pouted, sobbing quietly, tears streaming down her face. Sigh. Su Yuan was helpless. He let her cry as long as she made no noise. He sat down on the floor, glanced at Pei Xiangdong, and said, "Let's rest for a bit." Pei Xiangdong nodded. The 3 sat in silence. Su Yuan actually wanted to leave now. Since he had confirmed that old Zu's wife was dead, he needed to go home to find his own wife and child. 3 minutes later, the nurse stopped crying, mainly because she was exhausted. Having starved for 3 days, she was already weak, and the crying left her completely drained. Su Yuan looked at her, feeling speechless. She was nothing but a burden to them. But since they had encountered her, they couldn't just leave her to die. Pei Xiangdong looked at the nurse and said, "Dr. Su will carry her later." Su Yuan glanced at him and shook his head. "No, we'll carry her. Listen to me. You're better at killing zombies than I am. It's safer if I carry her and follow behind you." Pei Xiangdong found this reasonable and didn't argue, nodding in agreement. Su Yuan patted the nurse, who was on the verge of fainting, and said, "Don't fall asleep. If you do, you might never wake up, understand?" Startled, the nurse forced her reddened eyes open. Su Yuan said, "We're leaving now. If you're willing to come with us, he'll carry you." But I have to make this clear, leaving here will be extremely dangerous. The zombies outside might devour us all. You need to be mentally prepared. The nurse's pale face grew even more pallid, bloodless. Then, can't we stay? Su Yuan said. We could stay, but that means waiting to die here. If we leave, there's still a glimmer of hope. Here there's only death. What do you think? The nurse seemed too weary to think, and quickly made her choice. Then, they'll go with you. Su Yuan smiled. Come on, get on my back. The nurse climbed onto Su Yuan's back. He secured her arms around his neck and held her legs. Hold on tight. If you fall, I won't come back to save you a second time. The nurse nodded. By the way, what's your name? Cheng Yuan, the nurse whispered in his ear. Su Yuan nodded, then turned to look at Pei Xiangdong, who had already readied his wrench. Let's go. Pei Xiangdong took one last look at old Zu's wife, strode to the door, carefully opened it, and poked his head out. The entire ward area was clear of zombies, as they had all been lured into the stairwell earlier. But the stairwell, as the three exited the room and headed toward the staff passage, a zombie suddenly lunged out at the corner. Pei Xiangdong reacted swiftly, smashing the zombie in a nurse's uniform to death. Cheng Yuan saw the zombie nurse and murmured, "That's my classmate." Su Yuan was taken aback, but there was no time to dwell on it. Behind them, a horde of zombies surged forward. Su Yuan, carrying Cheng Yuan, quickly turned and fled with Pei Xiangdong close behind. Moments later, the three were back in the ward, locking the door. Cheng Yuan asked in confusion, "Why are we back?" Su Yuan said, "We can't go down the stairs." "What about the elevator?" Su Yuan paused, then shook his head. "No, the elevator is right by the stairwell, and it's swarming with zombies. Going there is suicide." Cheng Yuan pouted. "Can't we get out? Are we all going to die here?" "Dr. Su, let's go out this way." "Where?" Su Yuan turned. He saw Pei Xiangdong pointing at the window. Su Yuan was taken aback. Cheng Yuan was speechless. Su Yuan's face was a canvas of question marks. He walked over to glance at the concrete ground beneath the window, swallowed hard, and asked Pei Xiangdong, "Are you serious?" Pei Xiangdong nodded earnestly. "And then we can use the bedsheets from here to get out. I saw it on TV." Su Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Just because he saw it on TV, he dared to take such a risk. This was the 3rd floor. Even if he didn't die from the fall, he'd at least be crippled. Yet judging by Pei Xiangdong's earnest expression, he genuinely intended to do it. Now outside the ward, a horde of zombies had gathered, lingering beyond the door. Through the glass pane, they could see the situation outside. Leaving the room would surely mean death. From every angle, the only way out was through the window. Moreover, there was one advantage: the area around the inpatient building was open and devoid of zombies. It was the safest option. Pei Xiangdong had already begun tying the bedsheets together. Su Yuan set down Cheng Yuan, his heart hardening with resolve. Death be it then. Immediately, the two began tearing the bedsheets into strips, tying the ends together. They tugged to test the strength, and once assured, continued tearing. When the bedsheet rope was long enough to reach the 1st floor, a new problem arose: who would go first? Su Yuan glanced at Cheng Yuan, considered carefully, and proposed, "How about this old Pei? He'll go down first." "But maybe I should go first. It's dangerous down there." Pei Xiangdong felt the first one down would surely face peril. But Su Yuan cut him off. "Let me finish. You're stronger than me. Lower me down first, then tie Xiao Cheng to the rope and lower her. That way it's safer. If you go first with my strength, it would be too hard to lower her while holding her. Do you understand?" Got it. "Be careful down there," Pei Xiangdong cautioned. "Don't worry. Give me your wrench." Pei Xiangdong handed over the wrench. Su Yuan tucked it into his pants, grabbed the bedsheet rope, peered out the window, took a deep breath, tied one end around his waist, and climbed out. "Hold tight, my lives in your hands now," Su Yuan urged, his voice trembling with anxiety. "Trust me." Pei Xiangdong's arm muscles bulged as he braced his feet against the wall and pulled the rope taut. Su Yuan looked down, steeled himself, licked his dry lips, and said, "Let go." Pei Xiangdong began lowering the rope inch by inch. Su Yuan gripped the rope tightly, the pressure around his waist growing painful, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. He pressed his feet against the wall and inched downward. The process was excruciatingly slow. Su Yuan's entire body was taut, draining his strength. 3 minutes later, he reached the 2nd floor window, sweat pouring from his brow and breath ragged. When his foot touched the 2nd floor window ledge, the zombies inside stirred and rushed toward the glass, clawing and snarling. The sight startled Su Yuan. Fortunately, the window was shut, trapping them inside. Above, Pei Xiangdong continued lowering the rope. Su Yuan descended gradually. The pain in his waist was excruciating, but he had to endure it without a sound. 7 or 8 minutes later, when Su Yuan's feet finally touched the ground, a wave of relief washed over him. He quickly untied the rope from his waist, crouched down, and clutched his side, resting for a long while. "You okay, eh?" Pei Xiangdong's voice came from above. Su Yuan gave him an okay gesture to continue. After resting a bit more, he stood up, just as Cheng Yuan was being lowered, tied to the rope. He carefully scanned the surroundings, confirming no zombies were present, and finally felt at ease. The worst fear was a zombie suddenly leaping out from somewhere. But reality wasn't so dramatic. Zombies wouldn't burst onto the scene at a crucial plot point like in movies or TV shows. That was just dramatic flair. In this situation, it wasn't realistic. Cheng Yuan descended quickly, her eyes tightly shut as she gripped the rope. When she was low enough, Su Yuan caught her and helped untie the rope from her waist. Now only Pei Xiangdong remained. He looked down from the window, and after Su Yuan gave him a signal to come down, he began climbing over the sill. One end of the rope was tied to the hospital bed, whose weight was enough to support Pei Xiangdong. He descended swiftly using both hands and feet. Though his balance was off, and he nearly fell several times, his powerful arms held fast to the rope, preventing a disaster. Minutes later, he landed on the ground, shaking his nearly exhausted arms. His face contorted as he scanned the area, and once certain it was safe, he asked, "Let's go." Su Yuan returned the wrench to him and hoisted Cheng Yuan onto his back. "Let's go." Su Yuan didn't plan to re-enter the inpatient building. Instead, he skirted around it. Pei Xiangdong led the way with Su Yuan carrying Cheng Yuan close behind. Suddenly, a guttural roar echoed from ahead. Both men halted abruptly. "Wait, there's a zombie." Pei Xiangdong extended his arm, shielding Su Yuan and the others behind him. Moments later, a figure emerged, stooped and clad in tattered, blood-soaked clothes, its chest even hollowed out. It was a janitor. The blue uniform was unmistakable. Pei Xiangdong swung his wrench, and the hunched zombie collapsed. To be safe, Pei Xiangdong first checked the corner, and only after confirming no danger did he signal Su Yuan to follow. The three jogged back to the rear of the inpatient building, the back door they had entered through earlier. Passing the ambulance blocking the entrance, they returned to their vehicle. Xing Xiaozhen, seeing them return, let out a sigh of relief. "You're finally back? Did you find her?" Pei Xiangdong didn't answer. Su Yuan shook his head. "No, we rescued a nurse instead. She'll sit in the back. By the way, anything happened while we were inside?" "Yes." "What?" Su Yuan was taken aback. Xing Xiaozhen pointed to the end of the asphalt road ahead. 20 minutes ago, I saw a living person run across that street ahead." Su Yuan followed his gaze, thinking it was normal to have survivors in Linzhou City. They themselves were alive and running around these streets. "Anything else?" "No." Xing Xiaozhen shook his head. "All right, let's get back in the car." Su Yuan said no more. He settled. Cheng Yuan glanced at Xue Xiangming, who seemed on the verge of sleep, and returned to the passenger seat. Then the group of 5 plus the nurse set off again. "Old Pei, I'll navigate, you drive." Pei Xiangdong's spirits were low, which was understandable. Su Yuan didn't say much more. He knew time would heal. For now, they wouldn't head home first. They had another stop to make because he needed to deal with that bastard Kuziang. The vehicle twisted through several lanes, arriving at a desolate spot. Few zombies lingered here, and vehicles were sparse. This was an industrial zone, the fringe of Linzhou City. A previous explosion at the factory complex had drawn Su Yuan here to rescue the wounded. Many had perished in the blast, and the area had since been shut down for rectification. "Stop the car." Su Yuan instructed Pei Xiangdong to pull over. Once the vehicle halted, Xue Xiangming, who had been sleeping, stirred awake and asked groggily, "Where are we?" Su Yuan replied, "Go back to sleep. It's nothing." "Oh," Xue Xiangming mumbled, closing his eyes again and leaning back to rest. Su Yuan and Pei Xiangdong stepped out of the car. They walked to the rear and opened the trunk. Kuziang was leaning against one side of the trunk, his hands bound with nylon rope and his mouth sealed with tape. He stared blankly at the two men before him, his expression utterly bewildered. He clearly had no idea what was about to happen. Su Yuan gestured to him, "Get out." Kuziang complied, stepping down from the vehicle. His eyes were filled with confusion and uncertainty. Su Yuan looked at him twice, his gaze complicated, but he steeled himself to proceed. With a bang, Su Yuan closed the trunk door, exchanged a glance with Pei Xiangdong, and they both returned to the car. The engine still running, the car sped away instantly. On the roadside by the factory, only Kuziang remained standing in utter disarray. A breeze swept through, carrying a nauseating stench of blood, both repulsive and disheartening. Even a fool would grasp what this scene signified. He had been exiled. In this world teeming with zombies, he was cast out like this. Kuziang glared with hatred at the car that had vanished at the end of the road, as fear gradually consumed his being. A fierce wind mixed with dust whipped up, forcing his eyes shut. Clenching his teeth, he tore off the tape from his mouth and erupted into curses. "Fuck you, Su Yuan. Just wait. He'll fucking kill you." The moment he shouted, he regretted it. From the greenery of the factory complex nearby, a sudden roar echoed. Having faced zombie crises before, Kuziang now knew exactly what that roar meant. He turned his head and saw a zombie, seemingly without any external wounds, burst out from the bushes. Its speed was so terrifying that he stumbled and fell in fright. Terror gripped him, his lips trembled, and his legs turned weak. The zombie pivoted, its unfocused eyes locking onto him like a wild beast. It shuffled forward, its body twisting in an eerie, contorted manner like some grotesque creature. "Holy shit!" Kuziang cursed loudly, forcing himself to rally, and scrambled to his feet to flee. The zombie behind him gave chase without hesitation. Xing Xiaozhen glanced at the empty trunk and asked Kuziang, "You let him go?" Su Yuan nodded. Someone like him is too dangerous to keep around. Let him fend for himself. Xing Xiaojun didn't fully grasp the implication, only feeling that Su Yuan was truly kind-hearted. Even after Kuziang had nearly killed someone, he was still set free. The boy's heart immediately found some solace. Xue Xiangming, who had been sleeping, was now awake and asked, "Where are we going?" Su Yuan replied, "To the supermarket. You all grab what you need. I'm going home first, then I'll come back to help you." No one objected. Throughout the day, everyone had come to see Su Yuan as their pillar of strength. They had no objections to his decisions. Xing Xiaojun desperately wanted to return to his school, but he knew he couldn't go alone. For now he had to follow Su Yuan's plan and wait until Su Yuan finished his tasks before raising his own concerns. Thus he remained very quiet throughout the journey. The factory was on the edge of Linzhou City. The drive from the factory to the central district was quite long, taking at least 40 minutes. The main issue was that Su Yuan wasn't familiar with this route. He had only been here once before in a convoy. Moreover, as they moved closer to the city center, the number of zombies increased, making progress extremely difficult. As they neared his home, Su Yuan began to worry. All sorts of frantic thoughts raced through his mind. He put on a calm facade, but inside he was a mess. His hands tightly clutched the fabric of his clothes, his gaze was unfocused, and his breathing grew ragged. Throughout the journey, they encountered no living souls. This was very strange. Logically, even if all of Linzhou City had fallen, some survivors should have remained. Yet along the way, only Xing Xiaojun had claimed to see someone, and even that was uncertain. Su Yuan had always believed that hospitals and the government would establish safe zones. But given the current state of Linzhou City, setting up a safe zone seemed like a pipe dream. Perhaps the entire city except for their group had already turned into zombies. That was the most despairing thought. Su Yuan shook his head, trying to dismiss these pointless worries. Looking up, he could already see the residential complex where he lived. Yutong Hanfu. "Stop here," Su Yuan said. They were still a street away from Yutong Hanfu, about 700 or 800 meters. Su Yuan had Pei Xiangdong stop here because the area had fewer zombies and was relatively safe. More importantly, there was a small supermarket nearby. In the past, when Su Yuan got off night shifts, he would often come here to buy drinks or bread. Su Yuan didn't rush to get out. He picked up a wrench and said, "Old Pei, I'll borrow your wrench. He'll go alone. You all head to the supermarket and grab what you need. If I'm not back in 2 hours, just leave. Go to the school or head back. It's up to you." With that, Su Yuan was about to open the door and get out. But Pei Xiangdong grabbed him. "I'm coming with you." Su Yuan refused. "No need." Pei Xiangdong snatched the wrench and got out first, grumbling fiercely, "You went with me to the hospital earlier, now I'm going home with you. Don't you dare refuse." Su Yuan felt a bit helpless, momentarily at a loss for words. The sentiment was deeply touching. But this was hardly the time for sentiment. Refusal seemed futile. "All right then, follow me." Su Yuan glanced back into the car and asked, "Can you manage?" Xing Xiaojun nodded and said, "No problem. We can wait until you get back to go to the supermarket if needed. I'm not in a hurry." Su Yuan nodded. "All right, take care, all of you. Old Xue, stop sleeping. You've been out for ages. Leave me alone." Xue Xiaoming snapped. "Go on, do your thing." Su Yuan ignored him, thinking he was just too frightened to face reality. Wrench in hand, Pei Xiangdong scanned the surroundings and said, "Dr. Su, let's move. Those zombies will be here soon." Su Yuan also looked around, nodded, and started sprinting toward Yutong Hanfu. Su Yuan gazed at Yutong Hanfu, which stood across the street, his heart trembling with fear. Urged on by Pei Xiangdong, he finally set foot on the path home. From the supermarket entrance where they stood, reaching the main gate of Yutong Hanfu required traversing a straight 5 to 100 meter long street. In the past, this street had been packed with cars. Every time Su Yuan returned from his night shift, he could barely walk this road as it was crammed with vehicles. Initially, traffic officers would issue tickets, but later, as parking spaces became scarce, as long as no accidents occurred, they simply stopped checking. Now the street lay empty and desolate, the once sparked cars gone, leaving only a few stray zombies wandering about. Su Yuan followed close beside Pei Xiangdong step by step as they ventured deeper into the street. When they reached the far end, he spotted a zombie in uniform turning around. Upon closer inspection, the uniform was that of a SWAT officer. Su Yuan immediately halted, his eyes darting around in search. Pei Xiangdong asked, puzzled, "What are you looking for?" Su Yuan pointed at the SWAT zombie and said, "See him? There might be a riot shield and a baton nearby, and maybe even a gun." At the mention of a gun, Pei Xiangdong's spirits soared instantly. Immediately, the two began scanning the area. Disappointingly, they found nothing. Could it still be on him? Pei Xiangdong wondered, then, without a second thought, dashed forward. Since the zombie's head was still encased in a riot helmet, Pei Xiangdong was wise enough not to swing his wrench at its skull. Instead, he kicked it, sending it to the ground. He pinned one of its arms with his foot, pressed down on the helmet with his left hand, and smashed the wrench into the zombie's mouth with his right. Thump, thump, thump. Several blows landed. Su Yuan was bewildered, unable to comprehend what he was doing, until Pei Xiangdong looked up and said, "Dr. Su, it's safe now. It can't bite anyone anymore." Su Yuan's mouth twitched, unsure of what to say. One could only say old Pei was clever. Su Yuan walked over as Old Pei, now reckless, removed the zombie's riot helmet. Su Yuan took the opportunity to thrust his file into the back of the zombie's head. Instantly, the zombie went still. Here, put it on. Pei Xiangdong handed the riot helmet to Su Yuan. Su Yuan didn't refuse and promptly placed it on his own head. Pei Xiangdong then attempted to strip the bulletproof vest from the zombie. But just then Su Yuan's gaze shifted to the side, and he spotted several zombies emerging from the adjacent paid parking lot. Their speed was terrifyingly swift. Old Pei, run, run now. Su Yuan patted Old Pei's back, signaling him to flee. Hold on, almost there. Pei Xiangdong, unaware of the situation behind, continued tugging at the vest, but it was too tight and difficult to remove. Forget the vest, run. Su Yuan grabbed Pei Xiangdong and bolted. Pei Xiangdong, confused, glanced back. When he saw the zombies chasing after them from the parking lot, his face instantly paled, and he hurried to match Su Yuan's pace. To not run now would be truly terrifying. The ghastly zombies closed in with astonishing speed. Their faces were twisted in ferocity, their roars like the howls of monsters. They sprinted effortlessly, their bodies lurching sideways. This very motion caused them to collide with one another, tripping the zombies behind them. If not for this, they would have already caught up. Su Yuan, ignoring his exhaustion, was forced to run with all his might, not daring to take a deep breath for fear of losing his rhythm. Pei Xiangdong, on the other hand, seemed much more relaxed, occasionally glancing back to assess the situation. The two of them were already at the end of this street, and as they ran, they arrived at the corner where the situation became far more complicated. Several cars were blocking the entrance of Yutong Hanfu. Some were trying to enter, others to exit. The fronts of the vehicles were locked together. It seemed that when the zombie outbreak began, chaos had overwhelmed everyone. Now the community entrance resembled a besieged city. Those inside wanted to escape, while those outside sought to enter. Numerous zombies roamed between the cars. With the horde from behind closing in, Su Yuan and Pei Xiangdong found themselves in a dire predicament. He paused for a moment, his eyes darting around, then glanced at the situation inside the community gate. No zombies. If they could just get into the community, they would be safe. The key question was how. Su Yuan was at a loss. The road in front of the community gate was clogged with vehicles, and between them zombies wandered back and forth, trapped in the narrow spaces, waiting for prey to come to them. Su Yuan was certainly not foolish enough to approach the zombies. Seeing the dense horde behind them already closing in, Pei Xiangdong, without a word, leaped onto the hood of a car and extended his hand. Up. Su Yuan grabbed his hand, and with a step jumped onto the red sedan in front. At that moment, the pursuing zombies, heedless of any obstacles, crashed into the side of the red sedan with a loud bang, shattering the car door window. Move. Pei Xiangdong began hopping across the cars, as if he were on familiar ground, facing no difficulty. For Su Yuan, it was a challenge. He stared at the zombies lurking in the gaps between the vehicles, feeling a chill, unsure how to leap over them. Fortunately, Old Pei was straightforward enough. Seeing Su Yuan hesitate, he kicked the zombie in the head, sending it staggering in confusion. Only then did Su Yuan muster the courage to jump across. The zombie horde behind them surged forward madly, but luckily they couldn't distinguish directions and had no vision. Their bodies slammed violently into the cars, triggering a cacophony of car alarms. Hearing this commotion, Su Yuan and Pei Xiangdong felt their scalps tingle. Such a racket would surely attract all the wandering zombies in the vicinity. Let's go into the community. The two jumped off the cars and dashed straight into the Yutong Hanfu community. The cluster of vehicles at the entrance blocked the zombie horde's advance, but it was uncertain how long they would hold. Given the horde's size and state, it was only a matter of time before they clambered over the cars and entered the community. Su Yuan had little time left. Back in his own neighborhood, Su Yuan's heart began to race with anxiety once more. The community and the world outside its gates were two entirely different realms. Outside was a frenzy of hysteria, inside a secluded paradise. Su Yuan quickened his pace, running toward the deepest part of the community. His home was on the 18th floor of Building 3, Unit 8, overlooking the river to the north. A riverside apartment, one might say. He had taken out a 30-year mortgage for this apartment and had only been paying it off for 5 years. Then the zombie outbreak happened. He didn't know whether to feel fortunate or resigned. Pei Xiangdong jogged behind him, but halfway through he called out, "Dr. Su." Su Yuan turned back. "What's wrong?" "Look." Pei Xiangdong stopped, pointing at the fountain in the center of the community. Su Yuan stared blankly at the fountain in the center of the residential complex's greenery. The fountain was still operating, water continuously spraying from the central nozzle, but the water was red. The scent of blood wafted over at that moment. A bloated hand stained with blood and water reached out from the pool, only to fall back, shortly splashing up a fair. From the nearby greenery, a zombie, its face half-eaten and mangled, crawled out. Its mouth opened and closed, the lower jaw hanging loose, its throat emitting a hoarse roar. Its body could only move by crawling, its legs stripped of flesh, leaving only terrifying blood-red bones. Seeing this, Su Yuan frowned, thinking he should stay away from the greenery. Without looking back, he hurried deeper into the complex, arriving at the base of the third building. Unit 8 was at the end of this path. Su Yuan reached the glass door, but there was an access control system. He pulled a key from his pocket, unlocked it, pulled open the glass door, and ran inside, habitually pressing the elevator button. But then he regretted it. At the maternal and child health hospital, he had been restraining himself from taking the elevator. Yet now he had pressed it out of habit. There was no way to undo it, and he was nervously at a loss. Pei Xiangdong also walked over, looking dumbfounded, completely unsure of what to do. Ding! The elevator reached the first floor. Xing Xiaozhen was feeling a bit pressured now. Earlier, when he heard the car alarm from the direction Su Yuan had gone, he was startled. Sitting in the car, he could see a large horde of zombies chasing after them, a scene as spectacular as a blockbuster movie, though it lacked some background music to make it truly gripping. He licked his dry lips, glanced at the exhausted little nurse beside him and Xue Xiangming, who was still sleeping, then looked through Xue Zhangming's window at the supermarket across the street. He wanted to go into the supermarket and try to grab some things first. After all, the surrounding zombies were all attracted by the alarms in front of Yutong Hanfu residential complex, swarming towards it. This was his chance. Before coming, he thought that with his youthful stamina, he could help Su Yuan with some tasks, but after arriving, he found himself just a car watcher, unable to do anything. Now he wanted to prove himself to Su Yuan and the others. In zombie dramas, only useful people get to stay, the useless ones die. I don't want to be abandoned by them. Su Yuan is a doctor too, a status that's valuable anywhere. I must prove my worth. Xing Ziazhen's thoughts were clear. He wanted to prove himself to secure his place in this team. He had thought about going back to school to find his girlfriend, but now she had messaged him saying the school was very safe, so he didn't need to worry. He carefully got out of the car and closed the door. The surrounding zombies were all drawn by the alarm, paying him no attention. He walked around the car to the supermarket entrance. He wanted to see inside, but it was pitch black and deep, the cashier's counter empty. Worst of all, the damn door was locked. How could he get in? Pick the lock. He didn't know how. He looked around, unsure what to do, then went to the side of the supermarket, glanced at the alley and muttered, "Is there a back door?" Out of curiosity, he looked back at the car, confirmed there were no zombies nearby, and felt reassured. He gathered his courage and stepped into the alley. The alley had no zombies or doors, but he was still cautious, tiptoeing, afraid to make any sound as he moved towards the back. At the end of the alley, he didn't rush out. Instead, he picked up a small stone from the ground and tossed it outside. The stone rolled for a while, but there was no reaction. Only then did he poke his head out. But what came was a stick. The wooden club swung and struck his forehead with a dull thud. Xing Xiaozhen didn't even have a chance to scream. He only saw stars spinning around him, the world tilting, and then he fell to the ground with a thud. Before losing consciousness, he vaguely heard two voices. "Oh, Dad, you hit the wrong person. He's alive." "Oh, really? Hey, you." Ding. The elevator doors on the first floor slowly opened. Roar. Run. As the zombies' roar came from inside the elevator, Su Yuan instantly turned and dashed towards the stairway behind him. The stairway was right behind him, and he sprinted straight up. Pei Xiangdong followed closely. The zombies that rushed out of the elevator tried to chase them up the stairs, but fortunately, they couldn't climb stairs. They were immediately tripped by the steps, sprawling on the staircase, with more zombies piling up from behind, all collapsing on the stairs. Seeing this, Pei Xiangdong worried, "We won't be able to get out later." Su Yuan looked up the stairwell. "We'll deal with that later." In the 5 years he had lived in this apartment, he had never once taken the stairs. The staircase before him was unfamiliar. He didn't know what lay ahead, but he had to steel himself and go up. His home was on the 18th floor. Very high, but he climbed resolutely. He knew he couldn't run. This was a staircase, not flat ground. He could go fast at first, but once his strength was spent, going up later would be difficult. Su Yuan understood this, so he took 2 steps at a time, walking slowly upward. Pei Xiangdong followed behind. By the time they reached the 10th floor, Su Yuan was panting heavily. But he gritted his teeth and continued climbing. They were lucky there were no zombies in the stairwell. As the floors grew higher, Su Yuan's anxiety increased. Earlier at the small shabby station, he had told his wife over the phone not to go out no matter what happened outside. He hoped she was still at home. As long as she and the child were hiding at home and not sick, everything would be fine. 13th floor. 15th floor. 17th floor. There. The 18th floor. Su Yuan leaned against the doorframe of the 18th floor stairwell, persevering through the pain, and moved along the wall into the corridor. But as soon as he entered the corridor, he froze. The floor was covered in blood. Even the 2 elevator doors were splattered with blood. No. It can't be. He twitched his lips, let out a hollow laugh, and clutched his key, looking up at his own security door. The security door was open. Su Yuan's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the floor. The scene before him was something he could not accept. On each floor there were only 2 households. Now the door opposite was tightly shut, while his own security door stood wide open, and traces of blood stained the marble tiles inside. He dared not approach, unwilling to look at the state of the room, terrified that his wildest fears might come true. Pei Xiangdong caught up at that moment, taking in the sight, and Su Yuan slumped on the ground. His expression shifted slightly as he glanced at the open security door and the blood on the floor, then strode forward. Su Yuan's gaze was vacant, his body limp. He wanted to go in, but lacked the courage. He saw Pei Xiangdong enter the house, clutched his chest in anguish. His heart ached unbearably, as if his entire being were being torn apart. He could not believe what he saw, refused to accept that his wife and child had died. This was not the ending he wanted. No, not this. The sound of Pei Xiangdong's footsteps came from inside the house. At first cautious, fearing zombies might be lurking, his steps were slow. But as time passed, his footsteps gradually became relaxed and at ease. After a while, Pei Xiangdong returned to the doorway and said, "Dr. Su, there's no one in the house." Su Yuan, still in the throes of heartache, paused, then forced himself to his feet and walked inside. The interior was indeed chaotic. The living room lay just beyond the entrance. The teacups on the coffee table were intact, but the floor bore bloody footprints and stains along with a few scattered garments. He then rushed into the bedroom. The bedroom was in complete disarray. All the wardrobes had been flung open and the bed was in a mess. Seeing this, Su Yuan thought, were they packing clothes to flee? Judging by the chaos in the bedroom, it indeed seemed likely they were gathering belongings to escape. He then ran to his son's room, finding it equally chaotic. Many clothes had been taken and a dinosaur plush toy was also missing. If zombies had come in, my wife wouldn't have had time to pack clothes. Something else must have happened. His mind was in turmoil now. He wanted to make sense of the situation at home, but couldn't. He clutched his head and returned to the living room. Because his legs were weak, he stumbled and collapsed by the edge of the coffee table after just a few steps. When he came to his senses, he noticed a folded piece of paper lying on the coffee table. Paper! Su Yuan quickly grabbed it, opened it, and saw the contents. A handwritten note left by his wife. "Honey, if you come back and see this note, don't worry about me and our son. Someone came to take us to a safe zone. They said there are doctors, security, and food there. It's all very safe. You should come quickly too." The handwriting became very hasty toward the end of the last word, quickly, likely because they left in a great rush, jotting down this note hastily. Wait, if they could leave a note, why couldn't they call? He quickly pulled out his phone, which had very little battery left, and dialed his wife's number. This time, instead of a busy signal, a cold voice replied, "Sorry, the subscriber you dialed is powered off." Su Yuan did not try again. Instead, he turned and asked, "Do you know about a safe zone?" How could Pei Xiangdong know? He shook his head decisively. "What safe zone?" Su Yuan frowned and said, "Someone took my wife and child to a safe zone. I need to go there to find them." Pei Xiangdong asked, "Is there an address?" Su Yuan glanced at the note and shook his head no. Pei Xiangdong was baffled. "How do we get there then?" "I don't know." Su Yuan shook his head, his eyes full of confusion, clutching the paper tightly, unsure of what to do. The more he thought, the more anxious he became. "What should I do? Where's the safe zone? Why the hell didn't you write it down? I told you to stay home and not go out. Why did you still leave? How stupid can you be?" Pei Xiangdong stood by at a loss. He had never experienced such things and didn't know how to comfort him, only able to fret helplessly. Su Yuan covered his face, truly at a loss for what to do next. He had repeatedly warned his wife not to go out, and now she had gone anyway, heading to some damn safe zone. The entire city of Linzhou had fallen. How could there still be a safe zone? Su Yuan didn't know whether to be angry or sad. "Old Pei, what should I do?" Su Yuan turned back, asking weakly. This trip had been in vain. Pei Xiangdong had no strong opinions, but still said, "Maybe we should go back first. Staying here won't help. Let's get back to the car, and then we can look for the safe zone. What do you think?" Desperate and without options, Su Yuan nodded. Right, let's get back to the car first, then find the safe zone." The course was decided. Su Yuan struggled to his feet and headed for the door. Just as he was about to go downstairs, Pei Xiangdong stopped him. "Dr. Su, wait. Taking the stairs down won't work. The first floor is full of zombies." Su Yuan recalled what had happened downstairs and nodded blankly, asking, "Then how do we get down?" That stumped Pei Xiangdong. He wasn't familiar with this place at all. He had no idea how to get out. "Dr. Su, don't panic first." Pei Xiangdong grabbed Su Yuan's arm. Su Yuan's mouth twitched. "I'm not panicking. How the hell can I not panic? Tell me how." Pei Xiangdong didn't know what to say, so he had to steel himself and try to reason. "Dr. Su, I know you're worried about your wife and kid, but panicking won't help. If we can't get out of here, we won't be able to find them, right? I'm just a rough guy and I don't know this place. If you can't pull yourself together, we'll both die here." Su Yuan was indeed panicked, but he hadn't lost his reason. He knew Pei Xiangdong was making sense, yet he simply couldn't calm down. "Die here? My wife and child? Could they already be dead on the road?" No, Dr. Su, don't think like that." Pei Xiangdong was truly at a loss for words, unsure how to console him. Su Yuan stared at Pei Xiangdong before him. What if it really happened? What should I do? Old Pei, what the hell do I do?" Slap. Suddenly Pei Xiangdong struck Su Yuan across the face. The frantic Su Yuan instantly fell silent, his head tilted, feeling the searing pain on his cheek, suddenly jolted back to his senses. He frowned, glanced at the paper now crumpled in his hand, smoothed it out carefully, read the words again, folded it, and placed it in his pocket. He looked up at Pei Xiangdong and said with a furrowed brow, "Old Pei, thanks." That slap had snapped him out of it. He knew that panic solved nothing. Pei Xiangdong let out a sigh of relief and quickly asked, "How do we get out?" Su Yuan glanced at the corridor, then at the stairwell ahead, and finally turned around and said, "Take the elevator." Upon hearing about taking the elevator, Pei Xiangdong's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Although he was not afraid of the zombies, going down by elevator seemed too radical. Taking the stairs at least allowed them to see the situation on the next floor in advance, but the elevator was a different story. Who knew what they might encounter when the doors opened below? Su Yuan was not the type to rush to his death. This decision was far too risky. "Let's not," Su Yuan said. "We'll go to the second floor instead of the first. There's an external staircase on the second floor. We can descend from there." They knew all too well what awaited them on the first floor. Walking into that would be suicide. Pei Xiangdong breathed a sigh of relief at these words. Then Su Yuan pressed the elevator button. One of the elevators began to ascend slowly, the mechanical sounds echoing from the shaft. Before long, a piercing ding rang out. The elevator arrived at the 18th floor. The doors slid open slowly. A zombie's guttural roar emanated from inside. Through the widening gap, they could already see the zombie within shambling toward the exit. The zombie's head was tilted at an odd angle, as if its neck had suffered a heavy blow that caused its death. Su Yuan and Pei Xiangdong both took a step back. Drawn by their presence, the zombie slowly emerged from the elevator, its head askew as it let out continuous roars. Pei Xiangdong swung his wrench and struck the zombie. The creature paid no heed and lunged forward. Su Yuan kicked the zombie in the abdomen, slowing its advance. Just then Pei Xiangdong's wrench landed on the zombie's head, but the blow lacked sufficient force, only denting the skull without killing it. As the zombie's head was forced down by the blow, Su Yuan drove his file into the soft flesh at the back of its neck. The zombie collapsed instantly like a robot whose plug had been pulled. Su Yuan withdrew the file slick with blood and brain matter, shook it clean, glanced back at his apartment, and walked over to close the door. Pei Xiangdong held the elevator door open to prevent it from closing. Su Yuan approached and said again, "Thanks for that earlier." Pei Xiangdong gave a simple smile. "What's there to thank? Without you, Dr. Su, I wouldn't have made it this far either." They entered the elevator and pressed the button for the second floor. The elevator descended slowly. Su Yuan's gaze turned sharp. "Move back a bit. There might be zombies on the second floor too." "Got it," Pei Xiangdong replied, quickly retreating to a corner. The interior of the elevator was utterly repulsive. Blood stained the ceiling and metal walls, and the stench of gore was overwhelming. Su Yuan had grown accustomed to the smell, but Pei Xiangdong could not bear it. His nose wrinkled in disgust. Ding! The elevator arrived at the second floor. Both of them tensed, their eyes fixed on the doors about to open, nerves taut with anticipation. The elevator door slid open slowly. The corridor outside was eerily quiet, devoid of any bloodstains. Su Yuan tossed his file out onto the floor. It clattered loudly and rolled several times. Yet still no sign of a zombie appeared. Pei Xiangdong stepped out first to survey the area, then turned back. "No zombies," he said. Su Yuan exhaled in relief and stepped out of the elevator. He glanced at the clean corridor without a second thought and led the way toward the fire escape. The iron door to the fire escape was locked, but the door and lock were merely a sheet metal door with an old stainless steel panel lock. Su Yuan stared at the lock and asked, "Old Pei, can you get this open?" Pei Xiangdong replied, "A cheap lock like this. A couple of hits and it'll be done." Without another word, Pei Xiangdong slammed his wrench against the stainless steel lock. Thud! Thud! 2 strikes were enough. The lock on the iron door gave way. He pushed the door open with ease. But the sight that greeted them left Su Yuan and Pei Xiangdong utterly speechless. Below them, stretching from their building, Building 3, all the way to the residential area's entrance, the road was packed with zombies. Though the undead were not densely clustered and were scattered widely, the mere sight of them extinguished any thought of descending further. Su Yuan clenched his jaw, swiftly retreated, and slammed the door shut. It went without saying. The residential area, which had been relatively clean earlier, was now crawling with zombies. Clearly the horde that had gathered at the main gate had surged inside. Pei Xiangdong asked, "Are we trapped?" "I don't know," Su Yuan replied, panic creeping into his voice. He cracked the door open again to peek outside. The loud noise from breaking the lock had drawn the attention of all the zombies on the road, and they were now converging on their location. This was a serious predicament. They were caught in an awkward bind. Retreating via the stairs would lead them to the horde on the first floor. Taking the fire escape in front of them meant facing the zombies swarming the entire residential area. If they moved quickly, they might have a chance to escape, but their legs were already worn out from climbing the stairs earlier. They could barely walk, let alone run. Moreover, zombies from all around were converging on the fire escape. If they delayed, any longer escape would become impossible. Should they make a run for it now and gamble everything? Su Yuan stared outside, his mind racing. Pei Xiangdong grew anxious as well. "Dr. Su, maybe we should just go for it." Su Yuan frowned. "Go for it? No way. I still have to find my wife and child. I'm not dying here." As he vented, a thought suddenly struck him. He stared at Pei Xiangdong and asked, "Old Pei, you said earlier you're a car mechanic, right?" Pei Xiangdong nodded blankly. A sly smile crept across Su Yuan's face. "Can you hotwire a car like in the movies?" Pei Xiangdong furrowed his brow. I can, but it's a bit troublesome. That's all I need. Let's go. Su Yuan closed the door and pressed the elevator button again. The elevator, still waiting on the second floor, opened its doors, and they stepped inside. Su Yuan pressed the button for the basement level. His own car had been left at the hospital due to his night shift, and he hadn't driven it back, or else he would have used it. But with Pei Xiangdong here, the car was no longer a problem. The elevator doors closed, and they began descending once more. But shortly after, the elevator let out a ding and stopped at the first floor. Su Yuan froze, his eyes fixed on the control panel. Only the button for the basement level was lit. No one had pressed the button for the first floor. Yet the elevator had stopped at the first floor. That could only mean one thing: a zombie on the first floor had somehow triggered the button, causing the stop. Su Yuan's scalp tingled with dread. The entire corridor on the first floor was packed with zombies. Once the doors opened, both of them would be swarmed. Su Yuan dared not move nor make a single sound. Pei Xiangdong tightened his grip on the wrench in his hand. At that moment, the sound of the elevator doors opening drew the attention of the zombies lurking in the corridor across the way. They turned in unison with vacant stares and contorted. Su Yuan dared not move nor make a single sound. Pei Xiangdong tightened his grip on the wrench in his hand. At that moment, the sound of the elevator doors opening drew the attention of the zombies lurking in the corridor across the way. They turned in unison with vacant stares and contorted faces, moving with startling speed as they surged into the elevator. Without a word, Pei Xiangdong lashed out with his foot. The leading zombie was sent tumbling backward, causing the ones behind to collapse in a heap on the floor, momentarily unable to rise. Su Yuan frantically pressed the button to close the doors. But one zombie's foot still blocked the elevator entrance, preventing the doors from shutting. Su Yuan kicked the foot outward, and the doors began to slide shut instantly. Just as they thought the danger had passed, a zombie lying on the ground thrust its hand through the gap beneath the doors, clawing its way out from the pile. It let out a guttural roar at the two men, its face twisted in savagery. In that moment, the elevator doors slid open once more. Su Yuan's head throbbed with frustration. Why the hell is it open again? Bang! In that instant, Pei Xiangdong brought the wrench down hard on the zombie's skull. Brain matter splattered across his face, and the grotesque creature went still. As for the hand still wedged in the elevator gap, Pei Xiangdong had no time to deal with it. Because of that zombie, the ones he had kicked down earlier had all scrambled back to their feet and were now charging into the elevator. They howled incessantly, their bodies trembling and twisting like those afflicted with a severe palsy. Pei Xiangdong blocked the foremost zombie with his arm while swinging the wrench with his other hand, but the restricted motion sapped his strength and his blows proved futile. Su Yuan kicked out, but the sheer press of zombies felt like striking a solid wall. It didn't budge. Instead, a sharp pain shot through his own ankle. He was certain he had sprained it. But there was no time to dwell on that. Pei Xiangdong was losing ground. Think of something, he shouted. Ignoring the agony in his ankle, Su Yuan locked his gaze on the zombie's vacant eyes, gripped his file, and drove it deep into the creature's eye socket. The zombie in front of Pei Xiangdong immediately went limp and slumped forward. But those behind it continued their frenzied advance, desperate to break through. Give me the wrench, Su Yuan yelled. Pei Xiangdong handed it over. Su Yuan quickly assessed the situation. Pei Xiangdong was blocking most of the elevator entrance, but zombies were still squeezing through the gaps. Su Yuan swung the wrench at their heads, each kill sealing a portion of the doorway. Soon 4 dead zombies formed a barricade at the entrance. Pei Xiangdong strained with all his might to hold back the corpses. Su Yuan knew he couldn't last much longer. Glancing at the seething mass of zombies beyond, he realized there was no way to take them on outside, and even if he could, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious. Then his eyes fell on the corridor across from the elevator, and he looked at the wrench and file in his hands. Got it. Without hesitation, he hurled the file toward the corridor. Clang. The sharp sound of metal hitting the floor echoed through the space. Instantly, the zombies pressing toward the elevator were drawn to the noise. Su Yuan dared not make a sound, and Pei Xiangdong fought to suppress his own urge to scream, maintaining his position with great effort. Soon the zombies at the rear turned and shambled toward the corridor, easing the pressure on Pei Xiangdong. He was about to push the dead zombie away, but Su Yuan stopped him. Together they dragged the corpse into the elevator, carefully pushed the other bodies out of the doorway, and pressed the button to close the doors. In an instant, the elevator doors began to close, accompanied by a mechanical sound. The noise once again attracted the zombies. Those that had just entered the corridor turned and sprinted back toward the elevator. Su Yuan clenched his teeth, his mind screaming, hurry, hurry, close. The doors gradually shut, the sight of the charging zombies both repulsive and unstoppable. Their terrifying roars seemed to awaken a primal fear deep within. The gap between the doors narrowed to a slit, and then with a thud they sealed completely. A sudden sensation of descending weightlessness washed over them. It felt as though his heart had hit the ground. Su Yuan collapsed to the floor, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat, his shirt soaked through. Pei Xiangdong clutched his chest, his heart racing so fast it left him weak, muttering, "Oh my God," repeatedly to calm himself. Su Yuan's gaze went blank. This feeling of having narrowly escaped death was far from pleasant. Before long, a sharp pain shot through his ankle, making him wince. He touched it, definitely sprained. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to stand. Because now the elevator had reached the first basement level. Ding! A soft chime announced their arrival, and the door slid open. Su Yuan's hand trembled as he gripped the wrench, uncertain if he had any strength left to fight. But luck seemed to be on their side. Outside the elevator there was no sign of any zombies. He glanced left and right, then limped to the door to peer out, confirming the underground parking lot was clear. Turning back, he called out, "Old Pei, it's safe. Let's go." Pei Xiangdong pushed aside the corpse, pinning his leg, stood up, and stepped out to survey the area. He looked back and asked Dr. Su, your foot. It's sprained. I might need you to. Before Su Yuan could finish, Pei Xiangdong snatched the wrench from his hand and ran off. Su Yuan didn't know what to say. Forced to endure the pain, he hobbled after him, but Pei Xiangdong showed no sign of stopping. In fact, he was speeding up. What does he mean by this? Is he trying to abandon me? Before he could dwell on it, Pei Xiangdong reached a black Chevrolet Cruze, smashed the driver's side window with the wrench, opened the door, and climbed inside. Hearing the commotion, Su Yuan stopped and scanned the surroundings, relieved to see no zombies emerging. Otherwise, they'd be in serious trouble. Moments later, the engine sputtered to life with a roar. Pei Xiangdong shut the door, swung the car around, and pulled up in front of Su Yuan. Dr. Su, get in. A faint smile tugged at Su Yuan's lips. So that's what he was up to. He opened the passenger door and climbed in. Drive forward, he said. In the garage, the roar of the car engine was particularly loud, mainly because the place was so eerily quiet and empty, with only their vehicle making any sound. However, as they approached the exit, Su Yuan caught some strange footsteps. What's wrong? Pei Xiangdong looked at him in confusion. Now was the best time to rush out. The entrance of the underground parking lot had no zombies blocking it, and the exit was clear. Su Yuan frowned and said, "Did you hear any footsteps?" Pei Xiangdong listened carefully, but the sound of the car engine drowned out everything around them. He shook his head. No footsteps. Su Yuan turned to look back at the pitch-black underground parking lot. The footsteps he had heard earlier had vanished. Maybe I misheard. Let's go. There are zombies outside the exit, so be careful. Pei Xiangdong stepped on the gas, and the black car emerged from the underground parking lot. The light outside was somewhat dazzling, but once the vehicle steadied, they saw numerous zombies scattered on the road ahead, not clustered together. But the sound of the car engine was loud enough. Upon hearing it, the zombies turned around as if they had spotted prey and sprinted wildly like grotesque creatures. Go! Su Yuan panicked at the sight. Wait! Pei Xiangdong didn't step on the gas. Instead, he frowned and uttered those two words. This left Su Yuan utterly bewildered. Now of all times, wait. If they waited any longer, the zombies would be upon them. But trusting Pei Xiangdong's judgment, Su Yuan didn't urge him and chose to believe that Pei Xiangdong would never court death. So when the zombies ahead had gathered and were only 10 meters from the car, Pei Xiangdong warned Su Yuan, hold tight. Nervously, Su Yuan grabbed the handle above the window. Then, Pei Xiangdong floored the accelerator, and the car shot out like a rocket, mercilessly crashing into the zombies ahead. The zombies tumbled over the vehicle, and the windshield shattered upon impact. Su Yuan was startled, but seeing the road wide open ahead and the horde of zombies behind them, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, you're something, old Pei. Su Yuan held onto the handle, looking at the zombies chasing them in the rearview mirror, but they were all left far behind. No wonder Pei Xiangdong had wanted to wait earlier. His plan was to lure the zombies together so that once they plowed through the few in front, the path behind would be completely clear. If they had left immediately, they would probably have been swarmed by the zombies. Haha, Pei Xiangdong chuckled. But their joy was short-lived as they soon arrived at the main gate of the residential complex. The gate was still the same, with vehicles jammed there, making it impossible to drive out. Fortunately, the zombies that had been blocking the entrance earlier had already entered the complex, making this spot relatively safe for them. But now there was another problem. Su Yuan had sprained his ankle. He couldn't walk fast. Old Pei then asked, is there another way? Su Yuan shook his head. No. The back and side gates are only passable on foot, maybe for an electric scooter at most. Pei Xiangdong didn't hesitate. Get out. Su Yuan didn't hesitate either. He got out of the car and limped out. Pei Xiangdong walked over to Su Yuan and crouched down. Dr. Su, get on my back. They'll carry you. Su Yuan didn't hesitate. He climbed onto the other's back. The situation left no room for hesitation. Whatever choice they made, they had to see it through to the end. Pei Xiangdong, carrying Su Yuan on his back, stepped onto the cars blocking the gate and jumped out of the complex step by step. As for the zombies chasing from behind in the complex, they were once again blocked by the vehicles, buying Su Yuan and Pei Xiangdong time to escape. Pei Xiangdong was now running with all his might, struggling greatly. Su Yuan could hear his weary gasps on his back and felt a pang of guilt. But they couldn't stop now. And Su Yuan definitely couldn't get down. He knew that if he did, it would only delay them further. After running about 700 or 800 meters, Pei Xiangdong couldn't run anymore and could only walk step by step. Fortunately, their own car was not far away. There were no zombies near the car. It was safe. As for the zombies behind them, they were too far away and had lost their direction. Few were still chasing. Soon they returned to the car. Su Yuan opened the door and got in, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The two of them sat in the front seat, panting, drenched in sweat from head to toe, feeling utterly miserable. We made it. Su Yuan couldn't describe his feelings at that moment. He realized he had truly underestimated the zombies. Several times earlier they had been on the brink of death, and without Pei Xiangdong, he would have died long ago. Earlier at the maternal and child health hospital things had seemed relatively easy, leading him to misjudge the zombies. He had thought these mindless creatures only acted on instinct, and that as long as he was careful there would be no danger. But this trip home taught him that he must never underestimate these creatures. Once their numbers grew, survival was almost entirely a matter of luck. After catching his breath, feeling the pain in his ankle, his face contorted in agony. He lifted his foot and felt it. It was swollen, but not too severely. As long as he didn't move it, it would probably heal in about a week. Then Pei Xiangdong let out a puzzled sound. Where's that student? Su Yuan was taken aback. He turned to look at the back seat, and saw only Xue Xiangming sleeping, and the nurse Cheng Yulan slumped to the side. Xing Xiaozhen was gone. Su Yuan scanned the area outside the car, but saw no sign of Xing Xiaozhen. He opened the door again and glanced at the supermarket entrance next to them. The door was still locked, and the windows were intact with no signs of forced entry. Where the hell had that kid gone? College student, Pei Xiangdong called out directly. Hearing this, Su Yuan's mouth twitched. Shoo. Pei Xiangdong quickly shut up. They waited for a while, but there was still no sign of Xing Xiaozhen. Where the hell did that kid go? Su Yuan sighed in frustration. He walked to the back door and gestured for Pei Xiangdong to roll down the rear window. Pei Xiangdong pressed a button on the driver's seat, and the rear window lowered. Su Yuan patted the sleeping Xue Xiangming. Hey, old Xue, wake up. Wake up. Xue Xiangming stirred awake, his eyes listless as he looked at Su Yuan and asked weakly, what? Where did Xing Xiaozhen go? Before Su Yuan could finish asking, he noticed Xue Xiangming's condition and grew concerned. What's wrong with you? Why are you so weak? Are you okay? I don't know. I just feel so tired, so cold, my whole body aches, and I have no strength. Upon hearing his own description, Su Yuan carefully observed Xue Xiangming's complexion, which was deathly pale, and his lips were cracked. He reached out to touch Xue Xiangming's forehead. It was scalding hot, no different from a fever, and he was constantly breaking out in cold sweat. This condition was exactly the same as Lu Yes after he was bitten, but this guy hadn't been bitten by a zombie. Su Yuan then measured his heartbeat. It was extremely fast, around 160 beats per minute or more. This was highly abnormal. Su Yuan frowned and asked, were you bitten by a zombie? Xue Xiangming shook his head slightly, trying to deny it, but the terror in his eyes betrayed everything. In his years as a doctor at the hospital, Su Yuan had seen hundreds, even thousands of patients. Some patients, to conceal their secrets, would deliberately lie about their conditions. Su Yuan could always see through their eyes. The Xue Xiangming before him was exactly the same. He wanted to deny it, but the despair and plea for help in his eyes had already exposed him. Su Yuan didn't call him out, only asked, where's the wound? Xue Xiangming turned around and pointed to the back of his neck. Su Yuan saw a very obvious bite mark on the left side of the back of his neck. The skin was broken and slightly bleeding. It was clearly a zombie bite. Did you encounter zombies just now, eh? Su Yuan asked habitually while examining the wound. Xue Xiangming shook his head. No, I was bitten earlier. I thought such a small wound would be fine, but now I feel terrible. Earlier. Su Yuan recalled the earlier situation. The only thing that came to mind was when they first entered the city and were chased by a large horde of zombies. Xue Xiangming had been the slowest runner then. If Pei Xiangdong hadn't gone to help him, he would have been devoured by the zombies. Su Yuan was slightly surprised, never expecting that he had already been bitten back then. Wait, if you were bitten earlier, why didn't you say so? Xue Xiangming's lips trembled. I was afraid. Su Yuan didn't know how to comfort him. Such emotions were normal. Anyone would be afraid, especially after being bitten by a zombie. The disbelief was like when a healthy person is first diagnosed with cancer, unable to accept it, filled with fear. Wait, if you were bitten earlier, where is Xing Xiaozhen? Where did he go? Xue Xiangming shook his head. I don't know. I was sleeping just now. Dr. Su, can you save me? I don't want to die, and I don't want to become one of those flesh-eating maniacs. Su Yuan wanted to help him, but his abilities were limited. If there were a way, he would have saved Lu Yu already. Xue Xiangming grabbed his hand, his eyes full of longing. Su Yuan patted the back of his hand and comforted him. Let's go back first. Your wife and children are still waiting for you. Xue Xiangming shook his head. No, I don't want to go back. I don't want them to see me like this. Dr. Su, please save me. Please save me. Su Yuan's heart ached, but at this moment, he truly had no way. Bitten by a zombie. On the neck. There was nothing to do but wait for death. Su Yuan said, let's go back first. We'll talk when we get back, okay? Xue Xiangming shook his head. I won't go back. Su Yuan was helpless. His hand was now gripped tightly by Xue Xiangming, and he couldn't pull it free. Plus his ankle was throbbing with pain. He really wanted to sit down instead of standing like this. Most critically, zombies were approaching from the distance. Pei Xiangdong reminded him, Dr. Su, we have to go. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Su Yuan was also panicked. He said, listen to me, let's go back first. In this situation, if you keep holding on to me, we'll both die. Besides, your wife and children are waiting for you to come back. If you don't return, what will happen to them? Don't overthink it. Listen to me, okay? Xue Xiangming, still somewhat rational, struggled briefly and let go of Su Yuan's hand. Su Yuan quickly limped back to the passenger seat. By now the zombies were already near the car. Pei Xiangdong stepped on the accelerator, and the car silently left the area. As for Xing Xiaojun, Pei Xiangdong circled the vicinity twice, but found no trace of him. Helpless, they had to return first. Where the college student had gone, whether he was alive or dead, no one knew. On the road, Pei Xiangdong said, Dr. Su, we came out this time and got nothing. By tomorrow we'll have no food. Su Yuan was also considering this issue, but they definitely couldn't stop in the city. Too many zombies. Once they went to a supermarket, they would encounter even more danger. Now that his ankle was sprained, only Pei Xiangdong was capable of going to the supermarket to get supplies, which made it even more dangerous. Just as he was thinking, Pei Xiangdong slapped the steering wheel. I know where to go. Where? The gas station convenience store. I know a gas station. It's a bit far, and we'll have to take a detour, but there are fewer people there. It's safe. Alright, let's go. Su Yuan didn't stop him. After all, he had promised the people on the Pebble Beach, so he still had to find these supplies. When Xing Xiaojun woke up, he panicked upon seeing the pitch-black surroundings. At that moment, the pain on his forehead struck, and he felt his head buzzing with severe tinnitus and dizziness. He could even see little stars floating around his head. He covered his head and closed his eyes, feeling like his skull was about to explode. Hey Dad, look, he's awake. Young man, you're awake, the father beside him chuckled. Upon hearing their voices, Xing Xiaojun was so startled that he jumped up from the ground and warily looked at the two figures in the darkness. Who's there? Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. We're all living people, not those walking corpses outside. You don't need to be scared. With a click, the light turned on, brightening the room. Xing Xiaojun saw a father and daughter before him, looking at him with smiles. Surrounding him was a small sealed room with only one door leading outside, not even a window. Where am I? What is this place? And who are you? This is the warehouse of a supermarket. I own the supermarket. When I saw you just now, I thought you were one of those walking corpses outside, so I knocked you out with a stick. Sorry about that, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Here, this is for you. I'm really sorry just now. I hope you don't mind. The girl in a high school uniform clasped her hands together, her expression very apologetic. Xing Xiaojun looked at the chocolate in his hand, his brows furrowed. Then, remembering something, he quickly turned open the door and ran out. He found himself in the supermarket. Weaving through the shelves, he turned a corner and saw the supermarket's main door. He rushed over and pressed his face against the glass door to look outside. The supermarket he was in was the same one next to their car earlier. From here, he could see the road outside. But on the road, the shiny black new energy vehicle was gone. The car? They didn't leave, did they? A wave of despair surged within Xing Xiaojun. The gas station was far away, and their new energy vehicle would never make it. They had no choice but to leave the city first and return to Xue Xiangming's car. Half an hour later, the four of them arrived back at the spot where they had parked earlier. When getting out of the car, Xue Xiangming weakened and unsteady stumbled and fell to the ground, his forehead hitting a brick and breaking open, blood streaming down. Old Pei, help. Su Yuan, having sprained his ankle, couldn't lift him up, so he had to call for Pei Xiangdong. Pei Xiangdong walked over, glanced at the bleeding wound on Xue Xiangming's head, and asked, Dr. Su, is this serious? It's not too bad, just a scrape, and he's knocked out. Put him in the car, and you, the little nurse inside, help out too. Don't worry, I've got it. Dr. Su, you get in the car first, Pei Xiangdong said, bustling about. When they first arrived here in the morning, everyone was healthy and could lend a hand. But now only Pei Xiangdong still had strength. Su Yuan got into Xue Xiangming's car and checked his ankle again. It was still the same, not swelling further, which was already a good sign. He watched Pei Xiangdong carrying the little nurse over, feeling a pang of unease, but there was nothing he could do. Pei Xiangdong was already panting from exhaustion, sweat beading on his forehead. He got into the driver's seat, rested for a moment, then started the car to leave. Su Yuan stopped him. Take a break, you've had enough. Pei Xiangdong glanced at Su Yuan, then at Xue Xiangming in the back, and said, Dr. Su, didn't you say he doesn't have much time? We'd better head back early. Don't worry, I'm fine. I've been through worse than this. I can handle it. Su Yuan opened his mouth to persuade him, but thinking of Xue Xiangming's condition, which indeed couldn't be delayed, he sighed helplessly and said, all right, let's go then. The four set off again, heading for the gas station Pei Xiangdong had mentioned. All was quiet along the way. Su Yuan was thinking about the note his wife had left behind. It said safe zone, but without a specific address. He was pondering where the safe zone could be. Pei Xiangdong drove in silence, completely focused. An hour later, around 3 in the afternoon, they arrived at the gas station. Pei Xiangdong said, Dr. Su, stay in the car. He'll go check it out. If there are no zombies, he'll come back and get you. Su Yuan didn't argue. His current condition was indeed unfit for helping. Pei Xiangdong turned off the engine, got out, and with a wrench in hand cautiously approached the gas station convenience store. Su Yuan sat in the car watching his back, praying nothing would happen to him. Their situation was dire now. Pei Xiangdong was their only hope. If anything happened to him, they were as good as finished. Su Yuan's feelings were complicated. He had thought that with their combined abilities they could survive in Linzhou City, and that the zombies were nothing to fear as long as they were careful. But the reality before him was brutally harsh. They had set out as 5 excluding Kuziyang, who had been exiled. Shui Xiaoming had been bitten by a zombie, and Xing Xiaojin was missing, likely dead somewhere in Linzhou City, his body perhaps never to be found. Su Yuan was lucky to have a tough man like Pei Xiangdong by his side, allowing him to escape. If he had gone home alone back, then he probably would have died in his own neighborhood. As far as he could see, Pei Xiangdong had already entered the gas station convenience store. Once inside, his figure disappeared from view. Su Yuan's heart tightened. What was happening inside only Pei Xiangdong knew. Waiting outside was agonizing. Minutes ticked by, but the gas station convenience store remained silent. 5 minutes passed. Su Yuan couldn't wait any longer. Why isn't he out yet? Could something have happened? He opened the car door and stepped out, intending to head for the gas station convenience store. Just then the store's door swung open, and a cart piled high with goods emerged, pushed by Pei Xiangdong. He was covered in blood, his head smeared with it. Whether his own or from the zombies he had killed, it was impossible to tell. Pei Xiangdong pushed the cart over, excitedly grinning naively and saying, "Dr. Su, it's a bonanza. Is this enough?" Su Yuan looked at the items stacked in the cart. Almost all food. But that wasn't important. Forget about that for now. Are you okay? What about all this blood on you? Don't worry, it's all from the zombies. I didn't get a scratch. Dr. Su, what else do you need? Just say the word, and he'll get it. Su Yuan pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. The list of supplies they had agreed upon earlier. Follow this list. If it's not there, forget it. Oh, and search the back rooms for any medical supplies. Take everything. He'll load these things into the car. Got it. Pei Xiangdong turned and headed back into the gas station convenience store. Su Yuan, limping, dragged the cart to the rear of the car, opened the trunk, and began loading the food. After 3 or 5 trips, Pei Xiangdong had packed everything he could carry into the trunk. He also found a professional medical kit under the gas station counter, which was good news for Su Yuan. Su Yuan used it to bandage the wound on Shui Xiangming's head. They worked until 4 in the afternoon before finally calling it a day and officially heading back. On the road, Pei Xiangdong said, "Dr. Su, I've been thinking. Maybe we should go to that warehouse." "Huh? The warehouse?" Su Yuan was puzzled, not understanding his meaning. Pei Xiangdong said, "Yeah, the warehouse. We can't keep sleeping by the river forever. Linzhou City is already like this. I think that warehouse is a good place, spacious, remote, and almost no zombies. It's very safe." Su Yuan thought it over and seemed to agree. "All right, let's head to the warehouse then. But I doubt we can go today. Old Shui's condition. I'm afraid he won't make it through tonight." Pei Xiangdong glanced back and said nothing. Neither of them wanted to see Shui Xiangming in this state, but it had already happened. They had to accept it. However, how to explain it to his wife and child when they got back was a huge problem. 2 hours later, their car returned to Shizitan. Su Yuan could see from the car that people were gathering around, their faces grim, as if something had happened. He limped out of the car, looking at them with confusion, and asked, "What happened?" Gu Jingman walked over, a helpless expression on her face, and pointed to another car not far away. "Nurse Liu has turned into a zombie." Upon hearing this news, Su Yuan's gaze shifted toward the other vehicle. Earlier, to prevent any mishap with Liu Yu, he had confined her inside the car. Though he had long anticipated her fate, he still found it impossible to accept at this moment. He clutched the fabric over his chest as a sharp stabbing pain racked his heart. Leaning against the car, he slowly sank onto the gravel ground. The sensation of losing someone close was truly unbearable. Dr. Su, are you alright?" Gu Jingman was terrified, wanting to help, but unsure how. Su Yuan raised a hand to stop her. "I'm fine. Just tired." The crowd around him fell into silence. No one dared to speak, for Su Yuan's identity as a doctor commanded their deference. Now that Liu Yu had turned into a zombie, they had nothing to say, waiting only for Su Yuan to deal with it himself. Pei Xiangdong also descended from the car at this moment. However, the blood all over his body startled the crowd, who stepped back. He quickly explained, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. This blood isn't mine, it's all from the zombies. No need to worry." Despite his words, there were 2 children present, who dared not even look at Pei Xiangdong, trembling with fear. Several women also covered their noses and mouths, overwhelmed by the heavy stench of blood on him. Pei Xiangdong felt a bit awkward. "I'd better go wash up first." He turned and walked downstream to a small creek. Without any fuss, he jumped straight in, and the blood on his clothes instantly stained the water red. Su Yuan took a few heavy breaths, pulled himself together, and stood up using the car door. He glanced at the other vehicle and could see through the windshield that Liu Yu had already become a zombie. Her face pale and twisted, her eyes vacant, her hands clawing frantically at the window. She was no longer human. Su Yuan couldn't bring himself to face her now, nor did he want to deal with anyone. But some things had to be handled. Taking a deep breath, he said to Fan Diyu and the other men, "Help me out. Old Shui is in the back seat along with a nurse. Carry them down, please. I've twisted my ankle and can't move." "Oh, got it. Fan Diu and the others quickly opened the back door and lifted Xue Xiangming and the nurse Cheng Yuan out from the back seat. When Mu saw blood on her husband Xue Xiangming's head, she panicked. Aunt, honey, what's wrong? Why is your head bleeding? Dr. Su, what happened to you all? Su Yuan didn't know how to answer nor how to tell her that Xue Xiangming had been bitten by a zombie. Beside the car, Xing Zizhen's classmate He Ziming peered inside and asked in confusion, "Where's old Xing?" He approached Su Yuan wanting to ask where Xing Xiaozhen had gone and why he hadn't returned with them. But Su Yuan limping walked over to Xue Xiaoming. Mu was still asking about the wound on his head. Su Yuan said he bumped it getting out of the car. Mu breathed a sigh of relief. With a complex look, Su Yuan patted Xue Xiangming's cheek and called his name a few times. Xue Xiangming slowly regained consciousness, his eyes dazed as he looked around. When he saw his wife beside him, a faint smile curled on his pale lips. Weakly he said, "Wife, I didn't think I'd see you again. I thought I wouldn't get to see you one last time." Mu, still unaware of the truth, wiped away tears and laughed. "What nonsense are you talking about? You're back safe and sound, just a bump on the head. Why all this talk of life and death?" Xue Xiangming paused, glanced at Su Yuan, and asked in confusion, "Dr. Su, you didn't tell her?" Su Yuan replied, "You should say it yourself." Hearing the helplessness in their exchange, Mu grew anxious. "Say what? What do you need to say? Dr. Su, what is it?" Xue Xiangming said bitterly, "You are right, I should be the one to say it." Mu panicked. "Honey, don't scare me. What do you need to say?" The others gathered around, watching in silence. Some had already guessed Xue Xiangming's condition, but no one dared to speak. Pei Xiangdong had stripped off his shirt and emerged from the creek, standing to the side, watching quietly. Xue Xiangming's lips lifted as he reached out to caress his wife's cheek. "Wife, I have to go." Mu's lips quivered. Don't say that." Xue Xiangming said, "There's no other way. Dr. Su said it's hopeless. I was unlucky, got bitten by a zombie. There's really no hope." Mu covered her mouth, shaking her head incessantly, unable to believe what she was seeing. Xue Xiangming continued, "I know it's my fault for leaving. But after I was bitten, I kept thinking about what to do. There was no way out. I was afraid to come back, but in the end I felt I should return to see you and our son one last time. I'm sorry for disappointing you again." Mu couldn't hold it together anymore. Tears streamed down her face. "Cry, let it out. I can barely hold on now. I feel like my last breath is fading. Where's Xiaolong? Where's my son?" Xuelong stepped forward. At 10 years old, he understood many things, but didn't fully grasp what was happening to his father. Xue Xiangming took his son's hand. "Son, take care of your mother from now on, you hear? Don't make her angry anymore. I used to protect you, but once I'm gone I won't be able to." Xue Xiangming's eyes were already growing vacant. He gripped his son's hand tightly, looking around in confusion, but seeing nothing. He called out to Su Yuan, "Dr. Su, I can't see. I think I'm going blind." Su Yuan checked his pupils. They had dilated and seemed unresponsive to light. "Wife, where are you?" Xue Xiangming reached out frantically, trying to grasp his wife's hand. Only then did his panic subside. His breathing grew weaker and more rapid. "Honey." Mu choked out, unable to speak. "Wife, I'm sorry." With these final words, Xue Xiangming's last breath faded, and he died completely. "Honey." Mu collapsed onto Xue Xiangming's chest, her grief drowning out the wind around them. Su Yuan closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Many around him turned their heads away, unwilling to face the situation. Gu Jingman wiped away tears, deeply sorrowful. Roar. A few minutes later, the deceased Xue Xiangming suddenly moved, opening his mouth as a guttural growl emerged from his throat. Honey, you're awake." Mu saw Xue Xiangming stir and felt a flicker of hope. Su Yuan panicked at the sight and shouted, "Old Pei, help!" Xue Xiangming was dead. Whether as a human or as a zombie, he had perished utterly. Mu lay on top of him, weeping for a long time. Everyone else remained silent for a long while as well. If Pei Xiangdong hadn't intervened in time, Mu would have been bitten by Xue Xiangming, who had turned into a zombie. Su Yuan sat on the pebble beach glancing at Lu Yu, who was now a zombie locked inside the car. This matter was his responsibility, he had to resolve it. He pressed his palms against the ground and stood up. Just as he rose, a figure appeared before him. He Ziming. He was a classmate of Xing Xiaozhen. "Where is Xing Xiaozhen?" He Ziming asked. Su Yuan was taken aback. He had completely forgotten about that due to the incident with Xue Xiangming, and only now realized that the issue with Xing Xiaozhen remained unresolved. He Ziming's gaze was filled with worry, desperate to know why Xing Xiaozhen hadn't returned. He had imagined many scenarios, fearing that Xing Xiaozhen had already perished in the mouths of zombies. "Why aren't you saying anything? Where is Xing Xiaozhen?" He Ziming grabbed Su Yuan's arm and demanded. Su Yuan shook his head. He Ziming was perplexed and asked, shaking your head, "What does that mean? Is he dead? Is Xing Xiaozhen dead? Tell me." Su Yuan said, "I don't know." He Ziming's mouth twitched in agitation. "How could you not know? You took him out. Shouldn't you be the ones who know best whether he's alive or dead, whether he was bitten by zombies?" Su Yuan gathered his thoughts and said, "We did set out together, but afterward we split up. When we returned to the car, he was gone. We searched, but there were too many zombies. We couldn't stay there long and had to come back first. He Ziming froze. So, is he alive or dead? Su Yuan said, I don't know. Perhaps he's still alive, but got separated from us for some reason and couldn't return in time. But it's also possible he's dead. I can't give you an answer. He Ziming stared at Su Yuan, wanting to curse, but unable to utter the words. He could only ask, why didn't you search further back then? Su Yuan said, there were too many zombies and Xue Xiaoming was in that state. We had no choice but to return. He Ziming let out a cold laugh. I don't believe you. Su Yuan tried to explain, but He Ziming didn't give him the chance. He turned and walked away. As for Xing Xiaojin, Su Yuan's decision at the time was made out of helplessness. After all, Su Yuan had told him to stay by the car and not do anything reckless, but he had disappeared without a trace. Su Yuan could do nothing about it. He Ziming's concern for his classmate was perfectly normal, so Su Yuan didn't mind. Limping, he went to the side of another car. Pei Xiangdong had come up behind him. Su Yuan stood before the car window. Lu Yu, now a zombie inside, seemed to notice his presence, clawing at the window, thrashing wildly, and letting out endless snarls. Su Yuan glanced at Pei Xiangdong beside him and asked, where's the file? Pei Xiangdong said, maybe I should do it. Su Yuan replied, just help me hold her down. He'll handle the rest. All right. Pei Xiangdong cooperated, pulling open the car door. The frenzied Lu Yu crawled out from inside. Pei Xiangdong promptly grabbed both her hands, twisted them behind her back, pressed his knee against her spine, and pinned her to the ground. Dr. Su, hurry up. She's very strong. Su Yuan didn't hesitate. He thrust the file into the back of her skull, and the once thrashing Lu Yu instantly fell silent. Pei Xiangdong then released her. Su Yuan looked at Lu Yu's corpse and said to Pei Xiangdong, Old Pei, go and rest. I want to be alone here for a while. Pei Xiangdong nodded. Call me if you need anything. Su Yuan held Lu Yu, who had now passed away completely, and gazed at her now peaceful face. He recalled the first time he had reached out to touch it. The feeling had been truly wonderful. But even the most beautiful things in this current environment had already faded away forever. I'm sorry, he whispered an apology. Memories of his moments with Lu Yu surfaced one by one. From the day she arrived at the hospital for her internship to the first time he was captivated by her beauty. Su Yuan knew clearly that he had never been a good person, neither in the past nor in the present. He never had been. I'm truly sorry. He didn't cry, but tears still streamed from his eyes. Around 7 in the evening, the bodies of Xue Xiaoming and Lu Yu were buried on the pebble beach. By now the sky had darkened, and a bonfire had been lit at the camp on the shore. The survivors gathered together quietly, enjoying the peace of the night. Su Yuan scanned the crowd and counted. There were 12 of them in total. 9 people were gathered around the bonfire. He Ziming sat alone by a nearby stream, seemingly unwilling to join them. Xue Zhangming's wife and child were still in the car, unable to emerge from their grief. Su Yuan looked at those present and nudged Pei Xiangdong beside him. Old Pei, why don't you share what you were thinking earlier? Huh? Pei Xiangdong looked at the crowd in bewilderment. When he noticed everyone's gaze converging on him, he seemed flustered, let out an awkward laugh, and whispered to Su Yuan, Dr. So maybe you should say it. I'm afraid I won't explain it clearly. Su Yuan could see he wasn't used to speaking in front of a group, so he didn't mind. Alright, I'll say it. This next matter is very important, so we need to hear everyone's opinion. Everyone listened attentively. Su Yuan said, when we set out this morning, we found a warehouse. It's well sealed and quite remote. Much better than this place. My suggestion is that since there's no rescue in sight, we should move to that warehouse for now. It has rooms and bathrooms, making life much more convenient than here. That's my proposal. Go to the warehouse. Does anyone else have any thoughts? A hush fell over the group. Fan Diu asked, may I ask what kind of warehouse it is? Su Yuan looked at Pei Xiangdong. He didn't know the answer either. Pei Xiangdong explained, it's a custom car workshop, but it has many small rooms. It was originally used for processing cotton and was later converted into a car mod shop. Fan Diu said, I have no objections. It's indeed quite inconvenient here. Su Yuan smiled. What about the others? Tang Fei shook his head. Gu Jingman said, we have no preference, Dr. Su. Wherever you go, we'll follow. Su Yuan nodded. There was also another couple. Su Yuan remembered the man's name was Pu Yinglang. He asked doubtfully, are there many zombies there? Su Yuan said, almost none. Pu Yinglang let out a sigh of relief. Then let's go. The decision to head to the warehouse was thus finalized without any surprises or objections. Fan Diu had gone to inform Mu Mu, and that went smoothly as well. Only He Ziming remained. Su Yuan intended to go speak with him personally. Pei Xiangdong supported him as they walked over. Sitting on the pebbled beach with his lame legs, Su Yuan came straight to the point. I'm sorry about your classmate. He Ziming remained silent. Su Yuan continued. We'll leave here tomorrow morning and head to a safer warehouse. Then, you go ahead. I'm not coming. He Ziming interrupted Su Yuan. Su Yuan frowned. You're not coming. You plan to stay here. He Ziming turned his head, staring at Su Yuan. Didn't you say earlier that you didn't know if Xing Xiaojin was dead or alive? Since that's the case, he might still be alive. I'm going to Linzhou City to find him. Su Yuan's expression shifted completely. He thought the boy must be mad. You say you're going to Linzhou City? He Ziming asked, is there a problem? Su Yuan frowned. Pei Xiangdong interjected. Listen, young man, you don't understand. Linzhou City is now full of zombies. It's very dangerous to go there, and you don't have a car. Walking would be too far. Don't go. He Ziming looked coldly at Su Yuan and Pei Xiangdong. What, you can go, but I can't? What kind of logic is that? No, that's not what I meant. It's just too dangerous over there, Pei Xiangdong tried to explain. Dangerous? Then how did you survive? Don't try to fool me. I saw how you killed those zombies just now. I'm not that stupid. After saying this, he Ziming stood up and walked away. Hey young man, why won't you listen? Pei Xiangdong wanted to persuade him further, but was stopped by Su Yuan. Enough, don't bother. Su Yuan sighed helplessly. Pei Xiangdong said, but Dr. Su, are you really going to let the young man go alone? It's dangerous out there. If he goes by himself, he'll definitely die. Su Yuan looked at Pei Xiangdong and said, enough, old Pei. This is his own decision. We can't control it. How can we not control it? We can't just watch him go to his death, can we? Pei Xiangdong said, then ran after he Ziming. Su Yuan didn't stop him, and besides he couldn't have stopped him even if he wanted to. The reason he didn't want to interfere with he Ziming was precisely because he couldn't. He was just a doctor, not some leader of a group. He couldn't dictate others' thoughts or constrain their actions. Whether they lived or died had nothing to do with him. He had done all he could, and that was enough to satisfy his conscience. He didn't stop Pei Xiangdong from trying, but whether he could persuade he Ziming back depended on his own skill. Night fell, and all was silent. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed such a quiet night. Ever since the rise of smartphones, every night almost everyone would be holding a phone seeking their desired happiness and information from the small screen, while communication between people gradually dwindled. Su Yuan simply lay down on the pebbled beach, gazing at the star-scattered night sky, his consciousness slowly fading. After who knows how long, Pei Xiangdong woke him up with a chuckle. Dr. Su, don't sleep here. You'll catch a cold. Get up and go to the car. Su Yuan woke up, groggily got up from the ground, and asked, what time is it? Almost 9. Everyone's about to sleep. Fan Diu and the others said they'd keep watch, Pei Xiangdong said cheerfully. Oh, by the way, that young man he's Ziming. My. He's not going anymore. I talked him out of it. Pei Xiangdong laughed heartily, as if he had saved a life. Su Yuan asked curiously, how did you persuade him? Pei Xiangdong replied, I told him that after we get to the warehouse, we'll accompany him to the city to look for his friend. To be honest, I'm also worried about that young man who went with us earlier. I believe he's fine, and we'll look for him then. Besides, our food here will only last 2 days. After that, we'll have to find more anyway. Su Yuan thought about it, and realized it was true. He got into the car, and said, all right then. You get some rest too. We'll set off tomorrow morning. Will do. Pei Xiangdong closed the car door, and went over to the campfire to chat with Fan Diu and the others. Su Yuan tightened his coat, closed his eyes, and leaned his head against the car door. His breathing gradually became deep and even. After a long day's work, he could fall asleep as soon as he lay down. At 2 in the morning, Fan Diu and his girlfriend Ding Yu were keeping watch by the campfire, whispering sweet nothings meant only for the two of them. The deep night was still. In the pitch-black woods by the pebbled beach, a corpse lay face down on the ground, slowly rotting under the wind and rain. This corpse was the first zombie Su Yuan had killed. They had left it there to fend for itself. Beside the corpse sat a conspicuous red speaker. Its dim screen suddenly lit up, and a countdown appeared on the small display, 00158. The 2-minute countdown ticked away steadily. Not long after the countdown was about to end, 009. 9 seconds passed very quickly, and in a moment the countdown reached 000. Then an alarm clock icon appeared on the screen. Music instantly blared from the speaker, incredibly loud, audible within a 100-meter radius. The moment the sound spread, many zombies deep in the woods, upon hearing the commotion, raised their heads and hobbled toward the source of the sound. Some moved swiftly, even breaking into a run. By the campfire, the sudden alarm from the woods startled the young couple Fan Diu and Ding Yu. They were dazed for a moment before snapping out of it, both looking toward the dark forest. Where is that sound coming from? Fan Diu was bewildered, both frightened and alarmed. Ding Yu said, is there someone in the woods? Fan Diu swallowed nervously, his expression somewhat panicked. Stay here. They'll go wake the others. Then he ran to the car and tapped on the window. Pei Xiangdong, who was fast asleep in the car, woke up in a daze. He stared at Fan Diu outside the window for a long moment before coming to his senses. He opened the door, rubbed his tired eyes, and asked, what's up? Did you hear that? There's a ringing sound in the woods. Fan Diu pointed at the dark forest. A ringing sound. Where's it coming from? Pei Xiangdong listened carefully and immediately heard the ringing from the woods. His expression changed instantly. Oh no. For Pei Xiangdong, who had endured the siege of zombies, the alarm ringing from the woods was utterly terrifying. The thunderous noise would undoubtedly attract the zombies lurking in the surrounding forest. Although they hadn't encountered any zombies in the woods when they arrived 2 days ago, no one could guarantee that the wandering undead hadn't drifted nearby in the meantime. Everyone was fast asleep. Without a moment's hesitation, Pei Xiangdong said to Fan Diu beside him, go wake everyone up. They'll check the woods. Remember, don't let anyone come near. Oh, okay. Fan Diyu nodded, watching Pei Xiangdong dash into the forest with a wrench in hand. He even forgot to stop him. Ding Yu asked from the side. Is he going to be all right alone? Fan Diyu replied, probably. Never mind that now, let's wake everyone up first. Fan Diyu climbed into the car and nudged the sleeping Su Yuan. Dr. Su, wake up, hurry up, and wake up. Su Yuan felt someone shaking him in his sleep. Half awake, he thought he was still in the emergency room and muttered, just tell me what's the situation. Fan Diyu paused, then answered, well, we heard a noise from the woods. Pei Xiangdong went to check it out. He told me to wake everyone up. Su Yuan snapped his eyes open, bewildered as he took in the pitch-black surroundings. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he rubbed his tired eyes before asking again, what did you say? Where did old Pei go? Fan Diyu sighed in exasperation and repeated, Dr. Su, just come out and listen for yourself. Reluctantly, Su Yuan made his way to the car door. Instantly, he heard the alarm ringing from the woods. His mind cleared in an instant, and his face turned grim as he demanded, what's that sound? Fan Diyu said, it's coming from the woods. I don't know what's making it. Su Yuan listened intently, growing more panicked by the second. The sound from the forest was some distance away, yet it was perfectly audible, meaning it was incredibly loud. It would surely lure every zombie in the woods. At that thought, Su Yuan's panic spiked. By then the others in the car had also woken up. Since it was the dead of night, everyone was half asleep and had no idea what was happening. Pu Yinglang yawned and rubbed his eyes, asking, what's going on? It's not even dawn yet. Why are you waking us up? Everyone was a bit grumpy from being disturbed. Su Yuan stared at the group, his face pale with alarm as he shouted, get back. All of you get back in the car. But no one listened. They just stared at Su Yuan in confusion, clueless about what was happening. Pu Yinglang scratched his head and asked with a hint of irritation, what's all this about? First you tell us to get out, now you want us back in. It's the middle of the night. Can't we just sleep? What's the big deal? Su Yuan frowned and snapped, if you don't want to die, get back in the car. Can't you hear that noise from the woods? That alarm will attract every zombie around. If you want to live, get in the car now. Pu Yinglang wanted to argue, but the mention of zombies shut him up. He just rolled his eyes, pulled his girlfriend, and climbed back into the car. The others followed suit, not daring to stay outside. Ding Yu and Fan Diyu also returned to the vehicle. Su Yuan grabbed Fan Diyu and asked, where's old Pei? You said he went somewhere. The woods. Fan Diyu pointed into the darkness. Su Yuan stared at the forest, stunned. He quickly opened the door and stepped out, but his sprained ankle gave way, and he fell flat on the ground. Dr. Su, are you alright? Fan Diyu rushed out of the car. Su Yuan scrambled to his feet, about to ask Fan Diyu to go into the woods and bring Pei Xiangdong back. But before he could speak, Fan Diyu said, Dr. Su, should I find someone to go look for him in the woods? Su Yuan was tempted to agree, but after glancing at the dark forest and listening to the alarm, he shook his head. No, don't go. Old Pei can probably handle it alone. If you go, something might go wrong. Fan Diyu felt a pang of resentment at those words. Was that a dig at him? Are you sure? He's all by himself. Su Yuan was worried too. He had no idea what Pei Xiangdong might encounter alone in the woods. But it was the dead of night, and there was no other choice. Maybe we should still go look for him, Fan Diyu insisted. Su Yuan shook his head. No, absolutely not. Fan Diyu grew anxious. But we can't just sit here and wait, can we? Su Yuan thought hard and came up with a less than ideal plan. He said to Fan Diyu, come on, let's get back in the car. Fan Diyu was puzzled but followed him. Su Yuan returned to the back seat while Fan Diyu took the driver's seat. Start the engine. Fan Diyu was taken aback. Start it. Are we leaving? Without waiting for Pei Xiangdong, Su Yuan said, do as I say. Start it. Helpless Fan Diyu turned the key and asked, now what? Su Yuan opened the door facing the woods and shouted directly, old Pei. Come back now. We're leaving right away. Fan Diyu hadn't expected Su Yuan to yell into the forest like that. Can he hear you? Su Yuan replied. If he hasn't gone too far, he will. Su Yuan shouted a few more times. Fan Diyu rolled down his window and also called out, old Pei. Come back. There was no response from the woods, no movement at all, only the rustle of the wind. After calling out several times, Su Yuan grew more anxious, fearing Pei Xiangdong had already died in the forest. The thought filled him with anger. That old fool. Why couldn't he discuss it with us first? Why did he have to rush into the woods like that? Fan Diyu kept shouting until his throat went dry. He coughed and asked, could Pei Xiangdong be in trouble? Su Yuan wasn't sure either. Wait a little longer. I believe he'll be fine. Tell Pu Yinglang and the others to start their car too. As soon as old Pei gets back, we'll leave immediately. Oh, okay. Fan Diyu ran over to Pu Yinglang's car, informed him, and soon the engine roared to life. Look, zombies. A scream came from inside the car as Gu Jingman pointed toward the stream. Su Yuan turned and followed Gu Jingman's gaze. Across the stream, two zombies emerged from the woods. Ignoring the water before them, they plunged in, sending up two great splashes. They were not swept away by the current. Instead, they stood up from the waist-deep water and stumbled unevenly toward the pebble bank. Every 2 steps the stream would knock them down, but knowing no pain, they would soon rise again and continue forward. Seeing this, Su Yuan's mouth twitched. He turned and yelled, "Old Pei, get back here." As his shout faded, the alarm in the woods abruptly stopped. In an instant the world fell silent again, leaving only the sound of wind, water, and ghastly roars. "Fan," you exclaimed in surprise. "Huh? No more sound. Is it over?" Su Yuan paused, thinking, could Old Pei have dealt with it? If so, all they had to do was wait for him to return. The zombies in the stream kept snarling as if threatening them. Oh no, even more zombies are coming." Gu Jingman's voice grew panicked. Su Yuan turned to look at the stream, closed the car door, and said, "Shoo, everyone quiet." In an instant the car fell silent. Su Yuan looked outside. From the woods across the stream, countless zombies emerged, dense and numerous, as if every corner was spewing them forth. Fan Diyu was stunned and whispered, "Where did so many zombies come from?" Su Yuan also longed to know the answer. Where had all these zombies come from? Why hadn't they appeared before? They seemed to be from a tour group. Look at their hats. They're all the same. Gu Jingman said. Illuminated by the campfire, one could see orange hats on the zombies' heads or clothes. This horde was clearly together. Su Yuan frowned and glanced back at the woods by the pebble bank. No zombies came out from there. But Old Pei hadn't come out either. "Old Pei, hurry up. The zombies are almost here." Su Yuan gritted his teeth and waited. By now the two zombies in the stream were nearly ashore. Fan Diyu grew anxious and asked, "Dr. Su, the zombies are coming. Should we leave?" Su Yuan said, "Wait a little longer." But just as he spoke, the roar of an engine sounded from behind. Turning, he saw Pu Yinglang flooring the gas, driving his car toward the national road in the distance. As he passed them, Pu Yinglang shouted, "Why aren't you running?" Hearing this, Fan Di's heart raced. He hurriedly tried to shift gears and step on the gas to leave. "Forget it, let's go. We won't make it if we wait any longer." "Wait, don't move." Su Yuan quickly stopped him, pressed the start button, and turned off the engine. "Dr. Su, are you crazy? If we don't leave now, we're done for." Fan Diyu shouted in a hushed voice. Don't rush. Take another look at those zombies outside," Su Yuan said, pointing at the zombie horde in the stream. Fan Diyu was stunned. Turning to look, he saw all the zombies in the stream change direction and chase after the national road. "What's going on? Why aren't they coming over?" Su Yuan said. The loud noise from Pu Yingling's engine just now attracted all the zombies' attention. "So we don't need to move. As long as we stay quiet, these zombies won't come near us." "Oh, I see," Fan Diyu realized. By now all the zombies from across the stream were chasing after the national road. It could be said that Pu Yingling's panic had saved their lives. Su Yuan and his group were safe. The six of them remained quiet in the car, afraid to make any noise. Just then footsteps came from the woods, unmistakable in the silence. The moment he heard them, Su Yuan leaned by the window, watching the woods intently. Was it Old Pei? Su Yuan's heart was in his throat, fearing that what emerged from the woods would be a zombie, not Old Pei. The footsteps drew nearer, and soon a familiar figure ran out. Seeing Pei Xiangdong, Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. But Pei Xiangdong was tense. He had just run out of the woods, only to find the entire stream filled with zombies. He was utterly terrified, frozen in place, staring blankly at the zombies in the water. At that moment, Su Yuan quietly opened the car door and called softly, "Old Pei. Old Pei." Hearing the voice, Pei Xiangdong turned his stiff neck. Seeing the car, he immediately crept over. The process was excruciating. He was terrified the zombies would look his way, so every step was taken with extreme caution. It took a full 2 minutes before he was back in the car. Once the door was closed, he finally relaxed. Su Yuan frowned and said, "Old Pei, are you insane? Why didn't you discuss it with us before going in? Don't you know how dangerous that was?" Pei Xiangdong said, "It's fine, it's fine. Imperfectly fine, aren't I?" Su Yuan was furious. "Don't be so reckless from now on, got it?" Got it, Pei Xiangdong chuckled. Fan Diyu then asked, "Pei Xiangdong, what's that in your hand?" At his question, everyone noticed the red box in Pei Xiangdong's hand. Pei Xiangdong placed it on his knee and said, "It's a speaker. I found it in the woods. It had a timer set on it." He touched the screen, which showed the scheduled play times. The first was at 3:00 a.m., and the second was set for 5:00 a.m. Tang Fei in the passenger seat pointed at the red speaker, his face turning pale. Su Yuan asked, "Do you know this thing?" Tang Fei nodded urgently, but his vocal cords were damaged, and he couldn't speak. Seeing her boyfriend's reaction, Gu Jingman suddenly realized, "I remember. This speaker is Ku Xiang's. The one he bought online." Su Yuan was astonished. "Ku Xiang's?" Gu Jingman nodded. "Yeah, he used to play music with it. The sound was so loud I hated it, but Ku Xiang loved it. But how did this end up in the woods?" Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Su Yuan stared at the red speaker, recalling how Ku Xiang had volunteered to go to the city center the day before yesterday. He suddenly understood and asked Gu Jingman, "Are you sure this speaker is really Ku Xiang's?" Gu Jingman nodded with certainty. "Definitely. It even has his name engraved on it." Su Yuan's mouth twitched. No wonder that bastard wanted to go to the city center. He left this thing here planning to attract zombies at night, so they'd devour us all, didn't he? Upon hearing Su Yuan's speculation, Gu Jingman covered her mouth, her eyes filled with terror. No way, Ku Xiang isn't that kind of person. Su Yuan couldn't be bothered to argue. Regardless of what kind of person Kuziong is, let's leave it at that. As long as we're all safe, we'll set out again once the surrounding zombies have moved on. Fan Diyu nodded and asked that's fine, but what about Pu Yinglang and the others? What if they can't find the warehouse you mentioned? Su Yuan and Pei Xiangdong exchanged a glance, both understanding the meaning in each other's eyes. Su Yuan sighed and said if they can't find it then so be it. Let them fend for themselves. Won't they be in deep trouble? Fan Diyu was somewhat worried about Mu Mu and her child. As for the others, he didn't really care since they weren't close. Su Yuan felt helpless too. Under the current circumstances, being able to look after those around them was already good enough. As for the rest, it was up to their luck. There were 5 people in Pu Yinglang's car: Mu Mu and her child, the college student, He Ziming, and Pu Yinglang with his girlfriend. All 5 were panicking now as a large horde of zombies was chasing them from behind. Can't you drive faster? The zombies are catching up. His girlfriend Yu Winning grabbed Pu Yinglang's arm beside him, urging him incessantly. But Pu Yinglang didn't dare to step on the accelerator recklessly. This was mainly because when they drove out of the gravel beach earlier, the car had crashed into a roadside guardrail, completely destroying both headlights. Coupled with the lack of any streetlights, the road ahead was pitch black, making it impossible to see the way. With one misstep, they might even hit zombies wandering on the national highway. So Pu Yinglang was terrified, not daring to drive too fast for fear of hitting a zombie and flipping the car. But the slow speed meant the zombies behind them kept following closely. A few of the faster ones could even touch the rear windshield wiper. Imagine how terrifying that was. In the back seat, He Ziming, Mu Mu and her child didn't even dare to breathe, as the snarling, twisted zombies behind them were far too horrifying. Speed it up. Yu Winning was so anxious she was almost in tears. What the hell is wrong with you? Do you want to die? Let go of me. Pu Yinglang glared at his girlfriend in the passenger seat and cursed decisively. Yu Winning was stunned by the scolding, staring blankly at her boyfriend's furious face, her own face full of grievance. The more aggrieved she felt, the more unwilling she became. She was only kindly reminding him to go faster. Why did he have to yell at her? Why? So she exploded. Pu Yinglang, who do you think you are? Can't I even tell you to speed up? Why are you yelling at me? Did I make those zombies chase you? Have you lost your mind? As she cursed, she started hitting Pu Yinglang, who was driving. Pu Yinglang's arm was hurting badly from the blows. Don't underestimate a woman's strength. They can be quite powerful, and a punch from one hurts anyone. Pu Yinglang had lost his patience by now. He was already driving cautiously, and now he had this lunatic beside him disturbing him. He took his right hand off the steering wheel to block Yu Winning's fist. With a ruthless determination, he swung the back of his hand directly across her face. Are you crazy? Can't you stop? Can't you see him driving? Do you really want to get us all killed? Yu Winning was dazed by the slap, fury blazing in her eyes. You hit me. Pu Yinglang frowned. Yu Winning, I'm warning you, I'm driving now. Don't you dare do anything reckless, you hear me? Yu Winning's gaze turned fierce. You dare hit me. Pu Yinglang was fed up. Yeah, I hit you. So what? Got a problem with that? I've wanted to hit you for a long time. Now you. Yu Winning didn't give him a chance to finish. She lunged forward and grabbed Pu Yinglang's hair. Oh, are you insane? Let go. Pu Yinglang winced in pain, his head jerking to the side, and with it the steering wheel turned. The car instantly began to skid, losing directional stability, swerving off the national highway, and crashing into the guardrail. He Ziming saw this and shouted, you two don't. Bang. He was too late. The car slammed into the guardrail. All 5 people in the car felt a violent jolt, as if their internal organs were being shaken out of their bodies. Fortunately, Pu Yinglang had slammed on the brakes at the last moment, preventing them from crashing through the guardrail. Beyond the guardrail here was a farmland, but the height difference was a full 10 meters. If they had gone over, they would have surely died. Pu Yinglang clutched his chest, pushed aside the deployed airbag, and stared in shock at the scene before him. He felt the seatbelt across his chest, and breathed a huge sigh of relief. Seatbelt, seatbelt. I'm wearing it. I'm okay, I'm not. He turned his head to look at the passenger seat, but it was empty. He looked up at the completely shattered windshield, then shifted his gaze to the national highway outside. He saw Yu Winning staggering up from the ground ahead, crying out in pain. Pu Yinglang quickly opened the door, wanting to go check on her. But as soon as he opened it, a snarl came from outside the door. He turned to see a zombie right at the car door, and hastily slammed it shut. At that moment, it hurt so much. Yu Winning was wailing incessantly. Having been thrown from the car, and still alive, was already fortunate, but her cries now attracted the zombies running from behind. Yu Winning, completely unaware, staggered around, intending to go back to her boyfriend. But as she turned, a figure pounced on her, sinking its teeth into her cheek. Oh! A blood-curdling scream rang out instantly. Pu Yinglang gasped sharply from inside the car. Afraid of yelling out, he quickly covered his mouth, staring in terror at Yu Winning, who was now buried under the zombies ahead. Help! Me! From within the zombie pile, Yu Winning's faint voice came, but it soon faded away. A swarm of zombies tore at Yu Winning's flesh and blood. Blood flowed from the horde, and a thick, heavy smell of blood permeated the air. Because of Yu Winning, all the zombies were attracted to her. The 4 people left in the car were considerably safer. Pu Yinglang sat frozen in his seat, afraid to move, terrified of disturbing the zombies ahead. But then a hand tapped him on the shoulder. Oh, He yelped in fright, turned around, and saw He Ziming, his face covered in blood. He Ziming said, "Help me. We need to get out of here now. Staying here means death." Pu Yinglang snapped back to reality, nodded numbly, turned to open the door, and tried to get out, but hesitated. Getting out meant facing the zombies, and death. He Ziming, clutching his bleeding, dizzy head, grabbed Pu Yinglang and urged, "Hurry." Pu Yinglang swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the corpse-devouring horde ahead that was feasting on Yuan. He took a deep breath, opened the car door, and decisively scrambled out. But the moment he stepped down, he collapsed to the ground, a piercing pain shooting through his ankle. He glanced at his foot. It was twisted, dislocated. Panic surged within him, yet he knew he had to leave this place or death was certain. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself up from the ground, leaned against the vehicle, and opened the rear door. Moo emerged from the back seat, clutching her son in a panic. Among the group, only she and her child were unharmed, the rest were injured. He Ziming crawled out holding his head, and was about to flee when Pu Yinglang grabbed him, pleading, "Help me." He Ziming looked down at his ankle and was startled. He quickly supported him, and the four of them began to escape. But their commotion drew the attention of the zombies. Several of the feasting undead heard the noise of their flight and rose to give chase. He Ziming's head was throbbing. He could feel blood streaming from his wound. The sensation was unbearable. He could only press his hand against the injury while supporting Pu Yinglang, their progress agonizingly slow. The zombies behind them were closing in. In the pitch-black night, they had little chance of escape. Hearing the growls growing nearer, Pu Yinglang and He Ziming quickened their pace. But it was futile. Pu Yinglang could only hop on one leg. How could that match the speed of two-leg pursuit? He Ziming's vision was blurry from dizziness. Though he supported Pu Yinglang, he could barely see where they were going. He could only follow blindly with no other way to shake the pursuing undead. Faster, faster, Pu Yinglang urged He Ziming. I can't see the road. He Ziming rubbed his eyes with blood-stained hands. When he opened them, all he saw was a sea of red. Run even if you can't see. Pu Yinglang panted, hopping forward on one leg was exhausting. He kept glancing back to gauge the distance of the pursuing zombies. They're getting closer. Hurry, he urged anxiously. He Ziming ignored his blindness and began to run blindly. After an unknown stretch of time, they reached a muddy farmland below the national highway. Wading through the sludge, their steps grew heavier. Ahead, there's a place to hide. Hurry, Pu Yinglang urged. Where? He Ziming could no longer see anything. Almost there. About 100 or 200 meters. Pu Yinglang looked back at the zombies. They too were slowed by the muddy farmland. The distance that had shrunk now lengthened again. This gave the two men a chance to catch their breath. As for Moo and her son, they had vanished into the darkness, impossible to locate. Pu Yinglang didn't care about them. They were all struggling to survive. Soon they arrived at a village. It too was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Here, stop, sit down. Pu Yinglang and He Ziming reached the doorway of a concrete house, but didn't enter. Instead, they hid in a corner, holding their breath to rest. The zombies wouldn't reach them for now, and they felt somewhat safer. Neither spoke. Pu Yinglang winced at the pain in his ankle, gasping several times before calming down. He surveyed the village. Every door was tightly shut. Where had the villagers gone? Had they turned into zombies? My eyes. I think I really can't see. He Ziming stared around, but saw nothing. Pu Yinglang waved a hand in front of his face. He Ziming showed no reaction. Looking at the wound on his head, he guessed it had damaged his brain, causing blindness. He wasn't a doctor and could only speculate. Hey, are you still there? He Ziming asked anxiously. Yeah, Pu Yinglang replied. Keep quiet, don't attract the zombies. Okay. He Ziming fell silent, crouching quietly in the corner. Pu Yinglang frowned at the dark village, pulled out his phone, and turned on the flashlight, illuminating everything around him. The sight terrified him. About 10 meters ahead stood a bamboo fence, the kind used for chicken coops. What was horrifying wasn't the fence, but what lay behind it. A dense mass of zombies. Due to the darkness and silence, they hadn't noticed earlier. Now with the flashlight, the horde blocked by the fence was exposed. The panic felt like the end of a horror movie. Just when you think it's over and everyone is safe, you realize your own family are ghosts. A profound despair. Pu Yinglang swallowed hard, turned off the flashlight, and stared into the darkness ahead. His lips twitched. He decided to leave. As for the blind, He Ziming beside him, he had already made up his mind. He knew that if they both ran, neither would survive. Not from the zombies in the village, nor from those chasing through the fields. So it was better to leave one behind. As for who would stay, Pu Yinglang had already decided. He lit up his phone screen, set a 5-minute countdown, and placed it on the ground. Then he whispered to He Ziming. They'll go check things out. Stay here. Be careful, He Ziming warned. You don't move, got it? Pu Yinglang instructed. Okay, I want. He Ziming dared not move. Pu Yinglang's eyes were cold and ruthless. Spotting a stick nearby, he used it as a crutch and hobbled away from the terrifying village. He didn't even glance back at He Ziming. Struggling with the stick, he hopped forward. 5 minutes later, a ringtone echoed from the village. Countless zombies surged toward the sound. Pu Yinglang stopped, turned, and smirked. He's sorry, but this is the only way I can survive. Was that your doing? Moo Mew's voice suddenly came from nearby. Pu Yinglang's face changed. Fan Diu looked at the few remaining zombies on the pebble beach and asked, "Can we leave now?" Su Yuan nodded. "Yeah, let's go. Be careful. Don't take the national highway. It's probably swarming with zombies now. Let's take a detour." Fan Diu nodded and was about to start the car when a thought struck him. He turned his head and said, "A detour is fine, but I don't know the way." Pei Xiangdong raised an eyebrow. "Let me drive." The two got out and swapped seats. The zombies outside tried to approach, but they were all stuck in place, unable to move. The remaining few zombies outside had their feet trapped by stones, otherwise they wouldn't have stayed there. Pei Xiangdong took the driver's seat, started the car, and drove off. The journey that followed was relatively quiet. Pei Xiangdong took a long detour, and after 2.5 hours, around 5:30 in the morning, they finally arrived at the modified vehicle warehouse on the outskirts. It was exactly as it had been before, no sign of zombies nearby, making it a very safe place. The only thing about the entire warehouse that remained unexplained was the security guard Shaoli. How had he, alone in the warehouse, turned into a zombie? Who had bitten him? Su Yuan had pondered this before. Perhaps a zombie had passed by the warehouse, and when Shaoli went out to check, he was bitten. Only that could explain how Shaoli became a zombie. They closed the courtyard gate. Everyone got out of the car and stretched their limbs. Cramming so many people into one vehicle was truly exhausting. If it weren't an SUV, they would have been crushed long ago. Pei Xiangdong yawned and pushed open the warehouse door. He called out, "Come on, I'll take you to find a room to sleep in." Great. Finally we can sleep. The ride was so bumpy. Fan Diu said cheerfully, holding Ding Yu's hand. After a long, exhausting night, everyone was tired and sleepy. They hadn't slept much along the way, but now they finally had a place to rest safely. Su Yuan stretched and limped in after them. The warehouse had no zombies. That had been confirmed the day before. The group followed Pei Xiangdong to a room on the second floor of the warehouse. Pei Xiangdong said, "This was the boss office. Make do with it. Dr. Su, there are other rooms over there." Su Yuan followed Pei Xiangdong to a small room, but it had a bed. "Dr. So you can sleep here. I used to sleep here. If it's hot, just open the window. It gets pretty cool at night," Pei Xiangdong said as he walked in and opened the window with a smile. "Thanks." Su Yuan didn't stand on ceremony. He went in and sat on the bed. "Get some sleep." Pei Xiangdong didn't waste words and closed the door behind him. Su Yuan lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and soon fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already 2 in the afternoon, the hottest time of the day. Su Yuan felt the breeze from the window. It was a bit warm. He opened his eyes and moved his foot, still the same. It wouldn't heal in less than a week. He lay in bed thinking for a long time, then decided to go tell everyone something. Limping out of the room, he could see from the second floor railing that everyone was gathered on the first floor. The westering sun streamed in through the warehouse's entrance, making the entire space very bright. Inside, the warehouse was filled with all kinds of machinery and equipment. Fan Diu, who was chatting with the others on the first floor, spotted him and waved with a smile. "Dr. Su, you're awake. Need a hand?" Su Yuan waved him off. "No, I can get down on my own." He limped down the stairs. Chung Yulan came over to support him. Su Yuan, seeing this lively little nurse, was a bit taken aback. "Are you okay? How's your body?" Chung Yulan shook her head. "I'm fine. I ate a lot, and am alive again." "That's good." After Su Yuan sat down, Su Yi handed him a bread roll. "Uncle Su, here you go." "Thanks." Su Yuan sat on the stool and took a bite of the bread. It was a bit dry. Fan Diu handed him a bottle of water. He took a sip to wash down the bread. Everyone looked at him in silence as he ate. Su Yuan noticed and was startled. "Why are you all staring at me?" Fan Diu laughed. "No reason. Just feels like we've survived a disaster. Don't you think so, Dr. Su? It's not easy for us to have made it." Su Yuan put down the half-eaten bread, took a sip of water, and looked at the 7 people present. "There's something I need to tell you." Pei Xiangdong said, "Eat first. You haven't eaten all day. Finish eating, then talk." Su Yuan wolfed down the remaining bread, clapped his hands, and said, "What I'm about to say concerns all of us. I hope you'll listen carefully." Fan Diu nodded. "Got it. Go ahead." Su Yuan took a piece of paper out of his pocket, the note his wife had left him. He said, "Yesterday when old Pei and I went to the city center, I went home and found this note from my wife. She said she had taken the child to a safe zone." Fan Diu was surprised. "A safe zone? Wait, is it like the safe zones in movies?" Su Yuan shook his head. "I'm not sure, but at least it proves one thing: there are safe zones in Linzhou City. Many people must have gone there. The supplies and security there must be guaranteed, otherwise they wouldn't call it a safe zone." Su Yuan put the note away again. "I'm telling you about the safe zone. You should understand why." Fan Diu frowned. "I understand, but can we actually get there?" Gu Jingman said, "Of course we can. We haven't been bitten by zombies. We're still alive. Why wouldn't we be able to go?" Fan Diu rolled his eyes. "That's not what I meant. I meant, can we survive long enough to find the safe zone?" Gu Jingman opened her mouth, but couldn't argue. It was indeed something to think about. After the events of last night, everyone present understood how terrifying zombies were. Of course they could try to reach the safe zone, but whether they could survive the journey was a huge question. Su Yuan said, "That's the problem we're facing now, whether we can survive long enough to find the safe zone. The danger in Linzhou City exceeds my imagination. I thought if we were careful we could survive, but the reality proved otherwise. Once you enter the city, accidents can happen at any time. If we really want to find the safe zone, we have to be prepared to die. These words silenced everyone present. Death was a terrifying thing. Ding Yu looked at her boyfriend Fan Diyu, and their hands were tightly clasped. Ding Yu said awkwardly, since it's so dangerous, maybe we shouldn't go. It's safe here. Upon hearing this suggestion, Fan Diyu found it quite reasonable. Right, why don't we just stay here? This warehouse is safe enough with no zombies around and plenty of open space. As for food, we can just go out and scavenge when needed. That way we won't have to face those zombies at all. Ding Yu nodded vigorously, fully agreeing with her boyfriend. Fan Diyu smiled and asked, what do you all think? Personally, I'm not keen on seeking out this safe zone. Staying here and waiting for rescue seems better. I believe this zombie crisis will be over soon. A heavy silence fell over everyone. Pei Xiangdong's lips curled into an awkward smile. He knew all too well the terror lurking in the urban districts of Linzhou City. Whether the zombie crisis would pass quickly was anyone's guess, but at the very least it wouldn't end anytime soon. Fan De's outlook was simply too optimistic. Su Yuan shared this sentiment. While Fan De's optimism was misplaced, he had a point. They didn't necessarily need to search for a safe zone. Su Yuan's own goal in seeking the safe zone was to find his wife and child. His personal need, not theirs. He had no right to force them to look for the safe zone. Su Yuan said, you make a valid point. Fan Diyu grinned. See, hey. Pei Xiangdong looked at Su Yuan in surprise. Are we giving up on the safe zone? Su Yuan turned to him. We still need to find the safe zone. I have to locate my wife and child. I can't abandon them. But Fan Diyu is right, for now this warehouse is extremely safe. There's no need to take unnecessary risks. Pei Xiangdong nodded, finding the reasoning sound. Gu Jingman held Tang Fei's hand. The young couple sat in silence, being students with little say in such matters. Fan Diyu said, don't worry, Dr. Su. They'll help you find your family. As for this so-called safe zone, who knows if it's truly safe? Think about it. In movies, those so-called safe zones always end up falling. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, but chose not to continue that debate. Reality and film were different. Changing the subject, he said, we definitely need to find the safe zone, but there's no rush. Ensuring our own safety comes first. I've been thinking this warehouse is secure, but the surrounding area has too many blind spots. We need to be cautious. Old Pei, since you're familiar with this area, find someone to go with you and drive around for a look. Pei Xiangdong nodded. All right. Fan Diyu chuckled. They'll tag along. Seems like I'm the only one with nothing else to do. Su Yuan nodded and steered the conversation back to the safe zone. One more thing, since finding the safe zone is my priority, I'd like your input. Where in Linzhou City do you think the safe zone is most likely located? The question left everyone exchanging blank looks. No one could provide a definite answer. Su Yuan had his own suspicions, but wasn't certain. Gu Jingman ventured, could it be at a school? Fan Diyu waved dismissively. Impossible, impossible. A school can't be a safe zone. It's got to be somewhere remote, not a crowded place like a school. Gu Jingman gave an awkward smile and fell silent. Ding Yu asked, a hospital? Fan Diyu nodded eagerly. Yeah, could it be a hospital? Su Yuan shook his head. We went to the hospital yesterday. It was already overrun. That's where we rescued Cheng Yulan. Cheng Yulan, sitting nearby, nodded awkwardly. What about a bomb shelter? Impossible, Pei Xiangdong dismissed decisively. Fan Diyu was taken aback. Why not? A bomb shelter seems like a perfect hiding spot. Pei Xiangdong explained, think about it, by Lin's standards, every underground parking garage could serve as a bomb shelter. If the safe zone were in one, would have seen survivors down there. But we haven't seen a single one. Su Yuan also doubted the bomb shelter theory. Well, think it over slowly. We can't venture into the city for the next couple of days, so let's leave it at that. Su Yuan concluded the brief meeting. They'll go check the surroundings, Pei Xiangdong said, rising to leave. Hey, wait for me. Fan Diyu hurried after him. As Su Yuan stood up, Tang Fei and Gu Jingman stopped him. Gu Jingman said, Dr. Su, could you take a look at him? It's been a day. Su Yuan nodded. Sure. Unwrapping the gauze, Su Yuan examined the sutured wound, no pus, no redness, already scabbed over with excellent epidermal healing. Does it still hurt? He asked. Tang Fei nodded, holding up 2 fingers and pinching the air to indicate the pain level. Gu Jingman translated, he means it only hurts a little now. Tang Fei smiled and nodded. Su Yuan said, you're fine. Just keep resting. Don't get it wet, and don't move around. Tang Fei nodded again, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you. Su Yuan waved it off and was about to leave when Gu Jingman spoke up. Dr. Su, there's something else. Oh, go ahead, Su Yuan said, sitting back down. Gu Jingman asked, what about Kuziyang? How is he? Su Yuan wasn't surprised by the question. They were classmates after all. But Gu Jingman looked embarrassed under his gaze and quickly added, no, I don't mean anything by it. I just want to know if he's dead. Su Yuan replied, I exiled him. Whether he's dead or not, I don't know. But if I ever see him again, I'll kill him. A flicker of fear crossed Gu Jingman's eyes, but she nodded in understanding. The red speaker from last night had been left by Kuziyang intended to lure zombies and doom them all. A man like that deserved death. Tang Fei nodded firmly, fully agreeing with Su Yuan. Even though they had been dorm mates, Tang Fei now wished him dead. Several hundred meters from the warehouse Pu Yinglang had been searching for its location. The warehouse head mentioned earlier was supposed to be nearby, and after hours of searching, he finally found it. Moo Moo and her child followed closely behind him. Soon he heard the sound of a car approaching. A smirk crossed his face, but then he turned back to stare at Moo Moo. He walked over and warned, "When we get to the warehouse, don't you dare say a word about last night. If you do, I'll kill both you and your child. Understand?" Moo Moo hastily nodded, not daring to contradict him. Pu Yingling's gaze was sinister. Last night, when he discovered Moo Moo, he was startled, and even more so that Moo Moo knew what he had done. This terrified him, but he could not change it. After all, he couldn't really kill anyone. He had indeed harmed others, but he had never personally taken a life. He desperately wished to silence Moo Moo forever, but fear gripped his heart, rendering him unable to act. With no other option, he could only let them follow behind him as they searched for the warehouse. The current warning was also a helpless move. After the warning, his sinister gaze shifted to panic as he waved at the approaching vehicle. Over here, over here." Pei Xiangdong drove over and spotted the two figures ahead. He turned to Fan Diyu, who was fiddling with the car radio, and said, "Hey, aren't those two your friends?" "Where?" Fan Diyu saw Pu Yinglang and the mother and son Moo Moo about 20 meters ahead, and said with slight surprise, "They're still alive." Pu Yinglang's arrival meant an extra pair of hands. With 3 more people, the food supply was insufficient, barely lasting until tomorrow evening. After that, everyone would have nothing to eat. Pei Xiangdong planned to make another trip to the gas station. Yesterday, they hadn't taken much from there. Another trip could secure enough supplies to last them about a week. Fan Diyu would accompany him as before. Before setting out, Pei Xiangdong informed Su Yuan and then departed. Su Yuan was not worried. Pei Xiangdong was capable of taking care of himself. Outside the warehouse in the yard, there was a pile of tires and wheel hubs. He pulled up a stool and sat down. It was now 4:30 in the afternoon. The sun was setting. Su Yuan's heart was uneasy. His wife and child were missing, and he had no idea where this so-called safe zone was. A deep sense of helplessness overwhelmed him. At that moment, Sheng Yulan approached and sat beside him, her fingers intertwining nervously, as if she wanted to say something. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke. Dr. Su, there's something I'd like to ask of you." Su Yuan looked at her and said, "Go ahead." Sheng Yulan said, "I was wondering if next time you go to Linzhou City you could take me along." Su Yuan frowned, studying her for a moment, and asked, "You want to find someone?" Sheng Yulan nodded. "Yes, when you mentioned the safe zone earlier, I thought my parents might be there. So could you please let them take me? Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble." Su Yuan did not give her an answer. He looked at the distant, still blinding sun and said, "Let me think about it." Sheng Yulan nodded. "Okay, take your time. No rush." With that, she turned and went back into the warehouse. The safe zone. They still needed to find the safe zone. After the events of the past 2 days, Su Yuan had mentally prepared himself for the worst. As the old saying goes, alive I must see them, dead I must see their bodies. Upstairs in the warehouse, everyone was discussing how to divide the rooms. There were several small rooms on the second floor, but some were cluttered with equipment and parts. Once cleared out, they could be used for sleeping. Led by Ding Yue, the group began moving things. By dusk, they had cleared 3 more rooms, making 5 in total. Enough for now. Pu Yinglang was assigned to the office along with Moo Moo and her son. Initially, Moo Moo wanted to resist, but a look from Pu Yinglang crushed any thoughts of defiance. They had little luggage. After entering the office, Pu Yinglang closed the door, his eyes turning cold as he stared at Moo Moo, who was huddled against the wall. "You haven't forgotten what I said outside, have you?" Moo Moo shook her head. "No." Pu Yinglang said, "Good. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you and your son. Just keep it a secret. If you don't tell anyone, you can live a normal life. I had no choice back then. I was forced into it. I had to survive. Anyway, that student was already done for. The zombies killed him, not me." Moo Moo shielded her son behind her, too afraid to speak. "Look on the bright side. The world has changed. Zombies roam outside. Only the living have hope. The dead have nothing, right? So don't say anything foolish. Especially when I'm not around. Don't you dare speak out of turn. Otherwise I can't guarantee what might happen to your son. Understand?" Moo Moo lowered her head, trembling with fear. "Answer me." Pu Yinglang said, his tone laced with menace. "I understand. I understand," Moo Moo replied, closing her eyes resigned. Pu Yinglang patted her shoulder, then let his gaze drift down her figure, his hand moving from her shoulder downward. Moo Moo's body began to shake. She wanted to resist, but dared not. Tears fell from her eyes, landing on Pu Yinglang's hand. He frowned, patted her cheek, and said, "Just behave, and everything will be fine." Pu Yinglang turned and opened the door to leave just as Ding Yu and Gu Jingman were passing by. Ding Yu asked, "Where's Sister Moo Moo?" "We're about to make dinner." Pu Yinglang replied, "She's in a bad mood right now. Let her rest. Old Shui only passed away yesterday." Ding Yu nodded. "Right? We'll bring her something later. Come on, let's cook together." "Sure," Pu Yinglang said with a faint smile. After watching them head downstairs, he glanced back at Moo Moo, who was sobbing in the corner with her son in her arms, then closed the door and followed Ding Yu and the others. Dinner was simple instant noodles and bread. Under the circumstances, having anything to eat was already good, and no one complained. Ding Yu picked up the bowl of noodles she had prepared, and said, "They'll take this to Sister Moo Moo." Pu Yingling hastily grabbed it from her, and said, "Let me do it. You all eat." Ding Yu watched Pu Yingling's retreating figure wanting to say something, but he was already heading upstairs. She raised an eyebrow, but didn't think much of it, and began eating her own noodles. No one suspected anything about Pu Yingling's actions. They all seemed perfectly normal. Su Yuan finished his noodles and flexed his ankle, which was still very painful much to his dismay. As night fell, Pei Xiangdong and the others returned with supplies. Their haul was abundant enough to last them through the week. That night no one slept. Instead, they gathered around a bonfire in the yard, sitting together in silence. The conversation was dull, and eventually they stopped talking altogether, staring at the flames in wordless contemplation. The next morning at dawn, a crow cawed raucously as it swept over the warehouse roof. When Su Yuan woke up in bed, feeling the gentle warmth of the morning light on his face, a sense of tranquility settled within him. He checked his ankle. It was much better than yesterday. At least the swelling had gone down, though the pain still lingered. He didn't rush to get up, but lay in bed pondering the next steps. Finding a safe zone was the top priority, but the question was how to go about it. The most straightforward way was to head directly into Linzhou City, but that was far too dangerous. A single misstep could cost a life. Su Yuan was already traumatized by such thoughts. If he could avoid going, that would be best. Yet he knew it was impossible to stay away. He picked up his phone, which had long since run out of battery, and sighed. If only it still had power, maybe I could get in touch. But the entire warehouse had lost electricity when they arrived, leaving no chance to charge it. Su Yuan put down the phone and prepared to get up. However, as he rose, a thought struck him. He turned to stare at the phone, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A knock sounded at the door. Before Su Yuan could speak, Pei Xiangdong pushed the door open and said, "Dr. Su, time to eat." Su Yuan looked up at Pei Xiangdong, standing in the doorway, and smiled. "I figured out a way." Pei Xiangdong looked puzzled. "Huh? A way? What way?" Su Yuan's lips curled into a grin. "You'll know when we get to the car." Meanwhile, when Gu Jingman woke up, she saw Tang Fei scratching his throat and promptly slapped his hand away. "Are you crazy? What are you scratching there?" Tang Fei's face twisted in frustration, trying to convey the intense itch, but unsure how to express it. Gu Jingman caught on. "Your throat itches." Tang Fei nodded hastily. Gu Jingman said, "That's probably normal. Wounds itch as they heal. Just bear it, okay? What if something goes wrong? Bear it, don't scratch, understand?" Tang Fei nodded helplessly. His throat still itched terribly, but he could only endure it, pinching his thigh to counter the sensation with pain. Yet it seemed futile. The pain didn't stop the itch from persisting. Gu Jingman got up and glanced at the sunlight outside the window, stretching her arms. Her graceful figure left Tang Fei staring blankly. Sensing his gaze, she quickly lowered her arms and glared at him with feigned anger. "What are you looking at? Look again, and it'll poke your eyes out, believe me." Tang Fei scratched his head and let out an awkward laugh. The two of them had never shared a room together. They had always maintained a safe distance between them. "I can tell exactly what's on your mind," Gu Jingman said with a roll of her eyes. "All right, once you're better, we'll talk about it, okay?" Tang Fei's eyes widened in surprise, as if asking, "Really?" Gu Jingman smiled faintly. "Just kidding. I tricked you. Don't believe it." "Humph." Tang Fei's spirits immediately deflated. Gu Jingman chuckled as she walked out of the room, but the moment she stepped outside, her smile vanished, replaced by a face full of worry, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Oh, you're up early," Ding Yu's voice came from nearby. Gu Jingman's eyes flickered in panic as she quickly wiped away her tears, though her eyes remained red. She forced a smile. "Yeah, I'm up." Ding Yu noticed her state and asked softly, "What's wrong? Had a fight with your boyfriend?" Gu Jingman shook her head. "No, I'm fine, Sister Ding." Ding Yu said, "You're homesick, aren't you?" Gu Jingman opened her mouth to deny it, but in the end she reluctantly nodded. Ding Yu said, "I understand. I'm worried about my family too. But given the situation, just staying alive is a blessing. Don't overthink it. Those men are out looking for a safe zone. Maybe your family is already there. Don't dwell on it, you'll find out soon enough." Gu Jingman wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Ding Yu said gently, "Come on, let's go downstairs, wash up, and prepare breakfast." Meanwhile, Pu Yingling felt movement nearby and immediately opened his eyes. He saw Moo Moo staring at him intently, her hands hidden behind her back, as if holding something. He quickly sat up, eyeing Moo Moo warily, and frowned. "What's in your hands?" Moo Moo looked flustered. "Nothing, there's nothing." Pu Yingling tilted his head to get a better look, then lunged with lightning speed to snatch whatever she was hiding. Moo Moo was stunned by his sudden move and raised the ashtray in her hand to strike. Pu Yingling's eyes widened, but he remained calm, grabbing her arm and wresting the ashtray away. He stared at Moo Moo with a cold smile. "What, trying to kill me? Why? I've done nothing to you, nor have I intended to harm you. I only asked you to keep a secret, and you want to kill me. That's going too far." Moo Moo tilted her head, her arm aching from his grip. Pu Yingling snorted. "Listen, Miss Moo, I'm warning you, your man is dead. Don't expect those outsiders to help you. They only care about themselves. Don't think that Dr. Su is some kind of saint. Who knows what happened in Linzhou City. Maybe your husband was killed by him. Hatred burned in Muumu's eyes. Her husband was already dead, and she had hoped to rely on those around her only to discover that this Pu Yinglang was such a terrifying person. What, crying again? Hitting a nerve. Pu Yinglang shook off her hand, gripping the ashtray as he warned, "This is the first and last time. If you dare lay a hand on me again, I won't hesitate to throw your son out to feed the zombies." With a bang, he finished speaking and walked out of the room, ashtray in hand. The moment he stepped out, he happened to bump into Fan Diyu. Fan Diyu looked at him curiously. "What are you doing with an ashtray?" Pu Yinglang smiled. "Oh, nothing. This thing's too dangerous for kids, so I'm taking it out." "I see. Come on, I've got some cigarettes here. Want to step outside for a smoke?" Fan Diyu pulled a pack from his pocket with a grin. "Sure," Pu Yinglang replied without hesitation. After such a rough start to the morning, he needed a smoke. The two went downstairs to the courtyard outside and lit up. Pu Yinglang noticed Su Yuan and Pei Xiangdong fiddling with something in the car. "What are they up to?" he asked. Fan Diyu glanced at the vehicle. Dr. Su said the safe zone might have a radio broadcast. They're scanning channels to see if they can pick anything up. Pu Yinglang nodded, indifferent to the idea of a safe zone. Fan Diyu took a couple of puffs, savoring the smoke, but soon a shout came from inside the house. "Fan Diyu, are you smoking again?" Fan Diyu froze, and the smoke he had just inhaled went down the wrong pipe, sending him into a fit of coughing. Cough, cough. Life in the warehouse was monotonous and dreary, especially without smartphones. Aside from 3 daily meals, everyone either stared blankly into space, chatted, or wept bitterly in each other's arms. The future, once brimming with anticipation, now seemed utterly hopeless. Unbeknownst to all, 3 days slipped by quietly. Su Yuan's ankle had fully healed. He could jump, run, and move without any hindrance. Tang Fei's throat wound was recovering swiftly. It had to be said the resilience of youth was remarkable. He could now produce some sounds, though speaking was still beyond him. Mumu, who had been holed up in her room, emerged this morning, but her complexion was haggard, and her eyes were swollen and red, clearly from many bouts of weeping. No one was particularly surprised. After all, her husband had recently died. Such grief was only natural. No one deliberately tried to comfort her, waiting for her to open up on her own. What they didn't know was that Muumu's emergence was only permitted by Pu Yinglang. Over the past few days, everyone in the warehouse had learned that Su Yuan was using the car radio to search for safe zones, but after days with no leads, hope had all but faded by now. Even Su Yuan was on the verge of giving up. He couldn't help wondering if he had been mistaken. Perhaps the safe zone had never broadcast any messages on the radio frequency. But nothing was certain. Until a conclusion was reached, Su Yuan refused to abandon the effort. After breakfast, Su Yuan slipped into the car and tinkered with the radio, though its effectiveness remained unknown. Fan Diyu took out 2 cigarettes and handed one to Pei Xiangdong beside him. "Is Dr. Su still at it?" Pei Xiangdong nodded. "Let him be. It's good to keep busy, and maybe he'll get lucky and find something. Let's take another round outside later." Fan Diyu nodded. "All right. We found footprints before. Let's see if any zombies have come around." The two chatted idly, standing nearby. Mumu stood by the doorframe, staring at Su Yuan inside the car. Her hand gripped the iron frame tightly, her nails leaving scratches on the surface. She was torn, hesitating whether to go over and ask for help. But after a moment, Pu Yinglang walked past her, opened the car door, and got in, asking with a smile, "Dr. Su need a hand?" Su Yuan replied, "No, you wouldn't be able to help with this anyway. All right, hope you find the safe zone." As he said this, Pu Yinglang glanced back at Mumu, a warning clear in his eyes. Mumu turned and hurried away in panic. Su Yuan frowned, turning the knob, but the channel was filled with nothing but static, not a single sound of activity. It had been like this for days. Pei Xiangdong, though still supportive, had given up and rarely came to the car anymore. Only Su Yuan persisted. Pei Xiangdong and Fan Diyu grabbed 2 iron bars and called out to the car, "Dr. Su, we're heading out to kill some zombies." "Go ahead, be careful," Su Yuan replied. Inside the car, Su Yuan still hadn't given up. Pu Yinglang asked curiously, "Dr. Su, which hospital did you work at before?" Su Yuan said, "The affiliated hospital of Lin University." Pu Yinglang let out an "oh," then said, "So Dr. Su graduated from Lin University?" Su Yuan glanced at him and replied, "No, I graduated from Jing University." Pu Yinglang's eyes widened in surprise. "Jing University? Wow, Dr. Su, you're amazing. That's the best university in the country. When I was taking the college entrance exam, I never even dreamed of it." Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, listening to Pu Yinglang ramble on beside him. After a long while, Su Yuan asked a question, "What do you do?" Pu Yinglang paused, then smiled. "I'm in sales." Su Yuan raised an eyebrow again. No wonder he was so talkative. "I used to sell cars, then started selling houses. But this line of work is tough. It all depends on luck. Sometimes you might make a bit, other times you might even lose money. It's hard, nothing like you doctors." "You doctors?" "SSS. SSS. Here. SSS. Don't talk." Su Yuan heard an unusual sound emerge from the car radio and quickly silenced Pu Yinglang's chatter. Pu Yinglang asked in surprise, "Found it?" "Shoo." Su Yuan shot him a glare, then gently turned the knob. A voice came through the radio. "We are at Lin. University. SSS. Su Yuan continued adjusting, and soon a clearer voice emerged from the broadcast. This is Linzhou University Safe Zone. Anyone hearing this broadcast, please come to Linzhou University for shelter. We are at Linzhou University. This is Linzhou University Safe Zone. Anyone hearing this broadcast, please come to Linzhou University for shelter. We are at Linzhou University. The broadcast repeated this message continuously. A smile curled at the corner of Su Yuan's mouth. He looked at Pu Yinglong, excitement surging. Found it. We really found it. Pu Yinglang was also stunned. He had never imagined they would find any information through the car radio, but they actually had. And the safe zone was Linzhou University. Su Yuan got out of the car, rushed into the warehouse, and shouted to everyone, "Found it. We found the safe zone." Ding Yu and Gu Jingman were astonished. "Where is it?" Cheng Yuan asked. "Linzhou University. The safe zone is Linzhou University." Su Yuan exclaimed excitedly. After 4 days of searching, there was finally a result, and an unexpected one at that. They had always thought that a school couldn't possibly serve as a safe zone, yet it had truly become one. For a moment, everyone in the warehouse didn't know how to express their feelings. Su Yuan was naturally thrilled, as was Cheng Yulan, while Gu Jingman covered her mouth, her eyes reddening. Tang Fei also breathed a sigh of relief because the safe zone being Linzhou University meant his classmates were surely safe. Cheng Yulan approached Su Yuan and asked, "Are we going to Linzhou University next? Can I go? I want to find my parents." Su Yuan's excitement immediately cooled. He said, "Let's wait until old Pei and the others get back to discuss this." Cheng Yulan's excited expression faded. She understood Su Yuan's meaning, nodded, and stepped aside. At 9:30 in the morning, Pei Xiangdong and his companion returned to the warehouse. Su Yuan told them about the safe zone. Pei Xiangdong showed little reaction, just let out a couple of simple hearty laughs, seeming quite pleased. Fan Diyu, on the other hand, was very excited. "So are we going to the safe zone?" Su Yuan nodded. "Yes, we do need to go to the safe zone, but before that, old Pei and I will go check it out first. If it's viable, we'll come back for you." Fan Diyu said, "Can I come too?" Cheng Yulan jumped in at that moment. "I want to go too." Rushing to the safe zone for his wife and child was Su Yuan's most urgent desire. But he was not the only one yearning to seek his loved ones there. Linzhou University was far from the warehouse. The warehouse was located in the northern suburbs of Linzhou City, while Linzhou University lay at the southernmost edge. A round trip alone could take 2 to 3 hours. Considering potential obstacles like traffic accidents blocking the roads, congregating zombie hordes, and other factors, the journey there might consume 2 to 3 hours, and the return trip, if slower, could drag on until 5 or 6 in the evening. But none of this could be confirmed before setting out. The most critical question now was who would go. When Su Yuan posed this question, Cheng Yulan raised her hand like a student asserting her right. Besides her, Fan Diyu also raised his hand with a sheepish grin. As for the others, none raised their hands. Su Yuan had thought Pu Yinglang would want to go, but he showed no reaction, seemingly uninterested in the safe zone. Pei Xiangdong was definitely coming. Without him by his side, Su Yuan felt a bit uneasy. "Are you sure you want to go?" Su Yuan asked Cheng Yulan solemnly. "I must warn you, the city center is extremely dangerous. One careless moment, and you could lose your life. If you want to go, you must be prepared to die." As he spoke, Mumu lowered her head. Su Yuan felt a bit awkward knowing her husband Xue Xiangming had met with misfortune in the city. Cheng Yulan said, "Dr. Su, rest assured I will absolutely protect myself and won't cause you any trouble. Before reaching the safe zone, I'll stay in the car and not get out." With words like that, it would be unreasonable not to let her go. Fan Diyu then chimed in, me too. "Before we reach the safe zone, I promise to stay in the car and not get out." Su Yuan rolled his eyes. It was one thing for a young woman to say that, but for a grown man to utter such words, wasn't he ashamed? Su Yuan said, "Then it's settled, me, old Pei, Fan Diyu, and Xiao Cheng. The 4 of us will go to the safe zone. Barring any accidents, we should be back by evening, and maybe we can bring you all along then." Although the warehouse was secure, tightly sealed on all sides, compared to the safe zone, survival here offered no guarantee. Just securing supplies required taking risks, greatly increasing their difficulty of survival. In the safe zone, there would surely be dedicated personnel to handle such matters, making them safer. Most importantly, Su Yuan's own identity mattered. He believed his status as a doctor would secure him some decent privileges in the safe zone. At 10:30 in the morning, the 4 of them took 4 pieces of bread and 4 bottles of water as lunch and set off in the car. The tank was full enough for the journey. Waving goodbye, the eyes of those left in the warehouse were filled with worry. Ding Yu was especially worried about Fan Diyu. Xue Xiangming had set out with confidence before, only to return dead. Now Ding Yu feared Fan Diyu would follow the same path. But there was no stopping him, it was out of her hands. Pei Xiangdong drove away from the warehouse onto the national highway heading toward Linzhou City. The route was decided in advance: take the 4th Ring Road directly and loop around to Linzhou University. The journey was long. The 4 in the car were prepared to walk, as no one could predict what they might encounter on the road. Su Yuan glanced at Fan Diyu and Cheng Yulan in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Both were optimistic, full of hope for the safe zone. In their eyes, the zombie crisis was probably just a temporary event. Perhaps it would disappear after a while and life would return to its former pace. None of them had grasped the idea that the world had truly ended. Yuan hadn't at first, either thinking it was just a temporary localized low-probability incident. But after returning to Linzhou City, he understood the world really had come to an end. Life would undergo earth-shattering changes, facing life-or-death choices at every moment. For many, such an existence would be a devastating blow. As for the safe zone, whether it was truly as safe as imagined, Yuan dared not speculate. I hope so, Yuan sighed, gazing out the car window. Pei Xiangdong said, Dr. Su, don't worry, we'll be fine. Yuan nodded. Yeah, I believe that too. Pei Xiangdong added, this time as long as we're careful things won't turn out like last time. Yuan took a deep breath, struggling to calm himself. No one knew what would happen next. They could only be cautious, ever cautious. This world had truly changed. The car drove along the national highway. The zombies on the road, sensing the speeding vehicle, reacted sluggishly, chasing after it only after a delay. But they soon stopped as the car had vanished from sight. In the warehouse, Moo returned to her room with despair in her eyes. She held her son in the room, tears streaming down uncontrollably once more. She had thought herself a strong person, often acting fierce in front of others, which made her unpopular. But now she realized that her former strength had been the confidence her husband Xue Xiangming gave her. With her husband around, she could fear nothing and fight for everything, because he had her back and dealt with the consequences of her troubles. Now with her husband dead, and only herself and her son left, she discovered her own cowardice and insignificance. The door clicked open. Pu Yinglang walked in from outside. He said to Moo, tell your son to leave first. Moo was terrified, but fearing he might harm her child, she told her son to leave the room. Pu Yinglang closed the door without locking it, hands in his pockets, tilting his head as he stared at Moo. This morning, were you planning to say something to that Dr. Su? A flicker of panic crossed Moo's eyes, and she quickly shook her head. No, absolutely not. Pu Yinglang sighed helplessly. You don't need to deny it. They'll say it again. Keep your mouth shut about what I did before. If you can't, you know the consequences. I won't say more. If you want to live, shut your mouth. With that, Pu Yinglang did nothing else. He turned and opened the door, but the moment he did, he heard hurried footsteps running away outside. He opened the door wider and leaned out to look, but saw no one. Gu Jingman hid in her room and took a deep breath. What she had just overheard was truly terrifying. She never expected that Pu Yinglang was threatening Moo, though she didn't know what exactly he was threatening her about. But from Pu Yinglang's tone, it seemed quite serious. That was close. I almost got caught. Pressing her ear against the door, she listened to the sounds outside. Pu Yinglang's footsteps grew fainter, as if he was going downstairs. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. When I go out later, I absolutely can't let anyone know I overheard. Gu Jingman recalled that Pu Yinglang and his mother Moo had arrived at the warehouse later. Something must have happened between them. Did Pu Yinglang do something terrible, and Moo found out, so he threatened her to keep quiet? Gu Jingman racked her brains, but couldn't figure out what exactly had happened. I guess I'll have to ask Sister Moo directly what's going on. Should I tell Tang Fei about this? Forget it, I'll keep quiet for now. She felt it was necessary to first understand the situation before telling anyone else. Oh, why did Dr. Su and the others have to leave all at once? It would have been fine if just one had stayed. After waiting in her room for a long while, she finally opened the door, glanced around, and seeing no one, slipped out cautiously. She tiptoed to Moo's door, didn't knock, but pressed the handle, and pushed the door open, poking her head inside. Seeing no one, she called out, Sister Moo, are you there? No one answered. Puzzled, she murmured, did she go out? She pushed the door open fully and stepped inside. But at that moment, the door behind her suddenly slammed shut. Startled, she spun around and saw Pu Yinglang standing in the corner behind the door. She stared at Pu Yinglang, her hair standing on end and cold sweat trickling down her back. That person eavesdropping outside earlier. It was you, wasn't it? Pu Yinglang sneered. No, I wasn't eavesdropping. I don't know anything. Gu Jingman tried to deny it, but the panic in her eyes betrayed her. Pu Yinglang curled his lips and without another word swung the hand he had been hiding behind his back. The ashtray in his hand slammed heavily onto Gu Jingman's head. She had no time to dodge and didn't even let out a scream before being knocked unconscious by the ashtray, blood streaming from her head. Pu Yinglang sighed, looking at the bleeding Gu Jingman. He had no choice but to tie her up, stuff a wad of paper into her mouth, and then shove her into a nearby cabinet. You see, if you hadn't come, I wouldn't have had to trouble you. Pu Yinglang stared at Gu Jingman in the cabinet and shook his head. But now I have to get rid of you. I really don't want to kill anyone. I just don't want anyone to know about my affairs. Why did you have to be so curious? He closed the cabinet door side again and agonized over how to deal with this girl. Killing her here was impossible. She'd turn into a zombie and cause even more trouble. They'll have to wait until nightfall and throw her outside to feed the zombies. Having made his decision, Pu Yinglang left the room. He went downstairs, glanced at the mute Tang Fei, and wondered whether he should get rid of him too. Tang Fei waved at him. He nodded in return, then stepped outside into the yard, took out a cigarette, and slowly smoked it. Damn it. If I'd known this warehouse would be so much trouble, I'd never have come. He regretted coming to the warehouse. He hadn't expected so many complications to arise from his own actions. All he wanted was to conceal the fact that he had framed He Zimming. Why was it so difficult? He Zimming's death wasn't intentional on my part. I had no choice. Everyone keeps coming after me. If that surnamed Sue and the others find out, he'll definitely be kicked out. He couldn't even finish half the cigarette. The more he thought about it, the more flustered he became. If Gu Jingman's situation wasn't dealt with quickly, once discovered, the consequences would be dire. No, I can't wait until night. What if that surnamed Sue and his group come back? That would make things even worse. He returned to the second-floor room, locked the door behind him, opened the cabinet, and stared at Gu Jingman. He lifted her out and hesitated, wondering how to proceed. Carrying her out directly wouldn't work. He had to think of another way. He looked around, searching for a solution. Soon his eyes fell on the half-open window. In an instant an idea struck him. Right? The window. But I can't throw her out from this room. He reopened the door, glanced at the first floor below. No one was paying attention. Then dashed with Gu Jingman into the adjacent room. The room next door was empty. He slipped in and locked the door. This is the place. Making it look like a suicide is the best plan. As long as no one finds out, there'll be no problem. Carrying Gu Jingman, he looked down at the ground below the window, all overgrown weeds. He placed her on the windowsill and pushed her without hesitation. Thud! A dull sound came from the grass. He craned his neck to see Gu Jingman lying crookedly in the weeds. He didn't know if she was dead or not, but for now he could only leave it at that. Maybe zombies would show up soon and devour her. He carefully left the room, and when he saw the bloodstains in the hallway, he hurriedly wiped them clean with his clothes until no trace remained. Only then did he return to his own room. After composing himself, he changed into clean clothes, stepped out of the room, lit another cigarette, took 2 deep drags, and clenched his hands tightly, forcing himself to stop trembling. Just then a voice of disgust came from behind. Hey, if you're going to smoke, can you do it outside? Don't you see there's a child here? Ding Yu complained, covering the mouth and nose of Su Yi beside her and waving her hand. A flicker of malice passed through Pu Yingling's eyes, but he said nothing and obediently walked out of the warehouse to smoke in the yard. On the national highway. After an hour's drive, they had reached the 4th Ring Road. Pei Xiangdong didn't take the elevated road. That time before they had gotten stuck. This time they took a smaller road onto the 4th Ring Road, with no obstacles and smooth sailing. Su Yuan gazed at the silent world outside the car window when Pei Xiangdong said, Dr. So what kind of place is Linzhou University? Huh. Su Yuan didn't quite understand. Pei Xiangdong continued. You know, I never went to college, never visited one either. I'm just curious, what's a university really like? This question stumped Su Yuan because he hadn't been to Linzhou University much either. It's huge, really huge. Cheng Yulan said from behind. How huge? Cheng Yulan couldn't find the right words to describe it. Fan Diyu said, Brother Pei, think of a university as a small society. How do you mean? Fan Diyu was at a loss for words. Su Yuan broke into a smile. Pei Xiangdong truly couldn't grasp what Fan Diyu meant by a miniature society. A rough man who only held a middle school diploma, having even bought his high school certificate, would hardly comprehend such concepts. Su Yuan said, there's nothing to understand, old Pei. You just need to know that many college graduates can't hold a candle to you. Pei Xiangdong chuckled, that sounds good. Fan Diyu laughed from the back seat. Exactly. Look at me, I've graduated, and am still just an intern earning a mere 4,000 a month before taxes and insurance. After deductions, it's barely over 3,000. How am I supposed to survive in Linzhou like this? Pei Xiangdong was taken aback. College graduates earn that little. At your age, I was already making 5,000. Fan Diyu let out a wry laugh. Brother Pei, that stings. Pei Xiangdong gave a simple chuckle and said nothing more. The group chatted cheerfully in the car, the previous oppressive atmosphere dissipating. The traffic on the 4th Ring Road was much better than expected. Though vehicles were occasionally parked nearby with zombies wandering around, the 4-lane road allowed them to easily swerve past the undead ahead. Pei Xiangdong's driving skills surpassed the others. He sped up to 80 kilometers per hour, yet the ride remained smooth. Even when encountering zombies or accidents, he didn't slow down, driving straight through any gap without a moment's hesitation. This driving style initially terrified Fan Diyu and Cheng Yulan into screaming, but 2 hours later, whether from exhaustion or indifference, they were dozing off in the back seats. Pei Xiangdong asked, Dr. Su, something's been on my mind. My. Su Yuan turned with a puzzled expression. Pei Xiangdong continued, I mean, are there troops in the safe zone? Su Yuan frowned. Probably. Places like safe zones likely had a military presence. Oh, otherwise how could they have secured the school and taken in survivors? It had to be because of the army. If it relied solely on the school's own strength, how could it achieve that? So that means there are guns too. Pei Xiangdong's face lit up with excitement. Probably. Yes, Su Yuan replied with an awkward smile, thinking to himself, what are you so excited about? Even if there are guns they want, give them to you. Pei Xiangdong's eyes sparkled. Dr. Su, you don't understand. Since I was a kid, I've admired soldiers. I even wanted to enlist, but I was the only child in my family. If I left, my parents would have no one to care for them, so I gave up. Now thinking back, it's a real regret. If I get to the safe zone, how great would it be to touch a real gun? Don't you think so, Dr. Su? Su Yuan didn't know how to respond. The odds of actually handling a gun seemed slim. The military has strict discipline. A firearm is as vital as one's own life and can never be casually handed over. What if something goes wrong? Yair. Bang. Hiss. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the rear of the car. The right rear side sank abruptly, and the entire vehicle began to shake. Pei Xiangdong quickly gripped the steering wheel firmly without turning it and stepped on the brakes. The four inside were terrified in that instant. After a long skid, the car finally came to a halt. What happened? Su Yuan asked dazedly, his heart pounding wildly, nearly scared to death. Pei Xiangdong released the steering wheel, turned off the engine, and said, a blowout. Are you sure? Su Yuan stared wide-eyed. Pei Xiangdong swallowed hard and confirmed, absolutely. Let me get out and check. Pei Xiangdong got out, walked around to the right rear, and saw the tire had gone flat. He crouched down, inspected it closely, and frowned. That's odd. Why would it blow out? Fan Diyu leaned out the window, looking down. Did we run over something? Pei Xiangdong shook his head. No. Tires aren't that fragile. Even if we hit a nail, it would just puncture and leak air, not cause a blowout like this. He had plenty of experience with such matters. Moreover, many modern cars have run-flat tires that rarely suffer such dramatic blowouts, unless the tire took a severe impact. But on this fourth-ring road, aside from zombies, there was nothing else. Where could such an impact come from? Cheng Yuan said. When the tire blew, I thought I heard a similar sound in the distance. Did you all hear it? The three men shook their heads. Su Yuan got out, looked at the tire, and asked, is there a spare in the car? Pei Xiangdong shook his head. No, I checked earlier. Su Yuan glanced ahead and back, seeing no cars or zombies. I think we're not far from Lin University. Let's just walk, but should take about an hour or two. Pei Xiangdong pulled a few iron rods from the car. I'm fine with it. Can you guys handle it? Fan Diyu got excited, took a rod, and laughed. A man can never say no. Cheng Yuan said, I can do it. I have great endurance. Su Yuan smiled faintly. Medical staff indeed had good physical stamina and endurance, otherwise they couldn't survive long night shifts. Let's go then. Maybe we'll come across a car along the way, he said, glancing at old Pei. As long as Pei Xiangdong was around, vehicles were never a problem. The scene shifts back to the warehouse. About 100 meters north of the warehouse, a few zombies stumbled toward a stray dog. Woof! Woof! The stray dog barked furiously at the sudden figures. It didn't understand why they weren't afraid of its barks. In its past experience, people would quickly steer clear upon hearing its fierce growls, wanting nothing to do with it. But now these creatures charged forward. The frightened stray dog started to run, but after a few steps it stopped barking wildly, and even baring its teeth to scare them. Yet the figures didn't stop. They continued rushing madly. The stray dog couldn't escape in time. A zombie grabbed its leg and even bit it. The dog yelped in agony, kicking frantically several times before breaking free. It no longer dared to bark at those crazed figures, knowing it would only hurt itself. Limping on its hind leg, the stray dog began to sprint. It didn't know what lay ahead, but its panting and whimpering attracted the horde of zombies charging aimlessly behind. The zombies that had been staggering on the national highway turned direction, as if wound up, breaking into a run. At that moment, the people in the warehouse had no idea a limping stray dog was racing toward them. They continued their routine lives, chatting and venting about the pain their ex-boyfriends had caused, lamenting that they might never use lipstick again. Su Yuyi and Xue Long, two children, were playing hide-and-seek amidst the machinery-filled warehouse. Everything was peaceful. They were all waiting for news from Su Yuan and the others, hoping their return would bring good tidings. The four of them, each holding iron rods, set off on foot, having abandoned the vehicle. The car, which belonged to Xue Xiangming, was left behind on the road, just like him. They walked along the fourth ring road for about half an hour. Fan Diyu said, should we turn? Su Yuan looked at the fork ahead, unfamiliar with the surrounding roads, and asked, do you know the way? Fan Diyu nodded. Yeah, if we take that fork and keep going straight, we should reach the main gate of Lin University. If I remember correctly, that's the way. Two Schuts were filled with uncertainty. Su Yuan hesitated, wondering whether to leave the fourth ring road from here. After all, Linzhou University wasn't on the fourth ring road, but within it. According to Fan Diyu, taking the fork and heading to Linzhou University was inevitable, and even if there were deviations, they wouldn't be too far off. But won't this route take us into the city? There'll be a lot of zombies there, right? Cheng Yuan asked a crucial question. The three men fell silent. Cheng Yuan was right. From past experience, entering the city meant a direct confrontation with hordes of zombies. Fan Diyu said, not necessarily. This area is pretty remote. We can find another car and drive straight to the school gate. The school must have some kind of defenses, and we can ask for their help. At worst, we can find a place to hide for a couple of days. Staying on the ring road will eventually force us into the city anyway. Su Yuan made up his mind. All right, let's go. Into the city. Without hesitation, the four of them entered the fork and headed toward the city. The situation was clear: head straight for the main gate of Linzhou University. With luck, they might arrive soon. After walking for about 10 minutes on the fork, they encountered a car. The interior was gruesomely bloody. The inside of the windshield was covered in dried blood. They peered into the car from the side. Inside were 3 people. The 2 in the front seemed to be a couple, but the woman had nearly devoured the man's head. The blood on the windshield was likely from the man's carotid artery rupturing and splattering. Fan Diyu recoiled at the sight, nearly vomiting. Su Yuan and Cheng Yulan were unfazed, having encountered far more disgusting things in the hospital. Blood and rotting flesh were nothing new to them. Pei Xiangdong turned his head away, unwilling to look. The back seat was empty and clean. Su Yuan asked, "Do you want to take this car?" Fan Diyu quickly replied, "No way, I'd throw up if I got in. Let's keep looking." Pei Xiangdong also shook his head. There was no need to drive such a disgusting car, it would only torture themselves. So they set off again. 10 minutes later they entered the city limits. The number of zombies around them gradually increased, and they slowed their pace, not daring to advance recklessly for fear of attracting attention. Fortunately, there were also more cars around. And then they spotted an extraordinary vehicle. Fan Diyu was the first to notice it. "Hey, look over there behind that house. Is that a green military vehicle?" They all looked in that direction. Su Yuan pushed up his glasses and saw half of a military vehicle protruding from behind a house. Pei Xiangdong's eyes lit up and a grin spread across his face. "Let's take that one." "Wait, are you serious?" Fan Diyu was stunned. Su Yuan was surprised. "Whoa, old Pei, don't get too excited. There are so many zombies ahead. Going over there will definitely attract them. It's not worth the risk." Pei Xiangdong carefully surveyed the surroundings, knowing he couldn't be reckless. He listened to Su Yuan. I know, but we have to go over there, right?" Su Yuan smiled bitterly. Pei Xiangdong definitely wanted to drive that car, and his words were aimed at that. But he was right. "Yeah, we still have to go? So let's think of a way to lure those zombies away." Ahead was an open residential area with no walls. Su Yuan knew these were self-built houses for relocated residents with no property management, only a neighborhood committee. But that didn't matter. What mattered was the scattered zombies ahead wandering around separately, not clustered together. Su Yuan glanced at the surrounding cars and had a rough idea. "I have a plan. I'm not sure if it'll work, but hear me out and help me analyze it." "Go ahead, Dr. Su," Fan Diyu said with a smile. Su Yuan said, "There are plenty of cars here, right? See that one over there? The farthest one." The 3 turned and saw a red Mazda parked alone by the roadside quite a distance away. And then, "Oi," Su Yuan continued. "Hey, race my plan, old Pei, you know cars best. Go and set off that car's horn, make it keep blaring. That way the zombies around here will be attracted by the sound. Once the area is clear, we can go and get the military vehicle. What do you think?" Fan Diyu thought about it. "Yeah, that makes sense." Cheng Yulan agreed. "I think it works." Pei Xiangdong said decisively, "All right, I'll go. You wait for me." Su Yuan said, "Hold on, I'll go with you. We need to look out for each other. It's not that I don't trust you, but I don't want anyone to be left alone." Pei Xiangdong nodded. And so a hasty plan was set in motion. Su Yuan and Pei Xiangdong sprinted toward the red Mazda. There were zombies along the way, and their footsteps attracted some nearby ones. But fortunately they had iron rods. One swing could smash a zombie's head, speeding up their progress. Soon they reached the red Mazda. A zombie sat in the driver's seat. Pei Xiangdong smashed the passenger side window and thrust his iron rod into the zombie's head. The zombie's face caved in, blood gushing out, but it didn't die. He struck again, and the zombie finally perished. "Old Pei, hurry," Su Yuan urged. Without a word, Pei Xiangdong opened the door, got in, and pressed the zombie's head against the steering wheel. No sound came. He started the engine and pressed the zombie's head down again. Beep. A piercing horn blared from the front of the car. "Run!" Su Yuan shouted as he saw the approaching zombies, drawn by the sound. Pei Xiangdong immediately scrambled out of the car, glanced at the distant zombies, and hurriedly followed Su Yuan's lead, breaking into a sprint. The car's horn blared through the air, piercing and shrill, drawing all the nearby zombies toward it. Fortunately, they ran fast, and the path back was still clear of zombies, allowing them to narrowly escape danger. Returning to Fan Diyu and Cheng Yulan, the 4 of them hid behind the barricade, silently watching the red Mazda in the distance, listening to the harsh sound emanating from the vehicle. Many charging zombies had already reached the car, clawing and snarling around it, but unable to find a way inside. They could only roar in frustration. After a long while, a horde of zombies had completely surrounded the Mazda, forming a dense ring of the undead centered around it. If anyone were to approach now, they would be devoured down to the bone in less than 3 seconds. "We did it!" Fan Diyu exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. "I can't believe it actually worked." A smile spread across Su Yuan's face as well. He hadn't expected the plan to go so smoothly. He had thought the surrounding zombies would be slow to react, taking at least a long while to gather, but in just 10 minutes the area was cleared of all zombies. Now before Su Yuan and his group lay a wide, safe, and empty road devoid of zombies and danger. Seizing the moment, Su Yuan gave the order, "Go." The 4 of them, armed with iron bars, immediately set off, sprinting toward the demolition neighborhood ahead. The military vehicle was parked behind a house in the demolition area, its rear end protruding conspicuously. Pei Xiangdong, the fastest of the group, surged ahead of Su Yuan and dashed toward the truck. It was fortunate that the zombies were all drawn by the horn, and otherwise Pei Xiangdong's noisy approach would have already attracted them. Chen Yuan was the slowest runner, but Fan Diu deliberately slowed his pace to keep her close and ensure she didn't fall too far behind. At the front of the group. After sprinting for 2 minutes, Pei Xiangdong reached the military vehicle and swung his iron bar at the window. A dull thud echoed, but the glass didn't break. Instead, the impact sent a jarring pain through his hand, causing him to drop the bar. He sucked in a sharp breath, shaking his throbbing right hand, utterly stunned. It took him a moment to realize the glass on military vehicles was bulletproof. Even bullets couldn't penetrate it. How could an iron bar possibly break it? He had to admit it was a miscalculation. Su Yuan arrived a moment later, seeing Pei Xiangdong's troubled expression. What's the matter? Can you get it open? Pei Xiangdong shook his head. Can't break it. Su Yuan paused, looked at the door, reached for the handle, and pulled. The door swung open. It's open. Pei Xiangdong stared at the door in speechless embarrassment, feeling a bit foolish. What are you waiting for? Get in, Su Yuan urged. Snapping back to reality, Pei Xiangdong quickly climbed into the driver's seat. Glancing at the complex equipment inside, he was momentarily at a loss. He had always admired military vehicles, but this was his first time actually sitting in one. As for how to start it, he had no idea. Su Yuan waited outside for Fan Diu and the others. 2 minutes later, the two arrived, panting heavily. Get in quickly. Su Yuan opened the rear door and urged them inside. Once they were in, he took the passenger seat. Sensing the vehicle's stillness, he frowned. Why hasn't it started? Pei Xiangdong replied awkwardly, no keys. Wait, weren't you able to start it without keys before? Su Yuan was taken aback. Pei Xiangdong said, this car is different. The panel underneath is all metal. I can't even pry it open. Su Yuan rolled his eyes, unsure whether to be angry or frustrated. He sighed helplessly. Let's switch cars. That seemed to be the only option. Rather than waste time on this military vehicle, it was better to simply find another and move on. All right, Pei Xiangdong agreed reluctantly. Although he was loath to give up, he knew they couldn't afford delays, so he decisively got out. The two in the back seat were still trying to catch their breath, confused. Hadn't they just sat down? Why were they getting out again? They hesitated for a moment, but Su Yuan urged them again, and they scrambled out, looking at him in bewilderment. The distant horn continued to blare across the land, drawing more and more zombies from afar. Though their current position was temporarily safe, it wouldn't last. The sound could travel far, eventually attracting zombies from even greater distances. When those zombies approached, they would inevitably pass by Su Yuan's group, putting them in danger. That was why he was so eager to hurry them. But just as the three of them stepped out of the vehicle, a sound came from inside the military truck. A crackling voice emerged from the radio, don't move. The four of them were startled, turning back to see the walkie-talkie inside emitting static. A moment later, another voice came through the radio, get back in the truck now. There's a horde of about 50 zombies to your south heading your way. All four of you get inside and hide. The four exchanged glances, quickly climbed back in, and shut the doors. Good, just stay hidden, the voice on the radio said with relief. Su Yuan picked up the walkie-talkie, fiddled with it, pressed a button, and asked, can you hear me? Then he released the button. After a brief pause, the walkie-talkie crackled, loud and clear. Go ahead. Su Yuan pressed the button again. Who are you? A few seconds later, the voice replied, I'm the leader of the 3rd Squad of the Linzhou Military District. We're on the rooftop of the residential building to your right. Don't try to look out, safety first. Understood. The squad leader asked, where are you survivors from? Su Yuan answered, a warehouse to the north. We heard Linzhou University is a safe zone, so we came to check it out. Are there any other survivors besides you? Yes, about 7 or 8 more back at the warehouse. We just came to scout the situation first. If it's safe, we'll go back and bring them over. Got it. Once that zombie horde from the south passes, come directly into the residential building and join us. We'll move together. All right, I understand, Su Yuan replied, ending the call. At that moment, at the far end of the southern road, a large group of zombies appeared in their sight. These were the ones drawn by the horn's sound. The horde of corpses to the south swept through like a plague of locusts, and in no time, they were before Su Yuan and his companions. These zombies of various shapes and sizes crowded together, advancing like bound slaves, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Many of the corpses were still bleeding, leaving a trail of conspicuous blood-stained footprints on the cement ground. The four of them dared not make a single sound inside the car, their breaths held in utter silence, fearful that any noise might attract the zombies. With eyes fixed intently on the undead horde outside, they endured the agonizing wait for the creatures to pass by the vehicle. This ordeal lasted nearly 10 minutes. The main reason was that the zombies moved at a sluggish pace, and their crowding only slowed them further. Su Yuan and the others suffered through those 10 minutes, yet even now they dared not alight from the car, for the horde had not wandered far. A voice crackled from the walkie-talkie, wait a bit longer. We'll give you the signal to get out, understand? Su Yuan replied, understood. They continued to wait. 5 minutes later, the walkie-talkie sounded, get out. In an instant, Su Yuan and his 3 companions scrambled out of the car and dashed toward the residential building on the right. The building's main door was shut tight. Su Yuan had expected to have to break it down, but as they reached the entrance the door swung open from within. The military personnel had apparently been waiting for them. A soldier in combat gear ushered them inside and immediately closed the door to prevent any zombies from entering. "Follow me," the soldier said and then ran upstairs. Su Yuan and the others hurried after him, reaching the 5th-floor rooftop, where they saw 8 soldiers stationed at various points keeping watch over the surroundings. "You folks were quite reckless daring to come through with so many zombies around." The captain smirked, stepping forward and extending his hand. Su Yuan shook it, replying awkwardly, "We didn't want it either. We couldn't have predicted such a massive horde." "I'm Lin Hai," the captain introduced himself. Su Yuan said, and then introduced the 3 people beside him. Lin Hai said, "Got it. You 4 stay here for now. We still have a mission to complete before we can head back." Su Yuan asked, "May I ask what the mission is?" Lin Hai paused, seemingly surprised by the question. Instead of answering, he said to his deputy, "Stay here and keep an eye on them. Don't let them wander off." "Yes, sir," the deputy promptly acknowledged. With that, Lin Hai led the remaining soldiers away. Su Yuan frowned. The 4 of them were now confined. Though somewhat displeased, there was nothing they could do, for the initiative lay in others' hands. Yet it was not all bad. Staying here was safe, and once the mission was complete, they could head to Linzhou University with the soldiers, which offered security. Su Yuan approached the rooftop edge and looked down, seeing Lin Hai and his men charging toward another residential building, though he knew not their purpose. But judging by their urgency, they seemed to be searching for something. Fan Diu and Chung Yulan were also lying at the rooftop's edge, surveying the area. From this height, the distribution of zombies was clearly visible, and the piercing horn of a Mazda in the distance was distinctly audible. The surrounding zombies were drawn to the noise, some sprinting wildly like grotesque creatures, others shuffling slowly and unsteadily. Pei Xiangdong showed no interest in the outside world. His gaze was fixed on the deputy commander, intrigued by his equipment. Captain, hello, I'm Pei Xiangdong," he said with a smile, extending his hand. The deputy shook his hand and said, "Just call me Ding Dong. No need to be so formal. I'm here to ensure your safety, not to do anything to you. Don't be nervous." Yes, I know, Pei Xiangdong replied with a sheepish grin. "It's not that I'm nervous," Pei Xiangdong said. "I'm a military enthusiast. I've loved guns and bullets since I was a kid. It's a shame I never enlisted. Seeing the gun in your hand, I can't help but get excited." Ding Dong glanced at his gun and smiled. "It's only natural. I understand. Men love guns." Su Yuan heard the 2 chatting behind him, but did not interrupt. He remained at the rooftop edge, watching Lin Hai and his team burst out of the adjacent building and dash into another, appearing quite anxious. As they moved between the buildings, gunshots soon rang out from within, one of them presumably encountering zombies. Pei Xiangdong, who had been chatting, grew excited at the sound. Su Yuan returned to Deputy Commander Ding Dong and inquired, "May I ask what you're searching for?" Ding Dong looked at Su Yuan, his smile fading. He cautioned, "It's not that I can't tell you, but it wouldn't help, and our mission must remain confidential. Don't ask anymore." Su Yuan nodded. "I understand. I won't ask. Let me ask something else." Ding Dong was surprised. "What do you want to ask?" Su Yuan inquired, "How many people are taking refuge inside Linzhou University?" Ding Dong shook his head. "I'm not sure, but there must be at least 5,000. 5,000? For a university, that number wasn't large. What about supplies? Are they guaranteed?" Ding Dong nodded. "No need to worry. There's a strategic grain depot near Linzhou University. We took control of it when the outbreak began. Feeding the people inside the university shouldn't be a problem." Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. At least at Linzhou University, they wouldn't have to worry about food. A good piece of news. Ding Dong asked, "What's wrong? Afraid you'll go hungry when you get there?" Su Yuan shook his head. "No, it's not that. I'm worried about my wife and child. I went home earlier and my wife left me a note saying she'd gone to a safe zone. I came here to find them." "I see. Don't worry, Linzhou University is safe. Nothing will happen. Besides, a population registry has been done. When we get back, you can go directly to the registration office and ask about your wife. Generally, everyone in the safe zone is recorded." Thank you." Su Yuan smiled. "You're welcome." Now all they had to do was wait for Lin Hai to finish his mission, and then they could head to Linzhou University. He hoped his wife and child were truly there. Suddenly a scream came from a distant residential building. Everyone panicked at the sound. Ding Dong stared in shock toward the direction of the scream. "That voice. It's Xiao Wu. What's happening?" Su Yuan asked. But Ding Dong had no idea either. He was eager to go check, yet he held back. His orders were to stay put, so he couldn't go down. Besides, the situation down there was still unclear. Ding Dong quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie and asked, "Captain, how's it going over there?" "It's fine. Xiao Wu got hit by a wall. I'm sending him your way. Go downstairs and meet him." "Roger." After receiving the order, Ding Dong said to Su Yuan and the other 3, "Stay here, don't move. They'll go down to meet them. Remember, don't come downstairs." Before he could finish, he was already heading downstairs, not giving Su Yuan and the others a chance to speak. Pei Xiangdong said, "Dr. Su, should we go help?" Su Yuan replied, "They'll go down and take a look. You wait here. Don't argue. I know my limits. I won't do anything reckless." Pei Xiangdong knew Su Yuan's character. He wouldn't be rash in such matters. Su Yuan walked downstairs. When he reached the third floor, he heard gunfire from the first floor. There must be zombies nearby. After reaching the second floor, Su Yuan didn't rush down. He waited until the gunfire stopped, and the injured man was brought into the building. Only then did he go to the first floor. As soon as he came down, he saw Xiao Wu lying on the ground. His right leg was a bloody mess and the calf was twisted a full 180 degrees. Su Yuan immediately understood the situation. That leg couldn't be saved. But that wasn't the key issue. The key was that the leg was bleeding uncontrollably. Soon he would bleed to death. Come on, move him further inside. Ding Dong and another soldier discussed lifting him and placing him deeper into the room. Don't move him, Su Yuan shouted urgently. The moment Ding Dong heard the voice, he instinctively raised his gun and aimed at Su Yuan's head. It was a reflex. Su Yuan's sudden shout startled him, and he almost fired but managed to stop himself. However, after seeing it was Su Yuan, he immediately flared up. Didn't I tell you to stay upstairs? What the hell are you doing down here? Looking for death? Su Yuan, grabbed by the collar, said, calm down. I'm a doctor. If you don't want your comrade to die, let go of me. Ding Dong froze, his tone surprised and softer. You're really a doctor? Su Yuan said, I wouldn't lie to you at a time like this. Your comrade's leg is twisted 180 degrees. If we don't treat it immediately, the leg might be lost. And can't you see he's still bleeding? If this continues, he'll die. Hearing this, Ding Dong panicked. He immediately released Su Yuan and pulled him over to Xiao Wu, saying, you hurry. Even if we lose the leg, his life must be saved. Su Yuan didn't reply. His eyes fixed on Xiao Wu's bleeding calf, he asked, do you have a rope? No. Ding Dong patted himself down, but found nothing. Su Yuan glanced at his waist. Belt. Huh. Ding Dong was stunned. I said give me your belt. Su Yuan glared urgent. Oh. Ding Dong began unbuckling his belt. Su Yuan then asked the soldier beside him, is there a medical kit in your vehicle? The soldier thought for a moment, then his eyes widened. Yes. Go get it quickly. Roger. The soldier immediately grabbed his gun and rushed out. By now, Ding Dong had removed his belt and handed it to Su Yuan. What else do you need me to do? Su Yuan was examining Xiao Wu's injured calf. The wound was enormous. The entire calf seemed crushed, the bone visible, and the knee tendon snapped. Su Yuan assessed and knew exactly what he had to do. To save Xiao Wu's life, he had to act decisively. Su Yuan tied the belt around the middle lower third of Xiao Wu's thigh to effectively stop the bleeding. After finishing, he said to Ding Dong, go upstairs and bring down the young lady. She's a nurse. Okay. Ding Dong hurried upstairs. Su Yuan tightened the belt with all his might. Up. Xiao Wu, jolted awake by the pain, screamed incessantly. At that moment, the soldier who had gone for the medical kit returned, holding a gun in one hand and an army green medical kit in the other, kicking the door shut behind him. The medical kit is here. Meanwhile, Ding Dong came down with Chung Yulan and the others. The nurse is here. Still gripping the belt, Su Yuan shouted, Chung Yulan, come here. Chung Yulan approached him, saw the scene, and covered her mouth in terror. Su Yuan said, don't be afraid. I need to ask you, can you give an injection? Yes, I can. Chung Yulan nodded. Though she was an intern at the hospital, she had given injections hundreds of times and was quite experienced. Good. Check the medical kit. If there's an antibiotic, take it out and inject him. Chung Yulan took the medical kit and placed it on the floor. Opening the first layer, she saw gauze, iodine, band-aids, and other basic items. The next layer held a small box of antibiotics. She took it out along with a syringe. As she unpacked, she asked, but won't injecting it directly cause? Don't worry about that. If we wait any longer, he'll die. Understood. Chung Yulan quickly drew the antibiotic into the syringe, tapped it twice to remove bubbles, and injected Xiao Wu. Su Yuan looked at Ding Dong and the other soldier. You two hold him down. Don't let him move no matter how much he screams. Roger. They replied habitually and pinned down the screaming Xiao Wu. After the injection, Su Yuan asked, is there a scalpel? Chung Yulan shook her head. No. Su Yuan sighed. Do you have iodine and gauze? Yes. Good, prepare them on the side. After giving the instructions, Su Yuan turned and called out, old Pei, come help. Pei Xiangdong walked over dazed. What can I do? Su Yuan handed him the belt. Hold this and don't let go. All right. Pei Xiangdong took the belt and pulled tight. Su Yuan let go, shook his stiff arm, and directly pulled out the dagger from Ding Dong's waist. Either of you have a lighter? Ding Dong said, yes, there's a lighter in my right chest pocket. Su Yuan took out the lighter, flicked it on, and began sterilizing the dagger. Seeing this, Ding Dong asked, a doctor, what are you going to do? Su Yuan's eyes were calm. Amputation. Everyone present gasped in shock upon hearing those words. Fan Diyu leaned against the wall, retching uncontrollably. Only the nurse Chung Yulan remained as composed as Su Yuan, for she too believed that amputation was the only way to save Xiao Wu's life after witnessing the severity of his leg injury. Ding Dong stared wide-eyed. Amputation? There's really no other way for this leg. I just said it offhandedly. Su Yuan replied, keeping that leg will kill him. Ding Dong looked helplessly at Xiao Wu, whose eyes were glazed over and face twisted in agony, and reluctantly said fine. Su Yuan, having finished cauterizing, moved to the injured calf. The flesh was a bloody mess, so he paid little attention to the calf itself, as it had already lost all function. He focused on the knee joint where the bleeding had subsided enough to reveal the gory details. Got a flashlight? Yes. Ding Dong pulled one from his pocket. Cheng Yuan took it without waiting for instructions and shone it on the knee joint. Under the beam, the patella, commonly known as the kneecap, was clearly visible. Su Yuan now needed to sever the ligaments above the kneecap. First, however, he had to clear away the damaged skin around it. He used the dagger to cut through the injured soft tissue, exposing the patellar ligament beneath. The dagger's sharpness exceeded his expectations. Clearing the soft tissue was straightforward, but next came the real challenge: the ligaments. His hands were now drenched in blood, and without gloves he had to endure the grisly work. Even with antibiotics administered to Xiao Wu, Su Yuan couldn't guarantee his survival after an amputation performed under such conditions. It all came down to luck. If fortune favored him, he might live, otherwise death awaited. Su Yuan held his breath and looked up at Ding Dong. From now on, hold him down. Don't let him move an inch. Got it. Ding Dong nodded solemnly. Su Yuan fixed his gaze on the ligament and cut without hesitation. He applied great force. The dagger was too large for the task. A scalpel would have been far easier. But there was none, so he relied on the blade. One slash, and the ligament didn't snap completely. The violent motion caused too much strain, and Xiao Wu couldn't bear it. He screamed, his entire body trembling. Su Yuan shouted, "Hold him!" Ding Dong, the other soldier, and Pei Xiangdong together pinned down the writhing Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's face was drenched in cold sweat, pale with bulging veins. Moments later, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Ding Dong panicked. Xiao Wu, what's wrong?" Cheng Yuan quickly checked his pulse and breathing. "He's passed out." Su Yuan nodded. "It's better this way." Unconscious Xiao Wu felt nothing. Su Yuan struck again, without hesitation. After a few cuts, the ligament tore. The rest was simpler, just severing the muscles and tendons around the knee. Su Yuan carefully sliced through the muscles and surrounding skin, knowing he'd need to suture later. If there wasn't enough skin to stitch, the task would become impossible. So while cutting the muscles and tendons, he left extra skin for the closure. At the same time, Su Yuan had to ligate the artery with sutures, otherwise things would go terribly wrong. About 15 minutes later, he handed the dagger to Cheng Yuan, gripped the calf with both hands, and pulled it aside, detaching the entire lower leg along with the knee joint. After the removal, the lower end of the femur was exposed. Su Yuan examined it and found no issues. Iodine for disinfection. Cheng Yuan quickly handed him the prepared iodine. Su Yuan took it and began disinfecting swiftly. Suturing. Cheng Yuan passed him the thread. His hands covered in blood, he grasped the remaining skin, wrapped it around the lower femur, and began stitching it together like sewing cloth, needle by needle. The sight sent chills down the spines of those watching. The earlier amputation had only been nauseating, but now seeing each needle pierce through flesh and skin, they felt a deep-seated terror, as if the stitches were being driven into their own bodies. The three of them turned away, unable to watch. Su Yuan's hands were steady, his mind even steadier. Despite the crude conditions, he knew he was saving a life. The suturing took another 10 minutes. When Su Yuan tied the final stitch, he let out a breath. He disinfected again with iodine and wrapped the wound with gauze. The amputation had gone smoothly. Without anesthesia, the procedure was excruciating for the patient. It was fortunate that Xiao Wu had fainted, for otherwise he couldn't have endured it. Ding Dong asked, "Is it over?" Su Yuan nodded. "Yes, it's done." Ding Dong, "So Xiao Wu is fine?" Su Yuan shook his head. "I don't know." "Huh, you don't know? But it's finished. How can you not know?" Su Yuan explained, "It's up to him now. This isn't a hospital. Operating in a place like this guarantees infection. I've given him antibiotics, but I can't guarantee how effective they'll be. Unless we can get him to an ICU immediately, I can't tell you for sure he'll survive." Ding Dong seemed deflated. "How can this be?" Su Yuan said nothing and signaled Pei Xiangdong to let go. Pei Xiangdong released the belt with relief. Soon blood seeped through the gauze, a normal occurrence not worth worrying about. Fan Diyu kept his distance, too afraid to witness the scene. Cheng Yuan began packing the medical kit, as if tidying a hospital cart. Su Yuan stood up to stretch, looked at the blood on his hands, and found nowhere to wipe it off. He went to the bathroom, turned on the tap, and was delighted to find water flowing. He washed his hands for a long time until the blood was gone. Fan Diyu approached and gave him a thumbs up. "Dr. Su, you're incredible." Su Yuan smirked and glanced at Xiao Wu. "What's the use of me being strong? It still depends on him." Fan Diyu said, "I believe he'll make it. Soldiers have such strong willpower." Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. There was no doubt about a soldier's resilience. Then, noticing something odd, he asked, "Don't you feel like something's missing?" "What's missing?" Fan Diyu asked, puzzled. "The car horns. They're gone." Su Yuan frowned. Everyone's attention had been on the injured Xiao Wu, so they hadn't noticed that the car horns outside had fallen silent. Now, snapping back to reality, Su Yuan and Fan Diyu felt a chill run down their spines. The disappearance of the car horns meant the distant red Mazda could no longer attract the zombies. Coupled with the relentless gunfire from earlier, the zombies in the distance had likely returned. Su Yuan walked to the side window on the first floor, opened it, and peered outside. As expected, the neighborhood was once again crawling with zombies. He carefully closed the window, doing his best not to draw the attention of the wandering undead outside. At that moment, Ding Dong approached, his face full of apology. "Doctor, I'm sorry for my attitude earlier." Su Yuan waved his hand. "It's fine. You didn't know at the time. Besides, as long as he survives, that's what matters." Ding Dong said. Now that Xiao Wu's condition is what it is the hospital the only place where he has the best chance of surviving? Yes, Su Yuan nodded. There was no doubt about it. The hospital had all the necessary equipment to maximize his chances of survival and prevent infection. The wound had already been treated. The biggest concern now was infection. Under the current conditions, if Xiao Wu got infected, he would surely die. Ding Dong frowned anxiously. "We have to get him back quickly. There's a makeshift hospital at the school." Su Yuan said. "The place is crawling with zombies outside. Getting him back won't be easy." Ding Dong paced around in agitation. He wanted to contact Captain Lin Hai through the radio, but he clutched the walkie-talkie several times without speaking. Su Yuan noticed his hesitation and asked, "Can you tell me now what mission you're really on? From the looks of it, is this mission's priority higher than Xiao Wu's life?" Ding Dong nodded. "To be honest with you, yes. We came here to find someone. Whether that person is dead or alive, the higher-ups have given strict orders that we must find him. So, the captain definitely won't agree to let me take Xiao Wu back first." This was a tough situation. It seemed the person they were looking for was a very critical figure. Su Yuan said, "Can't the school send reinforcements?" Ding Dong shook his head. "No. Most of the teams are busy setting up a safe zone at the school. Only 3 teams can go out. We're one of them, and the other 2 have other missions. They can't support us. We have to rely on ourselves." Crackle. At that moment, static came from his walkie-talkie. "How's Xiao Wu? How's Xiao Wu?" Ding Dong said. "Xiao Wu lost his leg, but he's still alive. Whether he can hold on, I don't know. I found the person here. You guys." "Holy shit." Crackle. Crackle. "Captain. Captain." Ding Dong called out twice, but only static filled the channel. Lin Hai's voice was gone. "Captain, please respond. Captain, respond." Ding Dong grew frantic. Su Yuan frowned. Panicking was useless now. They could only wait for a reply. After a long while, the radio crackled to life. "Old Deng, get the car over here for backup. I need backup." Ding Dong was taken aback. He glanced at Su Yuan and asked, "What about the people here?" "Forget about them. The mission is what matters." Lin Hai's voice was ruthlessly firm. Ding Dong looked at Su Yuan. The captain's words were an order he couldn't disobey, but he felt this action was a grave injustice to the people before him. "You guys." Ding Dong was at a loss for what to do. Su Yuan said, "Go ahead. Come back for us once the mission is done. The zombies won't get in here for a while." "All right." Without another word, Ding Dong rushed out, shouting as he ran, "Captain, report your position." "The 3rd building from the east, in the second to last row." "On my way." Ding Dong flung open the door and dashed out. Gunfire erupted outside. Soon he was in the car, speeding towards the rear. Su Yuan closed the door. The zombies outside hadn't noticed them. They were safe, at least for now, inside this house. "Why did that guy leave?" Fan Diu asked. Su Yuan replied, "He went for backup." "Well, wait here." "I see. Hope they stay safe." Fan Diu offered a silent prayer for them. Su Yuan went to check on Xiao Wu's condition. He asked the other soldier his name, and learned he was Chunju, a new recruit who had been in the army for 2 years. He had been thrust into this mission and had no choice. Chunju stayed by Xiao Wu's side and asked, "You're a doctor. Can you tell me if there's a way to deal with those cannibalistic lunatics outside?" Su Yuan glanced at the window, seeing the zombies wandering outside through the glass. He shook his head. "I don't know." "You don't know?" Chunju's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. Su Yuan didn't explain. The emergence of zombies was an irrational phenomenon. No known virus in the world could turn a dead person into such a man-eating monster. They were an existence that defied scientific explanation. Perhaps a new virus lurked within them, but without the means to test it, no conclusion could be drawn. Su Yuan had some guesses about the mission Lin Hai and his team were on. They were looking for someone dead or alive. This suggested that person might be connected to the zombies. Just as Su Yuan was lost in thought, a scream shattered the silence. Xiao Wu had woken up. Pain surged through his entire body, and he began to howl. His screams terrified everyone nearby. Su Yuan quickly moved to cover his mouth, but the unruly man bit down on Su Yuan's hand. "Aunt!" Su Yuan cried out in pain, yanking his hand back and shaking it. "Don't let him yell. He'll attract the zombies." Chenju understood. He quickly took off his glove and let Xiao Wu bite down on it. The noise subsided a little. Su Yuan looked at his right hand. There were 2 rows of teeth marks on his palm and the back of his hand, oozing blood. It hurt a lot. Cheng Yuan quickly grabbed iodine and gauze, disinfecting Su Yuan's hand and bandaging it. "That guy bites hard," Su Yuan said helplessly. Bang! Suddenly a thud came from the door. It didn't take a genius to figure out that a zombie had slammed into it. Xiao Wu's screams had been loud enough to attract the zombies outside. Everyone in the room froze for a moment. Bang! Another thud. Su Yuan was the first to react. He shouted, Old Pei Yu and Chenju carry Xiao Wu upstairs. Everyone else get upstairs too. Bang. The moment Su Yuan finished speaking, another zombie slammed into the door. Though the gate was a security door, the house was merely a rough-cast structure with no interior decoration. The door was not properly anchored to the surrounding walls, and if the zombies kept battering it, the entire frame would inevitably collapse. The group hastily retreated upstairs. Pei Xiangdong and Chenju carried Xiao Wu up the stairs, who kept screaming until he eventually passed out. At least his unconsciousness brought some silence. Su Yuan reached the rooftop and looked down. By now a horde of zombies had gathered at the building's entrance, charging against the door with tremendous force. The noise drew more zombies from the vicinity, creating a chain reaction where the undead attracted even more of their kind. This was an extremely dire situation for Su Yuan and his companions. Bang! Suddenly a thunderous crash echoed from below. Su Yuan knew the security door had given way. A flood of zombies surged into the building. Fortunately, the undead struggled to climb stairs, buying them precious time. Is the door down? Fan Diyu arrived late, having also heard the deafening noise. Yes, Su Yuan nodded. Fan De's face twisted in anxiety. What do we do now? The ground floor is swarming with zombies. We're trapped. Su Yuan pondered the dilemma. The building had both front and back doors, but the front had collapsed. The back door was out of the question. Accessing it required passing through the first floor, which was now a death trap. Yet staying here was equally perilous. Su Yuan eyed the adjacent buildings, noting the 2-meter gap between them. Could they jump across? Pei Xiangdong and the others brought Xiao Wu to the rooftop. Once the rooftop door was sealed, they were temporarily safe. Dr. Su, what should we do? Cheng Yulan clutched her medical kit, still shaken by the sight of zombies flooding the first floor. Pei Xiangdong also looked to him, hoping for a viable solution. Even Chen Zhu turned his gaze towards Su Yuan, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. Yet seeing the other three focus their hopes on this doctor, he felt that Su Yuan might indeed devise a plan to lead them out of this nightmare. Let me think. Su Yuan's mind was in turmoil. Jumping to the next building was feasible for the able-bodied, but not for the wounded Xiao Wu. Moreover, expecting Chen Zhu to abandon his comrade was out of the question. But Su Yuan paused, suddenly turning to Chen Zhu. He glanced at his gear and asked, "Do you have any grenades?" Chen Zhu's expression stiffened, then he nodded. "I have one." A faint smile crept across Su Yuan's face. "Good. I have a plan, but only you can execute it." Chen Zhu replied, "Tell me. If I can do it, I will." Su Yuan nodded and outlined the plan. The others listened, stunned by its audacity, yet they realized only Chen Zhu, with his expertise in firearms and explosives, could pull it off. "Is the plan clear?" Su Yuan asked. "Yes, crystal clear," Chen Zhu affirmed solemnly, knowing the stakes. "This is dangerous for you, so stay alert. If you're not certain, abort. Only proceed when you're sure. Understand?" "Understood." "Good. Move out. Well, communicate via walkie-talkie. Message me when you're in position." "Yes." Chen Zhu prepared to leave, but paused, turning back to Su Yuan. "Doc, if I don't come back, don't rescue me. Just take care of Xiao Wu." Su Yuan understood the plan's peril. "Don't worry, I'll get him back to the safe zone. But I'd rather you return with us." Chen Zhu smiled. "I'll try." With that, he sprinted toward the rooftop of the western residential building. The 2-meter gap between the buildings posed no challenge for a soldier like him. He leaped effortlessly, landing on the adjacent rooftop, then continued his sprint toward the next building. Meanwhile, Lin Hai's team was still engaged in a fierce battle to the east. Though the gunfire was distant and faint, its echoes were unmistakable. Chen Zhu's mission was to reach the open ground to the west, detonate the grenade, and create a massive explosion to lure all the zombies in the compound away. The plan hinged entirely on Chen Zhu, whether he could reach the destination. Su Yuan's gaze remained fixed on him, fists clenched in anxious tension. Chen Zhu had already crossed 5 buildings and reached the rooftop of the last one in the complex. Then Su Yuan's walkie-talkie crackled with Chen Zhu's voice. "In position. Heading down now. Be careful," Su Yuan cautioned. A moment later, Chen Zhu vanished from their sight. Soon gunfire erupted from Chen Zhu's building, sharp and piercing. Fan Diyu began to pray. "Heavenly Father, please protect us, especially Chen Zhu. Don't let anything happen to him. Our lives depend on him. We've never done any wrong. Please see us through this safely." Whether the heavens heard his plea was uncertain. But 5 minutes later, the walkie-talkie buzzed. "I'm at ground level. Need you to draw away some zombies near the entrance." Su Yuan replied, "Roger that." He turned to Pei Xiangdong. "Open fire." "Got it." Pei Xiangdong grinned, gripping a pistol with exhilaration. He aimed at the zombies below and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot rang out thunderously. The pistol taken from Xiao Wu proved useful. The gunfire attracted distant zombies. Chen Zhu's voice came through. "It's working. Keep firing." Pei Xiangdong continued shooting without hesitation. Soon Chen Zhu reported, "I'm out and heading to the final destination." Su Yuan tapped Pei Xiangdong's shoulder, signaling him to stop. Pei Xiangdong reluctantly ceased, still thrilled by the feel of the gun. Su Yuan stood at the rooftop edge, straining his eyes. he spotted a tiny olive-green figure racing toward the distant western clearing with zombies trailing close behind. Su Yuan warned through the walkie-talkie, "Watch out for the zombies chasing you." Chen Zhu's small figure bore the weight of everyone's safety. When Su Yuan proposed this plan to him, he didn't truly believe the other would agree, for the plan was fraught with peril. One misstep, and he would be devoured by zombies, becoming one of them. Yet Chen Zhu agreed, without hesitation, resolutely embarking on the path of sacrifice. Such a soldier's will and spirit were beyond what Su Yuan and his companions could match. As Chen Zhu's figure faded into the distance, Su Yuan could no longer see his trace, nor did he know if he was safe or had reached his destination. All they could rely on now was the walkie-talkie in hand. Su Yuan waited for a long time. Every second and minute was agonizing. It was he who had devised this plan, and he feared that Chen Zhu would die because of it, a result he dreaded. After enduring this torment for 5 or 6 minutes, the walkie-talkie crackled with movement. "Few have arrived." Chen Zhu's heavy panting echoed, but he had reached the destination. Su Yuan said, "Good, you've done well. Now it's up to you. Find a way to detonate the grenade, but make sure you stay safe." "Understood." Chen Zhu panted for a long while, and the walkie-talkie fell silent again. What followed was an endless wait. Lin Hai and his companions were in a dire situation. He had 3 comrades beside him protecting the expert they had found. When they located the expert, a horde of zombies had been trailing them, making it impossible to lead the elderly expert out of there directly. In desperation, Lin Hai had to call Ding Dong for reinforcements. The best course was to have the vehicle drive straight to them, allowing the expert to board while they covered the retreat, thus escaping the predicament. However, when Ding Dong arrived, he parked the car over 10 meters away and charged in with his gun raised, leaving them no chance to evacuate by vehicle. Lin Hai flew into a rage over this, but what was done, and nothing could change it. Now the zombies had gathered outside the door, drawn by the gunfire. 2 comrades were struggling to hold the door. Their ammunition was running low, making it impossible to fight a way out, unless another reinforcement arrived. Ding Dong, knowing he had made a mistake, offered a suggestion: "Why not call Chen Zhu over? Xiao's side is clear now, and Chen Zhu can come to assist." Lin Hai glared at him in disbelief. "How is he supposed to get here? Tell me. You drove the car over, so how can he come? Charge in with a gun like a damn fool, just like you did. Are you trying to get him killed?" Ding Dong, resigned, admitted the suggestion was absurd. "But, Captain, how about I charge out and carve a bloody path for you? It doesn't matter if I die as long as you all can make it back. And take Xiao Wu and his people with you. You drove the car over, so how can he come? Charge in with a gun like a damn fool, just like you did. Are you trying to get him killed?" Ding Dong, resigned, admitted the suggestion was absurd. "But, Captain, how about I charge out?" Lin Hai said to his comrades around him, "From now on, everyone stay silent. Don't make a sound." The comrades nodded, daring not to make any noise. Outside the door, the zombies continued to howl, trying to force their way in. Inside the room, everyone fell silent, waiting quietly for a miracle to occur. But none of them knew when that miracle would come. Although Lin Hai had ordered silence, his gun remained aimed at the door. If the zombies burst in, they would have no choice but to fight to the death. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from the west. The ground trembled, and even the residential building shook slightly. Sensing the intense blast, Lin Hai immediately recognized it: a grenade. Ding Dong nodded. "Should be." The explosion in the west caused a massive commotion. At that moment, the zombies that had been battering the door outside all turned and rushed toward the source of the sound, their momentum overwhelming, abandoning everything in the room. "A miracle!" Ding Dong was about to exclaim in awe, but Lin Hai quickly covered his mouth. Don't speak." Ding Dong nodded. Now was not the time to make a sound. The explosion in the west was only a single blast, its sound spreading far and wide, but it was just that one. That single blast was enough to lure the surrounding zombies in that direction. So they couldn't make any noise now. Even the slightest sound would draw back the zombies that had already left. Lin Hai had no desire to be besieged by these creatures again. Among the zombies outside, some swift ones had already started sprinting, while the slower ones still shuffled forward. They had to wait until all the zombies had withdrawn. Chen Zhu did not respond. Su Yuan frowned, a wave of anxiety rising in his heart. He refrained from asking again, thinking Chen Zhu might be evading zombies, and couldn't make a sound. He decided to wait a while before inquiring. Pei Xiangdong glanced. Chen Zhu did not respond. Su Yuan frowned, a wave of anxiety rising in his heart. He refrained from asking again, thinking Chen Zhu might be evading zombies, and couldn't make a sound. He decided to wait a while before inquiring. Pei Xiangdong glanced at the zombies steadily leaving below, and said, "He'll go down and check." Su Yuan grabbed him. "No need, well, just wait here." Pei Xiangdong didn't understand, but obeyed, staying put without rushing down. By now all the zombies in the housing estate had been drawn by the explosion in the west, streaming in that direction. But Chen Zhu, who had detonated the grenade, had gone silent. Su Yuan had to consider the worst possible outcome. Chen Zhu had earlier expressed his willingness to sacrifice himself, but Su Yuan didn't want to see him perish. He was a soldier, but still just a young man in his early 20s who shouldn't have to bear such a burden. "You must survive." Su Yuan prayed silently. But 10 minutes passed, and there was still no word from the walkie-talkie. Most of the zombies in the estate had already left. Going down now wouldn't pose too great a danger. Just then Ding Dong's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Chinju. Chinju, please respond. Su Yuan pressed the button and said, I'm not Chinju, I'm Su Yuan. We're still on the residential building. Can you come for a rescue? We're on our way. Where's Chinju? Have him speak. Su Yuan said, Chinju isn't here. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. Lin Hai demanded, where did Chinju go? Su Yuan replied, that explosion just now. Chinju set it off. What followed was Lin Hai's outburst of profanity. Son of a bitch. You bastards, just wait. 5 minutes later, Lin Hai rushed up to the rooftop, kicked the door open, and charged in. Scanning the group, he furrowed his brow and demanded, tell me what exactly happened just now. Why did Chinju go to detonate the grenade? Ding Dong hurried up behind him, tugging at Lin Hai's arm. Captain, don't be so anxious. Maybe Chinju is still safe. Lin Hai's eyes blazed with fury and his entire being radiated anger. The 4 people on the rooftop, Su Yuan and the others, were so intimidated they dared not speak. Tell me, what the hell happened? He roared, not caring if his voice attracted the zombies back. Su Yuan had no choice but to step forward and say, I told him to go. Without a word, Lin Hai rushed over, grabbed Su Yuan by the collar, and slammed him against the wall. Ding Dong, seeing this, rushed over in panic to intervene. Captain, don't be like this. Let go. Get lost. Lin Hai kicked Ding Dong away, staring at Su Yuan's twisted face. Who the hell do you think you are, ordering my men to do your bidding? Why didn't you go yourself? Su Yuan's neck was pressed against the wall, his face contorted, struggling to breathe. Captain, let him go. I believe Dr. Su must have had his reasons. Let him go. He can't even breathe. Ding Dong hurried over to stop him. Get away. If I don't get the truth, I won't let him go. Lin Hai was adamant. After all, Chinju had detonated the grenade and was likely dead. The radio had remained silent, making that possibility very high. Ding Dong was kicked away again. I'm asking you, why did you do it? Lin Hai glared at Su Yuan, furious. Su Yuan's neck was pinned, making it hard to breathe, let alone speak. He couldn't answer the man's question. Let go of him. At that moment, Pei Xiangdong walked over, grabbed Lin Hai's wrist, and pried it open with force. Lin Hai's wrist was being forced open by Pei Xiangdong, and Su Yuan finally had a chance to catch his breath. Let me go first. Then I'll tell you. Interesting. Lin Hai looked in surprise at this ordinary middle-aged man, amazed at his strength. Then he flung his hand, hooked his foot, and Pei Xiangdong, lacking combat experience, fell to the ground with a cry of pain. Ding Dong seized the moment, running over and wrapping his arms around Lin Hai's thick waist. Captain, even if you're angry, you don't have to take it out on Dr. Su. He just saved Xiao Wu's life. If it weren't for him, Xiao Wu would be dead. Lin Hai was about to continue his interrogation, but upon hearing this, his grip instantly loosened. He released Su Yuan and asked in surprise, you're a doctor? Cough. Yes. Su Yuan covered his throat, coughing a few times in great discomfort. He leaned against the wall, struggling to breathe. Lin Hai's mouth twitched. He glanced at Xiao Wu, who lay nearby with one leg missing, and asked blankly, you saved Xiao Wu? Su Yuan didn't answer. He just gave him a helpless look. Ding Dong quickly interjected, yes. He saved Xiao Wu. He performed an amputation, or Xiao Wu would have bled out. Lin Hai's furious expression turned awkward. He hurried over to help Su Yuan up. Doctor, I'm so sorry. My apologies just now. It's all Ding Dong's fault. The bastard didn't explain things clearly. I offended you. Please forgive me. Su Yuan waved his hand, coughed a couple of times, and said, let me explain about Chinju. No need. First catch your breath. Once you're calm, we can talk slowly. Su Yuan. He thought he wouldn't have to explain, but it turned out he still had to. What was the point of all that? After catching his breath, Su Yuan said, I sent Chinju because no one else was more suitable. The 4 of us lacked the stamina and experience with grenades that he has. Only he had the physical endurance to evade the zombies and detonate the explosive. Before sending him, I urged him to make sure he came back alive. Su Yuan's last words weren't meant to justify his actions, but rather a genuine hope that Chinju would survive. I see. Lin Hai sighed. He had calmed down now and understood that only Chinju could have accomplished this task. No one else could have done it. Moreover, if not for the grenade explosion that attracted the zombies, they wouldn't have been able to escape the residential building. Su Yuan asked, is there anything else you need me to explain? Lin Hai shook his head, no. Sorry about earlier. I was too hasty. Su Yuan waved his hand, forget it. So did you find the person you were looking for? We found him. Lin Hai nodded, then suddenly snapped back to reality. He ran to the edge of the rooftop and looked down, then quickly said, we need to evacuate immediately. The zombies are already on their way back. We can't delay. Let's move. Ding Dong asked, what about Chinju? Lin Hai replied, if he's alive, he'll come back on his own. If he's dead, he's a sacrifice. With that, the group rushed downstairs. Ding Dong carried the unconscious Xiao Wu at the rear. When they reached the ground floor, Lin Hai said to Ding Dong, old Deng, take Xiao Wu and go first in the car. They'll take the 4 of them to find another vehicle and follow behind. Yes, sir. The military vehicle was already full. Squeezing Xiao Wu in was already a stretch. So Su Yuan and the others had to take another car. Fortunately, there were plenty of vehicles around. Just as Lin Hai was about to find a car, a window-breaking sound came from the garage of the residential building ahead. Soon the blue sedan in the garage started up and backed out. Lin Hai stared blankly at Pei Xiangdong in the driver's seat. A smirk appeared on his face as he climbed into the passenger seat and asked, "How's your driving?" "No problem," Pei Xiangdong replied. Su Yuan and the other two got into the back seat. Pei Xiangdong stepped on the gas and followed the military vehicle ahead. Su Yuan looked back and saw zombies already chasing after them. It had to be said that these zombies were extremely sensitive to sound. Just moments ago they had been drawn by the explosion, but as soon as there was some noise here they turned back. Fortunately Lin Hai reacted in time, and everyone was able to leave the residential complex safely. Chen Zhu looked at the radio he had taken from his waist. It was damaged with a clear dent in the middle. Obviously the grenade explosion had affected it, shattering it completely. This is a problem. He had wanted to contact Su Yuan's group to tell them the plan was successful, and he had escaped safely. But now he couldn't reach them. Moreover, with so many zombies ahead, he couldn't get through. To reach them, he would have to take a detour. But a detour would probably take an hour, right? I can't just not go back. I have to return. He thought for a moment and decided to take the detour. I truly apologize for earlier, Dr. Su. Lin Hai began to apologize again. Su Yuan replied, "It's in the past, no need to dwell on it." Along the way, Su Yuan and the other three briefly shared their situations and professions with Lin Hai. Fan Diu, being outgoing, directly asked, "Captain Lin, what's the current situation in the safe zone? When we arrive, will there be a place to stay? What about food? Are there restrooms, and such? Living on campus should be convenient, right?" Lin Hai was momentarily overwhelmed by the barrage of questions. "Based on the current situation at the school, we can at least guarantee your livelihood. Meals are strictly controlled twice a day with sufficient portions. Rest assured on that. Safety won't be an issue either. The school has daily patrols, so no zombie incursions." "What about internal inspections?" Su Yuan asked. "Inspections? What inspections?" Lin Hai was taken aback. Su Yuan said, "Aren't there daily checks on the people inside the school? What if a zombie appears within? What if a zombie appears inside the school?" Lin Hai stared wide-eyed for a long moment, struggling to find words. After pondering, he shook his head. "I'm not sure about that. I haven't spent much time at school lately. There should be designated personnel for inspections. Besides, you're a doctor, right? You'll likely join the medical team and find out then." Su Yuan thought it over. There was no need to fret unnecessarily. For now, reaching the school was paramount. Fan Diu added, "Oh, by the way, we have some people at the warehouse. Once we're settled, can we bring them over? My girlfriend is there." Lin Hai asked, "Warehouse? Which warehouse?" Fan Diu turned to Pei Xiangdong. "Where exactly is the warehouse?" Pei Xiangdong replied, "In the northern outskirts. He'll guide the way when the time comes." "All right, as long as they're safe." As he spoke, Lin Hai scrutinized Pei Xiangdong, sensing he was no ordinary man. Thus the plan to head to the warehouse was confirmed with Lin Hai. As the leader of an external squad tasked with finding survivors and essential supplies, a trip to the warehouse was perfectly reasonable. Su Yuan glanced at the sun dipping westward and checked the time. It was already 4:30 p.m. They had set out in the morning, and so much time had passed. Yet, given the day's events, including being trapped in a residential building for an hour or two, it was understandable. According to Lin Hai, they were not far from the school now. However, going straight would likely lead to encountering large groups of zombies. They had learned that lesson before at a heavy cost. So they needed to take a detour, which would take at least another half hour to reach Linzhou University. Lin Hai remained optimistic. Well, arrived just in time for dinner. Hearing this, Su Yuan patted his growling stomach. He indeed needed to eat. Chen Yulan's stomach rumbled audibly, and she let out an embarrassed laugh. Lin Hai, sitting in the passenger seat, gazed at the military vehicle ahead and asked Su Yuan, "Dr. Su, how did you save Xiao Wu earlier? Is he really okay?" Su Yuan replied, "The amputation went smoothly, and he received antibiotics. But in that environment, the risk of infection remains high. However, if we can get him to the hospital and into the ICU quickly, his chances of survival increase significantly." Lin Hai nodded. "Oh, so as long as he gets into the ICU, even if he was bitten by a zombie, it's fine. He can survive." Su Yuan was startled. "What did you just say?" Lin Hai, "Huh? What did I say?" Su Yuan frowned, tension rising. "You said Xiao Wu was bitten by a zombie." Lin Hai confirmed with a nod. "Yeah, but didn't you say he'd be fine in the ICU?" Su Yuan was both exasperated and amused. "Is that what I meant? Why didn't you tell me he was bitten earlier?" Lin Hai froze, then realized. "Wait, you didn't know Xiao Wu was bitten? Didn't Chen Zhu tell you?" Su Yuan snapped. "Tell me my ass." Chen Zhu barely said a word since Xiao Wu arrived. "If I'd known he was bitten by a zombie, I wouldn't have bothered saving." He stopped himself, suppressing his anger, and warned, "You'd better tell your men to stop the car now. If Xiao Wu turns into a zombie in the vehicle, everyone inside will die." Lin Hai snapped back to reality and urgently shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Old Deng, stop the car. Stop now." Deng Dong complied without hesitation, then asked, "What's wrong? Why the sudden stop?" "Everyone get out. Bring Xiao Wu down," Lin Hai ordered. Deng Dong was puzzled why. Xiao was still unconscious. Bang! 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 Lin Hai ran to the military vehicle and pounded on the window. Stop with the crap, just get out. Su Yuan and the other three also got out, but stayed by the rear vehicle watching quietly. From the front military vehicle many people emerged, including an elderly man with white hair. This old man was likely the one they were looking for. Moreover, upon closer inspection, Su Yuan found the old man somewhat familiar. By then Lin Hai's men had carried Xiao Wu down and laid him flat on the ground. Deng Dong asked in confusion, "Captain, what's going on? Why the sudden stop?" And making Xiao Wu lie on the ground. Lin Hai looked at Xiao Wu with a complex expression. Xiao Wu was bitten by a zombie earlier. What? Deng Dong's eyes widened in horror, and he instinctively stepped back. Wait, Captain, is that true? Lin Hai said, would I lie to you? Xiao Wu was bitten by a zombie which dragged his leg, causing the wall to crush him. We all saw it. I thought he was okay, but... Su Yuan approached and checked Xiao Wu's temperature. No fever, which was a good sign. Based on their experience with Lu Yu and Xue Xiangming, those bitten by zombies should have developed a fever by now, but Xiao Wu showed no such signs and remained unconscious. Lin Hai had no experience handling this and could only ask Su Yuan, Dr. So what should I do? Will Xiao Wu really turn into a zombie? Su Yuan stood up and said, I can't give you a conclusion yet. Hey, race the plan, find another vehicle, put Xiao Wu inside, and tie him up. If he hasn't turned into a zombie in 2 days, there might still be hope. Lin Hai readily agreed. He had no desire to kill his own brother with his own hands. Old Deng, find a car. Yes, sir. Deng Dong hurried off. While Deng Dong went to look for a vehicle, Su Yuan approached an elderly man nearby and asked, Excuse me, are you Academician Chu? The elderly man smiled. You know me? Su Yuan nodded slightly. Yes, I attended your lecture when you visited the second affiliated hospital of Lin University right after I finished my residency. Chu Linjiang nodded. So you're a doctor from the second affiliated hospital? Yes, but it's meaningless to talk about that now. I've always had a question I wanted to ask you. Chu Linjiang looked puzzled. What question? Su Yuan said, You're a virology expert. Is there a way to reverse this zombie outbreak? Faced with this question, Chu Linjiang's wrinkles stiffened, his white hair disheveled and swaying in the wind. He clasped his hands behind his backside and asked, What's your name? Su Yuan. Chu Linjiang said, Xiao Su, do you think these zombies are real or fake? Su Yuan was taken aback, not understanding the meaning behind the words. Of course they're real. How could they not be? Lu Yu had died right before his eyes. How could any of this be fake? Chu Linjiang revealed a bitter smile. Yes, they're all real. But do you think this is possible? Su Yuan shook his head. I used to think zombies were too sci-fi to ever exist, but now that they've appeared, all that's left is possibility. Chu Linjiang said, I've been researching viruses for so many years. From the perspective of existing scientific methods, this virus that turns people into zombies simply shouldn't exist. You're also trained in medicine. This defies medical common sense and even natural laws. If such a virus truly existed in nature, humanity should have discovered it long ago. Even if we couldn't control it, we might have contained the source and prevented its spread. But now the entire city, even the whole world, has fallen. This situation is unreal. Su Yuan fell silent, unsure how to respond. Chu Linjiang continued, I've been at home these past few days studying past pathological data, trying to find some possibilities. Any results? Chu Linjiang smiled, a helpless expression on his face. Yes. Do you want to hear it? Su Yuan nodded. Cheng Yulan, Fan Diyu, and the others, hearing the conversation between Su Yuan and Chu Linjiang, also walked over, eager to hear the expert's conclusion. Chu Linjiang said, according to the emergence time and transmission patterns of the zombie virus, it can be divided into 2 stages, latent and overt. The latent stage is when the virus hasn't erupted yet, and everyone lives peacefully. No detection method can find the virus, allowing it to spread unchecked. Then at a certain point in time, it's as if the virus is awakened by an alarm clock. Globally, everyone infected with this virus erupts simultaneously, leaving no time to react. The virus spreads rampantly within their bodies, ultimately snuffing out their lives and transforming a living person into a man-eating monster. That's the overt process. Su Yuan frowned. You mean? Chu Linjiang said. I mean, it's as if a massive hand is controlling this virus from behind, spreading it among humanity, and finally pressing a button to annihilate all humans on Earth. Su Yuan's brow furrowed even deeper. Fan Diyu understood the implication and covered his mouth in shock. You're not saying gods or aliens wiped out humanity, are you? Don't talk nonsense. What gods? Lin Hai cursed. The will of nature. Su Yuan and Chu Linjiang spoke those 4 words in unison. They exchanged a glance, both revealing a peculiar helplessness in their eyes. The will of nature. What does that mean? Fan Diyu looked completely bewildered. Lin Hai was also curious. What's this will of nature? Can nature really destroy humanity? Su Yuan explained helplessly, since humanity's emergence hundreds of thousands of years ago, we've always been in awe of nature. But in modern times, many people, including in education, claim that humanity's conquest of nature has changed our way of life and made it more comfortable. However, humanity has never conquered nature. From large-scale natural disasters like tsunamis, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions to minor ailments like the common cold, HIV, cancer, Ebola, and even the zombie virus that has now destroyed the world. These are all incurable diseases. Wait, since when is the common cold an incurable disease? Doesn't taking medicine cure it? Fan Diyu asked, utterly baffled. Su Yuan felt a surge of helplessness. Xing Yulan explained, the common cold is indeed incurable, but it's not fatal. The cold medicine you take only relieves symptoms like a stuffy nose and headache. Is that so? Fan Diyu suddenly felt his worldview crumbling. Su Yuan continued, behind all this, it's actually the result of nature. An international organization once discussed the concept of the will of nature, but it was deemed too superstitious and only talked about as casual conversation. But now with this zombie virus, if it wasn't aliens poisoning Earth, then it's the result of the will of nature. The will of nature manipulated the creation and spread of the zombie virus, then triggered it at a specific moment, causing the death of 99% of the global population. After speaking, Su Yuan felt as if all the strength had been drained from his body. Before he couldn't understand, but after Chu Linjiang's revelation, he grasped what had happened. A profound sense of powerlessness welled up within him. It was like the helplessness of primitive people hiding in caves against the raging storms outside. The emergence of the zombie virus signaled an abrupt end to human civilization. Perhaps in the days to come humanity would still roam this earth, but everything would become primitive. Thousands of years of human effort were erased and negated in an instant. This sense of powerlessness was overwhelming. Su Yuan couldn't help but sit on the hood of a nearby car. He now understood the meaning behind Chu Linjiang's helpless gaze earlier. This was a war led by the will of nature to annihilate humanity. 10 minutes later, Ding Dong drove up in a white Chevrolet Cruze, grinning at everyone. The car's here, hurry up and get in. There are a bunch of zombies chasing after me. Everyone looked at him with grim faces, their spirits utterly deflated. Su Yuan didn't want to believe this was the truth of reality. Yet everything before his eyes was undeniably real. As for those who survived, they were nothing but a group of scattered viruses barely clinging to existence. 10 minutes later, Ding Dong drove up in a white Chevrolet Cruze, grinning at everyone. The car's here, hurry up and get in. There are a bunch of zombies chasing after me. Everyone looked at him with grim faces, their spirits utterly deflated. Lin Hai remained silent, wordlessly binding the unconscious Xiao Wu with rope to prevent him from breaking free, then shoved him into the back seat and secured him with a seatbelt. Ding Dong got out of the car and looked at them in confusion. What's going on with everyone? Why are you all so down in the dumps? Lin Hai patted him on the shoulder, signaling him to stay quiet. Get in the car. Let's go. You ride with Dr. Su and the others. He'll take care of Xiao Wu. Oh, okay. Ding Dong asked no further questions and obediently got into the car. The group set off again, but this time with one more vehicle. Inside the car, silence reigned. Sensing the stifling atmosphere, Ding Dong grew inexplicably anxious and asked cautiously, did something happen back there? Why has everyone gone so quiet? Su Yuan stared out the window, saying nothing. Pei Xiangdong, who was driving, was never much of a talker anyway. Xing Yulan let out a sigh. Ding Dong's mouth twitched. Come on, just tell me. What happened? I don't see that anyone got hurt. Fan Diyu patted his shoulder. Don't ask. It's pointless. If I had a choice, I'd rather not know. The words were ambiguous yet ominous, sending a shiver down Ding Dong's spine. He looked at the four people in the car, his mouth twitching several times. Can you guys stop scaring me? What on earth is going on? Su Yuan glanced at him and said, go ask your own team leader when we get back. Ding Dong blinked, wanting to ask more, but not knowing what to say, so he fell silent. The rest of the journey was smooth with no zombies blocking their path, and they drove straight to the gate of Linzhou University. Arriving there, Su Yuan looked out from the car and saw heavy fortifications, layer upon layer of defensive structures. The outermost was a ring of concrete crash barriers commonly seen on roadsides, arranged in 3 circles around the school gate. The middle layer consisted of sand and gravel, though it was unclear where so much sand had come from. The innermost layer was an iron fence topped with outward-facing spikes. If any zombie managed to reach this point, it would be impaled and immobilized. The layout was undeniably well planned. The entrance to the school was a single passage. When Su Yuan's 3 vehicles arrived, the outer door opened, but only one car could enter at a time. The military vehicle at the front drove straight into the passage, running over any zombies in its way and pushing aside those it couldn't crush. Inside the passage, the outer door closed shortly after. Su Yuan couldn't see what was happening inside. Ding Dong explained, this passage has doors at both ends, both sealable. Once inside, you just kill all the zombies in the passage, and you can safely enter the school. Pretty convenient, right? Su Yuan nodded. Then it was Lin Hai's turn to drive in. Soon the outer door opened again, revealing the passage now cleaned up with only bloodstains remaining. As Su Yuan's car entered, 2 zombies followed them in. After the outer door closed, 2 people in protective suits appeared in the passage, piercing the heads of the 2 zombies with sharpened iron rods. Only then did they open the inner door, allowing them to enter. Once inside the school, Su Yuan saw that it had been completely transformed into a military base. Ammunition was openly stacked on the grass by the roadside. Numerous white medical tents dotted the area, and a combat command center stood nearby. Everything was different from what he had imagined. He had expected the safe zone to be chaotic, but it was actually very orderly. Pei Xiangdong stopped the car, and they all got out looking around in confusion. Su Yuan and Cheng Yulan were the first to rush over to Xiao Wu. Medical staff were just placing Xiao Wu onto a stretcher. Lin Hai was explaining Xiao Wu's condition. When the medical staff heard that Xiao Wu had been bitten by a zombie, they froze, fear flickering in their eyes. But they quickly carried him into a medical tent. Lin Hai said nervously, Dr. Su, Xiao Wu will be fine, right? He's made it this far. He even woke up for a while. He won't turn into a zombie, will he? Su Yuan looked at the closed medical tent and reassured him, don't worry. He hasn't had a fever for this long, which means he's not infected. There's still a good chance he'll survive. That's good, that's good. Lin Hai seemed relieved. Alright, I need to go report the mission progress and results to the commander. He'll have Ding Dong take you to register your identities. Sure. Su Yuan nodded. Lin Hai turned to Chu Linjiang beside him. Academician Chu, you need to come with me to the command center. Our mission was to bring you back, and the commander gave strict orders that you must see him immediately upon arrival. Chu Linjiang didn't object. Understood. Let's go. Su Yuan watched them leave, then glanced at the medical tent, suppressing the urge to go over. Returning to the car, he said, Captain Lin said you'd take us to register our identities. Ding Dong snapped out of his daze. Oh, right. Almost forgot. Perfect timing. Since you're looking for people, you can do that at the registration office. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Let's go. Fan Diu eagerly followed Su Yuan's lead. Under Ding Dong's guidance, they arrived at a tent nearby, where several soldiers in uniform were frantically busy. Ding Dong led Su Yuan and the others in, and said cheerfully, brothers, we've got some new arrivals here. Could you help register them? After a moment, a soldier came over and handed them a blank sheet of paper. Write it yourselves, name, age, gender, and occupation. Nothing else. Ding Dong passed the paper and pen to Su Yuan. Go ahead and write first. Su Yuan nodded and began writing his name, age, gender, and occupation as instructed. Pei Xiangdong and the others did the same. After all five had finished, Su Yuan handed the paper back to the registering soldier and asked, excuse me, could I ask if I can look for some people here? You want to find someone? Give me the names. Ji Shishir and Su Haoyan. Su Yuan spoke the names of his wife and child. What are they to you? My wife and son. Su Yuan's heart was filled with anxiety. He didn't know if he would be able to find his wife and child, and he was deeply worried. Wait a moment, I have too many documents here. The soldier pulled out a rather thick notebook from the side, which was actually a collection of personnel files bound together from individual sheets. He then asked, do you know when your wife and child arrived at the safe zone? Su Yuan recalled for a moment. It should have been the second day after the zombie outbreak. The second day. The soldier muttered under his breath, flipping the pages to the very end, then spread the entire thick personnel record in front of Su Yuan. Start looking from here and work your way back. The earliest arrivals are recorded on these pages. Thank you. Su Yuan began to meticulously scan the names on the paper. Fan Diu spoke up from behind. Dr. Su, could you help me find my parents too? Su Yuan replied. How about this, you all look together. If you find someone, just note it down yourselves. Alright. Fan Diu nodded. Cheng Yulan also nodded. Pei Xiangdong was likewise staring at the names on the paper, searching for the person he sought. The entire tent was bustling with activity while the four of them searched in quiet focus. They scanned line by line, quickly finishing the first page. Su Yuan waited a moment, asked if they were done, and then turned the page. Anxiety gnawed at all four of them. None had found the family members they were looking for. On the second page, as they went through it, Cheng Yulan suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, found them." She pointed at the first two names on the page, my parents. Su Yuan looked at the two names on the list, then at the address written after them, and asked Ding Dong, do you know where this dormitory is? Ding Dong nodded. Yes, I know. You keep looking, we'll take you there once you're done. Su Yuan nodded and continued searching. Cheng Yulan had already silently memorized her parents' address, eager to go find them. She let out a sigh of relief, her expression visibly relaxing. At least her parents were still alive. That was the best possible outcome. Su Yuan frowned deeply as he searched line by line. Even by the end of the second page, he had not found his wife and child's names. He turned to the third page, but still nothing. These 3 pages recorded everyone who had registered on the first day after the zombie outbreak. Finding nothing on all 3 pages, panic seized Su Yuan, and he immediately flipped to the 4th page. Fortunately, upon seeing the first 2 names at the top of the 4th page, a relaxed smile spread across his lips. Tears welled up in his eyes, blurring the 2 names before him. He covered his face, unsure whether to cry or laugh. All his perseverance over these many days had not been in vain. Pei Xiangdong gripped Su Yuan's shoulder tightly, a faint smile also appearing on his face. Fan Diu flipped through several pages, but found no trace of his family. Yet he did not grieve. Instead, he forced himself to stay strong and said, Dr. Su, go find your family first. They'll keep searching here. Su Yuan wiped away his tears, took a deep breath, and said with a choked voice, all right. Ding Dong said, I'll lead the way. Immediately, they dashed out of the tent. Just as Su Yuan thought they would run, their Ding Dong climbed into the same vehicle as before. Let's drive, it's faster. Otherwise ITLL take 20 minutes on foot. Linzhou University was vast. The campus sprawled over an area comparable to several residential complexes. Taking a car was only natural. Su Yuan and Cheng Yulan got into the vehicle. Pei Xiangdong stayed behind in the tent with Fan Diyu not following. At that moment Su Yuan could not care about anything else. His only urgent desire was to see his wife and child. Ding Dong said, "Your families are both in the same dormitory building. They'll take you straight there, and you can find the rooms based on the floor and door numbers you've noted." Driving within the campus was quite fast. 5 minutes later they arrived at the dormitory building tucked away in a corner of the campus. Su Yuan and Cheng Yulan got out and rushed straight into the dormitory building. Ding Dong did not get out. Instead he rolled down the window, pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, shook one out, lit it, and let out a bitter laugh. Lucky bastards. Dr. So my parents are on the 3rd floor. What about you? 4th floor. See you later. Okay. Cheng Yulan turned into the 3rd floor corridor. Su Yuan sprinted up to the 4th floor. The entire dormitory building was incredibly noisy, as every room housed many people, all preoccupied with trivial daily worries. It was already 5 in the evening, and from most rooms came the sounds of cooking. Ding Dong had mentioned earlier that there was no need to worry about food here, as the military controlled a granary sufficient for their survival. Su Yuan walked down the clamorous dormitory corridor, his eyes scanning the door numbers as he muttered incessantly, 412, 412, 412. He trotted along and soon arrived at the door of room 412. He stared at the metal door plate bearing the number 412, then looked at the door, which was slightly ajar. Were his wife and child inside? Su Yuan took a deep breath and without hesitation pushed open the partially open dormitory door. Inside were several people, all women. 3 women inside were cooking. They looked up in confusion at the strange man who had suddenly appeared at the door. Su Yuan scanned the 3 women in the room, but did not see his wife. He glanced doubtfully at the door plate. It was indeed 412, no mistake. Why wasn't his wife here? Could he have remembered wrong? No, he was certain. It was 412, without a doubt. But why? Honey. Just as Su Yuan was bewildered, a familiar voice came from the corridor. Su Yuan's body stiffened. He slowly turned his head, his eyes wide with astonishment as he looked at his wife. She was carrying a basin of water, looking haggard. Her once carefully tended hair was disheveled, and her eyes were filled with exhaustion. Honey. Su Yuan's panicked expression instantly calmed, and he rushed forward. Ji Shishir was startled by her husband's sudden appearance, forgetting even to put down the basin of water in her hands as he embraced her. The basin wedged awkwardly between them. Su Yuan set the basin aside and held his wife tightly once more. This feeling of reassurance had been absent for so long. Ji Shishir was still in a daze at first, but soon as she came to her senses and caught the familiar scent of Su Yuan, a wave of grievance washed over her. She wrapped her arms around Su Yuan, opened her mouth, and bit down hard on his shoulder as tears began to flow. Su Yuan also cried. He had imagined facing the worst-case scenario many times before, but now his wife was still here, unharmed, alive and well. Where's the child? Su Yuan asked, his voice choked with sobs. In the room. Ji Shishir clung to Su Yuan, afraid to let go, unwilling to let go. She feared that everything before her was merely a dream, and that when she woke it would all be gone. In the warehouse on the northern outskirts of Linzhou City, dusk had already fallen. Pu Yinglang gazed at the gradually darkening sky, feeling a pang of regret for what he had done that morning. Yet what was done could not be undone, and the person had already been thrown down. Could he possibly retrieve them? Obviously that was unrealistic. Most crucially, Gu Jingman's mute boyfriend seemed utterly unaware of his girlfriend's disappearance. By now Ding Yu had started preparing dinner. Instant noodles again, as that was the only food from the supermarket that could be stored for long. Leaning against the warehouse doorframe, a cigarette dangling from his lips, Pu Yinglang cast his gaze over the others, his heart filled with unease. He had a nagging feeling that something terrible was about to happen. This sixth sense was truly bothersome. Ding Yu had just turned off the stove. She looked at the large pot of cooked instant noodles and began pouring in the seasoning packets, then said to Tang Fei, who was drooling nearby, Tang Fei, go call everyone for dinner. I haven't seen your girlfriend all afternoon. Where did she go? Tang Fei shook his head, unsure of his girlfriend's whereabouts. He pointed to the room on the 2nd floor, assuming she was still inside. In the room? Then go call her quickly, Ding Yu said, glancing at the 2nd floor. Tang Fei nodded and hurried upstairs. Pu Yinglang watched his movements, his heart tightening with anxiety. He couldn't be sure what would happen next, only hoping that Tang Fei wouldn't discover anything. But even if he did, it seemed unlikely to implicate him. Ding Yu glanced at Pu Yinglang, who was staring blankly with a cigarette between his lips, and said, Pu Yinglang, stop smoking and come eat. Pu Yinglang snapped out of his daze, stubbed out the cigarette, and walked over. Ding Yu grumbled. Why do you men love smoking so much? Is it really that enjoyable? Pu Yinglang smiled, but said nothing. He took the instant noodles Ding Yu handed him and ate a mouthful first. Having not eaten all afternoon, he was indeed hungry. The noodles filled his stomach, easing his hunger and even calming the panic in his heart. He glanced at the second floor. Tang Fei had entered the room and hadn't come out. As for Moo Moo and her son, they were probably still in their room as well. Ding Yu ladled out the noodles into bowls, setting them down, and asked, Pu Yinglong, when do you think Dr. Su and the others will be back? It's already evening, and there's been no sign of them. Nothing bad happened, right? Pu Yingling thought to himself it would be good if something bad happened. But he said they'll be fine. They're experienced, they've probably found a safe zone by now. Ding Yu nodded. Makes sense. As long as they're safe. Hopefully they'll be back by tomorrow at the latest. In truth, Ding Yu was very worried about Fan Diyu, but with no phone signal her worry was futile. All she could do was wait, hoping they would return soon to pick them up. Ding Yu set the pot aside and looked up at the second floor, puzzled. Why isn't anyone coming down? Hey Tang Fei, Moo Moo, come down for dinner. There was no response. After a moment, Moo Moo opened the door, rushed downstairs frantically, and came to the table. Ding Yu smiled. You're here. Eat, Moo Moo. But Moo Moo ignored her, trembling all over, and asked Pu Yinglang in a terrified voice, Where's my son? Pu Yinglang paused, the chopsticks in his hand freezing. He met Moo Moo's hateful glare and frowned. What? Without hesitation, Moo Moo exploded. She slapped the bowl of instant noodles out of Pu Yinglang's hand, shattering it on the ground. Noodles and soup splattered at his feet. Grabbing Pu Yinglang, she demanded with wide eyes, Where's my son? What have you done with him? I never said anything, never told anyone. Why did you do this to me? Where did you take my son? Pu Yinglang's mouth twitched. He shook off Moo Moo's hand, stepped back, and cursed. Are you crazy? Ding Yu watched the scene bewildered. Moo Moo had been fine this afternoon. How had she suddenly become like this? She hurried over to intervene. Moo Moo, calm down. What happened? Is Xiaolong missing? Moo Moo ignored her, rushing to Pu Yinglang and grabbing his arm. Pu Yinglang, I beg you. Do whatever you want of me. Sleep with me, use me, but don't hurt my son. Please give my son back. Pu Yinglang's eyes darted nervously toward Ding Yu. He shook off Moo Moo again. I said, are you crazy? How would I know where your son is? Moo Moo, now crying hysterically, dropped to her knees and begged, Please give my son back. He'll never tell anyone about what you did. He'll keep it buried forever. I won't resist you anymore. I just want my son. Ding Yu, though still confused, now understood something. She looked at Pu Yinglang with suspicion and wariness, surprised. Pu Yinglang, did you do something to Moo Moo? What does she mean? Pu Yinglang was truly panicking now. He hadn't done anything to Moo Moo's son, nor did he know where the boy was. Moo Moo's sudden breakdown and kneeling plea were beyond his imagination. He didn't know how to respond, his mouth twitching awkwardly. I don't know. Don't believe her. I really don't know anything, and I didn't do anything to her son. I've been here all along, you saw it. Ding Yu was puzzled. Then what does Moo Moo mean? Pu Yinglang was about to explode. How the hell would I know what she means? Maybe she's gone mad. Moo Moo continued crying on the ground, repeatedly shouting, Give my son back. Ding Yu felt there was something wrong. Pu Yinglang must have done something, otherwise Moo Moo wouldn't be like this. She quickly crouched down, helped Moo Moo up, and asked softly, Moo Moo, tell me what happened. Is Xiaolong missing? What did Pu Yinglang do? Pu Yinglang shouted frantically, Stop asking. She's obviously crazy. Her husband died, and she can't handle it. Shut up. Ding Yu snapped angrily. Did I ask you to speak? Moo Moo is in this state, and you are making sarcastic remarks. Stay there, and don't move until I figure this out. Tang Fei stood helplessly by the window, staring at Gu Jingman lying in the haystack below, utterly at a loss. Earlier when he had come up to find her, he expected her to be in the room, yet after searching every corner, and even all the surrounding rooms, there was no trace of her. It was quite peculiar. He distinctly remembered his girlfriend had been on the second floor since noon. The warehouse was not that vast. Where else could she have gone? With no electricity, now the second floor was pitch black, and he had climbed up with a flashlight. Shining the light haphazardly, he leaned out the window, and by chance spotted Gu Jingman in the haystack below. At first he thought it was a zombie lying there, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was his girlfriend. His mind went blank. He had no idea why she was in the haystack outside the warehouse. Could it be suicide? Impossible. This was only the second floor. A fall wouldn't kill her. Without a second thought, he rushed out of the room. Emerging, he heard cries from the first floor. Downstairs, he saw Moo Moo kneeling on the ground, wailing and thrashing. He had no clue what was happening and didn't care to find out. His girlfriend was still lying in the haystack outside. Ding Yu noticed Tang Fei and quickly said, Tang Fei, perfect timing. Come help me. Hey Tang Fei, where are you going? Ignoring the three behind him, Tang Fei approached the warehouse door, strained to lift the iron bolt, opened the courtyard gate, and dashed out. Ding Yu was stunned, completely baffled by Tang Fei's behavior. It was already dark and the outside was dangerous. Why go out? Seeking death. Pu Yinglang stiffened, realizing Tang Fei had discovered Gu Jingman fallen outside the warehouse, a bad omen for him. If Gu Jingman were already dead, everything would be fine. Dead men tell no tales, and no one would know it was him. But if she survived, he was finished. Worse still, Moo Moo was kneeling before him, kowtowing and begging him to release her son. Yet Pu Yinglang had no idea where her son was and had done nothing to him. His earlier threats were just that, threats. He could never bring himself to harm a child. Ding Yu glared at the open gate, and then at Pu Yinglong fuming. Pu Yinglang, what are you gaping at? Get out there and check. What if something goes wrong? Pu Yinglang snapped back to reality, a flicker of ruthlessness in his eyes. Leave Moo to me. You go bring Tang Fei back, Ding Yu said. Without a word, Pu Yinglang dashed out, not even grabbing a flashlight. When Ding Yu had called him out, a half-baked idea had formed in his mind. Drastic perhaps, but under the circumstances it seemed the only option. It wasn't the first time he had done something like this. Once outside, Pu Yinglang veered off in pursuit. He knew exactly where Tang Fei was headed. After all, he had personally thrown Gu Jingman out the window. He could only hope the girl was already dead. After a short sprint, he reached a corner and spotted the flashlight beam flickering ahead. By its light, he could clearly see Tang Fei crouching over Gu Jingman, checking if she was still alive. Soon Pu Yinglang had his answer. Gu Jingman was alive. Why? Because Tang Fei wasn't crying or grieving. Instead, he hoisted her onto his back and started running back. Seeing this, Pu Yinglang turned around and began retracing his steps. No need to rush, he would act once they returned. But just as he turned to head back, a roar echoed from not far away. Ow wow. He froze, knowing exactly what that sound was. At that moment, Tang Fei, with Gu Jingman on his back, caught up his flashlight, swaying wildly as he reached Pu Yinglang's side. Tang Fei was startled when he saw him stopping in his tracks with a puzzled expression. Pu Yinglang spun around and shouted, "Run!" Huh? Tang Fei couldn't speak, but let out a confused grunt. He shone the flashlight ahead and saw numerous zombies emerging from the underbrush, staggering and roaring, their clamor growing louder as they detected the two men and gave chase. Tang Fei's eyes widened in terror, and he quickly turned to follow Pu Yinglong, breaking into a frantic sprint. The zombies behind them were relentless, charging after them with ferocity. Meanwhile, Ding Yu was trying to calm Moo, who had finally quieted down a bit. Moo, tell me what happened. Did Pu Yinglang do something to you? Moo looked at Ding Yu, sobbing. Yeah, help me, please help me find my son, okay? Ding Yu replied, don't worry, Moo will help you. Xiaolong must still be in the warehouse. I've been here all day, and the gate hasn't opened once. He's probably hiding somewhere. Don't overthink it. First tell me, what exactly did Pu Yinglang do? Moo felt a bit reassured and said he killed someone. Ding Yu was shocked. What? He killed someone? Who? That college student, do you remember? College student. Ding Yu thought hard. Oh, you mean that surnamed he, right? Ding Yu was dumbfounded. Wait, why would Pu Yinglang kill him? Moo said he made that student lure the zombies away, letting him be devoured so Pu Yinglang could escape alive. Ding Yu's eyes widened, a chill running down her spine. She swallowed hard, realizing how terrifying this man was, willing to sacrifice another's life for his own survival. She had never seen this side of him before, and she had even yelled at him. How horrifying. Thump. Suddenly a noise came from the courtyard gate. Ding Yu tensely looked toward it, thinking it was Pu Yinglang and Tang Fei returning. But then a roar echoed from outside, followed by a tattered, blood-smeared zombie stumbling into the yard. Moo and Ding Yu were frozen in place at the sight of the zombie. Oh! Moo's scream shattered the silence. The zombie turned its vacant gaze toward them, let out another roar, and charged. Ding Yu was paralyzed with terror at the sight of the zombie entering through the door, her body rigid. Moo's piercing scream snapped her back to reality, and the zombie at the entrance, upon hearing the cry, lunged toward them. Run! Without a second thought, Ding Yu grabbed the dazed Moo and dashed up to the second floor, the only place that could offer them safety. Ding Yu was no fool. After regaining her composure, she moved swiftly. Once she had Moo upstairs, she stood at the top of the staircase, glaring down at the zombies attempting to climb up. But the zombies, devoid of sight, couldn't perceive the stairs ahead. Ascending was a laborious task for them, and after a few steps they stumbled and fell on the steps, their roars ceaseless and defiant. Thank goodness they didn't make it up. That scared me to death. Ding Yu panted, clutching her chest. Moo remained in a state of shock, staring blankly at the zombies below before letting out another scream. Ding Yu quickly covered her mouth. Stop screaming. If you keep it up, they'll crawl up. The zombies were now climbing the stairs, but their pace was sluggish. With more zombies crowding toward the staircase from behind, they jammed together at the foot of the stairs, unable to ascend. Come on, let's go to the room. Ding Yu pulled the panicked Moo into a room, intending to hide. As for Tang Fei and Pu Yinglong, who had gone outside earlier, she could no longer concern herself with them. Their survival now rested solely in their own hands. Once inside the room, Ding Yu quickly shut the door and clamped her hand over Moo's mouth to stifle any more cries. The situation was far from optimistic. The zombies had burst into the warehouse, unexpectedly catching them off guard. The top priority now was to stay alive and wait for Yuan and the others to return. Only then was there a glimmer of hope. Ding Yu was clear-headed about this. Hiding was safer than venturing out. Suddenly Xiaolong's voice echoed from the first floor of the warehouse, reaching the second floor. The moment Moo heard her son's voice, she snapped out of her panic, broke free from Ding Yu, flung open the door, and rushed out to lean over the railing, peering down at the first floor. The first floor was pitch black, making it impossible to spot where her son was. Mom, where are you? It hurts. Son, Mom's here. Don't move, don't run. Mom is coming. The instant Moo Moo heard her son Shui Long's agonized cry, she dashed toward the staircase. Hey sister Moo Moo, don't go. Ding Yu tried to stop her. But she underestimated the fierce strength a mother summons when fearing for her child. It was far beyond Ding Yu's ability to restrain. Moo Moo shoved Ding Yu aside with force, sending her head crashing against the wall. Dazed Ding Yu saw golden stars swimming before her eyes, her steps unsteady, as if she were standing on a swaying boat, unable to keep her balance. Mom's coming. Mom's coming. Moo Moo reached the staircase and, ignoring the zombies, clustered their charge down without hesitation. Oh, Mom, it hurts. Her son's cries of pain rose from the first floor. As she ran, tears blurred her vision, making everything hazy. Her foot slipped on the steps, and she tumbled down, landing amidst the swarm of zombies below. The zombie horde at the foot of the stairs sensed a living person falling before them and wouldn't let the chance slip. They opened their jaws and bit down. Moo Moo couldn't evade in time. A zombie sank its teeth into her arm, tearing away a chunk of flesh with a forceful tug. Oh! The pain tore a scream from her lips. But after the cry, Moo Moo paid no heed to the wound on her arm. She shoved the surrounding zombies away with all her might, clambering over them. As she tried to escape, a zombie grabbed her left hand. Its strength was immense, leaving her powerless to resist. She felt the zombie's teeth sever the fingers of her left hand. The pain surged again, but a flood of adrenaline dulled the agony. With a sudden forceful pull, she yanked herself free and rolled forward, escaping the zombie cluster at the staircase. As she lay on the ground, she spotted a flashlight nearby used for illumination. She grabbed it, and ignoring the zombies around her, began searching the infested warehouse for her son. By now Shui Long's screams had faded. She could only grope her way forward, relying on the direction where she had last heard his voice. Zombies lunged at her, biting and gnawing relentlessly, but she paid them no mind, murmuring over and over, "Son, Mom's coming. Mom's here." She could no longer distinguish reality from illusion. When the beam of her flashlight fell upon her son, she saw a zombie feasting on his body. Without a thought for the chaos around her, she charged forward, kicked the zombie away from him, and threw herself over her son, pulling him tightly into her arms. Don't be afraid, Mom's here," she chanted. "Mom's here." Behind her, a horde of zombies surged forward, swarming over Moo Moo and her child. In an instant, they were engulfed by the undead. All that Moo Moo had done was to protect her son. She had already been broken before this. When she couldn't find her son, she believed Pu Yinglang had done something to him, and she completely shattered. Her husband Xue Xiangming had died not long ago, and her son was the sole hope that kept her going. But with him suddenly missing, that hope was lost. And just now, when her son's voice reappeared, she acted purely on instinct, driven to protect him. Her own life had long been forgotten, even though it was already too late. On the second floor, Ding Yu, clutching her dizzy head, took a while to recover. But by now the first floor had fallen silent. Moo Moo and her son were completely quiet. "Sister Moo Moo, is she dead?" Ding Yu guessed as much, but she was certain that Moo Moo must be dead. In her days, she had seen Moo Moo run downstairs, and with the warehouse below teeming with zombies, death was inevitable. Putting that aside, she hurried back into the room, closed the door, and locked it. Then she crouched in a corner by the entrance, listening intently to the zombies' roars outside. Fear and panic consumed her. "Fandiyu, please come back soon. I'm so scared," she murmured, hoping Fandiyu and Su Yuan would return quickly. She didn't know how long she could hold out here, only that she desperately wished for them to come and rescue her. Pu Yingling's escape was not swift, largely due to the dense undergrowth and the lack of a flashlight, which made him prone to tripping. Thus his speed could hardly be any faster. He was even slower than Tang Fei, who was carrying another person on his back. Left with no choice, he could only follow behind Tang Fei, who had a flashlight, panting heavily as he struggled to avoid the waist-high weeds before him. Fortunately, the zombies behind were also hindered by the undergrowth to some extent. The faster-running zombies fell more severely, and once they fell, it was difficult for them to get up again. Due to their sheer numbers, the zombies behind would trample over those that had fallen, continuing their advance until the fallen were crushed into pulp. Thus, with the faster zombies clearing the path ahead, the slower ones ended up chasing at the forefront, forcing Pu Yinglang and the others to sprint desperately. Pu Yinglang had only run about 100 meters before he began gasping for breath. Prolonged inactivity and a sedentary lifestyle had left his lung capacity inferior to that of a primary school student. After merely 100 meters, he was already panting uncontrollably, his steps unsteady and floating. He felt that if he continued like this, he would surely be caught by the zombies behind, and death would be certain. He desperately wanted to run faster to keep up with Tang Fei ahead, but he simply couldn't. Tang Fei was a university student with naturally good stamina. Even while carrying his unconscious girlfriend on his back, he could still run swiftly. The threat of the zombies behind had pushed him to tap into his latent potential. An office worker could never compete with a student. But if things continued this way, he would surely die. In desperation, Pu Yinglang could only shout, "Wait for me." He didn't expect his plea for help to be heeded. To his surprise, however, Tang Fei ahead actually stopped and turned around. Pu Yinglang's heart soared with joy, and he gasped out, "Wait for me. I don't have a flashlight, I can't run fast. Please wait." Tang Fei didn't hesitate and truly stayed to wait for him. Crucially, he even shone the flashlight's beam in front of Pu Yingling to guide his way. With the light, Pu Yingling's pace did not quicken. He had already reached the limit of his physical endurance, just being able to keep running was an achievement. He had no strength left to accelerate. So the moment he caught up to Tang Fei, he intended to attack him. But when he reached Tang Fei, without a word, handed him the flashlight. Pu Yingling was stunned at the sight, failing to grasp its meaning. Could it be that this university student intended to give him the chance to survive? However, he was clearly overthinking. Tang Fei's intention was simple. With his girlfriend on his back, holding the flashlight was unsteady. So he gave it to Pu Yingling, letting him lead the way. After handing it over, Tang Fei gestured with his head for Pu Yingling to quickly take the lead. Pu Yingling was taken aback for a moment, then glanced at the pursuing zombies behind. He quickly grabbed the flashlight and began to run. Unable to speak, Tang Fei could only silently follow behind Pu Yingling. After running less than 50 more meters, Pu Yingling, holding the flashlight, tripped over a weed. He fell heavily into the grass, and the flashlight flew out of his hand, landing in the distance. Seeing this, Tang Fei panicked and rushed forward to help Pu Yingling up from the undergrowth. Pu Yingling suddenly screamed in pain as he got up. Tang Fei looked at him with confusion, desperately wanting to ask what was wrong, but his inability to speak made him anxious. Feeling the sharp pain in his leg, Pu Yingling gasped and wailed incessantly. He reached down and felt a large gash on his calf, bleeding profusely and causing immense pain. Tang Fei glanced back. Without the flashlight, he couldn't make out the zombies' positions, only discerning their silhouettes. The guttural roars came from behind, drawing steadily nearer. Go! Up! Tang Fei rasped hoarsely. Pu Yingling was now drenched in cold sweat, fully aware of his predicament. If he didn't get up, he would surely die here. But even if he did, he probably wouldn't get far. Given the speed of the zombies behind, they would inevitably catch up. And so, after glancing at the distant zombie silhouettes, Pu Yingling's gaze fell upon Tang Fei before him. Hearing Tang Fei's urgent, raspy voice, he sat on the ground, groping around, until he found the stone that had injured him. He swallowed hard, and said nervously to Tang Fei, "I'm sorry. Don't blame me." Tang Fei frowned, puzzled. Then Pu Yingling tightly gripped the stone and brought it crashing down onto Tang Fei's head. A dull thud sounded. Feeling the pain in his head, Tang Fei's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, causing Gu Jingman, who was on his back, to fall beside him. Having done this, Pu Yingling threw the stone aside. Ignoring the pain in his leg, he dared not scream. Bearing the agony, he began to crawl through the weeds toward the direction of the fallen flashlight. Meanwhile, the horde of zombies behind him advanced toward Tang Fei and the other. He hadn't wanted to do this, but to survive he had to. "It's not my fault, really not my fault. It wasn't me who killed you, it was the zombies. Not me." He repeated this self-assurance to himself as he crawled. What Pu Yingling didn't know was that Tang Fei hadn't completely blacked out. Feeling the pain on the side of his head, he touched it and found blood. He shook his dazed, unthinking head and looked blurry-eyed at Gu Jingman lying beside him. A single thought dominated his mind: to protect her. Tang Fei grabbed Gu Jingman's hand. In that instant, he unleashed all his remaining strength, lifted her up, and began to sprint in another direction. He didn't know how far he ran. Only when he could go no further did he collapse to his knees, letting Gu Jingman fall into the grass. He gasped for air, his forehead covered in cold sweat. By now he was utterly dizzy, his lips twitching and drooling. Yet he still bent down and piled a mound of weeds over Gu Jingman. After a final glance, he resolutely turned and began to run wildly. His hoarse voice rang out, attracting the zombies. The horde changed direction, following his footsteps, leading them away from Gu Jingman. But before long, Tang Fei lost consciousness. His body, after bounding forward for a while, finally fell. Just before he fell, a faint smile touched his lips. At least his girlfriend was safe. The night at Linzhou University was clamorous. With Lin Hai's assistance, Su Yuan's family was reassigned to new dormitories. Due to Su Yuan's special status, they received preferential treatment, and even Pei Xiangdong and his group were arranged to stay next door. Everything was settled. As Lin Hai was about to leave, Fan Yu stopped him. "When are we going to rescue the people at the warehouse?" Facing this question, Lin Hai's gaze flickered, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he patted Fan Yu on the shoulder. "Don't worry, there will be arrangements." Fan Yu paused, wanting to press further, but Lin Hai had already started descending the stairs. Standing at the dormitory entrance, Su Yuan witnessed this scene and exchanged a sharp glance with Pei Xiangdong. Anyone could tell that Lin Hai's words were merely a perfunctory response to Fan Yu, offering no definite answer. Fan Yu appeared helpless, looking at Su Yuan with a troubled expression. "Dr. Su, what should I do? Ding Yu is still over there. When are we going back?" Su Yuan glanced at Pei Xiangdong and said, "Tomorrow. Early tomorrow morning, we'll head back to the warehouse to bring them back." Pei Xiangdong nodded in agreement, also consenting to set out in the morning, for Su Yi was still at the warehouse, and he couldn't abandon her there. Fan Yu felt relieved and prepared to return to the dormitory to rest, exhausted after a full day of running around. Just then Lin Hai, who had already gone downstairs, came running back up panting. "Dr. Su, I just received word. Academician Chu wants you to come over. Su Yuan was surprised. Did he say what it's about? Lin Hai replied, it should be about Xiao Wu. Su Yuan pondered for a few seconds then nodded. All right, wait for me a moment. After bidding farewell to his wife, Su Yuan followed Lin Hai downstairs. Fortunately, he had driven there. They soon arrived at the medical tent near the school gate. As they approached, they could hear the rumbling of a diesel generator from inside the building, a loud and persistent noise, though the walls muffled it from traveling too far. The diesel generator was naturally there to power the medical tent. As Su Yuan got out of the car, he saw Chu Linjiang waiting for him at the entrance. Seeing him alight, the man walked over. Has something happened? Su Yuan asked, puzzled. Chu Linjiang said, nothing major. I just called you over to confirm a few things and have a discussion. Su Yuan nodded and followed Chu Linjiang into the medical tent. Lin Hai didn't idle either and followed them in. He was deeply worried about Xiao Wu, hoping he would survive, but if not, there was no helping it, such was fate. Upon entering the tent, Su Yuan saw Xiao Wu lying on the hospital bed. Electrode patches were attached to his chest, and the waveform on the cardiac monitor was regular and normal, with blood oxygen levels also fine. Looking at Xiao Wu himself, he was completely naked, covered only by a sheet from the waist down. The bandage on his right leg was fresh, indicating it had been recently redressed. Su Yuan was somewhat perplexed. As things stood, Xiao Wu seemed to be out of danger. If so, why had he been summoned here? Lin Hai stood beside Su Yuan and whispered, how is Xiao Wu? He's fine, Su Yuan replied in a low voice. Just then Chu Linjiang spoke up. Let me introduce everyone. This is Dr. Su, the one who performed the amputation on this young soldier. He then introduced the two other doctors present to Su Yuan, Han Jinghua and Lei Qingji, who specialized in general surgery and orthopedics respectively. Although Su Yuan didn't know them personally, he had heard their names. Both men were over 40 and held the title of chief physician, so their reputation was well deserved. A pleasure to meet you, Su Yuan said, shaking hands with the two. Lei Qingji said with a smile, Dr. Su, rest assured we didn't call you here to assign blame. There are just some matters we need to discuss. You were the only one on the scene, so you know the situation best. Han Jinghua added, old Lei is right. We just want to understand the circumstances. Their words left Su Yuan somewhat bewildered. Chu Linjiang explained, we just want to hear about the situation, why you chose to amputate. Also, is it true that this young soldier was bitten by a zombie before? Su Yuan knew nothing about this matter. Everything he had heard came from Lin Hai. He turned his gaze toward him. Lin Hai snapped to attention and straightened up. That's correct. Xiao Wu was indeed bitten by a zombie. Chu Linjiang followed up. Do you know where he was bitten? Lin Hai said, on his right calf. I saw it with my own eyes. It was because of that bite that he couldn't retreat in time and got crushed by the wall. Having obtained the answers they sought, Chu Linjiang and the other two breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that their conjectures were correct. Lei Qingji asked, during the amputation were you able to determine the exact location of the bite? Su Yuan shook his head. No. Why not? The three asked in puzzlement. Su Yuan explained the wound was too extensive. When I saw it, the right calf bone was already exposed, muscle tissue was missing, the skin damage was severe, and there was hardly any point of attachment left. At that point, amputation was the only option. As for the zombie bite, in the urgency of the moment, it wasn't discernible. Lei Qingji and Han Jinghua exchanged a glance. Lei Qingji said, I see. If that's the case, we may have to discard our previous hypothesis. Su Yuan asked, what hypothesis? Han Jinghua replied, when he was first brought in, some said he had been bitten by a zombie, so we treated him with great caution. But now 4 hours have passed, and his condition is steadily improving with no signs of turning. So we speculated that he might have antibodies in his system. Su Yuan was taken aback. Antibodies? Lei Qingji said helplessly, but after what you just said, we can roughly deduce why he hasn't turned. Su Yuan was surprised. Because of the amputation. Lei Qingji shook his head. That's possible, but I suspect the most likely reason is that the muscle and soft tissue on his calf were already destroyed. The bite mark might have vanished even before you performed the amputation. Su Yuan paused, thinking back carefully. That seemed plausible. At the time, there was hardly any flesh left on Xiao Wu's calf. Perhaps that was why he hadn't been infected. A silence fell over the group. Su Yuan's lips twitched in disappointment. If only there had truly been antibodies. But regrettably, Xiao Wu's body contained no antibodies at all. Lin Hai, eager to interject, asked, are you saying that Xiao Wu is completely out of danger? Lei Qingji looked at him and nodded solemnly. Lin Hai let out a sigh of relief. Inside the medical tent, Su Yuan and the 3 authorities before him had been discussing the zombie virus. With Chu Linjiang, a leading virologist, present, the 3 of them were reduced to mere assistants. Moreover, none of them specialized in virology, so all they could do was lend a hand. As for Lin Hai, he couldn't understand a word they were saying. He left the tent midway and returned to his car, lighting a cigarette and smoking it leisurely. The news that Xiao Wu was safe brought him some relief. Since the zombie outbreak began, watching his comrades fall one by one had kept his heart steeped in grief. Now, having managed to pull someone back from the brink of death, he felt a glimmer of joy. The meeting inside the medical tent dragged on until 1 in the morning. When Su Yuan emerged, he looked exhausted. He climbed back into the car, and Lin Hai handed him a cigarette. Su Yuan took it, lit it, and exhaled a cloud of smoke with a long sigh. He had a feeling the days ahead would not be easy. How did it go? Lin Hai asked. Su Yuan shook his head. No results. The discussion had indeed yielded nothing. As for what came next, they could only wait and see. Lin Hai said, anyway, after hearing you talk about that natural stuff earlier, I don't have much hope left. If you guys can just develop a vaccine. A vaccine? Su Yuan's lips twitched. Given the current conditions, developing a vaccine was nothing short of a pipe dream. Su Yuan didn't dwell on that. Instead, he asked, when dawn breaks, do me a favor and bring the people from the warehouse here. The cigarette in Lin Hai's hand paused as he turned to look at Su Yuan. Do you want the truth? Su Yuan leaned back in the rear seat. Go ahead. Lin Hai flicked his finished cigarette out the window and said, when I came back earlier, I reported to the commander and got some news. Out of 3 field teams, only ours returned. The other 2 have lost contact. Su Yuan's gaze grew grave. Lin Hai sighed helplessly. So now, apart from logistics and perimeter defense, there's no one to spare to rescue your friends. As for my team, the commander has given me a new mission. To head to the hospital and scavenge as many medical supplies as possible. We leave at dawn. How do you expect me to help you? The car fell into silence. The night deepened. The sound of a diesel generator from a distant building grated on the nerves. The cigarette in Su Yuan's hand had burned down to the filter. He glanced at it, tossed it out the window, and after a moment of thought made up his mind. Can we get out? Lin Hai was taken aback. What? Su Yuan said, can we leave the school grounds? A look of realization dawned on Lin Hai's face, and he gave a wry smile. Dr. So you're not thinking of going back to rescue people yourself, are you? You barely made it here alive through sheer luck, and now you want to go back out. What for? What if something happens? Su Yuan got straight to the point. Get us some guns. Lin Hai's eyes widened and his voice rose. Have you lost your mind? And guns? Even if I gave them to you, what could you do? You don't even know how to use them. Someone else does, Su Yuan said, thinking of Pei Xiangdong, who knew how to handle a pistol. I'm still not giving them. Lin Hai refused flatly. I won't let you go out. You're finally safe, and now you want to court death. Are you people insane? Didn't you say the warehouse was safe? Can't you just wait until I'm back from this mission? Then I'll take you to find them. Su Yuan asked, but can you guarantee you'll survive this mission? Lin Hai wanted to retort to say he definitely could, but the words died in his throat. He knew all too well what it was like out there. Even with a gun, survival wasn't guaranteed, especially going to a hospital, a place as hellish as any. Lin Hai thought of many arguments, but couldn't voice them. Finally, he said helplessly, let me ask you this, your wife and child are here. Are those people in the warehouse more important than them? Do you absolutely have to go? Su Yuan replied calmly, I don't have to go, but Pei Xiangdong and the others must. Regardless, by both reason and emotion, you can't stop this. You son of a... Lin Hai cursed under his breath. But as Su Yuan said, by both reason and emotion, he couldn't stop them. Xiao's life had been saved by Su Yuan, and their escape from that residential complex was thanks to Su Yuan's plan. Lin Hai was not an ungrateful man. He remembered it all, and that was precisely why he didn't want them to go to their deaths. By both reason and emotion, he couldn't stop them. Xiao's life had been saved by Su Yuan, and their escape from that residential complex was thanks to Su Yuan's plan. Lin Hai was not an ungrateful man. He remembered it all, and that was precisely... After the hospital mission is done, I'll let him lead the way to the warehouse to rescue people. Is that acceptable? I've already compromised. Don't push it. Su Yuan thought it over and nodded. Agreed. Lin Hai added, and that person has to be the middle-aged man. No one else. Agreed, Su Yuan said. His name is Pei Xiangdong. You can call him Old Pei. Lin Hai muttered the name a couple of times. Got it. Tell him to find me here tomorrow. All right. With that, Lin Hai turned and got out of the car, slamming the door shut. Su Yuan, sitting in the back seat, was stunned. Hey, wait. Aren't you taking me back? I'm not in the mood. Walk back yourself. Lin Hai grumbled, lighting a cigarette as he disappeared into the darkness. Su Yuan's lips twitched. What a grudge holder, he muttered. He opened the door, slid into the driver's seat, and pressed the start button. Nothing happened. He came to his senses, staring into the distant darkness with a helpless sigh. Are you kidding me? You took the keys too. Left with no choice, he got out and walked back. After wandering through the dark campus for about half an hour, he finally reached the dormitory. There was a curfew, but fortunately the guard had been tipped off by Lin Hai earlier and let Su Yuan in. Back in their dorm room, now occupied only by their family of 3, Su Yuan locked the door behind him. Ji Shishir hadn't slept waiting for him until now. Seeing her husband return, a peaceful smile spread across her face. You're back. Hearing those familiar 3 words, Su Yuan felt as if he were back in their old home. He smiled softly, went over, and embraced his wife. Yeah, I'm back. Dawn arrived swiftly. Su Yuan lay on the bed, unable to sleep all night, so when he rose he was utterly exhausted. Yet as a doctor he was accustomed to the fatigue of staying up. Upon waking he noticed strands of hair on his pillow and reached out to touch his own head, struck by a sudden boldness. Of course boldness was still far off. He went next door and knocked on Pei Xiangdong in the other's room. Pei Xiangdong opened the door, puzzled. Why so early? Su Yuan said, let's talk inside. In the room, Su Yuan shared his decision from the previous night with Pei Xiangdong and Fan Diyu. Fan Diyu was stunned. Why does old Pei get to go? I want to go too. My girlfriend is still over there. What do you mean by not letting me go? Su Yuan stared into his eyes, speaking earnestly. Listen to me. It's not that I don't want you to go, but to ensure your safety I'm keeping you here. Besides, they never intended to go to the warehouse from yesterday. Taking old Pei along is already a concession. If we add you, they'll likely refuse outright. But Fan Diyu couldn't find a rebuttal, for Su Yuan's reasoning was too compelling. Su Yuan said, in short, old Pei will definitely take them to the warehouse. With Lin Hai and the others around, your girlfriend will be safe. Trust them this once, okay? Fan Diyu desperately wanted to go, but Lin Hai would never allow it. He sighed, what more can I say? Su Yuan nodded, looking at old Pei. I'm counting on you. Old Pei replied, don't worry, you'll bring everyone back. Leave it to me. Fan Diyu wanted to say something, but didn't want to add pressure to Pei Xiangdong, so he held back. Then, take care. Pei Xiangdong gave a simple smile, changed his clothes, and followed Su Yuan downstairs. But as they reached the ground floor, they saw Deng Dong leaning against a car, a cigarette dangling from his lips, a smile on his face as he watched them. The sight of this man filled Su Yuan with a sudden sense of foreboding. He asked urgently, where's Lin Hai? Deng Dong grinned, the captain left long ago. What did you say? Su Yuan was taken aback. Deng Dong's smile faded into awkwardness as he raised an eyebrow. The captain took the team out at dawn and told me to inform you. Su Yuan's lips twitched, and he burst out, is this guy out of his mind? Just after 1 a.m, he had agreed, so readily, full of indignation and anger, swearing he would take Pei Xiangdong along. Now as dawn breaks, he stands us up. What's the meaning of this? Deng Dong walked over, offering 2 cigarettes. Don't be mad, don't be mad. I haven't finished yet. The captain said he couldn't take you to the warehouse, because on top of the original mission, there's a new one. So he couldn't help you. Feeling bad about it, the captain left me behind. Su Yuan was astonished. Wait, what? You mean you're taking us to the warehouse? Deng Dong chuckled, that's right. Don't worry, Dr. Su. Since the captain promised you he wouldn't break his word, having me go with you to the warehouse is the same. Su Yuan's lips twitched again. He didn't care who went with them. All he cared about was whether they could leave Linzhou University and bring people back from the warehouse. Now that Lin Hai was gone, leaving only Deng Dong, could he go too? Without waiting for Deng Dong to object, Su Yuan grabbed Pei Xiangdong and decisively boarded the car. Deng Dong raised an eyebrow with a laugh, followed them, and turned the key, and the engine sputtered twice before roaring to life. With a press of the accelerator, they headed for the campus gate. On the way, Deng Dong asked, I don't know where the warehouse is. Once we're out of my familiar area, you'll have to navigate. Su Yuan smiled, don't worry. Later, old Pei will drive. Fine. Deng Dong had no concerns about Pei Xiangdong driving. Unlike Lin Hai, who was deeply resistant to leaving the safe zone, believing that untrained civilians like Su Yuan and the others would face a high risk of death, Deng Dong thought the opposite. He believed that Su Yuan and Pei Xiangdong had survived in a world overrun by zombies, which made them formidable. Crucially, they had done so without firearms, making their survival even more impressive. In terms of experience, Deng Dong felt Su Yuan and his team were far superior to him. Thus, he held them in high esteem. Soon the three drove out of the safe zone. The car picked up speed with a swarm of zombies trailing behind, but no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't match the vehicle's pace. As they journeyed on, Deng Dong handed over 2 pistols. Pei Xiangdong took them, stunned. These are for us. Su Yuan was also curious. Deng Dong clicked his tongue. Dream on. Of course I can't give them to you. Consider them alone. Pei Xiangdong carefully examined the 2 pistols, smiling. These are Type 92, right? Yeah, you've handled one before. I touched one yesterday, but didn't get a good feel. Pei Xiangdong's eyes gleamed with excitement at the chance to hold firearms. Soon Deng Dong handed over 2 15-round double-stack magazines, 1 magazine each as backup. Oh, by the way, Dr. Su, do you know how to use a gun? Su Yuan gripped the pistol cautiously, fearing an accidental discharge, and shook his head no. Deng Dong nodded, about to teach him, but Pei Xiangdong excitedly cut in. Dr. Su, I'll teach you, I'll teach you. Su Yuan nodded slightly, all right. He felt a primal fear of the firearm, perhaps stemming from a past rescue. During that rescue, the patient had been clutching a gun so tightly that it couldn't be pried open. They had to inject an anesthetic to knock him out first. In the process of prying it open, the safety was off, causing the gun to discharge the bullet, piercing a nurse's calf. The entire emergency room was terrified. Now Su Yuan held the pistol, listening to Pei Xiangdong's guidance. Operating a pistol wasn't difficult. The challenge lay in gripping it firmly while firing, given the recoil's force. After firing a few shots out the car window, Su Yuan's hand ached at the base of his thumb. But thankfully he had grasped the basics. The first half of the journey passed quickly, and Pei Xiangdong took the wheel for the remainder. About an hour and a half later, they reached the national highway outside the warehouse. The road today was clear with no obstacles. However, upon arrival, they stopped the car and didn't venture onto the side road leading to the warehouse. Why are there so many zombies here? Deng Dong was stunned by the sight before him. The situation near the warehouse terrified Su Yuan and Pei Xiangdong. They recalled that when they left yesterday the area was pristine, devoid of any zombies. Yet now the sight of zombies sprawling everywhere was truly horrifying. Ding Dong asked in disbelief, "Are you sure the warehouse is really here?" Pei Xiangdong was absolutely certain. He had visited this warehouse hundreds of times and could find the entrance even with his eyes closed. But now the warehouse filled him with fear. The sheer number of zombies in sight indicated that the area around the warehouse was equally infested. This was far from good news for them. Pei Xiangdong at a loss asked Su Yuan, "What do we do now?" Su Yuan felt helpless about the situation as well. With so many zombies, the only option was to lure them away first. But how? Su Yuan's gaze fell on Ding Dong, who was staring at the zombies on the wilderness outside, clicking his tongue. "Ding Dong, do you have any bombs?" "I mean grenades," Su Yuan asked. Ding Dong snapped back to reality and asked Dr. "So you're not planning to use the same trick as yesterday, are you?" Su Yuan nodded. "Exactly. The power of grenades can lure all these zombies away. It's a bit troublesome, but worth a try." "Let me check," Ding Dong said, fumbling through his gear. His face immediately turned awkward. "Damn it, I forgot to bring them." Su Yuan blinked at a loss for words. Pei Xiangdong then glanced at the pistol in his hand and said, "How about we just charge in? Once we're inside the warehouse, we'll be safe." Su Yuan quickly stopped him. "Don't be crazy. Even if we get into the warehouse, what then? We're here to rescue people, not to sacrifice ourselves. What if we can't get out once inside? Besides, how can you be sure the warehouse is safe?" "As long as we don't open the door, it'll be fine," Pei Xiangdong retorted. Su Yuan's face showed helplessness, unsure how to counter that argument. What Pei Xiangdong said did make sense. As long as the door remained shut, it would be safe. But what if something went wrong? "I still disagree. What do you think, Ding Dong?" Su Yuan decisively vetoed. Ding Dong also shook his head. "I disagree too. It's too dangerous. I brought you here to survive, not to die." Su Yuan licked his lips, gazing at the multitude of zombies near the warehouse. Bang! At that moment, a zombie ran from behind the vehicle and slammed into its rear like a staged accident. Su Yuan looked at the zombie in surprise, realizing the car was still running, which had likely attracted it. At this thought, Su Yuan's eyes lit up. "I've got an idea." Pei Xiangdong turned to look at Su Yuan, perking up immediately. Whenever Su Yuan had a plan before they managed to escape, now Su Yuan had another idea. Beep! A honk echoed from the front of the car. Instantly, the nearby zombies turned and rushed toward them upon hearing the sound. Su Yuan smiled faintly. "That's how. Drive while honking, and we can lure these zombies away. Once we're far enough." Beep! A honk echoed from the front of the car. Instantly, the nearby zombies turned and rushed toward them upon hearing the sound. Su Yuan smiled faintly. "That's how. Drive while honking, and we can lure these zombies away. Once we're far enough, we'll take a detour back. Lao Pei knows these roads well." Ding Dong slapped his forehead. "Right? Why didn't we think of such a simple method earlier?" "Lao Pei, it's all on you." "No problem." Pei Xiangdong also found it reliable. Without waiting for Su Yuan to say start, he pressed his hand on the center of the steering wheel, and the honk resounded around them. All the zombies in the surrounding wilderness charged toward them upon hearing the horn. Pei Xiangdong didn't dare linger, and immediately stepped on the gas, the car speeding off. The honking sent the zombies into a frenzy. They were highly sensitive to sound and chased after them instantly, including those near the warehouse who abandoned everything to give pursuit. In the back seat, Su Yuan quickly pulled out the seatbelt and fastened it, fearing an accident. In contrast, Ding Dong beside him began to get excited. He opened the sunroof, grabbed a submachine gun, and climbed out, half his body exposed. Then he started shouting, uttering profanities that couldn't be written down. After a while, he slapped the roof and yelled, "Lao Pei, slow down. Too fast, those idiots behind can't keep up." Pei Xiangdong heard this and immediately reduced speed. The horde of zombies behind gradually caught up. Ding Dong chuckled. "That's more like it." With that, he raised his submachine gun, aimed at a zombie, and fired. With a bang, the zombie's head exploded, and it fell instantly. He fired a second shot, but it missed, hitting the zombie's chest. The impact knocked the zombie down, but it didn't die, and soon it got back up. "What the hell, has my aim gotten that bad?" Ding Dong refused to believe it, and fired again, this time hitting the head. He smirked, tapped the roof, and shouted, "Dr. So want to come up and give it a try?" Inside the car, Su Yuan gave a wry smile. No, I'm too scared to try." Half exposed outside, Ding Dong didn't hear clearly. "Dr. So what did you say?" "The sunroof is too small. Can't get out." "No problem, they'll get down, and you come up." Su Yuan was left speechless. 20 minutes later. Half exposed outside, Ding Dong didn't hear clearly. "Dr. So what did you say?" "The sunroof is too small. Can't get out." "No problem, they'll get down, and you come up." Su Yuan was. The return trip was much faster. Earlier, to attract the zombies, the car hadn't moved quickly, sometimes even stopping to let them catch up. Now Pei Xiangdong was in a hurry and sped up to over 100 miles per hour. In less than 10 minutes, they were back at the warehouse. Some zombies still lingered in the overgrown fields nearby, but they moved very slowly, and Pei Xiangdong paid them no heed. Soon he drove onto the path, knocked over 2 zombies, and reached the warehouse entrance. The door was open. Both Pei Xiangdong and Su Yuan were stunned at the sight. Ding Dong asked in surprise, "Why is the door to your warehouse open?" Pei Xiangdong quickly drove the car inside. But as they entered, a zombie rushed toward them, one they knew very well. Moo Moo. Su Yuan stared at the figure howling in front of the car, recognizing it as Moo Moo. Moo Moo. Pei Xiangdong also echoed with confusion. At that moment, Su Yuan and Pei Xiangdong's minds went blank as they stared at the figure ahead of the car, now a zombie, not daring to imagine what had become of the others in the warehouse. Moo Moo was now a bloody mess, his right arm completely gnawed away to nothing, and half his face was bitten down to the exposed cheekbone. The horrifying sight before them sent panic through Su Yuan and Pei Xiangdong. You know this zombie? Ding Dong pointed at the zombie in front of the car and asked. Su Yuan did not answer, but turned his head to look inside the warehouse. The situation inside the warehouse was grim. Many zombies were crowded within. Among them, a short, small-statured zombie stumbled out of the warehouse, its body also a bloody mess, its throat emitting a hoarse, immature roar. It tilted its head and walked to the front of the car, as if following Moo Moo. This small zombie was none other than Moo Moo's son Xuelong. The moment Pei Xiangdong saw Xuelong, his heart sank completely. He immediately opened the car door, intending to find Su Yui. But Su Yuan grabbed him. Old Pei, don't be impulsive. Pei Xiangdong looked at Su Yuan, gun in hand, ignored him completely, broke free, and rushed out of the car. Old Pei. Su Yuan couldn't stop him. The first thing Pei Xiangdong did upon getting out of the car was aim at Moo Moo's head and fire a shot. With the gunshot, everything changed. Holy crap. So impulsive. Ding Dong said nothing more and followed him out of the car. The two charged into the warehouse, without hesitation, gunfire erupting all around. Su Yuan had no choice but to follow them out of the car. However, instead of following Old Pei and Ding Dong, he went to the back of the car, intending to close the warehouse door. But just as he reached the warehouse door, a hand suddenly reached out from behind it, grabbing his left hand. Su Yuan was startled, quickly pulled free, stepped back a few paces, and leaned against the car. Then the zombie from behind the door stumbled out, snarling incessantly at Su Yuan. In a panic, Su Yuan pulled out the pistol tucked at his waist, aimed at the zombie's head, and pulled the trigger. But the gun didn't fire. Flustered, he kicked the zombie away. Just as he turned to dodge the small zombie, Xuelong suddenly appeared before him. Su Yuan stumbled back in fright, but tripped over the rear of the car, falling flat on his back. He tried to get up, but the zombie from behind the door had already lunged at his head. Turn off the safety. Ding Dong's voice came from inside the warehouse, seemingly reminding Su Yuan. Su Yuan came to his senses, realizing why his gun hadn't fired. He quickly turned off the safety, aimed at the zombie's head, and fired. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and a bloody hole appeared in the zombie's forehead. It crashed onto his chest, the impact painful. He hastily pushed the corpse off himself, raised his head, aimed the gun at Xuelong's head, and fired. Xuelong fell to the ground with a thud. But then a hot shell casing ejected from the pistol landed on Su Yuan's face, scalding him. Damn it! Su Yuan covered his face, unable to resist, cursing loudly. He really wasn't suited for using a gun. Not only did his face hurt, but the web of his thumb was also throbbing with pain. Su Yuan got up and continued closing the door, shouting as he did, Old Pei, Ding Dong, get back here quickly. We'll lure the zombies outside the door and kill them one by one. Su Yuan's plan was sound. Ding Dong was willing to cooperate, but Pei Xiangdong, like a madman, charged deeper inside, completely ignoring Su Yuan. This prevented Ding Dong from coming out either. Su Yuan had no choice but to close the door and rush in after them. The warehouse was now filled with corpses. Gunfire echoed incessantly. Ding Dong and Pei Xiangdong had killed many zombies. But soon Pei Xiangdong ran out of bullets. Not knowing how to reload, he grabbed a nearby steel bar and started swinging wildly. Su Yuan rushed to his side, killed a zombie with a shot, then stopped him and advised, Old Pei, listen to me. Let's go out first, get to the door. We'll lure the zombies to the entrance and kill them all before coming back in. If you keep this up. Before Su Yuan could finish, a terrified scream suddenly came from the depths of the warehouse. Su Yuan turned his head, looking into the pitch-black depths. Su Yui. The voice was unmistakably Su Yui's. In that instant, Pei Xiangdong, as if injected with stimulants, shoved Su Yuan aside and charged inside. Old Pei, don't. Su Yuan couldn't stop him. Ding Dong rushed over. Dr. Su, keep watch here. They'll go in and help him. Su Yuan gritted his teeth, steadied himself, and held his pistol, firing at the surrounding zombies. He shot at any that got near Pei Xiangdong and the others. Though his aim was poor, he managed to blow their heads off after 2 or 3 shots. But soon Ding Dong shouted, damn. Dr. Su, don't shoot randomly. You almost hit me. Don't worry about the ones on my side. Just focus on the stragglers. Su Yuan felt a bit embarrassed, but followed Ding Dong's advice, turning his attention to the scattered zombies. Fortunately, the warehouse was spacious enough. However, the 15 bullets were quickly spent. Su Yuan hastily reloaded, but the process was slow, giving the surrounding zombies the opportunity to surge forward. He looked up and saw a zombie right in front of him. He raised his foot to kick it, expecting to knock it over, but to his surprise, the zombie withstood the kick and even grabbed his ankle. Su Yuan was stunned, panicked, his thigh tensing as he tried desperately to kick the zombie away. The kick sent the zombie stumbling back, but it didn't let go. This pulled Su Yuan's ankle further, causing him to lose his balance completely and fall into a full split. Damn! The searing pain in his groin nearly made his soul ascend to heaven. The pistol in his hand dropped far away. He gritted his teeth and let out a pained scream. At that moment, all the remaining zombies rushed toward him. Immersed in the excruciating pain, Su Yuan was oblivious to the approaching zombies. Then gunfire erupted again. The zombies charging at Su Yuan all fell in an instant. Dang Dong soon ran over, and seeing Su Yuan's grimacing state laughed. Damn, Dr. Su, you're something else. At your age you can still do the splits. Su Yuan cursed angrily, fuck off. Just help me up. Dang Dong with his great strength hoisted Su Yuan to his feet. Su Yuan's legs were now very weak. But fortunately the dozens of zombies in the warehouse had all been killed, and they were safe for the moment. Su Yuan, clutching his groin, leaned against a nearby shelf, panting and trembling. He shifted his gaze and saw Pei Xiangdong holding Su Yi. He asked, is the child all right? Pei Xiangdong nodded, she's fine. 3 minutes earlier, inside a room on the second floor of the warehouse, Ding Yue, who had been waiting since last night, was startled awake by the sound of gunfire from the first floor. Exhausted from waiting and gripped by fear, she had only managed to fall asleep around 2 or 3 in the morning. The sudden gunfire from the first floor jolted her awake. At first she didn't recognize the sound, but when Su Yuan's voice followed, she realized her rescuer had arrived. Carefully she opened the door. Seeing no zombies in the hallway, she felt reassured enough to open the door fully. She poked her head out, glanced left and right, and after confirming it was safe, walked to the railing. Below she witnessed the scene of gunfire erupting and zombies falling. Startled, she quickly pulled her head back. When the gunfire ceased, she cautiously stuck her head out again and whispered, Dr. Su. Downstairs. Su Yuan was about to curse at Pei Xiangdong, but the voice from the second floor caught their attention. Looking up, they saw no one. So the three, along with the child, ascended to the second floor, where they found Ding Yu collapsed in the hallway. Assuming she had been bitten by a zombie, they approached with caution. Su Yuan frowned, leading the way. He crouched beside Ding Yu and asked, are you all right? Ding Yu shook her head and waved her hands. I'm fine. Really? Not bitten? Su Yuan examined her closely, seeing no blood or wounds on her body. Dr. Su, I wasn't bitten. Ding Yu opened her eyes and replied, glancing at the three before her. She recognized Su Yuan and Pei Xiangdong, but the man in camouflage was unfamiliar. Looking left and right, she saw no sign of her boyfriend. Where's Fan Diyu? Ding Yu panicked. Both Su Yuan and Pei Xiangdong had returned, but Fan Diyu hadn't. Did that mean something had happened to him? Don't panic. Fan Diyu is fine. He's waiting in the safe zone. You'll see him when you get there. Su Yuan soothed her. Ding Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but then asked, you're not lying to me, are you? Su Yuan smiled wryly. Why would I lie to you? It doesn't make sense. You're definitely coming back with us anyway. Ding Yu nodded, looking dazed. True. Su Yuan glanced at the warehouse floor littered with bodies and asked, can you tell me what exactly happened in the warehouse? How did so many zombies get in? Wasn't the door supposed to be shut? How did it open? The situation in the warehouse had caught Su Yuan off guard. They had assumed that even if a large horde passed by, they'd be safe as long as the door was closed. But the current scene filled them with dread. Ding Yu steadied herself. With Su Yuan beside her, she felt much calmer, at least less terrified than before. Recalling the events of the previous night, she looked into Su Yuan's eyes and said, last night, I had just finished making dinner. I asked Tang Fei to call Sister Moo Moo and his girlfriend down. Then suddenly Sister Moo Moo rushed down from upstairs and started yelling at Pu Yinglang. Su Yuan looked puzzled. Ding Yu was equally confused. I don't know what happened either. Sister Moo Moo just kept saying that Pu Yinglang had taken her child away and demanded he return it. Ding Yu recounted the events of the previous night. This included Tang Fei suddenly opening the warehouse door and running out, as well as Pu Yinglang chasing after him. She told them everything. For Su Yuan, who was unaware of the background, it all sounded baffling. The conflict between Moo Moo and Pu Yinglang might have involved some hidden tension. But Tang Fei's sudden act of opening the door and running out was utterly inexplicable. However, after a moment of thought, Su Yuan recalled someone Ding Yu had overlooked. By the way, where's Gu Jingman? Wasn't she with Tang Fei last night? Ding Yu snapped back to reality and thought carefully before shaking her head. I didn't see her. Wait, now that you mention it, I don't recall seeing Gu Jingman after you left. She wasn't with Tang Fei either. I thought she might be unwell and resting in her room. Before Su Yuan could respond, Pei Xiangdong went to check all the rooms on the second floor. When he emerged from the last one, he shook his head. Su Yuan was perplexed. He said to Pei Xiangdong, Old Pei, go check how many zombies are outside the window. Pei Xiangdong, carrying Su Yi, entered the room again, peered out the window, and called back, not many. Ding Yu didn't understand. Why are you looking out the window? Su Yuan said, didn't you say both Tang Fei and Pu Yinglang ran outside the warehouse? I have a feeling Tang Fei's escape has something to do with his girlfriend Gu Jingman. Ding Yu suddenly understood. That makes sense. Tang Fei only ever cares about his girlfriend. Su Yuan said, we'll go out and look for them. Wait here for us. Ding Yu dared not run off now. The events of last night had terrified her, and she still hadn't recovered. Pei Xiangdong was about to hand Su Yuyi to Ding Yu and join the search, but Su Yuyi clung to him, refusing to let go. Su Yuan said, "Old Pei, just stay. There aren't many zombies outside. We'll be back soon." Pei Xiangdong wanted to argue, but seeing the look in Su Yuan's eyes, he instinctively felt a hint of fear and could only nod. Su Yuan and Ding Dong exited the warehouse. Indeed, there weren't many zombies outside. The earlier drive had lured most of them away. As long as Su Yuan and the other made little noise, the remaining few wouldn't be a problem. They reached the side of the warehouse and noticed that most of the weeds there had been trampled flat, with patches of dried, blackened bloodstains remaining. It wasn't hard to guess that these flattened weeds and bloodstains were left behind by the passing zombie horde. Ding Dong stared at the crushed grass on the ground, all leaning eastward. Clearly a large group of zombies had moved east earlier. So Ding Dong followed the trail eastward. Su Yuan followed behind, walking forward. They didn't know how far they had gone when Ding Dong's gaze caught something. He pointed at a peculiar haystack not far away. "What's that?" Su Yuan was also puzzled, not sure. "Let's go check." The haystack looked quite conspicuous. Amidst the flattened grass, such a striking pile of hay was bound to raise suspicion. The two walked up to the haystack and pulled aside the dry grass on top, revealing a figure inside. "A girl. Is she the one you're looking for?" Ding Dong asked. Su Yuan looked closely and nodded yes. Inside the warehouse, the unconscious Gu Jingman lay slumped in the car, her head wrapped in white gauze. Su Yuan had earlier examined her injuries. A wound on the left side of her head inflicted by a blunt object, fortunately not deep. Besides that, her ankle was dislocated as well. All were minor injuries, not life-threatening. Inside the warehouse, the unconscious Gu Jingman lay slumped in the car, her head wrapped in white gauze. Su Yuan had earlier examined her injuries. A wound on the left side of her head inflicted by a blunt object, fortunately not deep. Besides that, her ankle was dislocated as well. As for Tang Fei and Pu Winglong, they were nowhere to be found. Not even a trace. Ding Yu had finally come to her senses. Su Yuan said, "Get in the car. It's time to leave this place." He glanced back at the warehouse. Though they hadn't stayed long, it had been a remarkably safe haven. What a pity they hadn't utilized it better, leading to such tragedy. Pei Xiangdong had initially wanted to bury Mu Mu and her son, but after considering the cost and time and safety, he ultimately abandoned the idea. This warehouse would serve as their final resting place. On the return journey, Ding Dong took the wheel. Su Yi clung to Pei Xiangdong, without letting go, holding tightly even in her sleep. With no other choice, Pei Xiangdong sat in the passenger seat, giving Ding Dong directions. The ride back was silent and no one spoke. Throughout the journey, Ding Yu held the unconscious Gu Jingman in her arms, careful to prevent any further jostling to her head. Su Yuan gazed out the window at the silent world, a wave of exhaustion washing over him mingled with a growing unease. 2 hours later, Ding Dong led them safely back to the safe zone. Ding Yu looked at the school gate piled high with various military green crates, and exclaimed in surprise, "So this is the safe zone?" Su Yuan nodded. "Yes. First let's take Gu Jingman to the medical tent." "All right." Ding Yu released Gu Jingman. Su Yuan carried her into the medical tent. Inside, Lei Qingji saw the patient and asked what happened to her. Su Yuan replied, "She was hit on the head. It's been over 10 hours. I checked. No serious damage, probably just a concussion." Lei Qingji removed the gauze, revealing a wound that hadn't been properly treated yet. He picked up an alcohol swab and began cleaning it. "It's not deep. What hit her?" "I don't know," Su Yuan said. "Dr. Lei, please take care of her. He'll step out if she wakes up." Before he could finish, suddenly Gu Jingman on the bed twisted her face in pain, as if trying to clutch her head. But with the wound being cleaned, she couldn't move. Su Yuan quickly stepped in to stop her. Lei Qingji chuckled. "Looks like you want me to leave." Somewhat embarrassed, Su Yuan grasped Gu Jingman's hands and called softly, Gu Jingman, don't move for now, okay? The doctor is applying medicine to your head." Gu Jingman mumbled deliriously, "My head. My head. It hurts. I know. It hurts a lot, but it'll stop soon. My foot hurts too. It hurts so much. Where's Tang Fei? I want Tang Fei." Gu Jingman couldn't open her eyes, her words slurred. Su Yuan signaled Lei Qingji to continue. Lei Qingji finished cleaning the wound, fortunately small, applied the medicine and wrapped it with gauze. After a few struggles, she drifted off to sleep. When she awoke again, it was an hour later at 1 in the afternoon. She opened her bloodshot eyes, looked around in confusion, and her gaze settled on Su Yuan. "Awake?" Su Yuan asked gently. Her vision blurred. Gu Jingman asked in bewilderment, "Dr. Su, you're back." Seeing her try to sit up, Su Yuan quickly helped her up from the bed and placed a pillow behind her back. Gu Jingman looked around and found herself in a dormitory with quite a few people present, including Ding Yu and Pei Xiangdong. She asked, puzzled, "Where is this?" Su Yuan said, "This is the safe zone dormitory. We're all inside the safe zone." Safe zone. Gu Jingman was taken aback, her delicate brows furrowing as if deep in thought. Moments later, her eyes widened abruptly as she looked at Su Yuan and asked urgently, "Where's Sister Mu Mu? How is she? And what about that Pooh guy?" Don't let him get away. He's a bad person. Everyone in the dormitory was stunned by her words. Gu Jingman looked at them confused. Why? Isn't anyone saying anything? Where's Sister Mumu? Su Yuan soothed her gently. Don't panic and don't worry about Mumu. Calm down first and slowly tell. But Su Yuan raised his hand and pressed it down in front of her. A psychological cue to help her calm down. Don't rush. We have a handle on Mumu and Pu Yinglang's situation. You need to tell us clearly first what exactly happened. This was what everyone in the dormitory wanted to know. Ding Yu knew very little about the matter between Mumu and Pu Yinglang. Now Gu Jingman was their only clue. Hearing Su Yuan's words, Gu Jingman calmed down, rubbed her eyes, and said to him, Well, in the afternoon I was passing by Sister Mumu's room when I heard some noises inside, so I listened for a while. I heard that Pu guy threatening Sister Mumu. Threatening? Did you catch the specifics? Gu Jingman shook her head. No. But it seemed like that Pu guy was talking about something had done before telling Sister Mumu not to reveal it. Especially not to you, Dr. Su. Otherwise he would harm Sister Mumu's son. Hearing this, Ding Yu suddenly had an epiphany. Oh, so that's why Sister Mumu acted that way that night. Gu Jingman asked, what way? Ding Yu was taken aback, unsure how to explain. Su Yuan quickly interrupted. We'll talk about that later. Go on with your story. Gu Jingman nodded. Later I was afraid of being discovered, so I ran back to my room. I planned to wait until that Pu guy left before going to ask Sister Mumu what was going on. But when I went to her room, I saw him there. Then it seemed like that Pu guy hit me with something, and after that I don't remember anything. Su Yuan nodded. That's enough. That's enough. Gu Jingman asked again, where's Sister Mumu? Su Yuan didn't know how to answer, and fell silent. Everyone in the dormitory fell silent. Gu Jingman covered her mouth. Sister Mumu. Is she dead? Then. Where's Tang Fei? Where is he? He must be fine, right? Su Yuan gave a slight nod, then recounted what had happened in the warehouse, and told her about Tang Fei and Pu Yinglang's disappearance. When Gu Jingman heard that Tang Fei was missing, she could no longer hold back. Tears streamed endlessly from her. Imperceptibly, evening arrived. Su Yuan called Pei Xiangdong to the rooftop. The 6th floor of the dormitory building was the roof, and the lock on the door leading up had long been broken. Su Yuan pushed it open with ease. Pei Xiangdong followed behind him, his face awkward like a chastened student. Su Yuan gazed at the sunset glow in the west side, then turned to face Pei Xiangdong and delivered a slap. Smack! A crisp, resounding slap. Pei Xiangdong's head barely moved, but Su Yuan's palm stung fiercely. After the slap, Su Yuan said, I'm sorry. Pei Xiangdong rubbed his cheek, his face full of remorse. It's my fault. Before, I'm truly sorry. I was too impulsive. Su Yuan sighed again. You know you're impulsive? Do you realize your actions almost got me killed? I know. Then why the hell did you do it? Su Yuan glared. I only found out later, Pei Xiangdong said awkwardly. Su Yuan rolled his eyes, patted his pockets, pulled out a pack of cigarettes and shook it. Only 2 remained, just enough for one each. Got a lighter? Yes. Pei Xiangdong quickly produced a lighter and lit Su Yuan's cigarette. Su Yuan took a couple of puffs. Don't do this again. We got lucky this time. We both survived. But what about next time? And the time after that? Can you guarantee that every time you act impulsively a miracle will happen and someone will have your back? Impulsiveness solves nothing. Pei Xiangdong nodded obediently like a student. Su Yuan took another drag. I'm not here to scold you. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be dead several times over, so I need to thank you properly. But old Pei, am terrified inside, you know. Pei Xiangdong couldn't quite understand. Why would he be terrified? Su Yuan walked to the edge of the rooftop, leaned against the parapet, and gazed at the sunset glow. I thought that once I found a safe zone, found my wife and son, everything would be over. I'd just need to survive step by step like before. But on second thought, that's not how it works at all. Pei Xiangdong listened silently, not interrupting, quietly smoking. Even if we make it to a safe zone, are we really safe? I thought the warehouse was so sealed that zombies couldn't possibly get in, but what happened? Because of one person, people died again. Who do you complain to about that, right? Pei Xiangdong nodded. Su Yuan took a couple more puffs, his cigarette was almost gone. So even if this is a safe zone, it's not necessarily that safe. Su Yuan said with a heavy heart. He had been thinking about this all the way back. Would there come a day when Linzhou University's safe zone would fall, because of someone or something? It wasn't impossible. He glanced at the remaining third of his cigarette, then threw it to the ground, and stamped it out fiercely. Old Pei. Pei Xiangdong responded. Su Yuan opened his mouth, but all the words got stuck in his throat. Maybe it was too sentimental. Then he shook his head. Never mind. Just don't be so impulsive anymore. Huh. Pei Xiangdong was puzzled, not understanding what Su Yuan meant. Let's go down. Su Yuan patted his sturdy shoulder and turned to descend. Pei Xiangdong stood dazed for a moment, then followed. Su Yuan went downstairs, returned to his dorm, pushed open the door, saw his wife hanging freshly washed clothes on the balcony, closed the door, and walked over to her. Ji Shishir said, come on, give me a hand. Help me wring this out. Su Yuan took the wet clothes, tossed them into a nearby basin, and then embraced his wife tightly. All the exhaustion inside him was released in that moment. A bitter smile touched his lips, and he said, I'm sorry. Ji Shishir was a bit stunned. She blinked and asked with a smile, "What's wrong with you? Why are you getting so sentimental all of a sudden?" Su Yuan said, "I just feel so tired. These days I'm so exhausted. And when I think about how it might get worse, I don't know what to do." Ji Shishir shook her hands dry on her clothes, patted his back, coughed twice, and imitated Su Yuan's voice. "What's wrong with our baby today? Why are you so unhappy? Did you miss me?" Su Yuan smiled. "Yeah, I miss you. I miss you so much. You don't know how scared I was when I got home and saw the door open and blood all over the floor." Ji Shishir recalled the situation too and said, "I'm sorry for not listening to you and leaving with those soldiers. I made you worry." Su Yuan shook his head. "It's all in the past. I'm just glad you're still here. But there's something I need to tell you, and I can only tell you." Ji Shishi's bright eyes filled with confusion. "Is it important?" "Yes, very important. Wait a moment." Ji Shishir pulled Su Yuan from the balcony into the dorm, then slid the balcony door shut. "Okay, now you can talk." Su Yuan was amused by her actions, but it didn't matter. He sat her down on the bed and said, "We need to be prepared." "Prepared for what?" "Prepared to leave here at any moment." Ji Shishi's eyes widened in surprise. "Leave here? Why? This is a safe zone. Why would we leave?" Su Yuan said, "Let me finish. I don't mean we should leave now, but we should have everything ready. This is indeed a safe zone, but no one can guarantee it will stay safe forever. There are 5,000 people in the school now. It's not a huge number, but it's an enclosed area. If one person gets infected and is discovered, it can be contained. But if someone hides it, things will get serious." A look of worry appeared on Ji Shishi's face. Su Yuan said, "Right now the military can't even take care of itself. Who knows how long the safe zone can hold? So honey, you have to remember this, stay vigilant at all times. Never let your guard down. Because at any moment this safe zone could fall. Of course, if it never falls, there's no problem living here forever." Ji Shishir asked anxiously, "Is it really that serious?" Su Yuan touched her face and said jokingly, "It's the end of the world, a zombie outbreak. What do you think, silly girl?" Ji Shishir couldn't help but hit him. "How can you joke at a time like this?" Su Yuan said, "I'm not joking. This is the end of the world." Ji Shishir huffed and hit him a few more times before asking, "But why are you only telling me this, and not the neighbors?" Su Yuan said, "Because I have a little selfishness in this." Su Yuan spoke to his wife about these matters merely to instill a sense of crisis in her. He was very aware of how perilous the world outside the school was, but Ji Shishir was not. Since the day after the zombie outbreak, she had been taken to a safe zone by the military and had never truly experienced the terror of the zombies outside. Interestingly, her being able to come with the military was also a stroke of luck. They had gone to the Yutong Hanfu community to search for a high-ranking official from a pharmaceutical company, but by the time they found him, he had already turned into a zombie. Reluctantly, the military had to change their strategy and began evacuating survivors from the community. Coincidentally, Ji Shishir had followed along with her child. The situation in the safe zone was relatively stable for now, at least there were no patients in the dormitory, and no one would conceal any illnesses. The military's protection around the school was also quite sensible. However, there was one thing that Su Yuan believed to be a significant hidden danger: the establishment and maintenance of order. This was a major issue. He had only been here for 2 days, yet every day there were arguments and fights in the dormitory. Not just once a day, but dozens of times. After all, with so many people, conflicts easily arise. Furthermore, their current mode of survival relied on the supplies provided by the military, which would inevitably lead to unequal distribution, thus escalating tensions. In fact, the history of humanity is essentially a history of distribution. Inequity leads to conflict, overthrows the norm, and the reallocation by those in power only results in further inequality. Digressing a bit, numerous times in the dormitory, Su Yuan could hear the sounds of arguments from downstairs, and sometimes there were even physical altercations. This could be described as an unchangeable state. Su Yuan had no desire to concern himself with such bothersome matters. After all, he was not a savior and had no obligation to manage them. As long as the people around him could live peacefully here, that was enough. However, troubles, even if they are not sought after, will inevitably find their way to you at some point. On the 3rd day after arriving at the safe zone, a rather troublesome incident occurred. It was a morning. A soldier, following Deng Dong's instructions, brought some supplies upstairs and informed Su Yuan and the others, "This will be the last time we deliver supplies to you. Starting tomorrow, your supplies will be placed on the 1st floor and distribution will begin at 9 in the morning. Please try to arrive early." Su Yuan and the others had no objections, thinking it was just a normal supply distribution. But when the morning of the 4th day arrived, Su Yuan, Pei Xiangdong, and Fan Diyu went downstairs with plastic bottles to collect their supplies. "Life is really tough. Just a few packets of instant noodles a day is not enough," Fan Diyu sighed as he went downstairs feeling quite disheartened. Su Yuan replied, "Just hang in there, perhaps things will get better later." Fan Diyu helplessly said, "But didn't Deputy Captain Deng say they have a granary? Enough to feed the thousands in the school for years. Why aren't they opening up more now?" Su Yuan couldn't understand this point either. Pei Xiangdong chuckled and said, "What are you thinking? It's clear you've never worked in the fields. If you had, you wouldn't think that way. Back when I was in the countryside, I couldn't even get a second bowl of rice without my father chasing me. It was only when he moved to the city that he started to eat more. He used to be very thin. Su Yuan found it hard to imagine what Pei Xiangdong looked like when he was thin, but understood the meaning behind his words saying it's best to prepare for the future. There may be more survivors coming to the safe zone, and food will become a major issue then. Fan Diyu nodded. That makes sense. When the three arrived downstairs, they saw a long line already formed. They obediently joined the end of the line. People around them were chatting, and the distribution was quite fast. In 10 minutes, it was their turn. Su Yuan had 3 empty plastic bottles mainly to hold water as water was rationed, 1 bottle per person each day. This was just drinking water, not for daily use. As for daily water supply, tap water was still available, which was a plus, but no one dared to drink it. It could only be used for washing clothes and such. After all, someone had previously mentioned that the tap water plant was infested with zombies, and this water might have been contaminated. Thus no one dared to drink it. Even boiling it wouldn't convince anyone to take the risk. They feared turning into zombies, so drinking water became a scarce resource, with just 1 bottle provided per person each day. As for food supplies, instant noodles were all that was available. Rice, flour, and oil were all controlled and not distributed. Su Yuan took 6 packets of instant noodles according to his family size, but before he could leave he was stopped. The other person curiously asked, "You look unfamiliar. You just arrived, right? How many people are in your family to take so many?" Su Yuan replied, "There are 3 of us, my wife and a child." The staff member looked at Su Yuan with confusion, but did not stop him. Fan Diyu, standing behind Su Yuan, immediately took 6 packets of instant noodles, smiling as he said to the staff, "I'm also a family of 3. Pei Xiangdong also took 6 packets, but remained silent. The staff stopped him and asked, "Are you also a family of 3? Pei Xiangdong shook his head. The staff frowned. "Then why are you taking so many?" Pei Xiangdong replied, "There are 3 people with me, myself, my niece, and a college student." The staff asked, "Which floor do you live on?" "5th floor. The staff nodded. "All right, got it." The 3 of them didn't think much of it, and took their instant noodles back upstairs. Fan Diyu happily exclaimed, "Finally we can eat enough today." Su Yuan shook his head, having no particular thoughts. "Actually, if you feel it's not enough, I can give you an extra packet. My child is still small, and can't eat much, plus milk powder is another allocation." Fan Diyu paused. "Oh right, how did I not think of that? Let's just forget it this time. After all, taking more isn't a problem. They can't manage that many people, right?" "True." Su Yuan thought about it carefully. The distribution of supplies was managed by the staff in the dormitory, and they couldn't oversee everything. However, this was also one of the reasons for the unequal distribution. The staff in charge of distribution were from the dormitory, which surely led to the possibility of them embezzling supplies. This was unavoidable. Back on the 5th floor, Su Yuan began to cook the instant noodles. He wasn't skilled in cooking, he could only make instant noodles. Ji Shishir said, "Wait a moment, I have 2 sausages here, and let's put them in together." "Okay." Su Yuan took the 2 sausages, bit open their packaging, and tossed them whole into the pot. "Hey, don't." Ji Shishir looked at this scene in disbelief. "Can't you cut them up first?" Around 11 in the morning, Su Yuan heard footsteps in the hallway. Initially thinking it was Ding Dong and his group coming to find him, he stepped to the door and saw it was the staff member who had distributed food earlier, followed by several people with grim expressions as if they were looking for trouble. Su Yuan frowned slightly, feeling wary of them. The staff member glanced at Su Yuan and craned his neck to peer into the dormitory. Su Yuan noticed his gaze and blocked the view with his body. However, the man seemed to have glimpsed the mother and child inside, then smiled contemptuously at Su Yuan before turning and walking away. Su Yuan was irritated by the man's disdainful smile, but only furrowed his brow and said nothing. He wondered what the staff member was doing there. Before long, the man arrived at the room next to Su Yuan's and knocked on the door. Pei Xiangdong opened the door and stepped out. The staff member, seeing the burly middle-aged man before him, instinctively stepped back, trying to see inside the dormitory behind him. But the staff member was too short, and Pei Xiangdong's broad frame blocked the entire doorway, preventing him from seeing anything. "So how many people are in there?" the staff member asked. Pei Xiangdong replied, 3. The staff member waved his hand and said, "Move aside. Let us go in and check." Without much thought, and seeing no ulterior motive, Pei Xiangdong stepped aside readily. The staff member entered and looked around, spotting a little girl inside. There was no one else in the room. Su Yi, lying on the top bunk, gazed at the strange uncle who had entered, her eyes filled with confusion about why he was there. Standing in the dormitory, the staff member looked at Pei Xiangdong with suspicion and asked, "Is it just the 2 of you in this room?" Pei Xiangdong nodded. The staff member glanced at the instant noodles on the table and inquired, "Then why did you take 6 packs of instant noodles?" Pei Xiangdong explained, "There was a college student here before. Didn't I tell you? Where is the college student now?" "Across the hall," Pei Xiangdong replied, pointing to the opposite dormitory. Indeed, Gu Jingman had rested in this room earlier, but finding it inconvenient with Pei Xiangdong around, she had moved to Ding Yu's room across the hall. Across the hall, the staff member muttered, his eyes filled with doubt as he scrutinized Pei Xiangdong, suspecting he was lying. He then signaled his men. One of them immediately began pounding on the door of the opposite dormitory. From inside came Fan De's voice. Who is it? Brother Pei or Dr. Su? The door opened and Fan Diyu was startled to see the people outside puzzled. The staff member stepped out of Pei Xiangdong's room, approached Fan De's door, peered inside, and glared at him. How many people in this dorm? Fan Diyu, not understanding the staff member's attitude, replied casually, 3. Why? Any problem? The staff member frowned. 3. Who are the 2 women to you? Fan Diyu said, 1 is my girlfriend, the other is a college student. The staff member nodded. Was that college student staying opposite you before? Huh. Fan Diyu was taken aback, not grasping the meaning. But after glancing at Pei Xiangdong across the hall, he suddenly understood and nodded. Yes, that's right. She was staying opposite earlier. My girlfriend just brought her over. She was injured, and since she's a woman, my girlfriend can take better care of her. Hearing the word injured, the staff member's expression turned stern. Injured? What kind of injury? What happened? When? Why wasn't it reported? Seeing the staff member suddenly panic, Fan Diyu grew nervous as well. Wait, why does this need to be reported? The staff member frowned and said, what nonsense. Of course it needs to be reported. From the moment you enter this dormitory building, any injury must be reported to us. Don't you know that? What if one of you has been bitten by a zombie? This is very serious. Boss, look at that woman inside. She's not moving at all. Could she really have been bitten? One of the men observed. Fan Diyu smiled wryly at this. How could that be? She's just emotionally. Shut up. Go back inside and don't come out. I suspect someone in this dorm has been infected. Go back. Did you hear me? The staff member threatened. Fan Diyu was exasperated. Boss, please listen to me. She really wasn't bitten. I told you to go back, damn it. The staff member suddenly roared, pulling a gun from his waist. It wasn't a real firearm loaded with bullets, but an electric stun gun. Nevertheless, Fan Diyu instinctively fell silent, raised his hands, and quickly retreated into his dormitory. Su Yuan and Pei Xiangdong, who had been watching, were startled, fearing it was a real gun. They only relaxed when they saw it was an electric stun gun. The staff member then said, quick, notify the military. Tell them to come take over here. Inform them there's a suspected zombie infection. One of his men immediately grabbed a walkie-talkie and relayed the message. Fan Diyu rolled his eyes upon hearing this, but wary of the stun gun, refrained from arguing. He figured the military would clear things up when they arrived. Just then Pei Xiangdong, visibly annoyed, tried to intervene, but was blocked by the staff member's men and warned to return to his room. Reluctantly, he went back inside, but didn't give up. He opened a drawer and pulled out a real gun. One Ding Dong had given him earlier and hadn't returned yet. It still held 5 bullets. Su Yuan, who had been observing the situation, immediately understood Pei Xiangdong's intention upon seeing his action. He quickly rushed into Pei Xiangdong's dormitory, stopped him as he was about to step out with the gun, and shook his head. Don't act rashly. Listen to me. Remembering Su Yuan's earlier words, Pei Xiangdong nodded and handed the gun to Su Yuan. The staff member kept the electric stun gun trained on Fan Diyu, his nerves more frayed than Fan De's own, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Su Yuan observed this scene and understood that this staff member had likely been confined to the school all along, never having experienced the horrors outside, so the sight of an injured person had reduced him to such a state. It was understandable. Su Yuan engaged the safety on his pistol, concealed it beneath his clothing, and stepped outside the dormitory, saying, could I say a few words? No, the staff member interjected firmly. None of you speak now. Everyone return to your dorms, close the doors, and don't come out until the military arrives. Fan Diyu glanced at Su Yuan across the room and shrugged helplessly. What are you doing? What do you mean by that? Let me tell you, don't think this is a minor issue. Out there it's full of zombies. It's already the end of the world. If one more zombie appears in here, we're truly done for. Do you understand? Fan Diyu nodded helplessly. Su Yuan behind him also shook his head in resignation. If only this staff member had let them finish what they were saying, he wouldn't have been so tense. So now all they could do was wait for the military to arrive. After waiting about 5 or 6 minutes, Su Yuan heard the sound of a vehicle downstairs. Soon footsteps echoed from the corridor, though only a single pair. The staff member's face lit up with relief and liberation. He couldn't help wiping his sweat. Finally, they're here. Ding Dong ascended the stairs with a furrowed brow. The staff member hurried over. Captain, over here. There's a suspected case, someone bitten by a zombie. Ding Dong frowned at him, then glanced at Su Yuan, immediately understanding the situation. He was well aware of the situation on the 5th floor and knew exactly who the injured party was. When he first received the news, he was extremely anxious and had planned to bring a team along, but upon learning the dormitory's location, he decisively rushed over alone. The staff member looked behind Ding Dong and asked in confusion, Captain, where are the others? Are you here alone? Ding Dong's expression turned weary. He walked past him directly and approached Su Yuan. Dr. Su, Doctors Lei and the others sent me to fetch you. Su Yuan was taken aback. Dr. Lei, did they say what it's about? Ding Dong shook his head. No, they just insisted I personally bring you over. It must be something important, probably related to the zombies. Su Yuan nodded, then drew the pistol from his waist. This startled Ding Dong, who stepped back in surprise. What's going on? Why are you pulling out a gun? Su Yuan glanced at the gun, then handed it back to Pei Xiangdong beside him. It's because of that incident just now. That guy was brandishing an electric stun gun and throwing his weight around. I had to be on guard just in case something happened. Ding Dong looked at the staff member, still holding the electric stun gun side in exasperation, walked over and snatched it from his hand. Who authorized you to carry a weapon? The staff member froze. No, I. This was from before. Ding Dong said, I don't care about your past. This is confiscated now. And there are no zombies here, only the injured. I know this injured person. I brought him here myself. If you cause any more trouble, I'll have you replaced. The staff member was left speechless, overwhelmed by Ding Dong's imposing aura, and could only nod in acquiescence. Though resentment simmered within him, he had no choice. The other man bore a real firearm. Get lost, Ding Dong ordered. Yes, sir, the man replied, retreating with his crew. The entire 5th floor fell silent. Ding Dong turned around. Dr. Su, let's go. Su Yuan said, I think you should address this issue. Not just this incident. Allowing inexperienced people to manage things is problematic. More importantly, the food distribution is too restrictive. Do you think one person can get by on just 2 packs of instant noodles a day? Ding Dong was taken aback. Wait, Dr. Su, 2 packs of instant noodles per person. That's so little. You didn't know? Su Yuan was surprised. I've never been in charge here, so of course I didn't know. But 2 packs a day. That's outrageous. Ding Dong found it hard to believe. No, this needs to be reported to the commander. Otherwise I don't have the authority to intervene here. Su Yuan nodded, saying nothing more. If his words could influence the food distribution, allowing everyone to eat a bit more and feel fuller, that would be enough. After all, the Linzhou University safe zone had existed for less than 10 days. Ensuring safety here was already a considerable achievement. Food matters were bound to be overlooked. With limited military personnel, they couldn't manage everyone. After bidding his wife farewell, Su Yuan followed Ding Dong downstairs. Once they were in the car back in the dormitory's 1st floor, the staff member stared at the departing vehicle with a sneer. Big deal being a soldier. He confiscated my gun, damn it. What a jerk. Brother Nyo, we've crossed them. Will they come after us? The staff member named Nyo Jiong had been a school security guard, and the electric stun gun was originally issued for that role. Who cares? Do you think they really care about us? In their eyes, I'm just a nobody. Relax, in a few hours that guy will forget about it. Tomorrow, it'll make them pay. Nyo Jiong then tore a sheet of paper from a nearby notebook, picked up a pen, and began writing. After finishing, he handed it to his underlings. You go copy this 5 times 1 for each floor, and paste them up. His lackeys immediately set to work copying. Su Yuan arrived by car near the school gate, then suddenly recalled something. By the way, has Lin Hai returned? It's been over a day, hasn't it? Lin Hai had left yesterday morning and hadn't come back. Ding Dong said, I contacted him last night. He said he found a place to rest outside and planned to return today. But it's already noon and he's still not back. I'm a bit worried. They'll try contacting him again later. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, said nothing, and headed toward the medical tent. Ding Dong quickly called out, Dr. Su, not that way, this way. Huh. Doctors Lei and the others are waiting for you in the building. Ding Dong said, pointing to the nearby structure. It was a teaching building, the one housing the diesel generator. Su Yuan followed him in surprise. Su Yuan had no idea why Lei Chengji and Han Jinghua had summoned him, and what's more, they had arranged to meet in the teaching building. Truly peculiar. He followed Ding Dong to the entrance of the building. Ding Dong did not enter, but held the door open for Su Yuan. Dr. Su, turn right inside, and keep walking until you reach the last classroom. That's where you need to go. Aren't you coming in? Su Yuan asked in surprise. I still need to contact Captain Lin. Besides, this matter has nothing to do with me, Ding Dong replied bluntly. Su Yuan gave a wry smile. Indeed, there was no point in Ding Dong tagging along. He wouldn't understand the doctor's discussions anyway, so his presence would be futile. Entering the teaching building, Su Yuan followed Ding Dong's instructions and arrived at the door of the last classroom in the corridor. Through the glass pane on the door, he saw 2 figures in protective suits inside, seemingly deep in discussion. A knock echoed, thump thump thump. Su Yuan knocked on the door. Upon hearing the sound, the 2 inside waved at him and signaled for him to come in directly. Pushing the door open, Su Yuan discovered that the classroom was partitioned into several sections by vertical panels, effectively dividing the space into multiple rooms. Come put on the protective suit quickly, Lei Qingji said, pointing to another suit piled nearby. Without suspicion, Su Yuan began to don the suit, asking, what are we doing? Lei Qingji smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon enough. Su Yuan glanced at the remaining space hidden behind the partitions, already forming a guess in his mind, though it seemed almost unbelievable. He meticulously put on the protective suit, double-checking that everything was secure, then said, I'm ready. Let's go inside, Lei Qingji said, opening the door on the partition ahead. The 3 of them were clad in head-to-toe protective suits, leaving almost no skin exposed. As they stepped into the partitioned room and saw what lay within, Su Yuan was taken aback. His surprise wasn't at the sight itself, but at their audacity. How dared they capture a living, moving zombie and bring it here? Were they insane? What if something went wrong? Before him now lay an iron bed of unknown origin with a zombie strapped onto it. The creature's arms and legs were stretched out and nylon ropes tightly bound its waist, chest, and knees, rendering it completely immobile. Su Yuan stepped closer and noticed that the zombie's lower jaw had been deliberately severed. Thus it was incapable of biting. Why is a zombie here? Su Yuan had already suspected, but still found it hard to comprehend. Why else? For research, of course, Lei Qingji said, looking at him. Han Jinghua added, we still know very little about zombies. This is the first time we've captured a live one for study. Before you arrived, we had already dissected dead zombies. Any findings? Su Yuan asked in astonishment. None. Han Jinghua shook his head. Dead zombies are no different from ordinary corpses, just like in our anatomy classes. Su Yuan's eyes betrayed his helplessness. Lei Qingji chuckled. That's why we went to great lengths to get a live one this time. Hopefully we'll get some results now. Xiaosu, you can assist us and keep an eye on this zombie. Even without its lower jaw, it's still a bit unnerving. Understood. Su Yuan moved to Lei Qingji's side, organizing the dissection tools. Where do we start? Lei Qingji frowned. Even that posed a challenge. Han Jinghua suggested, how about we check its vital signs first? No need. It's a zombie. What vital signs could it possibly have? Lei Qingji said in exasperation. But I'd like to try, Han Jinghua insisted. We don't know where else to begin. Fine, let's give it a shot, Lei Qingji relented. Vital signs aside from brain activity typically include 4 indicators: respiration, heartbeat, body temperature, and blood pressure. In reality, checking respiration and heartbeat would suffice. Lei Qingji cautiously extended his hand toward the zombie's nostrils to feel for breath. But halfway, Han Jinghua stopped him. What are you doing? Checking its breathing, Lei Qingji replied. Han Jinghua was exasperated. Typically one checks breathing by observing chest movements. No doctor would test for breath manually. However, Lei Qingji had his reasons. He quickly explained, I noticed its chest wasn't rising, so I thought I'd feel for breath. What if there's some air coming out? Checking its breathing, Lei Qingji replied. Han Jinghua was exasperated. Typically one checks breathing by observing chest movements. No doctor would test for breath manually. However, Lei Qingji had his reasons. He quickly explained, I noticed its chest wasn't rising, so I thought Lei Qingji laughed awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Alright, let's check the heartbeat. Han Jinghua picked up a stethoscope, lifted his helmet's visor, inserted the earpieces, and placed the chest piece on the zombie's chest. Within moments his expression shifted dramatically. The usually refined and composed man suddenly cursed, holy shit. Both Lei Qingji and Su Yuan were startled. What's wrong? What did you hear? Lei Qingji began to panic, involuntarily stepping back. Su Yuan too was puzzled. What could he have heard to provoke such a reaction? Han Jinghua's lips twitched as he stared at the zombie, speaking in terror. It has a heartbeat. Come on, old Han, don't overdo it. How could a zombie have a heartbeat? That's just scaring us for no reason, Lei Qingji said dismissively. I'm not lying. It's true. It really has a heartbeat. Listen for yourself if you don't believe me. Han Jinghua insisted, his face earnest. Are you serious? Lei Qingji asked, skeptical. Would I joke about something like this? Am I crazy or sick? Han Jinghua retorted. Maybe you're just losing your mind, Lei Qingji teased. Han Jinghua gave a look of utter disbelief. Let me listen, Su Yuan said, taking the stethoscope. He placed the earpieces in his ears and pressed the chest piece against the zombie's chest. Immediately a heartbeat echoed from within the zombie's chest. It was faint but present, beating once every 5 or 6 seconds. Seeing Su Yuan's grave expression, Lei Qingji asked, Don't tell me it really has a heartbeat. Su Yuan removed the stethoscope and nodded. Yes, it does. Once every 5 or 6 seconds. But there's no sign of breathing. Holy shit. Lei Qingji cursed. What the hell is going on? How can a zombie have a heartbeat? Su Yuan handed the stethoscope to Lei Qingji for him to hear for himself, then turned to Han Jinghua. Dr. Han, when the zombie outbreak first began, I examined people who had just turned. They had no heartbeat. Perhaps this zombie's heartbeat is just an anomaly. Han Jinghua pondered deeply, then shook his head. No, that's not right. We've been wrong from the start. Su Yuan looked puzzled. Wrong? Where? Han Jinghua said, we always thought zombies were dead people, a non-living entity, but that was purely our subjective assumption, a consensus formed from the fake knowledge in TV and movies. Su Yuan suddenly snapped back to reality, enlightened. I see. Han Jinghua nodded. You understand now. I do. Lei Qingji, upon hearing that the zombie had a heartbeat, stepped back in fear and asked the two, what do you both understand? This is clearly a huge problem. Su Yuan shook his head. This isn't a big problem, it's actually normal. Dr. Lei, think about it. The human body is controlled by brain neurons. Whether a living person or this zombie, to move it needs commands from brain neurons. Otherwise, how could it move? Also, the heart supplies blood to the body. Without blood supply, how could it move? Lei Qingji blinked, the knowledge in his mind beginning to piece together. Su Yuan continued. Earlier when I was outside, I saw many zombies moving very fast. At the time I found it puzzling. If they were dead with no heartbeat, no blood circulation, and no neuronal signal transmission, how could they move? So zombies must have a heartbeat and brain neuron activity to move. Yes, that makes sense. They were all medical professionals. This was easy to understand. If explained to a non-medical person, they'd never grasp why a zombie still had a heartbeat. Su Yuan recalled the situation at the station. He had measured the heartbeat of those two zombies then, but got no response, probably due to the short time and his nervousness. Wait, Lei Qingji said, what if this is just an isolated case? We need to test more to be sure. Su Yuan agreed more tests were needed. Han Jinghua frowned. Yes, we need more tests. One example isn't enough to prove Su's point. Let's keep this zombie for now, and go to the school gate to find 2 more zombies to listen to. If those also have heartbeats, it's universal. If it's just a coincidence, then this one needs thorough study. Su Yuan felt a strange excitement. If this zombie was indeed an isolated case, the implications were significant. Its cardiac system was working, its brain neurons were active. What about other systems? The digestive system, respiratory system, and so on could all potentially restart. If so, could this zombie be reversed back to life? Of course that was a stretch. Reversing death was unlikely, just speculation. The 3 left the room, shed their protective suits, and rushed outside the teaching building. Han Jinghua jogged to the school gate and said to the soldier on guard, "Can you let 2 zombies in?" The soldier was horrified. Let 2 zombies in? That was absurd. This was a safe zone. They couldn't just let zombies in. Even if he was a doctor, he couldn't be reckless. Han Jinghua's proposal was firmly rejected by the soldier. No, it's too dangerous. How can we let zombies in? Lei Qingji ran to the gate cursing. Why not? Do you know what we've discovered? Hurry up, let 2 zombies in, and we need to study them. The soldier was embarrassed. In his view, even if these doctors wanted to study zombies, they couldn't just let them in. It was the commander's highest order. No one had the authority to open that gate and let dangerous zombies in. Su Yuan stood behind, watching Lei Qingji and Han Jinghua's exasperation, unable to interject. But then he spotted Ding Dong, who was looking at them with confusion. Su Yuan hurried over and smiled. Can you help us? Ding Dong asked in surprise. What are you trying to do? Su Yuan said, we want to catch 2 zombies for study. Can you help? Ding Dong's eyes widened. What? Catch 2 zombies for study? Are you crazy? Those are zombies. What if something goes wrong? Su Yuan anticipated this reaction and compromised. Alright, we don't have to bring them in. Just trap 2 zombies in the outer passage, restrain them, and let us study them there. Ding Dong's expression softened. That's more like it. But what are you studying that requires catching zombies? Su Yuan said, we can't confirm yet, so we'll tell you after we're sure. Ding Dong nodded. Alright, but you must tell me. Okay, Su Yuan agreed. In truth, he didn't want to disclose it, as it could cause problems if spread. Many might overthink, and the consequences were unknown. For now, he agreed. Ding Dong said, let's go, we'll help you. He then explained the plan to the 2 guards. They'd just trap zombies in the outer passage. For safety, only 1 zombie would be studied at a time. The rest would be killed to ensure everyone's safety. Ding Dong and another man donned helmets entered the outer passage and opened the outer gate, letting 2 zombies in. They killed 1 zombie and pinned the other to the ground, immobilizing it. Done. Ding Dong called from the passage. The inner gate opened and the 3 doctors entered. Since Han Jinghua and Lei Qingji had no experience facing outside zombies and minimal survival skills, they hesitated and dared not approach. Ding Dong struggled to hold the zombie down. Hurry up. This thing is strong. We can't hold it much longer. Reluctantly, Su Yuan rushed forward with a stethoscope, stood before the zombie, and instructed Ding Dong, hold it tight. Don't worry, Ding Dong gave him a reassuring look. Su Yuan calmed down and checked the zombie's heartbeat. After listening, he said calmly, kill it. That fast. Ding Dong was surprised, but drew a dagger and stabbed it into the back of the zombie's head. The zombie immediately went still. Su Yuan said, let the second one in. Lei Qingji asked, Xiao Su, how is it? Any results? Su Yuan turned and nodded to them. Han Jinghua and the other exchanged glances, their faces full of shock. Just by randomly bringing in a zombie from outside, they could detect a faint heartbeat, indicating that this phenomenon was universal. Now they had to see the situation with the next zombie. The 3rd zombie was brought in. As it entered, Su Yuan did not exit through this passage. The newly arrived zombie charged straight at him, startling Su Yuan. Fortunately, Ding Dong reacted swiftly, kicking the zombie to the ground. Then someone nearby pressed a knee onto it, immobilizing it. Ding Dong went to help, gritting his teeth and saying, hurry up. Su Yuan snapped back to reality, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, put on the stethoscope, and approached the zombie. He listened, and once again a faint heartbeat slowly emerged from the zombie's chest. He turned back and nodded again to Lei Qingji and the other man watching from the doorway. Their expressions changed in an instant. Kill it, Su Yuan said, after confirming the result. Ding Dong acted swiftly, for this zombie was far stronger than the previous one. Even the 2 of them struggled to restrain it. With a single strike of his blade, the zombie went limp. Both Ding Dong and his companion sighed in relief and collapsed to the ground. Hey Dr. Su, what exactly are you trying to do? Why go through all this trouble? Ding Dong complained. Su Yuan fell silent, glanced back at Lei Qingji and the other, then sighed, and said to Ding Dong, come with us. He'll tell you when we get there. Ding Dong frowned. In truth, anyone not foolish would understand what Su Yuan was doing. But for people like Ding Dong, it was too absurd to believe, even if they guessed it. Su Yuan and the other 2 returned to the teaching building with Ding Dong. On the way, Ding Dong heard their theories and actions. At first he was confused, but when he heard that zombies still had heartbeats he was stunned. Su Yuan was unfazed by his shock. Ding Dong didn't really understand what they were talking about. He just found it strange that zombies had heartbeats. Su Yuan cautioned, keep this to yourself. Don't spread it to avoid causing panic. I know. I promise I won't say a word. But should we inform the commander? Ding Dong asked doubtfully. Regarding the commander, Su Yuan had never met him in person, so he couldn't decide. He looked at Lei Qingji and the other. Han Jinghua was the more prudent one, so everyone looked to him for a decision. Han Jinghua frowned and thought, let's do this. We'll study it further, and once we reach a conclusion, we'll report to the commander. Right now we're still in the realm of speculation, it's useless to say anything. Ding Dong nodded, alright. You make the call. I don't understand this stuff anyway. In truth, the conclusion had already been reached. What they had deduced earlier was the final answer. Han Jinghuo's hesitation was merely about assessing the severity of the matter. Ding Dong soon left. Once the other's figure disappeared from sight, Lei Qingji asked old Han, what did you mean by that? Do we really have to tell him? Han Jinghua said, do you think we can avoid it? The commander will find out eventually. Even if we don't say anything, he'll come to us. Su Yuan thought of someone. Should we inform Academician Chu first? Given Chu Linjiang's status, he could certainly serve as a buffer between them and the commander. Lei Qingji's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Han Jinghua didn't agree immediately. He looked at the two beside him, his expression puzzled. If you think about it carefully, this matter won't cause too much trouble. Even if they know zombies have heartbeats, so what? Zombies are already zombies. It's an irreversible fact, right? Su Yuan and Lei Qingji exchanged glances. It seemed that way. Judging from Ding Dong's reaction earlier, he was only momentarily shocked, then calmed down and didn't dwell on it. After all, they weren't doctors, so they wouldn't think about these troublesome issues from a professional perspective like them. Thus no serious consequences were likely. But this was just Han Jinghuo's guess. How it would actually play out no one knew. Everyone's thoughts were different. The three fell into deep contemplation. Lei Qingji grew annoyed with the thinking. Forget it. Stop overthinking. Let's just dissect that zombie first. When Ding Dong came out of the teaching building, his walkie-talkie crackled to life. Ding Dong. Ding Dong. Come in if you hear me. Hearing this, Ding Dong quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie. Captain. Captain, how are you? Lin Hai said. I'm in a shopping mall a kilometer south of the school. I'm surrounded by zombies and my leg is injured. I can't get out. If you can come rescue me, do it. If you can't get in, then forget it. Captain, wait for me. I'm on my way. Ding Dong started to leave, but after running a few steps, he realized he might need to bring a few people. On his own, he might not be able to save the captain and could even make things worse. So he turned back, ran into the teaching building, and shouted in the corridor, Dr. Su. At that moment, Su Yuan, who was about to enter the classroom to dissect the zombies, stopped and looked at Ding Dong rushing over. What's wrong? Ding Dong's face was anxious. The captain is in trouble. Can you help me? Su Yuan was taken aback and asked what happened to Lin Hai. The captain is trapped a kilometer south of the school. I don't know if I can rescue him alone, so I have to ask for your help, Dr. Su. Su Yuan understood Ding Dong's intent. I see. Let's go. By the way, is there anyone else besides us two? No. All the field operatives went out with the captain. I can't mobilize anyone left in the school unless I report to the commander, but the captain can't wait that long. Bring old Pei along too, Su Yuan said. Okay. Su Yuan bid farewell to Lei Qingji, and the other then left with Ding Dong. 10 minutes later, they picked up Pei Xiangdong and drove south from the school. Along the way, Ding Dong kept confirming the exact location with Lin Hai. Lin Hai was in a large commercial complex, which had developed largely due to the nearby university town. College students had driven its economic growth. But now zombies were everywhere. Ding Dong dared not park too close. There were too many zombies there. If they were spotted, the three of them would be doomed. Captain, we're here. What floor are you on? In the surveillance room on the second floor. Can you get in? Lin Hai asked. We can't get in. The entrance is full of zombies and the back is the same. All zombies. Lin Hai said helplessly. I'm counting on you now. I can't move, but don't force it. If it's not possible, don't take risks. Your lives are more important than mine. Su Yuan stared at the zombies ahead, sensing something unusual. The zombies gathered at the entrance of the shopping mall were too densely packed, defying their usual chaotic movement patterns. Even if Lin Hai had lured them there, he had already moved to the second floor. These zombies should have dispersed by now. Pei Xiangdong also noticed this anomaly and questioned, why are all these zombies clustered together? Is something drawing them? Su Yuan suddenly realized. Of course something must be attracting them, causing them to congregate at the mall's entrance. He took the walkie-talkie from Ding Dong and asked Captain Lin, is there something in the mall that keeps making noise? What do you mean? Lin Hai was puzzled. Su Yuan explained, listen to me. All the zombies are gathering at the entrance trying to get inside. Something inside the mall must be attracting them. Listen carefully. Is there a sound inside the mall? Lin Hai replied, wait, let me open the door and check. Then silence fell over the walkie-talkie. There was no sound from Lin Hai's end. Su Yuan, Pei Xiangdong, and Ding Dong stared at the mall, trying in vain to see through the thick walls, to Lin Hai struggling on the second floor. Ding Dong was the most anxious, genuinely terrified. A few days ago, Lin Hai had left him at the school to keep an eye on Su Yuan and prevent him from leaving. But Ding Dong had disobeyed, taking Su Yuan to the warehouse that morning. Thankfully, they returned safely. He had thought Lin Hai's mission was simple. Surely nothing would go wrong with so many people. But when he learned what had happened, his heart ached. Of their entire field team, only Lin Hai and Ding Dong had survived. All their comrades had perished. They had all died in the hospital. Lin Hai had misjudged the situation. They're throwing the team into chaos. Under the onslaught of the zombie horde, they were nearly wiped out. Lin Hai barely escaped, but got into a car accident on the way here, injuring his leg. To evade the pursuing zombies, he had no choice but to take refuge in this shopping mall. He hadn't wanted Ding Dong to come to his rescue. He thought, all my comrades are dead. What's the point of living? I might as well die here. Then no one will know of my failure, my regret. But then he reconsidered. If he died now, wouldn't his comrades' sacrifice at the hospital be in vain? Torn by inner conflict, he finally decided to call for help. Yet he knew the mall was filled with zombies and he had no idea if he could make it out alive. When Ding Dong came, Lin Hai hesitated. Knowing Ding Dong's impulsive nature, he would rush in recklessly, and that would spell disaster. However, when he learned Su Yuan was also coming, he breathed a sigh of relief. He knew Su Yuan would restrain Ding Dong. At that moment, Lin Hai limped to the door of the surveillance room, pressed his ear against it, and heard nothing. He opened the door. But the instant he did, the previously quiet zombies outside suddenly turned frenzied, thrusting their hands through the gap. Startled, Lin Hai tried to slam the door shut, but zombie hands were already wedged in the crack, preventing it. He drew the knife strapped to his thigh and began stabbing at the hands in the door gap. Blood splattered, staining the doorframe and floor. Gritting his teeth, he managed to sever one zombie's hand, but it was futile. There were too many hands, and some zombie heads were trying to force their way in. He was already struggling to keep the door shut against the zombies. How could he possibly cut off all those hands? It was impossible. In desperation, he dropped the knife, drew his pistol, and fired at the hands in the doorframe. Then, using his body weight, he forced the door shut, crushing the zombie hands in the process. Gunshots rang out from inside the mall, catching Su Yuan, Pei Xiangdong, and Ding Dong off guard. The sudden shots made Ding Dong frantic. He tried to leap out of the car, but Su Yuan grabbed him just in time. Wait a little longer. Wait for what? The captain's in danger. I have to go in and save him. Ding Dong refused to wait and bolted out of the car. Old Pei, stop him! Su Yuan shouted. Pei Xiangdong also got out and blocked Ding Dong, preventing him from heading toward the mall. Su Yuan held the walkie-talkie, waiting. Let me go? Ding Dong roared. Su Yuan quickly covered his mouth. Don't yell. If you do, not only will your captain die, but well, all die too. Even if you go in now, what can you do? Do you even know where Lin Hai is on the second floor? Ding Dong didn't know. He was just panicking. Su Yuan frowned. Don't act rashly. If Lin Hai is okay, he'll be fine. If he's been bitten, going in won't help. It was a harsh reality. Ding Dong understood the gravity of the situation, but refused to accept it. Su Yuan stared grimly at them all. Then the relentless gunfire ceased. The shots had drawn the zombies' attention away from Su Yuan and the others. As the shooting stopped, Su Yuan quickly pressed the walkie-talkie. Lin Hai, what's your status? The walkie-talkie remained silent. Ding Dong stared at it anxiously, awaiting Lin Hai's response. After a full 2 minutes, the device crackled to life. Lin Hai's breathless voice came through. No use. I can't get out. The door is swarming with zombies. The moment I open it, they'll rush in. I don't hear any sounds outside. I can't help you. Just go, leave me. I still have 1 bullet left. Panic seized Ding Dong. He snatched the walkie-talkie. Captain, what do you mean? Don't do anything stupid. You can't die. You can't kill yourself, do you hear me? Lin Hai said, there's no way out. You can't save me. It's truly hopeless. After that, the walkie-talkie went silent. Captain. Su Yuan frowned, growing anxious as that familiar feeling of helplessness in saving others once again spread from the depths of his heart, making him deeply uneasy. There must be a way, he muttered, knitting his brows as he scanned his surroundings, searching for a viable solution. Ding Dong clutched the walkie-talkie, uncertain of what to do. He gazed at the shopping mall building, yearning to charge inside. However, Pei Xiangdong kept holding him back, rendering him unable to move. Inside the mall surveillance room, Lin Hai sat in a chair, all the monitoring equipment before him showing black screens. On the table lay a walkie-talkie, a gun, and a bullet he had prepared long ago. From the moment the zombie outbreak began, he had already resolved to commit suicide. As the captain of the field team, the risk of being bitten by zombies was too high, and once bitten, he would inevitably turn into one of them. Lin Hai could not bear the thought of becoming such a monster after his death. That was not what he wanted. So from the very inception of the field team, he had ordered every member to prepare a spare bullet intended for ending their own lives in critical moments. But now, staring at the gleaming golden bullet before him, he did not know what to do. He did not want to die. No one wants to die. The resolute words he had spoken over the walkie-talkie earlier were merely to make Ding Dong and the others give up on rescuing him. Thus he could die with decisiveness. Yet when truly faced with death, he hesitated. A flicker of wishful thinking arose in his heart. Perhaps if he waited a little longer, the zombies outside would disperse on their own. It was entirely possible. But such thoughts were nothing more than self-deception. He had been hiding in this surveillance room for over 2 hours. If the zombies outside the door were going to scatter, they would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? He let out a self-deprecating laugh. I never thought I'd see the day I feared death. Lin Hai shook his head, glancing at the security door of the surveillance room. The snarling of zombies outside was crystal clear. He knew there was no way out, and Ding Dong and the others could not save him. No matter what happened, the outcome would be the same. Since that was the case, let the end come sooner. That way he could find release earlier. Lin Hai took a deep breath, his eyes filled with desolation, his mind fully made up to end his life. He picked up the pistol from the table, pulled out the magazine, picked up the last bullet, and loaded it into the magazine. With a click, the magazine slid back into the grip. He released the safety. Taking another deep breath, his body began to tremble. Though his heart was set on dying, the panic of facing death made him shake uncontrollably. Closing his eyes, he pressed the muzzle against his temple. At that moment, Ding Dong's frantic voice came through the walkie-talkie, urging him not to commit suicide. It was irritating, yet also strangely familiar. It reminded Lin Hai of the days when Ding Dong was still a greenhorn training under him. Back then, Ding Dong was a reckless rookie, knowing nothing, exuding youthful arrogance and sharp edges. From the moment he met this guy, Lin Hai knew he was both a troublemaker and destined to be a fine soldier. So he had drilled him relentlessly. Though Ding Dong often cursed him behind his back, he had ultimately become a qualified warrior, a soldier fighting for the people. Live well from now on, Lin Hai said, closing his eyes completely, his finger resting on the trigger. He took a deep breath and began to apply pressure. Lin Hai, I have a plan. Suddenly, Su Yuan's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Lin Hai froze, his face twitching several times. He immediately released the trigger he had almost pressed, hastily dropping his pistol and gasping for air. He had been certain he was about to die, but Su Yuan's words pulled him back from the brink of death. That feeling was truly awful. He felt his heart racing at least 170 beats per minute. His face flushed, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He clenched his trembling hands, striving to calm himself. Through the walkie-talkie, Su Yuan said, Lin Hai, don't kill yourself. I have a way to get you out. You must not die. Lin Hai, say something. Su Yuan's voice grew anxious, fearing he might be too late, and Lin Hai had already ended his life. Panting, Lin Hai picked up the walkie-talkie again, pressed the button, and said, I'm not dead yet. Su Yuan sighed in relief. Good. Lin Hai asked, tell me, what's your plan to get me out? Su Yuan said bluntly, just stay put in the surveillance room. I have a way to save you. Anyway, telling you want help. Just stay there, don't move, and protect yourself, got it? Lin Hai didn't overthink it. Got it. They'll count on you then. Don't worry. You'll be out soon. After saying this, Su Yuan switched off the walkie-talkie. Ding Dong looked at him with hopeful eyes. Dr. Su, do you really have a way to save the captain? Su Yuan shook his head. No, I don't. Huh. Ding Dong was dumbfounded. Then what you said just now? Su Yuan explained, that was just to stabilize him. If I hadn't said that, would probably have heard a gunshot by now. At least Lin Hai believes me now and won't kill himself for the time being. As for how to actually save him, we can figure that out slowly. Ding Dong listened stunned, then couldn't help but grin and give Su Yuan a thumbs up. Impressive. You're a true doctor. Su Yuan rolled his eyes. Praising me won't help. Let's focus on how to save your captain. Oh, right. Ding Dong immediately began racking his brains for a way to rescue the captain, but after much thought, he had no idea what to do. Then he turned his gaze to Su Yuan. The whole reason he had brought Su Yuan here was to figure out a plan. Pei Xiaodong spoke up. How about the old method? Use a car to lure the zombies away. Ding Dong's eyes lit up. I think that could work. Su Yuan shook his head. It won't. Earlier the suburbs were open terrain with fewer zombies, so it was feasible. But now we're in the city. Besides the zombies here, there are definitely more elsewhere. Once we honk the horn, zombies from other areas will swarm in from all directions. We'll be surrounded. That plan won't work. Su Yuan stared at the zombies inside the mall, all gathered at the entrance. Something inside must be attracting them. A wild idea suddenly crossed his mind. This method might solve all the current problems. Ding Dong, let me ask you something. Huh? Do you have a drone? Ding Dong remarked in surprise, a drone. Let me think. I think we have one. But what use is a drone? Su Yuan curled his lips. We have one, that's enough. Let's head back and get it. Are we really going to use it? But this drone has been sitting for a long time. I have no idea if the battery still has charge. It might need to be recharged, Ding Dong said. He couldn't fathom what use a drone could be. Could it be used to lure zombies? This thing was so small, even if it could attract zombies, the effect would be limited, right? The three of them drove back again. Ding Dong asked, should we stabilize the captain? What if he has another breakdown? Su Yuan said, don't worry, he won't try that again. Ding Dong was curious. Why, oi? Su Yuan replied, because suicide is something that brings fear and regret. I've read about cases of attempted suicide before. When people truly experience that moment of terror before death, they don't want to try again. But that's only for normal people. I think Lin Hai is a normal person. He won't attempt it a second time. Ding Dong nodded, trusting Su Yuan's words completely. The fact that Su Yuan had dissuaded Lin Hai from suicide with just a few words had already earned Ding Dong's admiration. Before, he didn't think doctors were anything special, just higher social status. But now witnessing Su Yuan's actions, he couldn't help but feel this was a very reliable person. Still, he couldn't figure out what the drone was for. The three returned to the school. Ding Dong rushed out of the car to find the drone. Soon he emerged from an olive green tent carrying a box and ran back to the vehicle. No one was around to stop them. Ding Dong opened the box, revealing a folded drone inside. The military drone was large, much bigger than the civilian drones Su Yuan had seen. He had no idea how to operate it, but fortunately Ding Dong knew how. He deftly attached the 4 propellers, inserted the battery, and glanced at the 4 small lights on the battery. 3 were lit. He looked at Su Yuan and said, "There's power. How long will it last?" Su Yuan asked. Ding Dong replied, "About 50 minutes. He deftly attached the 4 propellers, inserted the battery, and glanced at the 4 small lights on the battery. 3 were lit. He looked at Su Yuan and said, "There's power. How long will it last?" Su Yuan asked. Ding Dong replied, "About." Su Yuan stared at the drone. "Try flying it first." "Oh, okay." Deng Song got out of the car, placed the drone on the roof, turned on the switch, and picked up the remote with the screen. He then launched the drone. The 4 propellers instantly began spinning wildly, the motors emitting a loud buzzing sound. Su Yuan tried to say something, but the noise completely drowned out his voice, illustrating just how deafening it was. Su Yuan curled his lips, feeling optimistic. He had originally thought that if the drone wasn't loud enough, they could tie something to it, preferably something that could produce sound. But now it seemed unnecessary. He walked over to Ding Dong and said, "Take off and fly toward the building." "Got it." Ding Dong controlled the drone as it took off. The drone tilted and flew swiftly toward the building. To keep the zombies from interfering, Ding Dong flew it high. As he controlled it, he asked Dr. Su, "How exactly is this drone going to save the captain?" Su Yuan stared at him blankly. Was this guy being dense? Couldn't he hear the racket? Su Yuan said helplessly, "Just fly it over first. He'll tell you when to stop." "All right." Su Yuan kept his eyes on the drone. When it approached the building and hovered above the group of zombies, he said, "You can stop now." Ding Dong quickly made the drone hover midair. Although the drone was now far away, the sound of its motors was still distinct. What next? Su Yuan glanced at the remote screen, which showed the view ahead of the drone, the building's glass facade. "Can you point the camera at the zombies below?" "Yes." Ding Dong adjusted the lens, and in an instant the zombies below came into view. At that moment, most of the zombie horde had noticed the buzzing drone above them. They lifted their heads, reaching their hands toward the sky, trying to grab it. But the drone was far too high for them to reach. Su Yuan said, "Lower it." Ding Dong followed the instruction and brought the drone down. But he only lowered it a little before stopping. Su Yuan was a bit exasperated. "Lower it more. Make sure the zombies near the building entrance can hear the drone clearly." "Oh, I see. Dr. Su, you're brilliant." Ding Dong finally understood why Su Yuan wanted to use the drone. He noticed on the screen that the zombies were now fixated on the drone, but since they couldn't jump, they couldn't reach it. Then Ding Dong began lowering the drone to a height just out of the zombies' reach. "Is this good enough, Dr. Su?" "Yes." Su Yuan curled his lips. "Now it's up to you. Use the drone to lure these zombies away. Don't go too fast, to take it slow. Some zombies move very slowly." "I understand." Ding Dong smiled and began controlling the drone to move slowly, luring the zombies toward the road on the north side of the square. That area was a wide intersection, perfect for drawing them away. Su Yuan watched intently as the drone flew into the distance. All the zombies at the mall entrance were now captivated by the drone's buzzing and followed it. Every standing zombie joined the march. Some with only their upper halves remaining started crawling, but they couldn't keep up with the main group. However, these half-crippled zombies posed little threat to Su Yuan and the others. They could simply deal with them later. Moreover, once the zombies at the mall entrance had all dispersed, the ones inside began to pour out, chasing the drone. This sight was hardly a cause for celebration. Su Yuan frowned, staring at the zombies emerging from the mall. It meant there were definitely many zombies inside. Combined with Lin Hai's earlier claim that zombies were crowding his door, the real danger clearly lay within the mall building. Su Yuan picked up the walkie-talkie and asked Lin Hai, "Can you hear me?" Lin Hai replied, "I hear you." Su Yuan asked, "Let me ask you this, how did you get into the mall earlier?" Lin Hai was a bit bewildered by the question and asked with confusion, "Why are you asking this?" He didn't understand Su Yuan's intention. Su Yuan said, "Don't worry about why. Just tell me how you got into the mall and what the situation was like inside." "How many zombies?" "Let me think." Lin Hai closed his eyes, carefully recalling the situation when he entered. He said, "My car flipped over, and there were zombies around, so I ran inside." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan looked around, but didn't see any overturned vehicle, only some rear-end collisions. He quickly asked, "Which door did you enter from?" "The front door," Lin Hai replied. Su Yuan was stunned by this answer. Given the massive number of zombies that had poured out of the mall building, it was impossible for Lin Hai to have entered through the front door. Most importantly, Su Yuan had observed the plaza in front of the mall building and noticed very little bloodstains. This indicated that the zombies on the first floor and at the entrance had been there for a long time and were not attracted by Lin Hai. There must have been something continuously making noise inside the mall's first floor that drew all these zombies to this spot. This contradicted Lin Hai's account. Su Yuan quickly thought of a possibility and asked, "Which front door are you referring to?" Lin Hai said, "I was too panicked to notice. I just remember running in, but which door or direction? I can't tell." Su Yuan wasn't anxious. When Lin Hai had the accident, he injured his leg, and likely his head as well. His escape was probably instinctual, and he only realized he had survived after coming to his senses. It wasn't his fault. Although Su Yuan was from Linzhou, he wasn't familiar with the commercial district around the university town. So he had to keep asking. "Think carefully. During your escape, what places did you pass, and what did you see?" Lin Hai thought hard. "Let me think. I saw a lot of transparent glass through which I could see a plaza outside." "A plaza?" Su Yuan stared at the commercial plaza before them and asked, "Is there a huge fountain pool in this plaza?" "Yes, there is. I saw it. That area was empty, no zombies." Su Yuan looked at the fountain pool in the square ahead, and indeed there were no zombies around it. "Anything else?" "I don't remember the rest. It was all darkness after that." Lin Hai tried hard to recall, but couldn't think of more details. Su Yuan frowned, noticing the transparent glass Lin Hai had mentioned. He muttered, "Transparent glass." His gaze fell on the commercial building, but its glass was coated with reflective material appearing black, so it wasn't that. Transparent. Su Yuan's eyes landed on the drone, which was now heading north. Suddenly he spotted a skybridge. Transparent glass. The entire skybridge was made of transparent glass connecting two buildings. Though only 20 meters long, it was a local attraction that everyone who came here would likely walk on. Su Yuan then followed the line of the transparent glass and understood where Lin Hai had entered the building. He had entered through the main entrance of the other building, then crossed the transparent glass bridge to reach the surveillance room, where he was now. At that moment, the drone was passing over the transparent glass bridge. Su Yuan hurried over to Deng Dong and said, "Deng Dong, turn around." "Huh?" Deng Dong was bewildered. "Bring all the zombies back. Lead them back to the entrance of the building," Su Yuan said. Deng Dong stared wide-eyed. "Why? We're almost there. If we bring them back, we won't be able to save the captain." Su Yuan said, "Stop asking questions, and just do as I say. Bringing them back is the only way to save Lin Hai." Though Deng Dong didn't understand, he controlled the drone to start luring the zombies back. The process was slow. Then the walkie-talkie crackled. "If you can't save me, just give up." Su Yuan's anger flared. They had been working hard, risking their lives to find a way to rescue him, and this guy was already giving up inside. He wanted to punch him. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, "If you say that again, I'll shoot you myself once we get you out." Lin Hai was silent. There was no more sound from the walkie-talkie. Deng Dong felt awkward. It was the first time he had heard anyone threaten the captain. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. 10 minutes later, the zombies that had been lured away were now back in their original positions, right in front of the mall building's main entrance. Deng Dong began to withdraw the drone. The method of withdrawal was simple: fly upward until the drone was high enough that the ground zombies lost interest. Plus, something inside the mall continued to attract them, so they remained trapped at the entrance. The drone flew high into the sky for a moment, then descended again, this time towards Su Yuan and the others. It landed steadily on the car roof. After shutting down, the annoying hum ceased. Deng Dong looked at Su Yuan. "What now?" Su Yuan pointed to the other building. "Let's go there." "There? Why?" Su Yuan said, "You'll know when we get there." Deng Dong didn't ask further, feeling that his brain was inadequate to understand the purpose behind Su Yuan's plan. But since they had to go, they went. They got into the car. Pei Xiangdong drove, and soon they arrived in front of the other building. This building was shorter and had a smaller entrance. But the advantage was that there were very few zombies at the door. That made sense. If there were many zombies here, Lin Hai wouldn't have been able to enter. However, though the number of zombies was smaller than at the previous building, it was relative. There were still at least a dozen zombies. Su Yuan said, "Use the drone to lure away the zombies at this entrance." "Okay." Deng Dong had stopped asking why, since he realized asking was useless. He activated the drone, flew it to the entrance, and repeated the same procedure. At the entrance and inside the door, most of the zombies began to move away, drawn by the drone. The process went smoothly, but a problem emerged. Perhaps the drone was too loud. Zombies from the surrounding area were attracted as well. Pei Xiangdong, who had been on alert, said, "Su Yuan, there are zombies coming from behind us."